As the day gently winds down and the world outside settles into a serene hush, we invite you to embark on a journey to magical and peaceful places through our bedtime stories. This is a time of year when the air is crisp, the nights are longer, and there's a special kind of magic in the quiet hours. It's the perfect season to wrap yourself in the warmth of calming tales that soothe the soul and ignite the imagination. As you prepare to drift into a restful sleep, know that these stories are crafted to bring comfort and tranquility, setting the stage for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. We are truly grateful for your time and presence here with us, sharing in this peaceful moment. So get cozy and let your mind gently wander as we unfold the comforting stories that await. May they bring you peace and joy, and may your dreams be as enchanting as the tales you are about to hear. Story 1. In a realm where magic danced through the air like fireflies, there lived a young fox named Russet. Her fur was a vibrant shade of auburn, catching the light like a flame amidst the emerald backdrop of the enchanted forest. Her eyes, a lively shade of green, sparkled with curiosity and reflected the mysteries of the world around her. The forest was a place of ancient wonder, where the towering trees, their bark rugged and stories old, whispered secrets of yore to those who listened closely. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, mingling with the sharp tang of pine and the rich musk of fertile soil. Russet was known not just for her striking appearance, but for her adventurous spirit and gentle heart. She possessed a unique ability to empathize with the creatures of the forest, often finding herself lost in conversations with the busy squirrels or lending an attentive ear to the melodious songs of the birds. Her days were filled with exploration, and her nights with dreams of the unseen wonders her world held. Each morning, Russet would awaken to the symphony of the forest, the gentle rustle of leaves mingled with the distant call of a cuckoo. Her senses would come alive with the vibrant tapestry of life surrounding her, the soft dew under her paws a cool reminder of the forest's vitality. She was a creature of habit, yet her routine was far from mundane. Every day brought new adventures, new paths to explore, and new friendships to forge. One crisp autumn evening, the sky painted with hues of gold and scarlet, Russet found herself gathering chestnuts for her winter store. The forest floor, a tapestry of fallen leaves, crackled under her nimble paws. She reveled in the sensation, the sound echoing like distant applause in the quiet of the evening. It was then she noticed something peculiar that halted her in her tracks. The leaves had rearranged themselves into intricate patterns, forming swirling shapes and mysterious symbols that seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, glowing softly under the twilight. Russet's whiskers twitched with wonder and a hint of trepidation. She had lived in these woods all her life, weaving through its shadowed paths and sun-dappled clearings, yet she had never seen anything quite like this before. The patterns seemed to speak to her, promising secrets and stories untold, whispering in a language that was felt rather than heard. Determined to unravel the mystery, she embarked on a quest to find answers, her heart thrumming with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the towering trees loomed above her, their leaves whispering in the gentle breeze. The air seemed to hum with anticipation, each step taking her further into a world of hidden wonders. Russet encountered a wise old owl perched atop a gnarled oak tree. The owl's name was Galewin, and her feathers shimmered with stardust, glinting in the fading light like a constellation brought to earth. Her presence exuded an air of ancient knowledge, and her gaze was both gentle and penetrating, as if seeing into the very essence of the forest itself. "Greetings, young Russet," said Galewin in a gentle hoot that resonated with the wisdom of countless moons. Her voice was deep and soothing, like the soft rustle of wind through the trees. "I see you've noticed the strange occurrences in our forest." Russet nodded eagerly, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Yes, wise Galewin. The leaves have formed the most peculiar patterns. What could it mean?" Her voice was laced with both curiosity and a deeper yearning, a desire to understand the world she loved so dearly. Galewin's amber eyes twinkled with amusement, a knowing smile playing at her beak. "Ah, my dear, this is the work of the leaf sprites. mischievous little creatures who delight in rearranging the fallen foliage into playful designs. They mean no harm, it's simply their way of brightening the forest with their whimsical artistry. Russet's eyes widened in wonder. Leaf sprites? I've never heard of such creatures. Her voice was a mixture of disbelief and excitement, the kindling of a new adventure sparking within her. She imagined the tiny beings flitting about, weaving magic into the very fabric of her world. Galewin chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves in the wind. They are shy beings, rarely seen by those who do not possess a keen eye and a patient heart. But fear not, young one. I shall teach you how to spot their presence and appreciate the beauty they bring to our woodland home. Thus began Russet's journey of discovery. Over the following weeks, Galewin guided Russet through the forest, teaching her the subtle signs that revealed the leaf sprite's activities. They pointed out the delicate patterns woven into the fallen leaves, the gentle rustling of branches as the sprites danced among them, and the faint tinkling laughter that echoed through the trees, like chimes swaying in the wind. Russet learned to move with the grace of the forest itself, her senses attuned to the quiet symphony of life that surrounded her. Their lessons often took place under the canopy of stars, the night air cool and filled with the scent of dew-kissed earth. Russet found herself entranced by the shimmering constellations above, each star a tiny beacon guiding her on her quest for understanding. Galewin's teachings extended beyond the leaf sprites. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the delicate balance that maintained the harmony of their world. Remember, Russet, Galewin would say, her voice a gentle murmur, every rustle of a leaf, every whisper of the wind, is part of a grander symphony. Listen closely, and you shall hear its song. With each passing day, Russet's senses grew sharper, her eyes catching the tiniest movements, her ears attuned to the softest sounds. Her appreciation for the leaf sprite's magic deepened, her heart swelling with a newfound connection to the forest. She began to notice their handiwork everywhere, from the swirling leaf designs that adorned the forest floor to the intricate patterns etched onto fallen logs and mossy boulders, each telling a story of joy and mischief. One serene afternoon, as she trotted along a well-trodden path, Russet overheard a soft, sorrowful melody floating through the air. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her paws guiding her to a clearing where a lone deer stood, its eyes filled with melancholy. The deer, named Alara, shared her tale of woe, a story of lost kin and fading memories. Russet listened intently, her heart aching for Alara's plight. In that moment, Russet realized the power of empathy, understanding that her ability to connect with others was as much a gift as any magic in the forest. Deep in conversation, Alara revealed to Russet her dreams of finding a hidden glade, a legendary place said to be the resting ground of the wisest stag who ever lived. It was rumored that those who found it would receive insight into their deepest worries and unanswered questions. Inspired by Alara's tale, Russet decided to help her friend on this quest, knowing that the journey would weave another thread into her understanding of the forest's magic. Together, they journeyed through parts of the forest Russet had never explored, where the air was thick with the scent of ancient earth, and the shadows moved with a life of their own. Russet's heart raced with the thrill of new discoveries, the thrill of the unknown. They passed through a grove of silver birches, their trunks reflecting the dappled sunlight like mirrors, and crossed a brook that sang with a melody of its own, its waters sparkling with the laughter of sprites unseen. As days turned to weeks, Russet and Alara became inseparable, their bond strengthened by shared stories and mutual curiosity. In Alara, Russet found a kindred spirit, someone who understood the forest's quiet call and its endless allure. Together, they unraveled more of the forest's secrets, their journey bringing them closer to the heart of the enchanted realm. One crisp morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, Russet caught a glimpse of a tiny figure darting between the trees, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in its wake. She gasped in delight, her heart leaping with joy, realizing she had finally seen one of the elusive leaf sprites. It was a moment of pure magic, a fleeting encounter that left her breathless and yearning for more. From that day forward, Russet felt a special connection to the forest and its whimsical inhabitants. She shared her newfound knowledge with her fellow woodland creatures, gathering them around in the evenings to recount tales of the leaf sprites. Her voice, filled with wonder and excitement, wove a tapestry of stories that enchanted all who listened, and they, too, began to appreciate the beauty and magic that surrounded them. As the seasons changed and the leaves fell anew, Russet and her friends would gather to admire the ever-changing tapestry of leaf patterns that adorned their forest home. They would sit in silence, watching the leaves dance on the breeze, each swirl and twirl a testament to the playful spirits inhabiting their realm. And whenever she saw a swirl of leaves dancing on the breeze, Russet knew the leaf sprites were at play, weaving their enchanting magic into the fabric of the woodland realm. Russet's journey had not only opened her eyes to the hidden wonders of her world, but also fostered a deep sense of belonging. She had grown from a curious young fox into a guardian of her forest, her heart beating in time with its ancient rhythms. Her story was a reminder that magic lay not only in the extraordinary, but in the everyday wonders that surrounded those willing to see. In her newfound role as a storyteller, Russet discovered another facet of herself, a desire to connect with others, to share the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. Her tales became a bridge between the creatures of the forest, fostering friendships and strengthening the bonds that wove their community together. And so, as the years passed and the seasons turned, Russet's legacy grew. The stories of the leaf sprites and the magic of the forest were passed down through generations, each retelling a thread in the vibrant tapestry of their world. Russet, now older and wiser, watched with pride as new young foxes ventured into the forest, their eyes bright with the same curiosity and wonder that had once guided her. And as they too discovered the secrets of the leaf sprites, the cycle of magic and discovery continued, a testament to the enduring spirit of the enchanted forest and its beloved guardian, Russet. One day, a particularly inquisitive young fox named Ember approached Russet, her eyes filled with the same spark of curiosity that had once driven Russet's adventures. "Tell me about the leaf sprites again," Ember begged, her voice a sing-song of eagerness. Russet smiled, seeing herself reflected in the young fox's vibrant gaze. "Ah, Ember, the leaf sprites are more than just mischief makers," Russet began, as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves around them. "They are keepers of the forest's joy and the weavers of its stories." As she spoke, Russet could feel the forest listening, each tree and stone a silent witness to the tales that had been shared beneath their boughs. The forest was alive with the legacy of storytelling, a living chronicle of all who had passed through its verdant embrace. And as Ember settled beside her, Russet knew that the magic of the leaf sprites and the heart of the forest would endure, carried forward by the stories of those who loved it. Ember's eyes shone with wonder, and Russet could see the spark of a new journey igniting within the young fox. As they sat together, a soft rustling in the underbrush caught their attention. A family of hedgehogs, their spines glistening in the dappled sunlight, emerged, drawn by the sound of Russet's voice and the promise of another tale. Ember greeted them warmly, her enthusiasm infectious, and soon they were all gathered in a circle, the forest echoing with the sounds of laughter and shared stories. Russet felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that the forest's magic would continue to inspire and connect those who dwelt within its embrace. She had become more than a guardian of her home. She was a custodian of its stories, a role she cherished with all her heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Russet knew that her story, and the stories of countless others, would live on in the hearts of those who loved the forest. With a final, contented sigh, Russet leaned back, letting the forest's symphony wash over her. The whispers of the trees, the laughter of the leaf sprites, and the gentle rustle of leaves formed a melody that resonated within her very soul. She closed her eyes, knowing that the magic of the forest was eternal, a living testament to the beauty of the world she called home. And with that thought, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the endless wonders of the enchanted realm. Story 2. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest where sunlight filtered softly through the leaves, there lay a village called Whispering Pines. The village was named so for the gentle breezes that rustled through the trees, sounding as if the forest itself was sharing secrets with those who listened closely. The cottages, made of cobblestone and wood, were surrounded by gardens full of blooming flowers and winding paths that led to hidden nooks perfect for daydreaming. The air was perfumed with the scent of lavender and honeysuckle, mingling with the earthy aroma of fresh rain on leaves. The villagers cherished these scents, believing them to be whispers of the forest's own stories, passed down through generations. In this village lived a kind-hearted girl named Clara. Clara had a gift for noticing the little things, like the way the morning dew sparkled on the spiderwebs, or how the wildflowers seemed to dance in the wind. Her perceptive nature made her the go-to person whenever something peculiar happened in Whispering Pines. Her friends often marveled at her ability to find beauty in the mundane, and her knack for storytelling brought the village together under starry skies, where they would listen to her tales of wonder and magic. Yet, beneath her cheerful demeanor lay an unquenchable curiosity and a longing to understand the deeper mysteries of the world around her. Clara's days were filled with the simple joys of village life. She loved to wander through the marketplace, where the vibrant colors of freshly picked fruits and vegetables mingled with the chatter of villagers exchanging news. She had a particular fondness for the bakery, where the rich aroma of freshly baked bread and pastries wafted through the air, drawing her in. It was a place where she often found inspiration for her stories, watching the interactions and imagining the lives of those who passed by. The baker, an elderly man with flour-dusted hair, would often share tales of his youth, weaving them into the dough like secret ingredients. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara was gathering apples in the village orchard, she noticed something unusual. A trail of glittering footprints, shimmering faintly in the early light, wound their way through the trees and disappeared into the forest. The footprints seemed to pulse with a faint luminescence, casting a silvery glow on the moss-covered ground. Intrigued, Clara decided to follow them, her basket swinging gently at her side, filled with the sweet scent of ripe apples. The footprints led her deeper into the woods, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream, which sang a lullaby of its own as it danced over smooth stones. As she walked, Clara felt the presence of the forest's magic, a comforting warmth that wrapped around her like a soft blanket. She knew the woods well, having explored them countless times with her friends, but today the forest felt different, as if it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The trees seemed taller, their leaves whispering secrets only the wind could understand. As Clara ventured further, she remembered her childhood adventures in the forest, playing hide-and-seek with her friends, their laughter echoing among the trees. Those memories filled her with a sense of companionship and courage, reassuring her that she was not alone in her quest. The forest had always been a place of refuge and discovery, and today it felt alive with anticipation. After a while, Clara reached a small clearing where the footprints suddenly stopped. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. At the base of the tree sat a tiny creature, no taller than a small sapling, with wings that sparkled in the sunlight and eyes as bright as stars. It was a fae, a magical being known for their wisdom and playful nature. Its wings shimmered with every hue of the rainbow, and its laughter was like the tinkling of distant bells. "Hello there," Clara greeted, her voice gentle and kind. "I followed the footprints here. Are they yours?" The fae nodded, a twinkle in its eyes. "Indeed they are. I am Flit, keeper of the forest's secrets. I have left these footprints as a call for help. There is a mystery in our woods, and I believe you are the one who can help solve it." Curiosity piqued. Clara sat down beside Flit, the grass soft beneath her, the earth cool and inviting. "What sort of mystery?" she asked, eager to learn more, her heart a flutter of anticipation. Flit fluttered its wings, sending a cascade of shimmering dust into the air. The dust danced in the sunlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of color. The forest has been experiencing peculiar changes. Trees have started to bloom out of season, and the animals are behaving oddly. It's as if the balance of magic here has been disturbed. Clara pondered this, her mind racing with possibilities, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing patterns in the grass. Her mind drifted to the stories she had heard from her grandmother about the forest's ancient magic, tales of enchanted creatures and hidden glades that only revealed themselves when the time was right. Could it be the work of another magical creature? She suggested, her voice thoughtful and curious. Flit nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps, or it could be an artifact of power that has been misplaced. We need to find the source of this disturbance to restore harmony to the forest. With her heart set on helping, Clara agreed to assist Flit. Together, they decided to investigate the areas most affected by the strange occurrences. As they ventured further, Clara relied on her keen sense of observation, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Her eyes scanned every leaf, every shadow, for signs of the mysterious force at work. As they journeyed, Flit shared stories of the Fae's long history with the forest, tales of alliances with creatures both great and small, and the responsibility they bore in maintaining the forest's equilibrium. Clara listened intently, her admiration for the forest's hidden world growing with each story. They soon came across a grove where a circle of daisies had grown in the shape of a perfect spiral. The flowers, though beautiful, seemed out of place for the season. Their petals glistened with morning dew, each droplet a tiny prism of light. Clara knelt down, examining them closely. These daisies shouldn't be blooming now, she noted, touching a petal gently with her fingers, feeling its softness and vitality. Flit hovered nearby, observing with interest. The spiral is a symbol of growth and transformation. Perhaps it's a clue. They continued their search, moving towards a bubbling brook that wound its way through the forest. Here, Clara noticed the water seemed to shimmer with an unusual light, casting rainbow reflections on the pebbles below. She dipped her hand into the cool stream, feeling a tingle of magic wash over her, as if the water itself held secrets untold. "There's definitely something magical here," Clara said, glancing at Flit. "But what could it be?" As they pondered, a soft, melodic voice drifted through the trees. It was a song, gentle and haunting, weaving through the air like a lullaby. The melody wrapped around them, filling the air with a sense of peace and mystery. Clara and Flit followed the sound, their path lit by shafts of golden sunlight that filtered through the canopy. They soon arrived at a hidden glen, where the source of the song was revealed. A wise old tortoise named Elderwood, known for his vast knowledge of magical lore. His shell was intricately patterned with symbols of the forest, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. He sat upon a moss-covered rock, his eyes closed as he sang to the forest. "Elderwood," Flit exclaimed, fluttering excitedly. "We need your wisdom. There's a mystery in the forest, and we believe it's connected to the magic here." The tortoise opened his eyes, a gentle smile spreading across his ancient face. "Ah, Clara and Flit, welcome. I have felt the changes in the forest, too. The magic is indeed in flux, but fear not, for the answer lies closer than you think." Clara and Flit listened intently as Elderwood continued. "In the heart of the forest there lies an old stone circle, a place where the magic of the earth converges. Recently, a young fox stumbled upon a crystal there, unknowingly triggering a surge of magic." Clara nodded, the pieces of the puzzle coming together in her mind. The crystal must be amplifying the forest's magic, causing the strange changes we've seen. "Indeed," Elderwood confirmed, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind. "To restore balance, the crystal must be returned to its rightful resting place within the stone circle. But be wary, for the forest may test your resolve." As they prepared to leave, Elderwood shared one last piece of advice, his voice filled with gentle authority. "Remember, Clara, the forest has a spirit of its own. It will guide you if you listen closely." With renewed determination, Clara, Flit, and Elderwood set out towards the stone circle. The journey was filled with the soothing sounds of the forest, a rustling breeze, the chirping of crickets, and the soft padding of their footsteps on the forest floor. The trees swayed gently, as if guiding them on their path. As they walked, Clara felt a growing connection to the forest, as if it was becoming an extension of herself. The whispers of the leaves and the rhythm of the forest's heartbeat seemed to resonate within her, filling her with a newfound sense of purpose. Upon reaching the stone circle, they discovered the young fox, its eyes wide with curiosity as it pawed at a brilliant blue crystal. The fox's fur was sleek and fiery, its eyes bright with intelligence and mischief. Clara approached slowly, speaking in a gentle voice to ease the fox's apprehension. "Hello, little one," she said, kneeling down. "I see you found something very special." The fox tilted its head, watching Clara with interest as she reached out to touch the crystal. Feeling her kindness, the fox nudged the crystal towards her, sensing it was in safe hands. Its tail swished playfully as if understanding the importance of the moment. With Flit's guidance, Clara carefully placed the crystal back into a small indentation in the center of the circle. Instantly, a warm glow enveloped the clearing, and the air hummed with a gentle, harmonious magic. The stones seemed to pulse with life, their ancient runes glowing softly. As the glow faded, the forest seemed to sigh with relief, the balance restored. Elderwood smiled, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Well done, Clara. You have shown great courage and understanding." Clara smiled back, grateful for the adventure and the friends she had made. "Thank you, Elderwood. And thank you, Flit. I couldn't have done it without you both." With peace restored, Clara made her way back to Whispering Pines, the forest now humming with a quiet contentment. As she walked, the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the village. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the promise of a peaceful evening. Her return was met with joyous greetings from the villagers who had gathered to hear her tale. As she recounted her adventure, the warmth of community enveloped her, their curiosity and wonder reflecting her own. Clara's stories not only entertained, but forged a deeper connection among the villagers, intertwining their lives with the magic of the forest. Settling back in her cozy cottage, Clara sipped a cup of warm chamomile tea, her heart full of the day's adventures. The room was filled with the soft glow of candlelight, and her cat, Luna, purred contentedly by the fireplace. Clara knew that any time the forest needed her, she would be ready to help, with kindness and friendship guiding her every step. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Whispering Pines lay quiet and serene, the mystery of the strange occurrences solved, and the forest once again at peace. The village, cradled by the gentle arms of the woods, slept soundly, knowing that the magic of the forest was safe and sound. A few days later, as Clara strolled through the village, she couldn't help but notice a new energy in the air, a vibrant enthusiasm that seemed to have taken root since her return. The villagers were more animated, their conversations filled with excitement and a renewed sense of hope. It was as if the forest's magic had seeped into their lives, weaving a tapestry of wonder and possibility. In the village square, a new flower bed had been planted, its blooms echoing the colors of the forest. The baker had created a new pastry, inspired by the vibrant hues of Flit's wings, and Clara could see children playing games inspired by her adventure, their laughter ringing out like music. One evening, as the villagers gathered around a crackling bonfire, Clara shared another story, this time about the lessons she had learned from the forest. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of balance, and the power of friendship and courage. Her words painted vivid images in the minds of her listeners, transporting them to the heart of the forest and the magic it held. As the fire flickered, casting warm shadows on the eager faces around her, Clara felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She realized that her journey had not only been about restoring the forest's magic, but also about strengthening the bonds within her community. Her adventure had brought them closer, reminding them of the beauty and possibility that lay just beyond their doorstep. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Whispering Pines thrived. The village and the forest continued to coexist in harmony, their stories intertwined like the threads of a tapestry. Clara, with her heart full of wonder and her spirit ever curious, knew that the magic of Whispering Pines would endure, nurtured by the love and imagination of its people. In the weeks that followed, Clara found herself drawn even deeper into the life of the village. She began organizing small gatherings where the villagers could share their own stories, creating a tapestry of shared experiences and dreams. Each story told under the twinkling stars added a new layer to the village's collective memory, binding them all together in a web of understanding and empathy. One evening, as Clara prepared for another story night, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box on her doorstep. Inside was a delicate necklace, its pendant a tiny acorn with a shimmering emerald embedded in its cap. There was no note, but Clara knew it was a gift from the forest, a token of gratitude for her help in restoring its balance. Wearing the necklace, Clara felt a deeper connection to the forest than ever before. It was as if she could hear its voice, a gentle hum of life and magic that resonated with her own heartbeat. She realized that the forest was not just a backdrop to her life, but a living entity, intricately woven into the fabric of the village and its people. Days passed, and Clara continued her daily routines, helping her neighbors, tending to her garden, and spending quiet moments in the forest, listening to its stories. Each day brought new discoveries and small wonders, enriching her life and deepening her understanding of the world around her. One afternoon, as she sat by the brook where she had first felt the magic's touch, Clara noticed a family of deer approaching. The doe and her fawns moved gracefully, their eyes reflecting the dappled light of the forest. Clara held her breath, remaining still as the deer drank from the stream, their presence a reminder of the harmony she had helped restore. As the seasons turned and winter's chill began to settle over Whispering Pines, Clara found herself reflecting on her journey. The forest, once a place of mystery and adventure, had become a part of her soul. Its magic, intertwined with her own, had deepened her connection to the village and its people, creating a bond that would endure through time. And so, as snowflakes danced in the air and the village prepared for the winter festival, Clara knew that the magic of Whispering Pines was more than just a story. It was a living, breathing presence that touched everyone who called it home. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara embraced her role as the village's storyteller, knowing that her tales would continue to inspire and unite the people of Whispering Pines for generations to come. Story 3. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Oliver. His world was a kaleidoscope of wonders, where every day unfolded like a new page of an enchanting story. The village was a verdant oasis, where the air was always fresh with the scent of wildflowers and the soft, earthy aroma of the woods. The hills that surrounded the village were like gentle giants, their slopes dressed in shades of green that shifted with the seasons. The woods were a symphony of rustling leaves, the trees standing tall as guardians of ancient secrets. Oliver was an inquisitive soul with a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. His hair was the color of ripe chestnuts, catching the sunlight in a cascade of warm hues, and his laughter was as infectious as the chiming of distant bells. The village children often gathered around him, drawn by the magnetic pull of his stories and the infectious joy that radiated from him. His days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of his village, each discovery adding to the tapestry of his imagination. Oliver lived with his grandmother in a cozy cottage adorned with vines and flowers that seemed to giggle in the breeze. The cottage was a haven, its walls echoing the gentle hum of the surrounding nature, and its roof a crown of thatch thatched with love. Inside, the comforting scent of lavender wove through the air, mingling with the aroma of freshly baked scones that sat cooling on the windowsill. The sound of a ticking grandfather clock stood as a sentinel by the fireplace, its rhythmic ticking a soothing lullaby that echoed through the rooms, marking time with a gentle insistence. The kitchen was a warm, bustling hub of activity, where the clatter of pots and pans provided a comforting soundtrack to Oliver's childhood. The village itself was a lively tapestry of cobblestone paths and stone cottages, where each turn held a new story waiting to be told. The air was filled with the rich aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery, tantalizing passers-by with promises of warmth and comfort. The chatter of villagers filled the air, a symphony of laughter and whispers that spoke of community and kinship. Market stalls brimmed with vibrant colors, from the deep reds of ripe apples to the golden hues of hand-woven baskets. Oliver's grandmother, a woman with silver hair and eyes that held the wisdom of many winters, was known throughout the village for her stories, tales woven from the very fabric of dreams and whispered secrets that seemed to float on the night breeze like ethereal strands of magic. Oliver often found solace in his grandmother's tales, especially when the world felt too vast and his dreams too overwhelming. She spoke of times long past, of heroes who had walked the same paths he did, and of mysteries that lay just beyond the horizon. Her stories were not just entertainment. They were lessons wrapped in the gentle cadence of her voice, teaching Oliver to see the magic in the mundane and the wonder in the everyday. One rainy afternoon, when the thunder rumbled like a distant giant and raindrops danced upon the cobblestones, Oliver discovered a peculiar item while exploring the attic. The attic was a world unto itself, filled with forgotten memories and treasures cloaked in dust and shadows. It was a place where the past lingered, waiting to be rediscovered. Here, the scent of aged wood mingled with the flickering light of a lone candle, casting long shadows that danced like specters in the dimness. It was here, amidst this timeless realm, that Oliver stumbled upon a small brass key, oddly warm to his touch. It lay nestled within a dusty old chest surrounded by forgotten trinkets and cobwebs that glistened like silver threads, whispering secrets of the past. Curiosity piqued. Oliver showed the key to his grandmother, whose eyes widened with a mix of surprise and a twinkle of knowing. She sat him down by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow upon their faces. With a voice that resonated like a gentle stream, she told Oliver of an old legend passed down through generations, a tale of an ancient door hidden deep within the forest. It was said that only the pure of heart could find it and unlock its secrets. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to drift to a place far beyond the confines of their cozy cottage, as if she herself had once glimpsed the wonders of which she spoke. Sensing the importance of his discovery, Oliver felt a stirring in his heart, a gentle call to adventure. That night, as the rain continued to patter against the windows, he lay awake in bed, his mind alight with thoughts of the hidden door and the mysteries it held. The rhythmic patter of the rain became a lullaby to his thoughts, each drop a note in the symphony of his dreams. In his dreams, he saw visions of the forest, its paths winding and twisting, leading him to places unknown. The next morning, with the sky painted in hues of rosy dawn, Oliver set off towards the forest, the key tucked safely in his pocket. The path was soft beneath his feet, lined with ferns that brushed against his legs like friendly whispers. As he ventured deeper, the forest embraced him with its symphony of rustling leaves and the sweet chorus of birdsong. The air was fresh and cool, carrying the scent of dew-kissed earth. Each step seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest, a rhythm that resonated within him. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled light upon the forest floor, Oliver met his first companion, a wise old owl named Percival. Percival perched on a low branch, his feathers as soft as the first snowfall, and his eyes as sharp as the stars piercing the night sky. With a voice as gentle as a lullaby, Percival offered to guide Oliver, for he knew the forest's secrets better than anyone. The owl's presence was calming, and Oliver felt a sense of trust and companionship bloom between them. Together, they journeyed deeper into the woodlands, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and the ground was soft with moss. Here, they encountered a playful squirrel named Nibble, whose bushy tail flicked like a brushstroke of joy. Nibble, ever so curious and quick, decided to accompany them, his chatter filling the forest with laughter. He darted from tree to tree, a blur of energy and excitement, reminding Oliver of the simple joys in life. Nibble's antics were a constant source of amusement, and his optimism was infectious, lifting Oliver's spirits when the path seemed long. Their journey led them to a glen where the sunlight poured like golden syrup, and there they met a gentle deer named Silva. Her eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and her presence was as calming as the moonlit sky. Silva offered her knowledge of the forest paths, and together they continued their quest. As they walked, Silva shared tales of the forest's history, of ancient trees that had stood for centuries, and the spirits that guarded the land. Her stories painted vivid pictures in Oliver's mind, each word a brushstroke in the grand tapestry of the forest's legacy. Silva's gentle demeanor and profound insights added a layer of depth to their journey, teaching Oliver the importance of patience and understanding. As the shadows lengthened and the forest whispered of secrets yet to be unveiled, Oliver and his companions paused by a babbling brook. The water was as clear as the sky after a storm, and its melody intertwined with the soft rustling of leaves. Here, Oliver felt a moment of doubt creep into his heart. What if the legend was just that, a mere story with no truth? The weight of his quest settled upon him like a shadow, and for the first time his resolve wavered. Sensing his turmoil, Percival, in his quiet wisdom, spoke, "The heart's journey is often the hardest path. Trust in your spirit, Oliver, for it will guide you through the darkness." Nibble, with his characteristic cheer, added, "And remember, we're here with you, every step of the way." Silva, her voice a soothing balm, said, "The forest has chosen you, dear Oliver. Let its strength be yours." Buoyed by his friend's unwavering belief, Oliver felt his courage rekindle, and with renewed determination, they pressed onward. He realized that the journey itself, with its trials and companionship, was as important as the destination. That evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of the setting sun, Oliver and his companions stumbled upon a clearing bathed in a magical twilight glow. In the center of this clearing, they found the door, a magnificent structure entwined with vines and adorned with flowers that seemed to bloom from an unseen source of light. The door seemed alive, as if it were breathing in harmony with the forest, its surface etched with intricate patterns that told stories of old. Oliver's heart thudded with anticipation as he approached the door. He paused, recalling his grandmother's words about the purity of heart. Closing his eyes, he felt the warmth of the key against his palm, and with a gentle resolve, he inserted it into the lock. His companions watched, their own hearts filled with hope and wonder. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a hidden world bathed in an ethereal light. It was a garden of unimaginable beauty, where flowers of every color danced in the breeze, and a gentle brook sang a soothing melody. The air was fragrant with the scent of blossoms, and a sense of peace enveloped them all. In the center stood a tree, ancient and wise, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with the stories of time. From the tree emerged an ethereal figure, a being of light and kindness. It spoke with a voice like the rustle of leaves, thanking Oliver for his courage and the purity of his heart. The figure's presence was both comforting and awe-inspiring, its light casting gentle shadows that seemed to dance in harmony with the breeze. It revealed that the garden was a place of dreams and possibilities, a sanctuary for those who seek wisdom and understanding. As Oliver listened, he felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of peace and fulfillment. He realized the journey had not only led him to this magical place, but had also taught him the value of friendship, the strength found in kindness, and the power of a pure heart. He understood now that the key had unlocked not just a door, but a part of himself he had yet to discover. With a grateful heart, Oliver bid farewell to his friends, promising to return whenever his soul sought solace and wonder. As he stepped back through the door into the forest, the key melted into his palm, leaving behind a gentle glow, a reminder of the adventure and the magic that lay within the ordinary. He felt a sense of belonging, not just to the village or the forest, but to the world that held endless stories waiting to be uncovered. Returning to the village as the sun dipped below the horizon, Oliver felt transformed. His heart was lighter, his spirit brighter, carrying with him the lessons of the forest and the promise of endless possibilities. The village welcomed him back with open arms, the familiarity of home wrapping around him like a warm embrace. And so, each night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Oliver would share his tale, filling the hearts of those around him with wonder and the gentle reminder that magic is often found in the most unexpected places. His stories became a beacon of hope and inspiration, their echoes reaching far beyond the village, touching the lives of those who listened. As the seasons changed and the years passed, the village thrived, its people bound together by the shared magic of Oliver's journey. And so, dear listener, may you always find the key to your own adventures, and may your heart remain pure and open to the wonders of the world. Sleep now, with dreams as magical as Oliver's journey and as peaceful as the Whispering Woods. Story 4: The Whispering Woods, an Enriched Tale. Once upon a time, Nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering sapphire streams lay the quaint village of Willowcrest. The village was a tapestry of vibrant flower gardens, each bloom a brushstroke of color against the canvas of lush green. The gentle folks of Willowcrest tended to these gardens with a tenderness that seemed to make the blooms blush brighter, their hands connecting with the earth in a dance of mutual respect and care. The air was filled with the laughter of the villagers, mingling with the cheerful chirping of the sparrows that darted between the eaves of cottages. But what truly set Willowcrest apart was its proximity to the Whispering Woods, a forest said to be alive with ancient magic and secrets of long ago, its very existence a melody of life and mystery that resonated through the village streets. The village itself was a mosaic of cobblestone paths and timbered cottages. Each home bore a unique charm, adorned with flowers cascading from window boxes, their petals catching the light like jewels. The air was perpetually sweet, with the aroma of fresh bread and blooming lavender, scents that mingled to create an olfactory symphony. Children played in the meadows, their laughter a bright counterpoint to the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. The meadows were alive with the vibrant hues of wildflowers and the soft hum of bees that flitted from bloom to bloom, their wings a gentle whisper against the wind. In this village lived a young girl named Anya, with eyes the color of twilight and hair that cascaded like autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of auburn and gold. Anya was known for her curiosity, a spark that danced in her eyes, and her ability to weave stories from the whispers of the wind. Her imagination was a vast canvas, painted with the dreams of adventure and discovery. She would gather the village children under the silver glow of the moon, her voice a gentle lullaby as she spun tales of adventure and enchantment. But there was one story Anya often wondered about, the tale of the Whispering Woods itself. It was said that deep within its heart lay a magical object, a pendant known as the Heart of Verdance, which held the power to understand the language of nature. Anya's grandmother, the wisest elder in the village, often spoke of the Heart of Verdance with a twinkle in her eye. Her stories were woven with threads of wisdom and warmth, her voice a gentle cadence that mirrored the rhythm of the seasons. "It's a gift from the earth," she would say, her hands tracing invisible patterns in the air, bestowed only upon those who seek with kindness and listen with their hearts. Her words were a melody that lingered in Anya's thoughts, a song of possibility that beckoned her toward the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was a canvas of cerulean blue, Anya decided that it was time to uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation as she packed a small satchel with essentials: a loaf of bread, a flask of berry tea, and her grandmother's old compass, its needle a restless dancer, spinning tales of its own as it pointed unwaveringly towards the woods. The compass was a relic from her grandmother's own adventures, its surface worn smooth by years of exploration and discovery. As Anya stepped into the woods, the world seemed to soften around her. The sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, casting playful shadows upon the forest floor. The leaves rustled with a gentle murmur, as if sharing secrets only they could understand, their voices a symphony of whispers that wove through the air. The scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers enveloped her, a fragrant embrace that welcomed her into the heart of the forest. Birds flitted between branches, their melodies blending into a harmonious symphony that guided Anya deeper into the woods. The music a beacon of light in the shadowed depths. With each step, Anya felt the forest's pulse, a rhythmic beat that seemed to echo the thrum of her own heart. The path beneath her feet was carpeted with moss, soft and yielding, a verdant cushion that absorbed the sound of her footsteps. The air was alive, tinged with the fresh scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. She paused occasionally to observe the delicate beauty of a wildflower or to listen to the distant call of a cuckoo, its notes resonating with a haunting clarity. The forest was a living tapestry, each element intertwined with the next, creating a cohesive symphony of life. As she ventured further, Anya encountered a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches stretching toward the sky as if yearning to touch the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of centuries, its roots a labyrinth that delved deep into the heart of the earth. At its base sat a gentle deer with eyes like polished amber, a creature of grace and elegance, its presence a testament to the magic that thrummed through the forest. Anya paused, meeting the deer's gaze. There was a knowing in those eyes, a silent understanding that passed between them, a connection that transcended words. "Hello, little one," the deer seemed to say, though no words were spoken. Anya bowed her head in greeting, feeling an inexplicable warmth spread through her heart, a golden thread of connection that wove her into the tapestry of the forest. Without hesitation, the deer turned and began to walk, pausing only to look back at Anya, inviting her to follow. Guided by the deer, Anya traversed winding paths and trickling streams, each step deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, tinged with the fresh scent of pine and the earthy aroma of moss, a fragrance that lingered in her senses like a cherished memory. The whispers of the trees grew more pronounced, weaving stories of ages past into the very fabric of the woods, their voices a chorus of ancient wisdom that resonated within her soul. As they traveled, Anya's thoughts drifted to the village and to her grandmother's stories. She felt a connection to the forest, as if it were an extension of her own spirit, a living, breathing entity that pulsed with the rhythms of life. The deer led her to a glen where the sunlight shone like a radiant tapestry, illuminating a small, crystalline pond at its center. The water was a mirror of the sky, its surface a shimmer of light and color that danced in the gentle breeze. It was there by the water's edge that Anya saw it, the heart of verdance. The pendant glimmered with an inner light, a kaleidoscope of colors that danced upon its surface like the auroras of the night sky. Anya approached with reverence, her heart swelling with a sense of wonder and belonging, a feeling that echoed through her being like the notes of a forgotten song. As her fingers brushed the cool surface of the pendant, a gentle warmth enveloped her, and the whispers of the woods grew clearer, harmonizing into a single, serene voice. The forest spoke to her then, a language not of words but of feelings and images, a symphony of emotion that resonated within her heart. "Care for the earth, and it will care for you," the voice seemed to say. "Listen to the land, and it will guide your heart." The words were a promise, a vow etched into the fabric of the world, a reminder of the bond that united all living things. Anya understood. The heart of verdance was not just a magical object. It was a symbol of the bond between humanity and nature, a reminder of the importance of harmony and respect. It was a gift of understanding, a key to unlocking the secrets of the world, a melody that sang of unity and connection. With the pendant resting against her chest, Anya felt a newfound sense of purpose. She turned to the deer, gratitude welling in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, knowing the deer understood her heart, its amber eyes reflecting the warmth of her words. The deer dipped its head, a gesture of acknowledgement, before bounding gracefully back into the forest. Anya watched it disappear into the shadows, feeling a profound sense of connection to all living things, a bond that transcended time and space. With the heart of verdance, Anya retraced her steps through the forest, each step now accompanied by the symphony of the woods, a melody she could now understand. The whispers were a song of life, a chorus that celebrated the beauty of the world and the harmony of existence. As she emerged from the trees and into the open fields of Willowcrest, the village seemed to glow with a newfound vibrancy. The colors of the gardens appeared richer, the air sweeter, as if the village itself had been touched by the magic of the forest. The villagers gathered around as Anya shared her tale, the pendant shimmering in the sunlight. She spoke not only of the magic of the whispering woods, but of the importance of listening to the world around them, of nurturing the bond between people and nature. Her words were a melody of hope, a song that inspired others to seek their own connections with the world, a symphony of understanding that resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, the heart of verdance became a beacon of harmony for Willowcrest. The villagers tended to their gardens with renewed care, planting seeds not only in the soil, but in their hearts. Anya continued to share her stories, now imbued with the wisdom of the forest, tales that inspired others to seek their own connections with the world. And so, In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Anya found not only a magical object, but a path to understanding, a journey that transformed her heart and the hearts of those around her. The forest's whispers became a song of unity, a melody that would echo through the ages, reminding all who listened of the beauty that lay in harmony with the earth. As the sun set over Willowcrest, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Anya sat by her window, the heart of Verdance aglow in the fading light. She smiled, knowing that the magic of the forest lived on in the hearts of those who dared to listen, who cherished the bond between themselves and the nature that cradled them. Anya's grandmother watched with pride, her eyes sparkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found your own path, dear Anya," she said, her voice a gentle echo of the forest's song. "And in doing so, you've shown us all the way." In that quiet moment, as the stars began to twinkle above, the world seemed to sigh in contentment, wrapped in the warmth of understanding and the gentle promise of tomorrow's dawn. The village of Willowcrest, nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, became a symphony of life, a haven of unity where the whispers of the woods were a melody of hope, a song that sang of the beauty of the world and the harmony of existence. Yet Anya's journey was far from over. With the heart of Verdance, she was compelled to explore beyond the borders of Willowcrest. The whispers of the forest hinted at other places of magic, where nature and humanity shared a profound connection. Her heart yearned to see these places, to learn from them, and perhaps bring back stories that would enrich her village even further. Before she set out, Anya spent one last evening in her favorite spot by the village stream. The water's gentle babble was a familiar lullaby, and she closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze brush against her cheeks. She thought of the lessons she'd learned, the bond with the forest, and the gentle guidance of the deer. Her heart was full, yet open, ready to embrace the unknown. In the morning light, with her grandmother's blessing and the village's hopes in her heart, Anya set forth on a new adventure. The heart of Verdance gleamed like a beacon of promise against her chest, a reminder of her connection to the world and the stories yet to be discovered. Willowcrest watched her go, knowing that while Anya was their own, she was also a part of something much larger. Her journey would continue to weave the tale of understanding, a narrative that would forever bind the village with the magic of the whispering woods and beyond. As Anya journeyed forth, she discovered a world rich with diversity and enchantment. Her path led her to the sprawling fields of golden grains that whispered tales of the wind, to the towering mountains where ancient eagles soared, their cries echoing the stories of the sky. Each place she visited shared its own song, its own melody of life, and Anya listened with an open heart, her spirit dancing to the rhythm of the world. She learned from the people she met, each encounter a thread that wove into the tapestry of her journey. An elder from a distant village taught her the language of the stars, their patterns a map of time. A child by the sea shared the secrets of the tides, their ebb and flow a lesson in patience and change. Everywhere Anya went, she found wisdom and wonder, and she carried these gifts with her, stories that would one day enrich the hearts of her village. And so, in the gentle embrace of a new dawn, Anya began a journey that was both an ending and a beginning, a testament to the unending cycle of discovery, the beauty of nature, and the enduring power of a story well told. Story 5. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle-hearted young boy named Oliver. Each day in Willowbrook was a symphony of colors and sounds, where the air carried the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the sky was a canvas painted with the softest hues of blue and gold. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, their chimneys puffing out tendrils of smoke that curled lazily into the crisp morning air. This vibrant backdrop was the perfect setting for Oliver's insatiable curiosity, his spirit as vast as the horizon itself. Oliver, with his sandy hair and eyes as clear as the summer skies, was a familiar face throughout the village. Known for his endless questions, he was always eager to unravel the mysteries of the world around him. His laughter was a melody that harmonized with the village's rhythm, and his kindness was as boundless as the sky above. Despite his youth, there was a wisdom in his gaze, a depth that spoke of a soul eager to explore life's mysteries. His mother often watched him with a tender smile, aware that his heart was as generous as it was curious. Her voice was like a warm embrace, enveloping those around her in comfort. Oliver's father, a thoughtful man with hands calloused from years of toiling the land, often shared tales of his own childhood adventures, sparking Oliver's dreams and aspirations. His voice carried the timbre of old oaks, steady and enduring, filling their home with history and continuity. The villagers adored Oliver, not just for his infectious enthusiasm, but for the way he saw the world with eyes wide open, always ready to uncover its hidden truths. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced like golden confetti in the breeze, and the sun cast a warm, golden glow over the village, Oliver felt an irresistible urge to explore. The air was rich with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the soft crunch underfoot was a symphony of the season. His destination was the attic of his old family home, a place shrouded in mystery and filled with the echoes of bygone days. The attic was a labyrinth of forgotten memories. Dusty books lined the shelves, their spines cracked and worn, while forgotten toys lay scattered, shadows of laughter long past. Each item whispered its own story, and Oliver was determined to listen to them all. As he rummaged through the treasures, the dim light filtering through a small, round window painted the room in a sepia glow, adding an air of enchantment to the dusty relics. Amidst this sea of nostalgia, Oliver's fingers brushed against something peculiar, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own, even in the dim light. The wood was smooth and cool to the touch, and Oliver felt a thrill of excitement as he gently lifted the lid, revealing a delicate, shimmering compass inside. Unlike any compass he had seen before, this one had no numbers or letters, just a single luminescent needle that spun lazily before settling in a direction that made Oliver's heart flutter with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Oliver, this was no ordinary compass. It was the compass of whispers, a magical artifact that pointed not to north or south, but to the heart's truest desires and the paths one must take to find them. With a heart full of wonder, Oliver felt an inexplicable draw to follow where the compass led. He packed a small satchel with essentials, some bread, an apple, and his favorite book of poems, and set off on a journey that promised discovery and wonder. As he stepped out of his home, the compass gleamed brightly, guiding him towards the edge of the village and into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods was a place of enchantment, where towering trees swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets to those who would listen. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle chirping of birds created a melodious backdrop to Oliver's footsteps. Each step he took was accompanied by the soft rustling of leaves and the distant babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony of nature that soothed and invigorated him. As Oliver journeyed deeper into the woods, he encountered scenes that filled his heart with awe. A family of deer grazing quietly in a sun-dappled glade, their coats gleaming like polished bronze in the afternoon light. A cascade of vibrant autumn leaves falling like rain, each one a fiery burst of color against the clear azure sky. The world around him felt alive, vibrant, every moment a brushstroke on the canvas of his adventure. It was here, amidst the serenity of the forest, that Oliver encountered his first helper, a wise old turtle named Terence. Terence had a shell that glistened like emeralds in the dappled sunlight and eyes that twinkled with ancient wisdom. His presence was calming, and his slow, deliberate movements exuded a sense of timelessness. "Young traveler," Terence greeted Oliver with a slow, deliberate nod, "what brings you to the Whispering Woods?" His voice was deep and resonant, like the echo of a distant drum. Oliver showed Terence the compass and explained his quest, his voice a blend of excitement and curiosity. Terence listened patiently, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his beak. His eyes, pools of understanding, seemed to see beyond the surface of things. "This compass," Terence said, his voice as steady as the earth beneath them, "will lead you to places where your heart can grow and learn. But remember, true wisdom often hides in the simplest of things. Open your heart and listen to the whispers around you." With Terence's words echoing in his mind, Oliver continued his journey. the compass guiding him deeper into the woods. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of amber and rose, Oliver arrived at a clearing where a gentle stream flowed serenely. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors in the sky above, and the soft melody of its flow was a soothing balm to Oliver's spirit. By the stream sat a fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves and eyes like molten gold. Her presence was elegant and serene, and Oliver was immediately drawn to her. "Greetings, young adventurer," the fox said, her voice smooth and melodic like the soft hum of a lullaby. "I am Felicity, and I have been expecting you." Oliver was taken aback. "Expecting me?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Felicity replied with a soft chuckle that was like the tinkling of distant bells. "The winds have whispered of your coming. Here by this stream you will find that which you seek." Oliver sat by the stream, watching as the water danced over smooth stones, the melody of its flow soothing his spirit. As he gazed into the water, he noticed something extraordinary. The reflection in the stream shimmered and shifted, revealing not only his own face but also an endless expanse of possibilities, dreams he had yet to dream, paths he had yet to walk. It was then that Oliver understood the compass's true purpose. It wasn't merely guiding him to a physical place, but to a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. The compass was a mirror of his soul, reflecting the hidden desires and dreams that lay within. He realized that the journey was not about reaching a destination, but about embracing the wonders along the way. With newfound clarity, Oliver thanked Felicity, who nodded knowingly, her eyes twinkling with a depth of understanding. As Oliver retraced his steps back to the village, the journey felt different, as if the woods themselves had opened up to him, sharing their ancient stories and secrets. The trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers more audible, and the birds' songs more vibrant. As he neared the village, Oliver encountered an elderly man, a traveler who had lost his way. The man was weary, his clothes tattered, and his eyes shadowed with fatigue. Oliver, with his heart full of newfound wisdom, offered the man his bread and apple, and together they shared a simple meal beneath the canopy of the forest. As they ate, the man shared tales of distant lands and forgotten kingdoms, stories that made Oliver's heart race with the thrill of adventure, yet also taught him the value of home and the warmth of familiar hearths. When Oliver returned to Willowbrook, he was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of his beloved village. Yet, everything seemed brighter, more vibrant, as if he was seeing it all for the first time. The village's cobblestone paths seemed to glisten under the setting sun, and the laughter of children playing in the streets was a melody that resonated with his newfound wisdom. He carried with him not just the compass, but a heart full of wisdom and a spirit alight with wonder. The journey had changed him, and he now viewed his world with eyes that saw beyond the surface, appreciating the beauty in the simple, everyday moments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and indigo, Oliver's family gathered around the fireplace, eager to hear of his adventures. His mother, with her warm smile and gentle eyes, listened intently as Oliver recounted his encounters with Terence and Felicity, the magical compass, and the wisdom he had gained. His father, seated comfortably in his worn armchair, nodded thoughtfully, pride gleaming in his eyes. "You've discovered something truly remarkable, Oliver," he said, his voice a blend of admiration and love. "The compass was not just a guide through the woods, but a guide to your own heart." And so, Oliver's journey became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, a gentle reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary discoveries lie within the simplest of things, and the true magic of a journey is found not in the destination, but in the moments of friendship and wisdom along the way. The villagers would gather by the warmth of the fireplace, eager to hear Oliver recount his adventure, his voice weaving a tapestry of laughter, kindness, and the gentle lessons whispered to him by the world. As the years passed, Oliver's story was passed down through generations, a beacon of light and hope in the hearts of those who listened. It became a part of Willowbrook's legacy, ensuring that the magic of discovery and the beauty of a journey would forever remain alive in the hearts of Willowbrook's children. And every time the story of Oliver and his magical compass was told, it was with the same curiosity and wonder that had guided him on his path. a timeless reminder that the greatest adventures are often found within. Story 6. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled within the embrace of an ancient whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Arya. Arya was a young woman with hair as dark as the midnight sky and eyes that sparkled like stars caught in morning dew. She was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she often felt an unsettling restlessness within her, like a bird trapped in a cage of her own making. Arya's village was a place of timeless beauty, where the seasons danced gracefully from one to the next, painting the landscape with vibrant hues and soft whispers of wind. The villagers were kind and content, living harmoniously with nature and each other. Yet, despite the serenity that surrounded her, Arya struggled with the inevitability of change. She feared the unknown paths that life might lead her down, preferring the comfort of the familiar. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Arya found herself wandering along the edge of the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, her senses were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. It was in this moment that she noticed a peculiar glimmer through the trees, a light that seemed to beckon her forward. Driven by curiosity, Arya followed the shimmering light deeper into the heart of the forest. The path was soft beneath her feet, cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves. The trees, ancient and wise, stood like silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets of the ages. As she ventured further, the light grew brighter, until she found herself standing before a small, crystal-clear pond. The pond was unlike any she had seen before. Its waters were still and perfectly mirrored the night sky, creating an illusion of endless space. Floating above the surface was a delicate orb of light, pulsing gently with a soothing, rhythmic glow. Mesmerized, Arya reached out to touch it, and as her fingers brushed against its surface, a warm sensation spread through her, filling her with an unfamiliar yet comforting presence. Suddenly, the orb burst into a cascade of shimmering sparks, and from its center emerged a figure. It was a small creature, a sprite with wings that glistened like the surface of the pond. The sprite's eyes were kind and wise, and its voice, when it spoke, was like the tinkling of bells. "Fear not, dear Arya," the sprite said, "for I am Lyra, keeper of the Pond of Transformation. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of inner growth. The path may be uncertain, but know that you are never alone." Arya listened, her heart a mixture of trepidation and intrigue. "But I am afraid of change," she confessed, "of losing what I know, of facing the unknown." Lyra fluttered closer, her wings casting a gentle breeze. "Change is the essence of life, dear one. It is through change that we discover who we truly are. Embrace it, and you will find strength and wisdom beyond measure." With these words, Lyra touched Arya's forehead, and a soft light enveloped her. In that moment, Arya felt a shift within her, as if a door had opened, revealing a path she had never noticed before. Over the days and weeks that followed, Arya's life began to transform in subtle, magical ways. Each morning she awoke to find a new gift awaiting her. One day it was a feather, light as a whisper, that reminded her of the importance of letting go. Another day it was a stone, smooth and cool, teaching her the value of staying grounded amidst the storms of life. Her journey was not one she walked alone. Along the way she found companions in the most unexpected places. There was Rowan, the wise old owl who nested in the tallest tree, always ready with a story and a lesson hidden within his words. And then there was Hazel, the gentle deer, who showed her the beauty of quiet strength and grace. Through her interactions with her newfound friends and the magical gifts she received, Arya began to understand the true meaning of change. She saw that it was not something to be feared, but rather embraced as an opportunity for personal growth and discovery. Each experience, whether joyful or challenging, was a stepping stone along her path. One evening, as Arya stood once more by the pond, she looked into its depths and saw her reflection staring back at her. Yet, it was not the same reflection she had always seen. Her eyes now held a depth of understanding, and her heart was filled with a newfound courage. Lyra appeared beside her once more, her presence a comforting light in the gathering twilight. "You have grown, dear Arya," she said gently. "You have learned to dance with change, to see it as a friend rather than a foe." Arya smiled, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Lyra, for showing me the way," she said softly. "I have learned that it is through change that we truly discover ourselves." As she spoke, the pond shimmered with 1,000 tiny lights, a celebration of her journey and the transformations she had embraced. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. With a final, grateful glance at the pond and the friends she had made, Arya turned back toward her village. The path ahead was still unknown, but she no longer feared it. Instead, she embraced it with an open heart, ready for whatever adventures awaited her. And so, Arya returned to her village, a gentle smile playing upon her lips, her heart light and free. She knew that change was a constant companion, but it was one she welcomed with open arms, for it had led her to discover the beauty and strength within herself. And in the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered its timeless lullaby, Arya drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the journey yet to come. And so, dear reader, remember that change is not the end, but the beginning of a new chapter. Embrace it, and you too will find the magic within. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the winding trails and listening to the whispering leaves as they danced in the gentle breeze. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow was gathering wildflowers in a sunlit meadow, something caught her eye, a peculiar acorn, gleaming with an otherworldly shimmer. Curiosity piqued. She picked it up and cradled it in her palm, marveling at its iridescent hues. Suddenly the acorn began to tremble, and before Willow could blink, it transformed into a tiny, wizened old man with a long silver beard and twinkling eyes. "Greetings, my dear," he said in a voice as soft as the rustling of pages. "I am Oak, a guardian of these ancient woods." Willow, stunned yet unafraid, listened intently as Oak explained that he was one of many keepers who watched over the forest's secrets. The acorn she had found was a vessel of magic, a portal to a wondrous realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. Oak sensed a pure heart within Willow and offered her a remarkable gift, the chance to embark on a journey through this enchanted world, guided by wise and whimsical companions. Though apprehensive, Willow's yearning for adventure overcame her hesitation, and she agreed to Oak's proposal. With a wave of his tiny hand, Oak opened a shimmering doorway within the hollow of an ancient oak tree. Willow stepped through, and her world transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds unlike anything she had ever known. Her first companion was a playful sprite named Zephyr, whose gossamer wings trailed sparkling stardust. Zephyr's infectious laughter and mischievous antics instantly put Willow at ease as they ventured deeper into the mystical realm. Next, they encountered Rosetta, a gentle doe with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that shone with ancient wisdom. Rosetta's soothing presence and sage counsel would prove invaluable on the journey ahead. As they traversed winding paths and traversed shimmering streams, Willow and her newfound friends faced many wonders and challenges. In a crystalline glade, they befriended a family of giggling pixies who taught them the secret language of the flowers. In a misty valley, they solved a riddle posed by a tribe of enigmatic fairies, unlocking the path to a hidden waterfall that shimmered like liquid diamonds. Yet their greatest test arose when they stumbled upon a gloomy swamp, shrouded in a heavy pall of sadness. Here they discovered a sorrowful spirit named Miru, whose tears had fueled the swamp's gloom for centuries. Miru's tale was one of lost love and broken promises, and her despair had poisoned the land around her. Willow realized that brute force would only deepen Miru's anguish. Instead, she called upon the wisdom of her companions and the magic within her own heart. With Zephyr's laughter echoing like a balm, Rosetta's gentle nuzzles, and Willow's unwavering compassion, they slowly coaxed Miru's smile back to the surface. As her sorrow melted away, the swamp transformed into a vibrant meadow, alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of wildflowers. Miru, her spirit renewed, embraced Willow with gratitude and joined their company, her radiant joy lighting their path forward. As their journey neared its end, Oak appeared once more, beaming with pride at Willow's growth. He revealed that the true magic had been within her all along, the power of kindness, empathy, and the courage to face challenges with an open heart. Willow bid farewell to her companions with a bittersweet smile, knowing that their memories would forever remain etched in her soul. As she stepped back through the oak tree's portal, she carried with her the most precious of gifts, a deeper understanding of herself and the wonders that lie beyond the veil of the ordinary. From that day forward, Willow walked through life with a newfound appreciation for the magic that surrounds us all, her heart forever intertwined with the enchanted realm and the friends who had shown her the way. Story 8. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest where the sky's azure canopy bent down to kiss the earth, there existed a place untouched by the haste of time, a place where whispers of the past mingled with the breath of the present. This forest was known to the few who ventured near its borders as the Sylvan Haven, a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like the delicate mist of dawn. In this enchanting woodland, every tree, leaf, and creature lived in harmonious balance, their lives intertwined in a symphony orchestrated by the gentle hand of nature herself. The forest danced to the rhythms of the seasons, each transition a magical phenomenon that painted the landscape with hues of wonder and tranquility. Amidst this lush tapestry of life, there dwelled a wise old tortoise named Bramble. His shell was a mosaic of earth tones, etched with the lines of countless years, each groove a story waiting to be told. Bramble was known far and wide among the forest creatures for his gentle heart and profound wisdom. He spent his days wandering the forest paths, his slow but steady gait a reminder that life's journey is to be savored, not rushed. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was scented with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the sun's golden rays filtered through the canopy like liquid honey, Bramble received a visit from a young squirrel named Pip. Pip's fur was a lively russet, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of youth. He scampered up to Bramble with a flurry of excitement, his tiny paws barely making a sound on the soft forest floor. "Bramble, Bramble," Pip chattered, his voice a bright melody in the serene morning. "The acorns are disappearing from the oak grove, and I can't find enough to store for the winter. What should I do?" Bramble paused in his ambling, his dark eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "Ah, young Pip," he began, his voice as smooth and warm as the autumn breeze. "The forest speaks in many ways, and sometimes the answers we seek lie in listening to its whispers." Pip tilted his head, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. "Listening to the forest? How do I do that?" Bramble chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Come, let us walk together and see what the forest has to share," he said, turning to lead the way with his deliberate steps. As they ventured deeper into the heart of Sylvan Haven, the forest unfolded around them like an ancient tome filled with secrets. The towering oaks stood as guardians, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, leaves whispering tales of seasons past. Birds sang their lilting songs from high above, their melodies weaving through the air like threads of silk. Bramble guided Pip to a clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold upon the earth. There, a regal stag stood amidst a carpet of vibrant moss, his antlers crowned with the leaves of the season. The stag raised his noble head to acknowledge the newcomers, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Greetings, Bramble," the stag rumbled, his voice deep and resonant like the heart of the forest. "What brings you and young Pip to this sacred glade?" Pip, with his heart beating fast with awe, replied before Bramble could speak. "I'm trying to find out why the acorns are disappearing. I need them for the winter." The stag nodded sagely, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air. "The forest is ever changing, young one. The acorns have been gathered by others who seek to survive the cold months. Yet fear not, for the forest provides for all who dwell within it." Bramble nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Pip, the forest is a tapestry of life where each creature has its role. Trust in the balance and listen to the wisdom passed down through the roots and branches." Pip pondered this as they continued their walk, the forest revealing its secrets in the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of streams. As they neared the edge of the grove, they came upon a patch of mushrooms, their caps glistening with dew like tiny lanterns in the shadowed undergrowth. Bramble stopped, a twinkle in his eye. "Look here, Pip. These mushrooms have sprung up because of the recent rains. Nature provides in many forms. Perhaps these can be a part of your winter preparations as well. Pip's eyes widened with delight as he realized the truth in Bramble's words. The forest, with its boundless generosity, had indeed offered him an unexpected gift. He gathered the mushrooms carefully, thanking Bramble and the stag for their guidance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Pip returned to his cozy nest high in the branches of an ancient oak. He arranged his newfound treasures, feeling a deep sense of contentment and gratitude. That night, as the forest settled into the soothing embrace of twilight, Bramble found his resting place beneath the stars. He watched as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the land, illuminating the interconnected web of life that thrived within Sylvan Haven. And in the gentle rustle of the leaves, he heard the forest's eternal whisper, a song of balance and harmony that would continue to guide those who listened with open hearts. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, the creatures of Sylvan Haven slept peacefully, cradled by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle promise of a new dawn. Story 9. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of quaint cottages, there existed a legend whispered among the townsfolk. It was said that deep within the ancient woods, beyond where the tallest oaks swayed and the babbling brook sang its endless tune, there lay a hidden world, one untouched by time and filled with wonders unseen. This world, according to the elders, was accessible only to those possessing the heart of a true seeker, and a magical object known as the enchanted compass. Our story begins on a crisp autumn morning when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was a brilliant canvas of orange and gold. A young girl named Mira, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes like emeralds, sat on the stone steps of her grandmother's cottage, weaving tales of adventure in her mind. Mira had always been a dreamer, her imagination as boundless as the horizon, but she longed for an adventure of her own, one that would take her beyond the familiar sights and sounds of Willowbrook. As she sat, her fingers idly tracing patterns on the cool stone, her grandmother emerged from the cottage, carrying a small ornate box. "Mira, my dear," she called in a voice as warm as honeyed tea, "come here, I have something to show you." Mira bounded over, curiosity piqued. Her grandmother, a wise woman whose eyes twinkled with secrets, opened the box to reveal a compass unlike any Mira had ever seen. Its face was adorned with swirling constellations that shimmered in the light, and its needle spun slowly, seemingly of its own accord. "This," her grandmother began, "is the enchanted compass. It belonged to your grandfather, a seeker of hidden truths and lost worlds. It is said to guide those with a brave heart to places unseen and adventures untold." Mira's heart fluttered with excitement. "Can I use it, grandmother? Can I go on an adventure?" Her grandmother smiled, a knowing glint in her eye. "The compass will only work for those who truly seek. If your heart is set on the journey, it will guide you." With the compass cradled in her hands, Mira felt a newfound determination blossom within her. She knew that her journey lay beyond the familiar borders of her village, and so, with a farewell kiss from her grandmother and the compass safely tucked in her satchel, she set off towards the ancient woods. The path into the forest was marked by towering trees that whispered secrets in the wind. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. As Mira walked, the compass in her satchel seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest. Hours passed, and the forest grew denser, the air cooler. Mira's steps were light, her heart buoyed by anticipation. It was then that she heard it, a soft, melodic humming, like the song of a distant flute carried on the breeze. Intrigued, she followed the sound, the compass needle spinning faster now, pointing towards a small clearing. There, amidst a ring of ancient stones, stood an extraordinary sight, a shimmering portal, its surface rippling like water under the moonlight. Mira's breath caught in her throat. This was the entrance to the hidden world. She was certain of it. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, she stepped forward, the compass guiding her through. As she crossed the threshold, the world around her transformed. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of laughter echoed through the trees. It was a realm of vibrant colors and endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred. Mira soon discovered that this world was home to creatures of every kind, talking animals, enchanted beings, and plants that sang as they swayed. Among them, a curious fox named Finn approached. His fur was a vibrant russet, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. "Ah, a new traveler," Finn said, his voice playful yet kind. "What brings you to these enchanted lands?" Mira, taken aback by the talking fox, quickly gathered her wits. "I'm following the guidance of the enchanted compass," she replied. "I'm seeking adventure and, perhaps, a little magic." Finn chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Then you've come to the right place. But beware, for this world holds mysteries that even the bravest have yet to unravel." With Finn as her companion, Mira embarked on a journey through this hidden realm. They ventured through meadows where butterflies painted the air in hues of gold and blue, past rivers that flowed with water as clear as crystal, and under skies that shifted from dawn to dusk in mere moments. As the days passed, Mira and Finn grew close, their friendship blossoming amidst the wonders of the enchanted world. They laughed at the antics of the playful sprites that danced in the moonlight and marveled at the wisdom of the ancient trees that shared stories of the past. Yet, amidst the beauty, there was a mystery that lingered, a legend of a lost city said to hold the secrets of the universe. It was said that only those with the courage to look beyond the ordinary could find it. Driven by curiosity and the promise of discovery, Mira and Finn decided to seek out this city. The compass, ever their guide, led them to the edge of a vast desert, its sands shimmering under a blazing sun. The journey across the desert tested their resolve. The days were scorching, the nights bitterly cold. But through it all, they supported each other, their bond strengthening with each step. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the entrance to the lost city. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, with towers of crystal that caught the light and reflected it in 1,000 colors. As they wandered through its streets, they felt a profound sense of peace and wonder. It was here, in the heart of the city, that Mira found what she had been seeking all along. Not just adventure, but a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. The city, with its timeless wisdom, taught her that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the friendships we forge and the courage we show in the face of the unknown. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and the compass ever at her side, Mira returned to Willowbrook, her journey complete. She was greeted with open arms by her grandmother, who listened with pride as Mira recounted her adventures. From that day on, Mira knew that the magic of the enchanted compass was not just in guiding her to hidden worlds, but in revealing the hidden depths within herself. And as she sat by the fire, the soft crackling of the flames a comforting lullaby, she knew that her story was just one of many to be told, each a thread in the tapestry of the world's endless wonders. And so, with the stars twinkling above and the gentle night breeze singing through the trees, Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 10. In a distant galaxy, where the shimmering stars danced like flickering fireflies on a soft summer night, there was a small, vibrant planet named Lyra. Its skies were painted with hues of lavender and gold, and its fields were a lush tapestry of emerald greens and sapphire blues. The air was perfumed with the scent of blooming starflowers, which opened their petals at dusk, filling the atmosphere with a gentle, sweet aroma. On this planet lived a young Lyran named Nira, a creature with soft, iridescent skin that glimmered under the twin moons of her home. Nira had eyes like polished amethysts, full of curiosity and kindness, and her heart was a beacon of warmth to all who met her. Nira often spent her days wandering the fields and forests, tending to the starflowers and listening to the harmonious songs of the wind. One evening, as the sky deepened into a velvet twilight, a sudden streak of light disrupted the serene horizon. It was a spacecraft, spiraling through the atmosphere like a comet and landing with a gentle thud in a nearby meadow. Nira watched with wide eyes, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The craft's door opened with a quiet hiss, revealing a peculiar being unlike any Nira had ever seen. He was tall and slender, with scales that shimmered like liquid silver and eyes that glowed with a soft, azure light. He was a Drenian named Kiro from the planet Drina, a world of vast oceans and endless skies. Kiro had been on an exploration mission when his vessel was caught in a sudden cosmic storm, forcing him to land on Lyra. Nira approached cautiously, her steps as light as the breeze. "Hello," she called, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you hurt?" Kiro turned, his gaze meeting hers. "I am not hurt," he replied, his voice a soothing melody tinged with relief. "But my ship, it needs repairs." Nira nodded, sensing the undercurrents of worry in Kiro's tone. "I can help," she offered, her smile warm and inviting. "My friends in the village are skilled in many things. Together we can fix your ship." Kiro hesitated, his pride whispering caution, but the sincerity in Nira's eyes melted away his reservations. "Thank you," he said softly. As they walked towards the village, the path was lit by the gentle glow of bioluminescent flowers, casting a serene light upon their unlikely companionship. Nira spoke of her world, the beauty and harmony that flourished in every corner, while Kiro shared tales of his oceanic home, where the waves sang lullabies under the watchful gaze of 3 moons. Upon reaching the village, Nira introduced Kiro to her friends, a collection of Lyrans who welcomed him with open arms and curious smiles. Together they examined the damaged ship, their hands working in unison as laughter and stories wove through their efforts like threads of a shared tapestry. But as the days passed, subtle misunderstandings began to surface. The Drinian way of communication, with its nuanced gestures and silences, occasionally clashed with the open, expressive nature of the Lyrans. Kiro, used to the solitude of the seas, found the constant chatter overwhelming, while Nira sometimes mistook his quiet contemplation for aloofness. One afternoon, while gathering materials in the forest, a misunderstanding arose. Kiro, preferring solitude for a moment of reflection, inadvertently offended Nira, who had always believed in the strength of togetherness. Hurt and confusion lingered in the air like an unspoken shadow. Sensing the tension, Nira took a deep breath, her heart urging her towards understanding rather than judgment. "Kiro," she began gently, "I've noticed you seek quiet more than we do. Is it something I've done?" Kiro looked up, his eyes softening with gratitude. "No, Nira," he replied, his voice a gentle wave. "It's just, my home is filled with silence, a place where thoughts drift like currents. Here, I'm learning the beauty of spoken words, but sometimes I need a moment to adjust." Nira nodded, her amethyst eyes reflecting empathy and warmth. "I understand. We're different, but that's what makes this friendship special. Let's learn from each other." And so they did. Nira learned the art of quiet contemplation, finding peace in the moments between words, while Kiro embraced the vibrant exchanges that filled the village with life. Their bond grew stronger, rooted in mutual respect and understanding. As they worked together to repair the ship, they faced shared challenges that tested their newfound friendship. A storm swept through the village, threatening their progress and the delicate balance of their world. But through teamwork and trust, they weathered the storm, their spirits united against the tempest. One night, as the sky cleared and the stars returned to their rightful place, Nira and Kiro found themselves sitting by the edge of a serene lake. The water mirrored the heavens, a perfect reflection of infinite beauty. "Kiro," Nira said softly, her voice a gentle murmur against the night, "do you ever wonder why we met?" Kiro nodded, his gaze fixed on the shimmering water. "I believe it was fate," he replied, a soft smile playing on his lips. "We were meant to learn from each other, to grow and become better than we were alone." Nira smiled, her heart swelling with warmth and gratitude. "I'm glad we met," she said, her voice a whisper of sincerity. As the days turned into weeks, and the ship was finally ready to take flight, Kiro prepared to leave, his heart heavy with the bittersweet blend of farewell and gratitude. The village gathered to wish him well, their eyes filled with tears and smiles, a testament to the friendships that had blossomed. "Nira," Kiro said, his voice steady but filled with emotion, "thank you for everything. You've taught me the beauty of companionship and the strength found in differences." Nira hugged him tightly, her iridescent skin shimmering under the rising sun. "And you've shown me the value of stillness and reflection," she replied, her voice thick with emotion. "You'll always have a place here, among the starflowers." With a final wave, Kiro boarded his ship, the engines humming to life with a soft, melodic purr. As the craft ascended, Nira watched until it was a mere speck in the vast sky, her heart full of hope and a newfound understanding of what it meant to be a true friend. As the seasons changed and the stars continued their eternal dance, the tale of Nira and Kiro became a cherished story among the Lyrans, a reminder of the power of friendship and the beauty found in embracing differences. And in the quiet moments by the lake, Nira would often gaze up at the stars, knowing that somewhere out there, Kiro was doing the same, their hearts forever connected across the vast tapestry of the universe. And so, under the gentle embrace of the twin moons, the world of Lyra continued to bloom with harmony and peace, its inhabitants forever touched by the unlikely friendship that had bridged the stars. Story 11. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet expanse of space, lay a small, bustling planet known as Zephyria. It was a world of lush emerald forests, cerulean seas, and skies that shimmered with iridescent hues at dawn and dusk. On this vibrant planet lived a gentle creature named Leora, with skin as soft as willow leaves and eyes that reflected the glimmering constellations above. Leora was known for her kindness and a remarkable gift. She could hear the whispers of the winds, understanding the secrets they carried. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on the arid, copper-hued planet of Zarnath, there resided a being named Thane. Thane was of a species known as the Stone Lords, with a sturdy, rock-like exterior and a hearty laugh that could echo through the deepest caverns. He was a creature of few words, more accustomed to the solitude of the underground caves than the company of others. The two might never have met had it not been for a cosmic event that drew beings from across the galaxy to one location, the Great Convergence. It was an astral phenomenon where energies aligned to create a spectacular celestial dance, visible from any planet. Visitors from every corner of the universe gathered on Zephyria to witness the event, and among them were Leora and Thane. Their meeting was anything but smooth. Leora, unused to the bustling crowds, found herself overwhelmed and retreated to the quieter edges of the gathering. It was there she stumbled upon Thane, who had accidentally wandered away from his group, intrigued by the gentle hum of Zephyria's earth beneath his feet. At first, there was only silence between them, punctuated by the distant murmur of the crowd and the soft rustle of leaves. Leora, with her heart attuned to the subtlety of the winds, felt a curious pull towards the unfamiliar visitor. She approached cautiously, her voice as tender as a breeze. "Hello," she said softly. "The winds tell me you're far from home." Thane turned, his eyes gleaming like polished stones. "I am," he replied, his voice a deep rumble. "This place, it sings." Leora nodded, understanding the language of the earth. "Zephyria has many songs. Perhaps I can help you hear them." And so began an unlikely companionship, born from a shared appreciation of the natural world. Yet, as often happens with those from different worlds, misunderstandings were inevitable. Leora, in her eagerness to share her planet's beauty, often spoke in metaphors that Thane found puzzling. Thane, on the other hand, expressed himself through actions rather than words, occasionally leading to moments of confusion. One evening, as they sat by a tranquil lake under the canopy of stars, Leora spoke of a particularly beautiful breeze, describing it as a gentle caress of the universe. Thane, unfamiliar with such poetic expressions, furrowed his brow. "The universe touches," he questioned, trying to grasp the meaning. Leora laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Not literally, my friend. It's a way of saying it feels special, like a comforting presence." Thane nodded slowly, beginning to understand. "Ah, like when the earth is warm beneath one's feet. It speaks without words." "Exactly," Leora smiled, her heart warmed by his understanding. Their journey was not without challenges. As the Great Convergence approached its peak, a sudden cosmic storm threatened to disrupt the event. The winds howled in warning, and dark clouds gathered, crackling with energy. Many visitors panicked, unsure of what to do. Leora, feeling the distress of her planet, knew she had to act. She turned to Thane, her eyes filled with determination. "We must calm the storm," she said, her voice steady. "But I can't do it alone." Thane stood firm, his presence a reassuring anchor amidst the chaos. "Then we shall do it together," he declared, his voice as solid as the rocks he called home. Together, they ventured to the heart of the storm. Leora listened intently to the winds, her senses attuned to their cries. "They are frightened, confused," she explained. "We must show them peace." Thane, drawing upon the strength of his kind, began to hum a deep, resonant melody, a song of the earth that vibrated through the ground and into the air. Leora joined him, weaving her own melody, light and ethereal, into his. Their combined harmony spread outwards, a soothing balm that reached the storm's core. Slowly, the winds began to calm, the clouds dissipating as if lulled to rest by their song. The skies cleared, revealing the breathtaking splendor of the great convergence, a dance of colors and light that painted the heavens in wondrous hues. As the celestial display unfolded, Leora and Thane stood side by side, their hearts united in shared triumph. They had learned to understand each other, to blend their strengths in a way that was both powerful and gentle. In the days that followed, as visitors returned to their own worlds, Leora and Thane remained friends, forever changed by their experience. They had discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that transcended words and appearances, founded on trust, understanding, and the courage to face the unknown together. And so, in the warmth of their companionship, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, they found a sense of home in each other's presence, a reminder that even the most unlikely of companions can light the way through the vastness of the universe. In a stretch of the galaxy where the stars danced like silver fireflies across the ink-black sky, there lay a small, forgotten planet known to few but cherished by those who called it home. This was the planet of Melora, where the air hummed with the sweet scent of luminescent flowers and the gentle rustle of the breeze through the emerald canopy above. On Melora lived the gentle Melorans, beings of iridescent light and soft, flowing forms, their voices like the whisper of the ocean. In this tranquil world, the Melorans lived in harmony with their surroundings, their homes nestled seamlessly among the towering trees. One serene afternoon, as the twin suns began their descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and violet, a ship from the distant planet of Korthos landed softly upon Melora's lush surface. From this ship emerged a figure quite unlike the Melorans, a Korthian named Zin. Zin's skin was a deep royal blue, patterned with intricate, glowing lines that pulsed gently with each heartbeat. His eyes, a shimmering silver, scanned the new world with curiosity and a hint of trepidation. Zin had come to Melora seeking solace from the bustling, mechanical world of Korthos, where the hum of machines was as constant as the stars in the sky. Here he hoped to find peace and perhaps a friend amidst the tranquility. As Zin wandered through the forest, he soon came across a Meloran named Lyra. She was as curious about him as he was about her. Her form shimmered with a warm, golden light, and her presence seemed to calm the very air around them. "Greetings, traveler." Lyra's voice resonated softly, like a gentle stream flowing over smooth stones. "What brings you to our corner of the galaxy?" Zin hesitated, his initial response tangled in the wires of his guarded heart. "I seek a quiet place," he finally admitted, his voice as deep as the midnight sky. "A place where I might find something I feel I am missing." Lyra nodded, her light flickering with understanding. "You are welcome here, Zin of Korthos. Our world is open to those who come in peace." Despite their warm introduction, the days that followed were not without their challenges. Zin, accustomed to the structured, technology-driven life of Korthos, found himself perplexed by the Melorans' way of living, which was guided by intuition and a deep connection to nature. He often stumbled over simple tasks, misunderstanding the unspoken cues that were as natural to the Melorans as breathing. One evening, Zin tried to help with the harvesting of the radiant moonflowers, whose petals were used in the Melorans' healing rituals. Unfamiliar with their delicate nature, he accidentally crushed several blooms, leaving Lyra and the other Melorans dismayed. "I am sorry," Zin murmured, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his mistake. "I did not mean to harm your flowers." Lyra, seeing the genuine regret in his eyes, placed a gentle hand on his arm, her light enveloping him like a comforting embrace. "Mistakes are but steps on the path of learning, Zin. Come, let me show you how to harvest them with care." With patience and kindness, Lyra guided Zin through the process, teaching him to listen to the silent song of the flowers and to feel the rhythm of their world. Slowly, Zin began to understand, and in doing so, he found a sense of belonging he had not known he was searching for. As the days turned into weeks, Zin and Lyra grew closer, their friendship blossoming like the moonflowers under the gentle glow of the twin suns. They shared stories of their worlds, laughing at the differences and marveling at the similarities. Zin spoke of the towering cities of Korthos, where the sky was often hidden behind layers of steel and light, while Lyra described the endless beauty of Melora's landscapes, where each day was a new adventure. Their bond was tested further when a sudden storm swept across Melora, unlike any the Melorans had seen before. The winds howled and the skies darkened, threatening to uproot everything in their path. Panic spread among the Melorans, for they had never faced such ferocity. Zin, drawing on his knowledge from Korthos, where storms were common, stepped forward with a plan. "We must work together to protect your homes and the forest," he urged, his voice steady and calm. Lyra, trusting in Zin's wisdom, rallied the Melorans. With Zin's guidance, they reinforced their homes and safeguarded the precious flora that surrounded them. Throughout the long night, Zin and Lyra worked side by side, their efforts a testament to the strength of their friendship. When the storm finally passed, the Melorans emerged to find their world largely intact, saved by the quick thinking and cooperation of Zin and Lyra. Gratitude blossomed like a new dawn, and Zin was embraced not as a visitor, but as a member of their community. In the days that followed, Zin and Lyra took time to reflect on their journey together. They sat beneath the star-sprinkled sky, the cool night air carrying the gentle hum of the forest around them. "You have taught me much, Zin," Lyra said softly, her light twinkling like the stars above. "Not just about storms or your world, but about the strength that comes from understanding and standing by one another." Zin nodded, his heart full of warmth he had not felt before. "And you have shown me the beauty and simplicity, Lyra. I have found a friend in you, and through you, I have discovered a part of myself I never knew." Their friendship, born from misunderstandings and grown through shared challenges, had taught them both the true meaning of connection. In each other, they had found a mirror of their own strengths and vulnerabilities, and a testament to the power of friendship to bridge even the widest of galaxies. As the twin suns rose once more, casting their golden light across the tranquil land of Melora, Zin and Lyra knew that their bond would endure, a beacon of hope and companionship in a universe that was vast and ever-changing. And in their hearts they carried the knowledge that true friendship, like the stars above, could light even the darkest of nights. Story 13. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling green hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle boy named Oliver. The village was a place where time seemed to have paused, with cobblestone paths winding past cottages covered in ivy, and the air carrying the sweet scent of blooming lavender. It was in this serene setting that Oliver discovered something truly remarkable. One drizzly afternoon, as Oliver wandered through the village market, his eyes were drawn to a peculiar glimmer beneath an old wooden cart. Kneeling down, he found a small round mirror, not larger than his hand, with an ornate frame that seemed to twinkle in the dim light. It was unusual, for the mirror bore no reflection of the world around it. Instead, it shimmered with a gentle swirling mist of colors, as if it held within it an entire universe of its own. Curious and captivated, Oliver brought the mirror home to the cozy little cottage he shared with his grandmother. The cottage was always warm, with the smell of freshly baked bread wafting through the air and the comforting crackle of a wood-burning stove in the corner. That evening, as shadows lengthened and the glow of the hearth painted the room in shades of amber, Oliver sat by the fire, cradling the mirror in his hands. His grandmother, a wise woman with a heart full of stories, noticed the curious item. "What have you there, my dear?" she asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Oliver explained how he found the mirror and showed her its strange, misty surface. His grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue. "Ah, that is no ordinary mirror, Oliver. I have heard tales of such things, mirrors that reveal not just what is, but what could be. They say they hold the secrets of dreams and destinies." As they spoke, the mist within the mirror began to swirl more vividly, and before their eyes it cleared to reveal a scene, a path winding through an enchanted forest, lit by the soft glow of fireflies. Though the image was captivating, it held an air of mystery, as if inviting Oliver to embark on a journey. With his grandmother's gentle encouragement, Oliver decided to follow the call of the mirror. The next morning, he set off towards the edge of the village, where the thick woods began. The forest was alive with the sound of chirping crickets and the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that guided his steps deeper into the unknown. As Oliver ventured further, he encountered his first helper, a wise old owl named Soren, perched upon an ancient oak. Soren's feathers were as white as snow, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless stars. He spoke in a voice that was both gentle and profound, offering Oliver guidance. To find your way through the forest, you must listen not just with your ears, but with your heart, Soren advised, his words resonating like a melody. The forest will share its wisdom if you are willing to hear. With Soren's guidance, Oliver learned to attune himself to the subtle whispers of the woods. The rustling leaves seemed to sing songs of encouragement, and the babbling brook shared secrets in its gentle burble. As he journeyed on, Oliver met another companion, a mischievous squirrel named Pippin, with fur the color of cinnamon and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Pippin had an uncanny knack for finding hidden paths and shortcuts, which he gladly shared with Oliver. Sometimes, the quickest way forward is not the straightest path, Pippin chirped, darting through the underbrush with playful agility. Trust in the unexpected, and you may find what you seek. Together, Oliver, Soren, and Pippin navigated the forest, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. The forest seemed to come alive with their camaraderie, the trees swaying gently as if nodding in approval of their journey. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the air shimmered with a magical light. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with vines and flowers that glowed softly in the twilight. This was the destination the mirror had revealed, a place of wonder and enchantment. But there was a challenge that awaited them. The archway was guarded by a riddle inscribed in the stone. I am not seen but known, not heard but felt, not touched yet hold all moments still. What am I? Oliver pondered the riddle, feeling the weight of its words. It was a puzzle that required more than intellect. It required introspection and insight. He closed his eyes, letting the serenity of the forest fill his mind, and in that moment of stillness he found the answer. Time, he whispered, the realization dawning like the first light of dawn. Time is the answer. As his words echoed through the clearing, the vines on the archway glowed brighter, and the ancient stones began to hum with life. The archway opened, revealing a world beyond where dreams were woven into the very fabric of reality. With his faithful companions by his side, Oliver stepped through the archway. What lay beyond was a realm of endless possibilities, where the lessons he had learned from Soren and Pippin guided him. He understood now that wisdom, friendship, and a heart open to wonder were the keys to unlocking the extraordinary. When Oliver finally returned to his village, he carried with him not just the memories of his journey, but a newfound understanding of himself and the world around him. The mirror, once a mystery, now reflected the depth of his courage and kindness. And so, in the comforting glow of the village, where the stars twinkled like the eyes of old friends, Oliver's story became a cherished tale. It was a reminder that even the most ordinary of days could hold the promise of magic, and that every journey, no matter how small, had the power to transform. As the village settled into the embrace of night, a gentle breeze carried the whispers of Oliver's adventure to those who dreamed, leaving a trail of wonder in its wake. And in the heart of the cozy cottage, with the fire crackling softly, Oliver and his grandmother shared a quiet smile, knowing that sometimes the greatest treasures were found within. Story 14. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled gently within the embrace of rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on spring mornings, Leora was known for her curiosity and the quiet wisdom that seemed to echo from her very being. The village itself was a tapestry of old stone cottages, cobblestone paths, and gardens that bloomed with wildflowers in hues of violet, gold, and crimson. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and lavender. At the heart of the village stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old storyteller. It was under this tree that the villagers gathered for festivals and tales of days long past. Leora loved these gatherings, for they connected her to a past she felt deeply entwined with, though she did not yet fully understand why. One cool autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Leora's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul named Malus, beckoned her with a knowing smile. "Come, my dear," she said in a voice as soft as the fluttering leaves. "It's time you learned about the legacy that dances in your veins." Curious and eager, Leora followed Malus into their snug cottage, where a fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows upon the walls adorned with woven tapestries. Malus led her to a small chest carved with intricate patterns of oak leaves and swirling vines, a family heirloom passed down through generations. "Inside this chest," Malus began, her eyes glistening with memories, "lies the story of our ancestors, a gift of magic and wisdom that has been entrusted to us." With gentle hands, she opened the chest to reveal a collection of beautifully crafted artifacts. A polished wooden flute, a silver amulet shaped like the crescent moon, and a faded, hand-drawn map. Leora's fingers traced the flute's smooth surface, feeling a warmth that seemed to resonate from within. "This flute," Malus explained, "was crafted by your great-grandfather. Its melody has the power to soothe troubled hearts and call forth the spirits of our ancestors to offer guidance." Next, Leora lifted the amulet, feeling its cool weight in her palm. "The moon amulet," Malus continued, "is a symbol of protection and intuition. It was given to our family by the moon guardians, who blessed our lineage with insight and clarity." Finally, they unfolded the map, its parchment worn yet vibrant with colorful ink. "This map," Malus said with reverence, "leads to the sacred glade, a place where the veil between our world and the realm of our ancestors is thinnest. It is here that you will find the answers you seek." Leora felt a stirring in her heart, a call to adventure she could not ignore. With Malus's encouragement, she set out the next morning, her satchel packed with the artifacts and a cloak to keep the chill at bay. The forest path wound through groves of ancient oaks and birches, whose leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze. As she walked, Leora played the flute, its notes weaving through the trees like a soft, enchanting lullaby. The melody seemed to awaken the forest, as if unseen eyes watched over her journey with benevolent interest. Birds joined in her song, their harmonies light and jubilant, while the rustling leaves sang of hope and discovery. By midday, she reached a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where the map indicated the presence of the sacred glade. Here, the air was thick with magic, a shimmering energy that danced just beyond sight. Leora felt the gentle pull of the amulet at her neck, guiding her to a circle of ancient standing stones. Within the circle, the air seemed to hum with an unseen presence. Leora knelt on the soft moss, closed her eyes, and let the music of the flute flow from her heart. As the notes filled the glade, she felt a warmth envelop her, and a vision began to form. A tapestry of her ancestors, their lives woven into the fabric of time. She saw her great-grandfather, his hands deftly crafting the flute with love and intention. She saw a wise woman, her forebear, wearing the moon amulet as she healed the sick with herbs and whispered prayers. Each face was familiar yet new, a chorus of spirits who had walked before her, their wisdom echoing across generations. Amidst the vision, a gentle voice spoke, resonating with the tones of the flute. "Remember, dear child, the strength of our lineage lies not in power, but in compassion and understanding. Our legacy is the harmony you create between your heart and the world around you." The voice faded, and Leora opened her eyes, feeling a serene clarity settle within. She understood now that the artifacts were not just relics of the past, but living symbols of her heritage, guiding her to weave her own thread into the family tapestry. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of twilight, Leora began her journey home, her heart light with newfound understanding. The forest seemed to part for her, the trees whispering a gentle farewell, their leaves shimmering like stars in the gathering dusk. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Leora shared her tale with Malus, who listened with a knowing smile. They sat together by the hearth, the fire casting a warm glow that wrapped them in its embrace. Leora felt a deep sense of belonging, a connection to her roots that resonated with her very soul. In the days that followed, Leora found herself more attuned to the rhythms of the village and its people. She played the flute at gatherings, its melody a balm for weary souls. With the amulet, she discovered a deeper intuition, guiding her to help those in need with gentle wisdom and kindness. And so, the legacy of her ancestors lived on, not just in the artifacts, but in Leora's deeds and the love she shared. The lessons of the past illuminated her path, weaving her into the vibrant tapestry of Willowbrook's history, a legacy of magic, compassion, and enduring connection. As the stars blinked into existence in the velvet sky above, Leora knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, part of a rich and ancient heritage, a cherished note in the symphony of life. And with that comforting thought, she closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the fire and the gentle music of her heart lull her into peaceful dreams. Story 15. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, where the air was perpetually scented with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers and the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread, there lived a girl named Lila. Lila had eyes the color of dew-kissed violets and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of autumn leaves. She spent her days exploring the meadows and woods that surrounded her home, always in the company of her faithful tabby cat, Marmalade. The village was known for its gentle magic, a subtle kind that wove through everyday life like a soft, unseen thread. It was the sort of place where the candles flickered to life with a whisper, and the wind chimes sang the names of those who passed beneath them. The villagers cherished their peaceful existence and were content with their simple, enchanted lives. However, one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, something peculiar began to happen. Lila noticed that the stars, which usually twinkled merrily overhead, were shifting in strange patterns, as if they were dancing to a melody that only they could hear. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable to those who weren't looking closely. But Lila, with her keen eyes and insatiable curiosity, was certain something was amiss. "Marmalade, do you see the stars?" she whispered, cradling the cat in her arms. Marmalade purred contentedly, his eyes half closed, but gave no indication that he shared her concern. Undeterred, Lila decided to seek the counsel of the village's wise elder, a gentle, bearded man known as Old Thistle. Old Thistle lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, guarding secrets older than time itself. The path to his home was lined with luminous mushrooms that glowed softly in the twilight, casting a gentle light on the cobblestones. As Lila approached, she marveled at the sight, her steps quickening with anticipation. Upon reaching the door, she knocked softly, and soon Old Thistle appeared, his eyes twinkling like the very stars she had been observing. "Ah, young Lila," he greeted warmly. "What brings you to my doorstep this fine evening?" Lila explained her observations, her voice filled with the wonder and urgency of discovery. Old Thistle listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as she spoke. Once she finished, he led her to the garden at the back of his cottage, a place teeming with vibrant plants and shimmering fireflies. "There is indeed a mystery here," Old Thistle mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "The stars hold stories of their own, and sometimes those stories spill into our world." He gestured towards a peculiar plant with iridescent petals. "This is a starflower," he explained. "It blooms only when the stars align in a particular way. Perhaps its bloom can guide us." Lila watched as the starflower unfurled its petals, revealing a heart that pulsed with gentle light. As it opened, she perceived a soft melody, a tune that seemed to originate from the flower itself. Old Thistle closed his eyes, humming softly along, and soon Lila found herself swaying to the rhythm, her apprehensions dissolving like mist in the morning sun. "The melody is a message," Old Thistle said, opening his eyes. "The stars are trying to tell us something." Together, they sat beneath the canopy of stars, listening to the starflower's song. Lila found herself lost in the gentle music, a calming presence that wrapped around her like a warm shawl. As the notes hung in the air, she began to discern a pattern, a sequence of sounds that mirrored the shifting stars. "It's like a puzzle," Lila murmured, her mind whirring with thoughts. "If we can understand the melody, we might understand the stars." Old Thistle nodded, his gaze fixed on the celestial dance above. Indeed, my dear, the key lies in observation and patience. Over the following days, Lila devoted herself to unraveling the mystery. She spent her evenings in Old Thistle's garden, listening to the starflowers tune and charting the stars' movements. Marmalade, ever her loyal companion, would curl up beside her, purring softly as if in encouragement. As she watched and listened, Lila began to notice a connection between the melody and the village itself. Each note seemed to correspond to a place or a person, weaving a tapestry of sounds that told the story of their lives. The realization filled her with a sense of wonder and purpose. With Old Thistle's guidance, Lila crafted a simple instrument from the reeds and twine she found near the riverbank. As she played, she matched the notes to the starflower's song, creating a harmony that resonated through the garden. The stars shimmered brighter, their patterns slowly resolving into a recognizable shape, a constellation that mirrored the village's layout. On the night when everything fell into place, Lila gathered the villagers in the central square. The air was crisp with anticipation, and lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, casting a warm glow over the cobblestones. Lila stood before them, her heart fluttering like the wings of a butterfly, but filled with the quiet confidence of discovery. As she played her instrument, the melody flowed through the square, a gentle cascade of notes that echoed against the walls of the surrounding cottages. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their expressions softening as they recognized the tune, a song they had always known, though never consciously heard. It was the music of their lives, a symphony of shared moments and whispered dreams. Slowly, the stars above began to settle into their familiar positions, their dance complete. The villagers watched in awe as the night sky returned to its serene, steady state, the mystery now a comforting memory. Old Thistle approached Lila, his eyes filled with pride and warmth. "You have brought harmony back to our village," he said softly, resting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "The stars were telling our story, and you helped us hear it." Lila smiled, a feeling of contentment washing over her like a gentle tide. She realized that the stars had not been warning of danger, but had been reminding the village of the importance of unity and understanding. In their shared endeavor, they had forged bonds stronger than any magic. As the villagers dispersed, their hearts light with joy and newfound appreciation, Lila and Marmalade lingered a while longer. They gazed up at the stars, now steady and serene, their soft glow a reminder of the gentle magic that wove through their world. And when she finally returned home, the air cool and crisp, Lila felt a profound sense of peace. She climbed into bed, Marmalade curling up beside her, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep. In her dreams, the stars sang a lullaby, a comforting melody that promised warmth and wonder in every tomorrow. Story 16. In the heart of the enchanted glade, where the moss blanketed the earth like a soft, verdant quilt, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming night jasmines, there lived a gentle old woman named Marin. Her cottage was nestled between ancient oak trees whose branches swayed in a perpetual whisper, as if sharing secrets with the stars above. The light from her window spilled out like a warm embrace, inviting all who passed by to pause and listen to the tales she shared. Marin was known far and wide for her wisdom and kindness. She had a knack for mending troubles with a cup of her fragrant herbal tea and a listening ear. Her days were filled with the gentle hum of bees and the rustle of pages from her many books. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with twilight hues, Marin noticed something peculiar. In the clearing outside her window, the fireflies danced in an unusual pattern. Instead of the usual random winking, they twirled in circles, tracing shapes that seemed deliberate and meaningful. Marin, curious and intrigued, stepped onto her porch, her shawl wrapped snugly around her shoulders. The fireflies flickered in sync, forming spirals and swirls, as if trying to convey a message. The next morning, Marin found something even more unusual. The path leading to her cottage was lined with tiny, shimmering footprints, too small and delicate to belong to any creature she knew. They glowed softly in the early morning light, weaving a path towards the glade's heart. Determined to unravel the mystery, Marin gathered her herbs and a basket of freshly baked honey cakes, knowing that any adventure was best faced with a full stomach and a touch of sweetness. She set off down the trail, her senses attuned to the whispers of the forest. As Marin walked, she noticed the forest seemed unusually quiet. The birds were hushed, and the usual chatter of the squirrels was absent. Instead, there was a gentle hum, like a distant melody that beckoned her deeper into the woods. She followed the melody until she reached the heart of the glade, a place where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching high above. There, in a sun-dappled clearing, Marin found a group of small, gossamer-winged creatures gathered around a crystal-clear pool. Their wings shimmered with every color of the rainbow, and their eyes twinkled with intelligence and warmth. These were the Whisperwings, ancient forest spirits known for their wisdom and gentle nature. The Whisperwings greeted Marin with a chorus of melodious chimes, their voices as light as the breeze. Their leader, a particularly radiant Whisperwing named Leora, flitted forward. Her wings caught the sunlight, casting dancing rainbows on the forest floor. "We sought your help, dear Marin," Leora chimed, her voice a soft caress. "Strange things are happening in the forest, and we fear for the balance of our home." Marin listened intently as Leora explained that the patterns drawn by the fireflies were a message, a call for aid. A magical disturbance had been felt in the deepest parts of the woods, and it was causing the fireflies to behave erratically and the creatures of the forest to fall silent. "We believe an ancient enchantment has been awakened," Leora continued, her expression one of gentle concern, "but we do not know why or how." Marin pondered the mystery, her mind as sharp as ever despite her years. "Perhaps it's a forgotten spell, one that needs to be understood rather than feared," she mused aloud. "Let us unravel this mystery together." With the Whisperwings as her guides, Marin ventured deeper into the forest, the path lit by the gentle glow of their wings. They led her to an old stone circle, half hidden by creeping vines and soft ferns. The stones hummed with a low, resonant energy, a sound that matched the melody Marin had heard earlier. Kneeling beside the largest stone, Marin noticed faint etchings on its surface, worn by time but still discernible. They told the story of a protective spell cast long ago to guard the glade. The spell had been designed to awaken when the forest was in danger, but it required the goodwill and harmony of the forest's creatures to be appeased. "I see," Marin said softly, her heart filled with understanding. "The spell has awakened because it senses imbalance. We must restore harmony to the forest." Together, Marin and the Whisperwings set about their task. They visited the creatures of the forest, from the wise old owl in his perch to the shy deer who grazed in the glen. Marin shared her honey cakes, and with each bite, a little more harmony was restored. She listened to the stories of the forest's inhabitants, offering advice and kindness, helping to mend old grievances and foster new friendships. As they worked, the fireflies returned to their usual playful dance, and the birds began to sing once more. The forest, once hushed and tense, thrummed with life and joy. The Whisperwings flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. Finally, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting the forest in a golden glow, Marin and her newfound friends returned to the stone circle. The stones no longer hummed with urgency, but instead pulsed gently, a soft reminder of the peace that had been restored. Marin placed her hand on the largest stone, feeling its warmth and vitality. "Thank you for guiding me," she whispered to the Whisperwings. "Together, we have ensured the safety of our home." Leora fluttered close, her wings brushing Marin's cheek like a feathered kiss. "It is we who must thank you, dear Marin," she chimed. "Your wisdom and kindness have shown us the way." With the mystery resolved, Marin returned to her cottage, the Whisperwings accompanying her to the edge of the glade. As she stepped through her garden gate, she turned back to see them shimmering in the twilight, a constellation of gentle lights against the deepening dusk. That night, as Marin sat by her fireplace, a contented smile upon her lips, the forest sang a lullaby outside her window. The fire crackled softly, and the scent of night jasmines filled the room, wrapping her in a cocoon of warmth and peace. And as she drifted into a gentle sleep, she knew that the forest and all its magical inhabitants would always be there, watching over her, just as she watched over them. Story 17. In the quiet village of Thistlebrook, nestled between rolling hills carpeted with wildflowers and a whispering forest of ancient oaks, there lay a secret few knew. It was the kind of secret that danced on the breeze, flickering like the last light of dusk, and hid just out of reach like the scent of lilacs carried on a spring wind. This secret was the Heartstone, a magical gem of luminous hues, hidden deep within the forest's embrace, said to be the very heart of nature itself. The tale of the Heartstone was one often whispered among villagers, passed down through generations like treasured heirlooms. It was said to possess the power to reveal one's true self and heal the land. Many searched for it, yet none succeeded, for the forest guarded its treasures fiercely, wrapping them in layers of mystery and enchantment. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair like spun gold and eyes the color of early morning skies, she was known for her gentle heart and insatiable curiosity. Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her faithful companion, a small fox named Finn, trotting by her side. Finn was a creature of mischief and mirth, with fiery fur and eyes that sparkled with 1,000 untold tales. Leora had long been captivated by the legend of the Heartstone. Every story she heard only fueled her imagination, painting vivid pictures of what might be hidden beneath the emerald canopy of the forest. It was not the gem's magic she sought, but the adventure, the unknown paths, and the promise of discovery that called to her like a siren's song. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun began to gild the horizon in shades of amber and rose, Leora resolved to seek out the Heartstone. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of stories. Finn watched with curious eyes, his tail flicking in silent approval. Together they set off towards the forest, where shadows danced and sunlight wove intricate patterns on the ground. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. Leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets to one another, while birds filled the air with their melodious calls. The scent of pine and earth enveloped Leora, grounding her in the world of the forest, where time seemed to stretch and bend like the branches above. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew denser, their trunks gnarled and twisted like ancient guardians of the woodland. Leora's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, a gentle thrum that resonated through her very being. She followed a path less traveled, where moss carpeted the ground and sunlight filtered through in dapples of gold. It was here, amidst the serene beauty of the forest, that Leora encountered her first challenge. A brook, babbling merrily as it raced over smooth stones, stood in her path. The water was clear and cold, reflecting the sky above like a mirror. Leora paused, contemplating how best to cross without getting wet and inviting a chill. It was Finn who solved the dilemma, darting ahead to leap gracefully from stone to stone. He paused on the far bank, looking back with a playful bark as if to say, "Come on, it's easy." Leora laughed, her voice mingling with the brook's music, and carefully followed Finn's lead. Her feet found purchase on the stones, and she landed safely on the other side, a triumphant smile lighting her face. As they continued, the forest opened into a hidden glade, a place untouched by time. Here, the air was thick with magic, shimmering like the heat haze on a summer's day. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching skyward, as if trying to embrace the sun. Beneath its boughs, the ground was covered in a carpet of soft, emerald moss. Leora approached the oak with a sense of reverence, for she felt deep in her heart that this tree held the key to her quest. Finn, sensing the significance, sat quietly at her feet, his keen eyes fixed on the tree. As Leora reached out to touch the bark, a gentle voice, soft as a breeze, filled the air. "Why do you seek the Heartstone, young one?" the voice asked, echoing through the glade. Leora, startled but not afraid, answered truthfully, "I seek it not for its power, but for the journey and the wonder it promises. I wish to learn from the forest and find my own path." The voice chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling in the wind. "A noble purpose indeed, but to find the Heartstone, you must first find yourself. Are you ready for such a journey?" Leora nodded, determination bright in her eyes. "I am ready." The voice sighed gently, like the exhalation of the forest itself. "Then let your heart guide you, for it knows the way." With those words, the air shimmered, and the ancient oak revealed a hidden path, winding away into the depths of the forest. Leora felt a thrill of excitement, her heart singing in harmony with the forest's song. She glanced at Finn, who wagged his tail, ready for the adventure ahead. They followed the path, which twisted and turned through the forest, leading them into hidden groves and over gentle hills. Each step felt like a step towards something wondrous, a journey not just through the forest, but through the very essence of who Leora was. As they walked, Leora noticed the forest changing around them. The trees grew taller, their leaves a vibrant tapestry of colors that seemed to glow from within. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals whispering secrets only the forest knew. The very air was alive with magic, wrapping around Leora like a comforting embrace. Finally, the path led them to a clearing, where a small pond lay nestled among the trees. The water was as still as glass, reflecting the sky and the emerald canopy above. At the pond's edge stood a figure, ethereal and graceful, her presence a gentle glow in the twilight. She was the guardian of the Heartstone, an ancient spirit of the forest, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Her hair flowed like a river of moonlight, and her gown shimmered like starlight on the water. She smiled at Leora, a smile that spoke of understanding and kindness. "Welcome, Seeker," the guardian said, her voice a melody that resonated in Leora's soul. "You have journeyed far and shown the courage of your heart. The Heartstone awaits you, but first, you must answer a question." Leora felt a shiver of anticipation, for she knew this moment was pivotal. "Ask your question, and I shall answer as truthfully as I can." The guardian's gaze softened. "What does your heart desire, above all else? Speak not of the stone or the journey, but of the truth within you." Leora closed her eyes, letting the question wash over her. She listened to the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the soft murmur of the pond. Her heart whispered its answer, clear and unwavering. "I desire to understand the world around me," Leora said softly, "to see its beauty, to cherish its wonder, and to share its magic with others." The guardian nodded, her eyes shining with approval. "A heart so open and pure is truly deserving of the Heartstone. Step forward and claim your reward." With Finn at her side, Leora stepped to the water's edge. The surface rippled, and from its depths the Heartstone emerged, a gem of indescribable beauty. It sparkled with all the colors of the forest, each facet catching the light and casting rainbows into the air. As Leora reached out, the Heartstone floated into her hands, warm and welcoming. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the world around her, as if she could hear the whispers of the trees and the laughter of the streams. The Heartstone's magic flowed through her, revealing the truth she had long sought, that the journey itself was the greatest treasure, and that her heart, filled with love and wonder, was her true guide. With the Heartstone in her hands, Leora turned to the guardian, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with sincerity. "I will cherish this gift and share the magic of the forest with all who will listen." The guardian smiled, a smile that was both farewell and blessing. "Go forth, keeper of the Heartstone. May your heart always guide you, and may the forest's magic be with you wherever you go." With those words, the guardian faded into the twilight, leaving Leora and Finn alone in the clearing. The Heartstone glowed gently in Leora's hands, its light a beacon of hope and wonder. Together, Leora and Finn began their journey home, the forest whispering its secrets as they walked. And as they stepped out of the woodland and into the open fields, the sky above them was painted with the colors of dawn, a new day full of promise and magic. In Thistlebrook, the villagers spoke of Leora's adventure and the Heartstone, marveling at the tales she shared. And though the Heartstone's magic was a wonder to behold, it was Leora's heart, filled with love and understanding, that truly changed the world around her. For in the end, it was not the Heartstone that was the treasure, but the journey, and the heart that guided her through it. And so, under the watchful eyes of the forest, Leora's story became legend, a tale of discovery, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world that lay just beyond the horizon. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled in the valley of Everglen, where the air always carried a hint of lavender, and the skies were brushed with soft hues of pink and blue, there stood a little cottage with ivy-covered walls. In this cottage lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart was as gentle as the dawn mist that curled around the village each morning. Clara had a gift for noticing the small wonders of the world, a butterfly resting on a sun-dappled leaf, the delicate song of a distant lark, or the intricate patterns of frost on the window panes. One serene afternoon, as Clara was tidying the attic of her cottage, she stumbled upon a peculiar object, a small, unassuming teapot that glimmered with an unusual sheen. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance under the light. She picked it up, feeling the cool porcelain against her fingers, and as she did, a faint hum resonated through the air, tickling her ears like a whispered secret. Curious, Clara brewed herself a cup of tea using the teapot. As the steam rose and enveloped her face with warmth, she suddenly found herself surrounded by a gentle glow. To her amazement, the teapot whispered stories to her, tales of distant lands and forgotten times. It was no ordinary teapot. It was a vessel of ancient magic, holding the power to reveal hidden truths and forgotten memories. With each cup of tea poured from the teapot, Clara embarked on a journey of discovery. The first story it shared was of a mighty oak tree, whose roots spread deep into the earth, connecting it to all living things. As she listened, Clara felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her, as if she were intertwined with the very fabric of nature. Eager to learn more, Clara shared her discovery with her closest friends, a pair of lively twins named Finn and Faye, who lived in a cozy house filled with books and laughter. Finn was a gentle soul with a love for drawing, while Faye had a knack for solving puzzles and riddles. Together they marveled at the teapot's magic and the stories it revealed, each one more wondrous than the last. One day, as the three friends gathered to pour another cup, the teapot spoke of a challenge that lay ahead, a mysterious forest at the edge of Everglen, shrouded in mist and mystery. Within its depths was hidden a treasure of immeasurable value, not of gold or jewels, but of wisdom and insight. Eager for adventure, and with the teapot's guidance, Clara, Finn, and Faye decided to venture into the heart of the forest. The forest was a tapestry of towering trees, their branches weaving together like the intricate threads of a loom. Sunlight trickled through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustling of leaves serenaded their journey. As they ventured deeper, the mist grew denser, curling around their ankles like a playful kitten. The path became less certain, and the forest seemed to whisper secrets that only the bravest could hear. It was here that they encountered their first challenge, a seemingly impassable thicket of brambles and thorns that blocked their way. Faye, with her love for puzzles, studied the tangled mass and noticed a pattern. With a thoughtful expression, she began to weave her fingers through the brambles, uncovering a hidden path that wound its way through the thicket. With patience and care, the friends followed her lead, emerging on the other side unscathed. Their hearts buoyed by their success, they continued on until they reached a clearing where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. Here, they met an unexpected ally, a wise old tortoise named Tobias, who had lived in the forest for generations. Tobias greeted them with a slow, deliberate nod, his eyes twinkling with the light of countless memories. "Welcome, young adventurers," he said in a voice as soothing as the stream. "I see you have found the path that many have sought, but few have discovered. Your journey is not yet over, but I am here to offer my guidance." With Tobias as their guide, they learned to listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts. The forest was alive with stories, and every rustle of leaves or chirp of a bird carried a message. Tobias taught them to pause and reflect, to understand the interconnectedness of all things. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold, they reached the heart of the forest. There, nestled in a grove of ancient trees, they found the treasure, a simple, unadorned book resting on a stone pedestal. Its pages were filled not with words, but with the wisdom of the ages, waiting to be discovered by those who sought it with pure intentions. With the teapot's magic guiding them, Clara, Finn, and Faye understood the true value of the treasure. It was not knowledge to be possessed, but wisdom to be shared. Together, they decided to bring the book back to Everglen, where its lessons could nurture the hearts and minds of their fellow villagers. As they retraced their steps through the forest, the mist began to lift, revealing a path bathed in moonlight. The journey home was filled with laughter and stories, their hearts lighter with the understanding that they were part of something greater, an unending story woven through time and space. When they finally returned to the village, the teapot's glow had dimmed, its magic fulfilled. Yet, its lessons remained etched in their hearts, a gentle reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in everyday life. And so, in the village of Everglen, where the skies were always a tapestry of dreams, Clara, Finn, and Faye continued to share their newfound wisdom, sowing seeds of kindness, curiosity, and friendship. The teapot, now resting on a shelf bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, was a testament to their journey, a journey that began with a simple cup of tea and ended with a treasure more precious than gold. Each night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds against the velvet sky, the village fell asleep to the sound of the gentle breeze and the soft whispers of the forest, knowing that the magic of the teapot and the journey it inspired would always be a part of their story. And so, dear listener, as you drift into dreams under the watchful gaze of the moon, remember that magic is often found in the most unexpected places, waiting patiently for a heart willing to discover it. Story 19. In the vast and twinkling expanse of the Andromeda Galaxy, where countless stars whispered ancient secrets, there existed a small, verdant planet named Navara. Here the skies were a gentle shade of lilac, and the air carried the sweet scent of flowering lumina vines. The inhabitants, known as the Navarians, were gentle, ethereal beings who glided over the soft, mossy earth on diaphanous wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. One such Navarian, a curious soul named Lyra, spent her days collecting stardust and listening to the melodies of the wind. Her heart was as vast as the sky, and her mind was ever reaching for the unknown. Yet she often felt a quiet longing for something she could not name, a desire to connect with the vast universe beyond her tranquil home. Meanwhile, far across the galaxy, on the rugged, crimson plains of the planet Zorak, there lived a robust, endearingly clumsy creature named Grum. The Zorakians were sturdy beings, with skin like polished stone and eyes that glowed with a warm, inner light. Grum was known among his people for his immense strength and his heart as large as his broad, rocky shoulders. One starry night, a rare cosmic event occurred. A shimmering conduit opened between Navara and Zorak, a bridge of light connecting the two worlds for a fleeting moment. Grum, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a whispering sense of adventure, decided to step onto the bridge, unaware that at the same time, Lyra, drawn by the same mysterious pull, took flight from her planet. The bridge, like a dream woven from threads of light, brought them together in a place between worlds, a quiet glen where the air was filled with the gentle hum of the universe. At first, they regarded each other with wide-eyed wonder and a touch of apprehension. Lyra, with her delicate wings and serene presence, seemed an ethereal vision to Grum. To Lyra, Grum appeared as a towering, formidable figure, yet his eyes held a warmth that eased her initial trepidation. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra, speaking in melodic, flowing tones, found Grum's deep, rumbling voice difficult to comprehend. Likewise, Grum struggled to interpret the subtle, graceful gestures that were second nature to Lyra. Yet, beneath the initial confusion, there was a stirring sense of recognition, a feeling that their meeting was meant to be. Determined to understand each other, they embarked on a shared journey through the glen, where the light of the stars bathed the world in a silvery glow. As they walked, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. At one point, a sudden storm of cosmic winds threatened to separate them, but by holding fast to each other, Grum with his strength and Lyra with her agility, they weathered the tempest together, their bond growing stronger with each shared struggle. In moments of quiet, when the universe seemed to hold its breath, they found ways to communicate beyond words. Grum, with his large, gentle hands, would draw pictures in the soft, moonlit soil, illustrating tales from his home. Lyra, in turn, would weave stories into the air with her song, creating vibrant tapestries of sound and light that spoke of the beauty and peace of Navara. Through these exchanges, they came to understand the value of patience and the beauty of diversity. Grum learned to slow down, to appreciate the subtlety and grace of Lyra's world, while Lyra discovered the strength and resilience that lay within her own heart, inspired by Grum's steadfast nature. As the days passed, their friendship blossomed, becoming a source of warmth and comfort against the vastness of the cosmos. They realized that despite their differences, they shared a deep connection, a mutual respect that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. One evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, Lyra turned to Grum, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of her gratitude. "You've shown me the strength that lies in friendship." Grum nodded, his eyes glowing with understanding. "And you," he rumbled, "have taught me the beauty of seeing with the heart." As the cosmic bridge began to shimmer once more, signaling the time for their return to their respective worlds, they embraced, knowing that their friendship would endure across the galaxies. With a promise to meet again, they parted ways, their hearts full of the warmth of their shared journey. Back on their planets, both Lyra and Grum found that their worlds seemed a little brighter, the stars a bit closer. They carried with them the lessons learned and the bond they had forged, a testament to the power of understanding and acceptance. And so, on the gentle planet of Nivara and the rugged plains of Zorak, the stories of their friendship spread, reminding all who heard them of the infinite possibilities that lay in the simple act of reaching out to another. The stars watched over them, twinkling with a knowing light, as if they too understood the magic that could be found in the heart of the universe. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies and the streams giggled like mischievous children, there was a village unlike any other. It was a place where the roofs of cottages were woven from rainbow ivy, and the chimneys puffed tiny clouds shaped like animals. The village was called Luminara, and it was home to the most extraordinary inhabitants, each with their own delightful idiosyncrasies. Among them was Bumble the baker, a jovial fellow with hair like spun sugar, who could make cupcakes that danced until they were eaten. There was also Tilly the tinker, a petite sprite with wings that shimmered like stained glass, known for crafting clocks that ticked in time with the heartbeats of their owners. But perhaps the most intriguing of all was Pippin, the town's storyteller, who possessed a cloak made of stardust that twinkled with every tale he told. One day, as the sun hung lazily in the sky, casting golden light over Luminara, a curious predicament arose. Bumble had been experimenting with a new recipe for his famous fizzberry fudge, a confection so light it floated like a feather. However, something had gone awry. The entire batch of fudge had begun to levitate uncontrollably, forming a sticky, floating cloud that threatened to engulf the entire bakery. "Oh dear," chuckled Bumble as he watched the sugary mass rise higher and higher. This certainly wasn't part of the plan. News of the floating fudge spread through Luminara faster than a squirrel in a nut shop. Soon, a small crowd gathered outside Bumble's bakery, all craning their necks to see the sweet spectacle. Tilly the tinker fluttered over, her wings catching the afternoon light in a kaleidoscope of colors. "Looks like you've cooked up quite the conundrum, Bumble," she giggled, landing softly beside him. "Perhaps we need a pinch of ingenuity to bring that fudge back down to earth." Meanwhile, Pippin, who had been weaving tales to the village children, arrived with a curious twinkle in his eye. He surveyed the situation, his cloak shimmering with constellations of creativity. "Ah, a magical mishap," he exclaimed. "Let us gather our wits and our wonders to solve this sugary snafu." Together, the trio set about concocting a plan. Tilly suggested using one of her contraptions, a whimsical wind chime she had recently crafted. "This chime," she explained, "has the power to sing in the same frequency as the heart's desires. Perhaps the fudge merely needs a gentle reminder of where it truly belongs." Bumble nodded enthusiastically. "And I shall sprinkle a hint of cinnamon into the air," he added. "Its warm aroma might coax the fudge to settle, like a cat curling up by a fire." Pippin, with a playful grin, added his own bit of magic. "I shall tell a story of grounding and homecoming, weaving words that will wrap around the fudge like a lullaby." With their plan in place, they set to work. Tilly hung her wind chime above the bakery's open door, its delicate notes resonating through the air. Bumble scattered cinnamon from his spice jar, the delightfully comforting scent swirling upwards, and Pippin began his story, his voice as captivating as the night sky. As he spoke, the fudge cloud began to quiver, as if listening intently. The wind chime's song mingled with the cinnamon, creating a melody that wrapped around the fudge like a gentle embrace. Slowly, the floating mass began to descend, bit by bit, until it hovered just above the bakery counter. The villagers watched in awe and delight as the fudge, now tame and docile, settled back into its rightful place. Bumble quickly gathered it into a large, welcoming bowl, patting it affectionately as if it were a beloved pet. The crowd erupted into cheers and laughter, applauding the whimsical teamwork that had saved the day. Bumble, Tilly, and Pippin bowed graciously, their hearts warmed by the shared joy. To celebrate, Bumble offered everyone a piece of the now famous fizzberry fudge, which, thanks to its aerial adventure, had acquired an even more delightful taste, a hint of cinnamon and a whisper of magic. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, rosy glow over Luminara, the villagers gathered in the square for an impromptu feast. Laughter and music filled the air, and the stars twinkled approvingly at the merriment below. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, a gentle breeze carried the scent of cinnamon and stories through the whispering woods. And in the quiet of the night, where magic and dreams intertwined, the villagers of Luminara slept peacefully, their hearts light and their dreams filled with wonder. And so, in the heart of the enchanted woods, where laughter was as common as the rustle of leaves, the village of Luminara nestled into the night, knowing that with a little creativity and a lot of heart, even the quirkiest of problems could lead to the sweetest of solutions. Story 22. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets and shadows danced playfully, there lay a quaint little village known as Willow Hollow. The cottages were nestled snugly against the gentle slopes, with their thatched roofs that glistened in the moonlight like a sea of silver. Lanterns hung from branches, casting a soft, golden glow that mingled with the fragrant scent of blooming night jasmine. In this serene village lived a young girl named Lila, with curls as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Lila had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, a skill that would soon prove invaluable. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of spiced cider, Lila sat by her window, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the dusky sky. Just then, something peculiar caught her eye. From the corner of her window, she noticed a faint, shimmering trail of light weaving its way through the trees. It was as if a silver ribbon was threading its way across the forest floor. Intrigued, Lila donned her cloak and quietly slipped out into the night, the soft rustle of her footsteps blending with the whispers of the woods. The trail led her deeper into the forest, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches arching overhead like a cathedral of nature. The path was illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies, who seemed to escort her deeper into the mystery. As she followed the luminous trail, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a majestic oak tree, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom. Perched on one of its lower branches was an owl, its feathers as white as snow, and its eyes deep pools of amber. This was Auburn, the wise guardian of the woods, known for his ability to see beyond the ordinary. "Welcome, Lila," Auburn hooted softly, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 stories. "Hello, Auburn," Lila replied, her voice a gentle echo in the quiet night. "Do you know what this shimmering trail is? It seems to have a purpose, yet I cannot fathom it." Auburn ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, the mysterious gleam. I've noticed it too, but its origin eludes even me. Perhaps it's time to seek the wisdom of the forest's denizens." Together, they decided to consult the wisest creature in the forest, a gentle fox named Fern, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. As they made their way to Fern's den, the forest seemed to come alive with anticipation, as though every creature held its breath, waiting for the mystery to unfold. Fern greeted them with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief and knowledge. "Ah, Lila and Auburn, what brings you to my humble abode?" she asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We seek your insight on the shimmering trail that winds through the woods," Lila explained, her eyes wide with wonder. Fern nodded thoughtfully, her whiskers twitching with curiosity. "I have heard whispers of this trail. It is said to be the work of the moonlit weaver, a creature of legend who spins threads of moonbeam into the fabric of dreams." Auburn, perched on a rock nearby, tilted his head in contemplation. "But why would the moonlit weaver visit our woods now?" Fern pondered this question, her gaze drifting to the canopy of stars above. Perhaps it seeks something lost, or perhaps it wishes to share something found. The three friends decided to follow the trail together, hoping to uncover its secrets. Along the way, they encountered a chorus of crickets, their song a gentle guide through the night, and a family of rabbits who offered them sweet berries for their journey. As they ventured further, the trail grew brighter until they reached a hidden glade. In the center, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, sat a small, delicate creature weaving threads of light with nimble fingers. Her hair shimmered like spun silver, and her eyes sparkled like the night sky. The moonlit weaver looked up and smiled, a gesture that warmed the very air around them. "Welcome, travelers," she said, her voice a melody that wrapped them in comfort. "I have been waiting for you." Lila, Auburn, and Fern exchanged curious glances. "What is your purpose here?" Leela asked gently. The moonlit weaver gestured to the tapestry before her, a masterpiece of light and shadow. "I weave the dreams of those who wander the night, guiding them to discover what their hearts yearn for most. But recently, I sensed a disturbance in the dreams of Willow Hollow." Fern's ears perked up. "A disturbance?" The weaver nodded. "Yes, a longing unfulfilled, a wish unspoken. It led me here, to this very moment." Lila thought for a moment, her mind racing through the possibilities. Could it be the village's festival? It's approaching soon, and everyone speaks of it with such excitement. Auburn, wise and observant, added, "But perhaps there is an unspoken wish within that excitement, something deeper." The moonlit weaver smiled knowingly. "Precisely. There's a child who wishes for a friend, someone who understands the language of the stars." Lila's heart swelled with understanding. "That child is me," she whispered, the realization dawning like the first light of dawn. The weaver nodded, her expression gentle and kind. "Your heart called to me, and I came to weave a dream into reality." With a flick of her wrist, the moonlit weaver spun a final thread into her tapestry. As it settled, the forest around them shimmered, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and hope. From the tapestry emerged a small, ethereal creature, a creature of moonlight and dreams, its eyes reflecting the universe. It nuzzled against Lila, a companion born of wishes and wonder. Tears of joy filled Lila's eyes as she embraced her new friend, a friend who understood her in a way only dreams could. "Thank you," she breathed, her heart full of gratitude. The moonlit weaver nodded, her task complete. "Remember, Lila, the magic of dreams is always with you, as long as you believe." And with that, the weaver faded into the night, leaving behind a glade filled with the soft glow of friendship and fulfillment. As Lila, Auburn, and Fern made their way back to Willow Hollow, the stars above twinkled brighter than ever, as if celebrating a wish come true. Lila's heart was light, and her spirit soared, knowing that the mysteries of the forest held endless possibilities. And so, in the cozy village of Willow Hollow, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, dreams danced under the moonlit sky, weaving tales of wonder and friendship that would be cherished for generations to come. The gentle mystery had been solved, leaving a trail of enchantment and joy in its wake, and Lila knew that as long as she had her friends by her side, the world would always be full of magic and light. With a peaceful heart, Lila returned to her cottage, where the warmth of the crackling fireplace welcomed her home. She tucked herself into bed, her new friend curled up beside her, and drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with starlit adventures and the gentle hum of the whispering woods. Story 23. In a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there was a young girl named Leora. Her hair was the color of chestnuts in autumn, and her eyes twinkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. The village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, was a place where time seemed to move a little slower, and days were filled with the gentle hum of everyday life. Leora lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman whose stories of hidden worlds and magical realms filled Leora's dreams with wonder. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Leora would sit by the fireplace, her grandmother's voice weaving tales that danced like the flames before her. One chilly evening, as a soft blanket of snow dusted the village, Leora's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with swirling patterns and tiny inlaid gemstones that caught the firelight, casting a warm glow. "This," her grandmother said, her voice a gentle whisper, "is no ordinary box. It is a key to a hidden world, a place where the ordinary ends and the extraordinary begins." Leora's fingers traced the carvings, feeling the cool smoothness of the wood beneath her touch. Her heart thudded with excitement and a touch of fear. She had heard tales of magical objects, of enchanted lands beyond the veil of reality, but she had never imagined she might one day hold the key to such wonders. "How does it work?" Leora asked, her voice barely more than a breath. "Ah," her grandmother replied, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "That is for you to discover, my dear. But remember, the world you will find is shaped by kindness and friendship, and the challenges you face will be overcome not by force, but by the wisdom of your heart." That night, as Leora lay in bed, the box resting on her bedside table, her mind buzzed with possibilities. She imagined a world of enchanted forests, of talking animals, and rivers that sang songs as they flowed. As sleep gently claimed her, she dreamed of such a place, feeling as though she were standing on the edge of something wondrous. The next morning, with her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, Leora decided to explore the woods beyond the village. She packed a small satchel with a few provisions, a loaf of bread, a hunk of cheese, and a flask of warm tea, and, clutching the wooden box tightly, she set off on her adventure. The path through the woods was carpeted with fallen leaves, their earthy scent mingling with the crisp air. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. As Leora walked, she marveled at the beauty around her, the serenity of the forest filling her with a deep sense of peace. After what felt like hours, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of an old friend. Leora felt an inexplicable pull towards the tree, as if it were calling to her. With the box in hand, she approached the oak, noticing a small hollow at its base. Her heart racing with anticipation, Leora knelt down and, with a deep breath, placed the box inside the hollow. To her astonishment, the carvings on the box began to glow softly, and the air around her shimmered like the surface of a sunlit lake. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The ordinary forest transformed into a place of wonder, a hidden world where the trees whispered secrets, and the very air was alive with magic. Leora found herself standing in a grove unlike any she had ever seen. The leaves overhead were a brilliant shade of emerald, and flowers of every color imaginable carpeted the forest floor. As she stood there, taking in the breathtaking beauty, a small creature emerged from behind a nearby bush. It was a fox, its fur as white as the snow that covered the village, and its eyes a deep sapphire blue. The fox regarded Leora with a curious gaze, its head tilted to one side. "Welcome, traveler," the fox said, its voice smooth and melodic, like a gentle stream. Leora was taken aback. She had never heard an animal speak before, but something about the fox's presence was comforting, almost familiar. "Thank you," Leora replied, finding her voice. "This place, it's incredible. I've never seen anything like it." The fox nodded, a knowing smile playing on its lips. "This is the realm of the Heartwood, a place hidden from the eyes of those who do not seek it with kindness and curiosity. Few are invited here, and even fewer understand its true nature." Leora's heart swelled with a mix of wonder and gratitude. "I want to learn all I can about this place. Will you guide me?" The fox's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Of course, but remember, the Heartwood is a mirror of the heart. What you bring here, you shall find reflected back at you." With the fox by her side, Leora began her exploration of the Heartwood. As they walked, the fox explained the wonders around them, the singing brook that wound its way through the forest, the trees that shared stories of ages past, and the hidden paths that led to places unknown. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Leora encountered creatures she had only ever dreamed of. Playful sprites that danced on the breeze, wise old owls that shared riddles and secrets, and gentle deer whose antlers glowed with a soft, inner light. Each encounter left her feeling more connected to this magical world, and she found herself growing more attuned to the rhythms and whispers of the Heartwood. But the Heartwood was not without its challenges. As dusk began to fall, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora and the fox came upon a river that blocked their path. The river was wide and swift, its waters rushing with a powerful, relentless energy. "We must cross," the fox said, its voice carrying a hint of urgency. "Beyond the river lies a place of great importance, a place where you will find what you seek." Leora looked at the river, her heart pounding with uncertainty. There was no bridge, no visible way across. But as she gazed at the swirling waters, she remembered her grandmother's words. "The challenges you face will be overcome not by force, but by the wisdom of your heart." Taking a deep breath, Leora closed her eyes and listened. She listened to the river's song, its melody weaving through her mind like a gentle lullaby. And as she listened, she understood. The river was not an obstacle, but a guide, showing her the way forward. Opening her eyes, Leora noticed a series of stepping stones just beneath the surface, their edges glinting in the fading light. With newfound confidence, she stepped onto the first stone, the river's song guiding her steps as she made her way across to the other side. The fox followed, its steps light and sure, and together they continued their journey. As night descended, the heartwood transformed once more, the trees aglow with a soft, silvery light, and the air filled with the gentle hum of nocturnal creatures. Eventually they reached a glade bathed in moonlight, at the center of which stood a circle of ancient stones, each one inscribed with runes that glowed with a warm, golden light. The fox stopped and turned to Leora, its eyes filled with a quiet wisdom. "This is the circle of reflection," the fox said. "Here, you must look within and find what truly matters to you. Only then will you unlock the true magic of the heartwood." Leora walked to the center of the circle, her heart a flutter of emotions. Closing her eyes, she breathed deeply, allowing the tranquility of the glade to wash over her. She reflected on her journey, on the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories that had sparked her imagination and led her to this moment. As she stood there, a warmth blossomed within her chest, a feeling of connection, of belonging. It was as if the heartwood was speaking to her, its magic woven into the very fabric of her being. She understood now that the true magic of this place was not in the wonders she had witnessed, but in the way it had opened her heart to the possibilities of friendship, wisdom, and love. When she opened her eyes, the runes on the stones glowed brighter, their light spilling over the glade like a gentle embrace. The fox watched her with a proud, knowing gaze. "You have found the heart of the heartwood," the fox said softly, "and in doing so, you have found your own." With those words, the world around Leora began to shift once more, the heartwood fading into a soft, shimmering light. She felt a gentle tug, as if being pulled back to the world she had come from, and before she knew it, she was standing once again before the ancient oak in the clearing. The wooden box lay open at her feet, its carvings glowing softly before fading back to their original state. Leora picked it up, a sense of peace and fulfillment settling over her. As she made her way back through the forest, the path familiar and welcoming, she thought of all she had learned. The heartwood had shown her the beauty of kindness, the strength of friendship, and the wisdom that comes from looking within. When Leora returned to the village, the sun was setting once more, casting a golden glow over the rooftops. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, a knowing smile on her face as Leora recounted her adventure. "I knew you would find your way," her grandmother said, her voice filled with pride and love. "The magic of the heartwood is in you now, and it will guide you in all the days to come." That night, as Leora lay in bed, the wooden box resting beside her, she felt a deep sense of comfort and belonging. She knew that no matter where her journey might lead, the heartwood and its magic would always be a part of her. And so, with the glow of the moonlight spilling through her window, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world she had come to love. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees hummed their ancient songs and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming moonflowers, there lay the quaint village of Waverly Hollow. The village was nestled in a gentle valley, bordered by rolling hills that changed colors with the seasons like a painter's palette. The homes were crafted with love and care, their thatched roofs covered in a soft blanket of moss, and their windows aglow with the warm, flickering light of hearth fires. The villagers of Waverly Hollow were known far and wide for their kindness and wisdom, always ready to lend a helping hand or share a story by the fire. Among them was a curious young girl named Leora. Her eyes sparkled with the wonder of the world she so eagerly explored, and her heart beat with the rhythm of endless possibilities. She had a gift for noticing the smallest of details, which often led her to unexpected discoveries. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Leora noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved fountain, a beautiful marble sculpture of a mermaid pouring water from a shell, had stopped flowing. The fountain was not just a source of water, it was a symbol of the village's prosperity and harmony. The villagers gathered around, murmuring softly, their breaths visible in the cool morning air. The village elder, a wise woman named Granny Fern, stepped forward with a gentle smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes. Her voice, though aged, was as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind. "Do not worry, dear ones," she reassured them. "This is no ordinary fountain. It was a gift from the water nymphs long ago, and it holds a magic that we must respect. Let us seek their guidance." Leora, feeling a flutter of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension, volunteered to accompany Granny Fern on this quest. Together, they set off towards the hidden glade where the water nymphs were known to dwell. The path was lined with tall ferns and clusters of toadstools that seemed to glow with an inner light. The air was filled with the soft chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a melody that guided their steps. As they approached the glade, the sight before them was nothing short of enchanting. The water nymphs, graceful and ethereal, danced upon the surface of a crystal-clear pond. Their laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells, and their long silvery hair rippled like water in the moonlight. One of the nymphs, with eyes as deep and clear as the sea, noticed Leora and Granny Fern and beckoned them closer. "Welcome, friends of the forest," she greeted them with a voice that was both a whisper and a song. "We know why you have come. The fountain's magic is linked to the harmony of Waverly Hollow. Lately, there has been a disturbance, a disharmony that blocks its flow." Leora's mind raced as she considered the possibilities. She remembered that lately, the village's cats had been acting strangely, disappearing for hours and returning with matted fur and leaves tangled in their whiskers. Perhaps this was connected to the fountain's plight. Determined to solve the mystery, Leora and Granny Fern returned to the village. They decided to observe the cats, hoping their behavior might lead them to the source of the disturbance. As dusk settled over Waverly Hollow, Leora followed a particularly adventurous tabby named Whiskers. The cat slinked through the shadows, his eyes gleaming like emeralds in the fading light. Whiskers led Leora to the edge of the village, where the trees grew thicker and the air was filled with the scent of earth and pine. There, hidden beneath a tangle of brambles, was a small burrow. From within, Leora heard the softest of whimpers. Carefully, she parted the brambles to reveal a tiny fox cub, its fur a russet blaze against the dark earth. It looked up at her with wide, fearful eyes. Understanding dawned on Leora like the first light of dawn. The village's cats, in an unusual display of camaraderie, had been bringing food to the lost cub, ensuring its survival. This act of kindness, though noble, had inadvertently upset the balance of the forest, causing the fountain's magic to falter. With Granny Fern's guidance, Leora gently gathered the cub in her arms. They would return it to its family, restoring the natural order, and with it the fountain's flow. As they made their way back to the glade, the forest seemed to sigh with relief, its harmony gradually returning. The water nymphs awaited them, their smiles as radiant as the stars that now dotted the evening sky. "You have found the heart of the matter," the leading nymph praised. "By understanding the needs of all creatures, great and small, you have restored the balance." With the cub safely reunited with its family and harmony restored, the fountain in Waverly Hollow once again bubbled to life, its waters sparkling in the moonlight. The villagers gathered in joyous celebration, their hearts light with gratitude for the wisdom and kindness that had prevailed. As Leora climbed into bed that night, the gentle song of the fountain lulled her to sleep. She knew that in a world where magic and kindness intertwined, every mystery could be solved with a little patience, observation, and a lot of heart. And as she drifted into dreams, the whispering woods stood watch, its ancient trees swaying gently in the night breeze, guarding the peace of Waverly Hollow. Story 25. In a quaint little village nestled at the foot of misty emerald green hills, there lived a gentle soul named Lydia. She was known for her kind heart and curious mind, always greeting the day with a warm smile and a soft song on her lips. Her cottage was a cozy, timbered abode with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that blossomed with flowers in every hue imaginable. Here birds chirped harmoniously, and the wind whispered secrets to the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun yawned over the horizon, Lydia decided to explore the charming woods that bordered her village. The forest was a tapestry of golden leaves, the air crisp with the scent of pine and earth. As she wandered along a path dappled with sunlight, her eyes caught the glimmer of something unusual nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. It was a teacup, seemingly ordinary, but undeniably intriguing. Its porcelain surface was adorned with delicate blue patterns that seemed to dance under the light. Curiosity piqued, Lydia picked it up. The cup felt warm in her hands, and as she held it, she noticed a faint humming sound, like a distant melody carried on the wind. Suddenly the teacup shimmered, and out of it floated a tiny, ethereal figure. She was no taller than Lydia's thumb, with wings like a dragonfly's and a gown woven from moonbeams. Her name was Mirabelle, and she was a guardian of forgotten enchantments. "Thank you for finding me," Mirabelle chimed, her voice light as a breeze. "For centuries, I've been waiting for someone with a heart as pure as yours to help me restore magic to our world." Lydia, ever compassionate and eager to help, listened intently. Mirabelle explained that the forest once thrived with magic, but over time the enchantment had waned, hidden within ordinary objects like the teacup. To revive it, they needed to embark on a journey to gather the essence of kindness, courage, and wisdom from the villagers. Thus began their adventure, a journey through the heart of the village and into the lives of its inhabitants. Mirabelle perched on Lydia's shoulder, guiding her with a twinkle in her eye and a gentle touch of magic. Their first stop was at the bakery of Mr. Thistleton, a rotund man with a booming laugh and the best cinnamon rolls for miles. Despite his jolly demeanor, he often felt overwhelmed by his bustling business. Lydia listened to his worries and suggested he share his workload with the eager young apprentices who longed to learn the trade. With newfound courage, Mr. Thistleton did just that, and in return, a piece of the forest's magic was rekindled, swirling like cinnamon in the autumn air. Next, they visited the elderly Miss Marple, whose garden was as wild as her stories. She had isolated herself, believing she was too old to contribute to the village's vibrant life. Lydia encouraged her to share her tales and wisdom with the village children who hungered for stories of yore. Miss Marple found joy in storytelling, and as laughter filled her garden, another fragment of the forest's enchantment was restored. The final challenge lay with the village blacksmith, a stoic man named Gareth. Known for his strength and skill, he often struggled with self-doubt, fearing his work was never good enough. Lydia saw the beauty in his craftsmanship and suggested he create a piece not for sale, but as a gift for the village square, a symbol of unity and pride. With Mirabelle's gentle guidance, Gareth crafted a magnificent iron tree, its branches stretching toward the sky, and in doing so, he found confidence in his artistry. As the last spark of magic was gathered, Lydia and Mirabelle returned to the heart of the forest. Beneath the ancient oak, the teacup glowed with an inner light, resonating with the kindness, courage, and wisdom they had collected. Placing the teacup on a mossy stone, Lydia watched in awe as the magic surged, swirling through the forest like a shimmering mist, awakening the trees and filling the air with a symphony of life. The forest was alive once more, vibrant and enchanted, its magic a reflection of the village's newfound harmony. Mirabelle, her mission complete, thanked Lydia with a smile as radiant as the moon. "You've reminded us all that true magic lies in the bonds we share and the kindness we show." With a grateful heart, Lydia returned home, the teacup nestled safely in her pocket as a keepsake of their journey. As night fell, she sat by her fireplace, the flames crackling softly, and thought of the day's adventures. The warmth of friendship and the power of gentle wisdom enveloped her like a cherished blanket. And so, under a sky strewn with stars, Lydia drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the world she had helped to renew. The forest whispered its gratitude, and the village thrived in the glow of its rekindled enchantment, a testament to the power of a kind heart and an unwavering spirit. Story 27. In the far reaches of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across the velvet tapestry of space, lay a small, bustling interstellar port named Luminara Station. It was a place where travelers from the farthest corners of the universe converged, their ships docking in a symphony of lights and sounds, each vessel as unique as its pilot. Among the many travelers was a gentle being from the lush planet of Floralis. Her name was Lyra, a creature whose skin shimmered with the hues of her homeworld's vibrant flora. She moved with a grace akin to a breeze through a meadow, her presence exuding a warmth that seemed almost tangible. Lyra's eyes, like pools of emerald, reflected her curiosity and kindness. One day, as Lyra wandered through the bustling corridors of Luminara Station, she found herself captivated by a peculiar sight. There, amidst the crowd, stood a creature unlike any she had ever seen. His name was Rax, a sturdy and rugged figure hailing from the barren, arid world of Quarix. His skin was a mosaic of rocky textures, and his eyes glowed a soft amber, reminiscent of the setting sun over a desert horizon. Their meeting was serendipitous yet awkward. Lyra, in her eagerness to greet this intriguing stranger, accidentally brushed against Rax with her luminescent tendrils. Startled, Rax let out a low rumble, mistaking her touch for a sign of aggression. The air between them crackled with misunderstanding, like static before a summer storm. Lyra, sensing the tension, quickly retracted her tendrils and offered a soft, apologetic smile. "I'm sorry if I startled you," she said, her voice as soothing as a gentle rain. "I was simply curious about your kind. I've never met someone from Quarix before." Rax, his initial apprehension giving way to curiosity, nodded slowly. "It is rare for one of my kind to leave Quarix. The journey is long and harsh, but I have heard tales of the beauty of other worlds, and I wished to see them for myself." As they spoke, the misunderstanding began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning sense of camaraderie. They decided to explore the station together, each eager to share stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of the endless gardens of Floralis, where flowers sang in harmony under a sky painted with pastel hues. Rax described the rugged beauty of Quarix, where towering rock formations stood against the relentless winds, and the sunsets painted the sands in colors of gold and crimson. Their journey through Luminara Station was not without its challenges. At one point, they found themselves trapped in a malfunctioning lift, the lights flickering ominously as the machinery groaned in protest. Lyra's tendrils glowed brighter, casting a gentle light that eased the claustrophobic shadows. Rax, with his strength, managed to pry open the lift doors just enough to allow them to escape. In that moment of shared adversity, they discovered the strength of their burgeoning friendship. Rax, usually reserved and stoic, found himself laughing alongside Lyra, her joyful spirit infectious. And Lyra, who often felt overwhelmed by the vastness of the universe, found comfort in Rax's steadfast presence. As they continued their exploration, they encountered a myriad of beings, each with their own stories and challenges. They helped a lost Drelkian child find his way back to his family, their combined efforts bridging the gap between cultures and languages. They assisted a weary trader from the icy world of Glacia, unloading her wares with a warmth that melted her initial skepticism. Through these shared experiences, Lyra and Rax learned to appreciate the beauty in their differences. Lyra's gentle nature complemented Rax's resilience, while his practicality tempered her idealism. Together, they navigated misunderstandings with patience and laughter, each moment a lesson in empathy and understanding. As their time on Luminara Station drew to a close, Lyra and Rax found themselves standing on the observation deck, overlooking the sprawling expanse of the cosmos. Stars twinkled in the distance, and the swirling colors of nebulae painted the void with breathtaking beauty. "I've learned so much from you, Rax," Lyra said softly, her tendrils swaying in the starlight. "Your strength and kindness have shown me that even in a universe so vast, true friendship can make it feel like home." Rax, his gaze fixed on the horizon, nodded. And you, Lyra, have taught me that there is softness in strength, and that sometimes the gentlest touch can leave the most profound impact. With a shared understanding, they embraced, their friendship a beacon of hope amidst the endless stars. As they prepared to embark on their separate journeys, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined by the bonds they had forged. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and dreams of future adventures, Lyra and Rax set forth into the cosmos, their friendship a testament to the boundless possibilities that awaited them in the grand tapestry of the universe. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and dense, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a charming stone cottage with ivy tendrils that clung to its sides, a garden overflowing with lavender and marigold, and a small, babbling brook that wound its way behind the house like a curious serpent. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and her curious nature. She had a knack for discovering hidden paths in the forest and finding beauty in the most unexpected places. One misty morning, as the sun began to yawn over the horizon, she set out on one of her usual wanderings, her boots crunching softly over the dew-kissed grass. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a large, gnarled tree that looked older than time itself. Its bark was silvered with age, and its branches stretched out like ancient arms embracing the sky. Nestled in the crook of one of these branches was an object that caught the light in a most curious way. Drawn by a sense of wonder, Lila approached the tree. There, hanging from the branch, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was no larger than her hand, with tiny engravings that danced across its surface like shimmering stars. Entranced, she lifted the box from its resting place, feeling its surprising warmth against her skin. As she opened it, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, and a gentle breeze seemed to swirl around her, carrying with it the scent of honeysuckle and cedar. Inside the box lay a delicate, opalescent stone that pulsed with a gentle light. Lila could feel a tingling sensation in her fingertips, a whisper of magic that promised something wondrous. Intrigued, she tucked the box into her satchel and continued her walk, her mind alive with possibilities. Little did she know, this small discovery would lead her on a journey unlike any she had ever imagined. As the days turned into weeks, Lila began to notice subtle changes in her world. The flowers in her garden bloomed with new vibrancy, the brook sang a sweeter melody, and the forest seemed to murmur secrets only she could hear. The stone had awakened something within her, a deep connection to the world around her, a sense of magic woven into the fabric of everyday life. One evening, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Lila sat by the brook, the wooden box resting on her lap. She was joined by her two closest friends, Finn, a cheerful boy with a heart as big as his imagination, and Mira, a wise girl whose gentle spirit touched everyone she met. Together, they marveled at the stone's glow, pondering its purpose and the mystery it held. "It feels as if the stone wants to tell us something," Mira mused, her voice soft and thoughtful. "Maybe we need to listen more closely," Finn suggested, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Encouraged by their words, Lila closed her eyes and listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. Slowly, she began to understand. The stone was a guide, a beacon of wisdom that would help them navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Their first challenge came sooner than expected. The village had been experiencing an unusual drought, and the once lush fields were now parched and barren. The villagers were growing worried, and whispers of fear began to ripple through the community. Determined to help, Lila, Finn, and Mira set out to find a solution. They knew that the answer lay not in force, but in understanding and harmony. With the stone's guidance, they ventured into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew thick and ancient, their roots intertwined like a tapestry of time. There, they encountered a wise old owl with feathers as soft as down and eyes that gleamed with knowledge. "Welcome, young ones," the owl hooted, its voice resonating like a gentle breeze. "What brings you to these woods?" Lila explained their plight, her voice steady and hopeful. The owl listened intently, then nodded knowingly. "The forest and the village are like two sides of a coin," it said. "What affects one will surely affect the other. The drought is a sign of imbalance, a disharmony between the elements. With the owl's guidance, the friends learned to read the signs of nature, to understand the delicate dance of water and earth, sun and shadow. They discovered that the drought was caused by a dam of fallen branches blocking the brook's flow, a natural occurrence that required gentle intervention. Together, they worked to clear the way, their hands guided by the wisdom they had gained. As the water began to flow freely once more, a gentle rain began to fall, kissing the earth with life-giving drops. The village fields drank deeply, and soon the crops began to flourish anew. The villagers rejoiced, their gratitude shining like the sun. Lila, Finn, and Mira shared the tale of their journey, of the magic that lay hidden in the ordinary, and the power of friendship and wisdom. As the seasons turned and the forest whispered its secrets, Lila kept the wooden box close, a reminder of the extraordinary wonder that could be found in the simplest of things. And every evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, she would sit by the brook with her friends, listening to the world and its wonders, content in the knowledge that they had made a difference. And so, in the heart of the village, surrounded by hills and forests, magic and friendship thrived, weaving a tapestry of harmony and hope that would be cherished for generations to come. Story 29. In the gentle embrace of a sprawling forest, where towering oaks whispered secrets to the sky, and the ground was carpeted with a mosaic of moss and fallen leaves, there lived a young woman named Mara. Mara had always found comfort in the rhythmic patterns of the forest, its timeless dance of seasons offering the stability she craved. Yet, as the world around her began to change with the onset of spring, she felt an unsettling restlessness stirring within her, like the distant rumble of a summer storm. Mara lived in a quaint cottage at the edge of the forest, its thatched roof peeking through a canopy of emerald leaves. The air was thick with the earthy aroma of damp soil, mingled with the sweet scent of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor. Each day she would wander along familiar paths, her footsteps a gentle echo in the quietude, collecting herbs and listening to the soft symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong. Despite the forest's embrace, Mara felt a sense of incompleteness, a yearning for something she could not name. Her heart was like a tightly wound bud, waiting to bloom, but unsure how. Change was a daunting specter that lingered at the edges of her consciousness, and she found herself caught between the comfort of the known and the fear of the unknown. One spring morning, as the sun threaded its golden fingers through the trees, Mara's path led her to an ancient oak she had never noticed before. It stood apart from the others, its gnarled branches twisting like the pages of an old, forgotten tale. As she approached, she noticed a small, iridescent butterfly resting on the rough bark, its wings a mesmerizing swirl of blues and purples. "Hello there," Mara whispered, her voice gentle as the breeze. To her surprise, the butterfly fluttered closer, alighting softly on her outstretched hand. At that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, and an inexplicable warmth spread through her chest. The butterfly's wings shimmered with a faint luminescence, and as Mara watched, it began to speak, not with words, but with a feeling that resonated deep within her. Images of transformation, of a caterpillar's journey to becoming something more, filled her mind. She understood then that this tiny creature was a messenger of change, an embodiment of the very transformation she feared. Emboldened by the butterfly's presence, Mara decided to seek out the wisdom of the forest's elder, a wise old turtle named Eldwin, who resided by a crystal-clear pond nestled in a sun-dappled glade. Eldwin was known for his knowledge of the forest's mysteries and his gentle guidance to those in need. The path to Eldwin's glade was lined with fragrant honeysuckle and vibrant ferns, their leaves glistening with dew. As Mara approached, the old turtle lifted his head, his eyes twinkling with a knowing kindness. "Ah, Mara," Eldwin greeted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Mara hesitated, the words tangled in her throat like the vines of the forest. "I am struggling with change, Eldwin," she confessed at last. "I feel like I am on the cusp of something new, but I am afraid." Eldwin nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Change is the rhythm of life, dear one. Like the seasons, we too must grow and transform. Fear not the unknown, for it is often the key to discovering who we truly are." As they spoke, Eldwin shared tales of his own transformations, of times when he had retreated into his shell, only to emerge wiser and stronger. Mara listened intently, her heart slowly unfurling, much like the petals of a flower in the morning sun. "Remember, Mara," Eldwin advised, "the forest itself is a testament to the beauty of change. Each tree, each leaf, each creature plays a part in the grand tapestry of life. Embrace your journey, and you will find your place within it." With Eldwin's words echoing in her mind, Mara returned to her cottage, the butterfly still accompanying her, a silent guardian of her newfound resolve. She began to notice the subtle magic in the world around her, the way the sunlight danced through the leaves, the gentle ripple of the brook as it wound its way through the forest, the harmonious chatter of the woodland creatures. As spring blossomed into summer, Mara found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant hues of the forest in vivid strokes of color. Each brushstroke was a step towards understanding herself, and with each completed painting, she felt a little more whole. The butterfly remained by her side, a constant reminder of the beauty of transformation. With time, Mara learned to dance with change, to welcome it like an old friend rather than fear it. Her heart, once a tightly wound bud, bloomed into a radiant blossom, open to the world and its endless possibilities. And so Mara discovered that change, though daunting at first, was not something to be feared. It was a gentle, guiding force that led her to her true self, to a life filled with color and light. The forest, with its timeless wisdom, had taught her the most valuable lesson of all, that within each of us lies the power to grow and transform, to become the best version of ourselves. As the seasons turned, Mara continued to thrive in her little cottage by the forest, her heart forever entwined with the rhythms of nature. And though the butterfly eventually flew away, its message of transformation lingered, a cherished memory that would guide her through all the changes yet to come. Story 30. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of the whimsical woods, there lived a most peculiar group of friends. First, there was Melvin the mushroom, whose spotted red cap could change colors to match his mood. Next was Lilybell, a sprightly flower fairy whose iridescent wings sparkled like diamonds in the morning dew. Sweet-tempered Sidney the snail rounded out the trio, leaving a glistening trail of kindness everywhere he went. On this particularly enchanting summer's eve, Melvin was feeling rather blue, or should I say indigo. He had been hoping to throw a marvelous moonlight soiree for the forest folk. However, the magical full moon that was meant to shine that night had gone missing. As dusk fell, a murky darkness blanketed the woods instead of the brilliant lunar glow. "Whatever shall we do?" wailed Melvin despondently, his cap fading to a gloomy charcoal hue. "The soiree simply cannot go on without the full moon's radiant light to guide the dancers and illuminate our party." "Do not fret, dear Melvin," Lilybell said soothingly, her wings casting a gentle sparkle of reassurance. "I'm certain we can find a way to locate the missing moon." Sidney nodded slowly in agreement. "Why don't we consult wise old Wilbur the willow tree? With his branches stretching high into the sky, perhaps he spied where the moon has gone." Taking heart from his friend's optimism, Melvin's cap brightened to a hopeful sunny yellow. Off they went to seek Wilbur's counsel. The ancient willow warmly welcomed them into the shelter of his leafy embrace. "I'm afraid I did not see where the moon disappeared to this eve. However, I did notice the 3 mischievous giggle mice scampering about, whispering and snickering amongst themselves in that peculiar way they do when they've pulled a prank." Melvin's cap flashed a brilliant crimson red. "Those giggle mice! They must have stolen the moon as a joke. But don't they know the moonlight soiree is the biggest celebration in the whimsical woods? Oh, this simply won't do at all." Just then, a shower of stardust rained down from the tallest treetop, and a tiny voice rang out. "Did somebody say they needed some moon magic?" Out fluttered Galadriel, the remarkable young sprite who was known for her flair for celestial sorcery. "I couldn't help but overhear you've run into a spot of lunar trouble. Never fear, I've been practicing my moon illusion spells." With a swish of her shimmering wand and an intricate twirl, Galadriel conjured a magnificent orb of mesmerizing moonlight. It hovered in the air, casting a pearly glow over everyone's awestruck faces. "There, that should make a splendid substitute until we locate the real moon," Galadriel said with a proud grin. Just be sure to dance and play to your heart's content before the illusion fades at sunrise." The friends cheered with delight, shouting joyous thanks to the clever young sprite. Melvin's cap practically glowed with a vibrant, multicolored happiness. And so, under the silvery splendor of Galadriel's magical moonbeam, the forest creatures danced and made merry throughout the warm summer night at the most wonderful moonlight soiree the whimsical woods had ever seen. When at last the first rays of dawn began to peek over the treetops, the three giggle mice appeared looking quite sheepish. "We only meant it as a harmless jest," they confessed, producing the real full moon which they had stashed behind a hollow log. "But it appears your cleverness outshined even our trickery this time." Melvin simply chuckled merrily, his cap swirling with mirthful shades of orange and pink. "Well played, you rascally giggle mice! But I believe we all learned something special here tonight. With good friends by your side and a sprinkling of creative magic, any problem can be overcome with laughter and joy." As the warm sun peeked over the horizon, the whimsical woods glowed with the contentment of new memories made and the promise of more wondrous adventures yet to come under next month's full moon. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to lean in close to share their secrets, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. The village was known for its cobblestone streets that glistened like river stones after a gentle rain, and cottages with thatched roofs, each one basking under a quilt of ivy and wildflowers. Elderglen was a place where magic hummed in the very air, a gentle enchantment that made the nights twinkle just a little brighter and the days feel like a warm embrace. In this village lived a young girl named Anwen, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that reflected the deep, serene blue of nearby Lake Serenity. Anwen had a knack for noticing things that others often overlooked, a talent that made her both curious and wise beyond her years. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sun peeked over the horizon, Anwen noticed something curious. The village's beloved bell, which hung in the belfry of the old stone church, had stopped chiming. This bell was no ordinary bell. It was believed to be enchanted, its melodious toll guiding the villagers through their daily routines. Without its familiar song, the village felt oddly quiet, as if waiting for something to happen. Determined to solve the mystery, Anwen decided to seek the counsel of the wise old owl, Auburn, who lived in the ancient oak that marked the center of the whispering woods. As she walked, she felt the soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath her feet and the crisp, cool air that carried the scent of pine and earth. Auburn was known as the woodland sage, his feathers a tapestry of browns and golds that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. As Anwen approached, Auburn opened one eye, then the other, and hooted a gentle greeting. "Good morning, Auburn," Anwen said, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "The village bell has stopped chiming, and I fear something is amiss." Auburn blinked thoughtfully, his wide eyes reflecting the wisdom of many years. "Ah, young Anwen," he replied, his voice a gentle rumble. "The bell's silence is indeed a puzzle. But remember, the answers are often found where the heart listens more than the ears." With Auburn's words in mind, Anwen made her way back to the village, pondering where her heart might lead her. As she walked, she noticed the subtle signs of change. The way the shadows seemed to stretch a little longer, and the birds sang in slightly altered melodies. Her journey took her to the edge of the forest, where the gentle river, known as the Silver Stream, wound its way through the land. Sitting by the bank was a peculiar creature, one Anwen had never seen before. Its body was like that of a cat, sleek and graceful, but its ears were long and tufted, and its tail shimmered with a faint luminescence. The creature looked up as Anwen approached, its eyes a deep, knowing green. "Greetings, child of Elderglen," it purred, its voice like a melody. "I am Nyla, a guardian of the forest's harmony." Anwen felt an immediate sense of trust in Nyla, and she shared her concerns about the silent bell. Nyla listened intently, her tail curling around her paws. "The bell's enchantment is woven into the fabric of the land," she explained. "Perhaps it is not the bell that has changed, but the land itself." Anwen thought carefully about Nyla's words. Could something have disrupted the harmony of Elderglen? She remembered the unusual signs she'd noticed, the longer shadows, the altered bird song. Could these be connected? With a spark of insight, Anwen asked, "Could the river be the key? It's as if its song has been muffled." Nyla nodded, her eyes glinting with approval. "Indeed, you have keen eyes and ears, Anwen. The river's flow carries more than water. It carries the very heartbeat of the woods." Together, Anwen and Nyla followed the silver stream upstream, where they discovered a cluster of fallen branches and leaves blocking its path. The blockage had caused the water to pool and slow, its gentle music muted beneath the tangled debris. With Nyla's guidance and Anwen's determination, they carefully cleared the blockage, allowing the water to flow freely once more. As the river resumed its sparkling journey, a soft, harmonious chime echoed through the woods. Anwen felt a warmth spread through her heart, knowing they had restored the balance. Returning to the village, Anwen found the bell chiming once again, its notes ringing clear and true. The villagers who had gathered in the square cheered in delight. Anwen's heart swelled with a quiet pride, knowing she had played a part in restoring the village's melody. That evening, as the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, Anwen sat by her window, listening to the comforting rhythm of the bell. She thought of Oren's wisdom, Nyla's guidance, and the gentle power of observation and friendship. And so, with the bell's lullaby filling the night air, Anwen drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the heart of Elderglen beat strong and true once more. The village was safe, and all was well in the Whispering Woods. Story 32. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the rustling winds and the streams sang a gentle lullaby, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her home, a quaint stone cottage, nestled snugly amidst towering oaks and fragrant wildflowers, was a haven of warmth and comfort. The air was rich with the scent of pine and honey, and the sky above twinkled with stars like tiny lanterns in the night. Leora had a special gift. She could understand the language of the forest. She often spent her days wandering the woodland paths, listening to the stories told by the babbling brook or the wise old owl who perched solemnly on a gnarled branch. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora noticed something peculiar. Tiny, glowing footprints appeared on the path leading to her cottage. They sparkled like scattered diamonds against the earthy tones of the forest floor, and Leora, intrigued, followed them cautiously. The footprints led her to the edge of the great clearing, where the forest opened into a wide, grassy meadow. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like welcoming arms. Beneath the tree, a soft glow emanated, casting a warm, inviting light. Curious but unafraid, Leora stepped closer. As she approached, she saw a small figure sitting at the tree's base, a little creature with fur as white as snow and eyes that twinkled like the night sky. It was a moon sprite, a rare and gentle being known to appear only under the most extraordinary circumstances. "Hello, young one," the moon sprite greeted, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I am Lumina. I sense you have a heart open to the wonders of this world." Leora smiled, her eyes bright with wonder. "Hello, Lumina. I found your footprints. Are you in need of help?" Lumina nodded, a flicker of concern passing through her luminous eyes. "Indeed, I am. There has been a disturbance in the forest's harmony, a mystery that needs unraveling. The streams have begun to lose their song, and the stars seem dimmer in the sky." Leora listened intently, feeling the weight of the moon sprite's worry. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice steady and kind. "The answer lies within the heart of the forest," Lumina replied. "We must find the source of this imbalance. But fear not, for you will not be alone on this journey." Just then, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, and from the shadows emerged a wise old tortoise, his shell etched with ancient runes. "Greetings, Leora," he said in a deep, rumbling voice. "I am Elder Taro, and I shall accompany you." With Lumina atop Elder Taro's shell, the trio ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods. As they walked, Leora noticed subtle changes in the forest's demeanor. The leaves, usually vibrant and lively, seemed to droop, and the air felt heavy with unspoken sadness. "Look closely," Elder Taro advised, his voice a soothing balm in the night. "The forest speaks in many ways." Leora observed her surroundings with renewed focus. She noticed that the flowers, typically bright and cheerful, had closed their petals tightly. A family of squirrels, usually chattering merrily, sat silently on a branch, their eyes reflecting unease. As they reached a small clearing, Leora saw something peculiar, a circle of stones, each one glistening faintly in the moonlight. In the center lay a single delicate feather, shimmering with a faint, silvery light. "This is the heart of the disturbance," Lumina murmured, her voice tinged with sadness. "The feather of harmony, a gift from the celestial swans, has been misplaced." Elder Taro nodded wisely. "Without the feather, the balance of our world is disrupted. We must find where it belongs." Leora knelt beside the feather, feeling its soft texture against her fingertips. Where does it belong? She wondered aloud, her mind racing with possibilities. "Think, dear child," Elder Taro encouraged. "What have you observed?" Leora closed her eyes, recalling the forest's subtle messages, the dimmed stars, the silent streams, the closed petals of the flowers. A thought sparked in her mind, clear and bright as the morning sun. The feather belongs in the branches of the ancient oak, she realized. It's where the celestial swans gather under the moonlight. Lumina's eyes sparkled with hope. "Yes, young Leora, you have seen with your heart, and your wisdom shall restore the balance." With gentle hands, Leora lifted the feather, its light growing stronger with each step she took towards the ancient oak. As she placed the feather among the tree's highest branches, the forest seemed to sigh in relief. The stars above brightened, twinkling with renewed vigor. The streams found their melody once more, their songs echoing joyfully through the trees. The flowers unfurled their petals, and the squirrels chattered happily in the branches. "Thank you, Leora," Lumina said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You have restored the harmony of our world." Elder Taro nodded in agreement. "Your kindness and insight have brought us peace." As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Leora bade farewell to her new friends. The forest, now vibrant and alive, seemed to hum with a gentle, contented energy. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit light as a feather, Leora returned to her cottage, where the comforting embrace of her bed awaited. She drifted into slumber, cradled by the soothing sounds of the forest, a world at peace where harmony reigned and gentle mysteries unfolded like dreams beneath the stars. Story 33. In a land not so far away, where the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming jasmine and the sky always wore hues of a gentle twilight, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village nestled snugly between rolling hills and whispering forests, its cobblestone streets winding like ribbons through cottages with thatched roofs and gardens bursting with color. The villagers of Willowbrook were known for their warmth and kindness, and among them, a curious young soul named Lila lived. Lila had a heart as open as the sky and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. She was known to spend her days wandering through the forest, listening to the songs of the birds and the stories the leaves rustled in the wind. One serene afternoon, as the golden sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in shades of amber and rose, Lila noticed something peculiar. As she meandered through her favorite forest path, she found that the air was filled with a melody unlike any she had heard before. It was as if the very trees were humming a tune, soft and entrancing, leading her deeper into the woods. Intrigued, Lila followed the melody until she reached the heart of the forest, where a clearing opened up before her. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. But it was not the tree that held her attention. Rather, it was the sight of a faint, shimmering light dancing around its base, as if the moon had decided to visit the earth. As Lila stepped closer, she realized the light was coming from a tiny, delicate creature, a fairy, no taller than a daffodil. The fairy's wings glimmered like shards of opal in the fading light, and her eyes were as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Greetings, young seeker," the fairy said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Fae, guardian of this grove, and you have stumbled upon a mystery that has perplexed even the wisest of creatures." Lila, her curiosity piqued, knelt down to greet Fae. "A mystery?" she echoed, her voice filled with wonder. "What kind of mystery?" Fae fluttered her wings, the light around her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Every evening, as the sun sets and the world is draped in twilight, the song of the forest grows stronger. It is said to hold the secret to the ancient magic that protects Willowbrook. However, the source of this song has remained hidden, even from me." Lila pondered the fairy's words, feeling a gentle thrill of excitement. "Perhaps I can help," she offered. "I may not be as wise as the forest, but I have learned to listen." With a nod of agreement, Faye led Lila around the clearing, and together they began their investigation. They listened closely to the symphony of the forest, discerning the notes that wove through the trees like threads of a tapestry. Each note seemed to carry a whisper, a story untold, waiting to be unveiled. As they explored, other creatures of the forest joined them, an old wise owl with eyes like polished amber, a family of rabbits with ears perked in curiosity, and even a mischievous squirrel who chattered animatedly, offering acorns as tokens of goodwill. Together, the unlikely gathering of friends sought the source of the song, each using their unique gifts to unravel the mystery. The owl, with his keen sight, noticed patterns in the way the light filtered through the leaves, creating a map of sorts. The rabbits, with their sensitive ears, guided them towards the softer notes, hidden beneath the louder ones. The squirrel, with his nimble feet, discovered hidden paths that twisted through the underbrush. As the moon rose high, casting a gentle glow over the forest, Lila finally noticed something unusual. At the base of the ancient oak, nestled among its roots, was a cluster of tiny, luminescent flowers. Their petals shimmered with the same light that surrounded Faye, and as the breeze caressed them, they swayed in perfect harmony with the melody of the forest. Lila leaned closer, her breath mingling with the fragrance of the flowers, and it was then she realized the flowers themselves were singing. Their song, though faint, was the very melody that had drawn her here. Faye hovered beside Lila, her eyes wide with understanding. "These are the moon petal blossoms," she whispered reverently. "They bloom only once a century, and their song is the heart of the magic that shields our village." With gentle care, Lila and her newfound friends nurtured the blossoms, ensuring they would continue to sing their protective song for generations to come. The forest seemed to sigh with relief, the melody growing softer, more content. As dawn approached, painting the sky with strokes of soft pink and gold, Lila bid farewell to her companions, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. She returned to Willowbrook, her steps light and her spirit aglow with the knowledge that she had played a part in safeguarding her home. And so, the mystery of the singing forest was solved, not through grand gestures or mighty deeds, but through the simple act of listening and the gentle power of friendship. Lila's tale became one of the many stories told around the fireplaces of Willowbrook, a reminder of the magic that exists when hearts are open and minds are willing to discover the wonders of the world. As the years passed, Lila grew, but she never forgot the melody of the moon petal blossoms or the wisdom of her friends. And whenever the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle, she would wander once more into the forest, where the echoes of her adventure lingered like a lullaby, soothing and eternal. In the end, Willowbrook remained as it always was, a place of wonder and warmth, where mysteries were not feared but embraced, and where even the smallest of creatures held the power to change the world. Story 34. In the heart of a forest so old that even the stars seemed to remember its birth, there thrived a hidden world. The trees stood tall and dignified, their bark etched with stories of time, whispered by the winds that danced around them. This was a place where sunlight and shadow played in harmony, casting dappled patterns on the soft moss carpet that covered the forest floor. The creatures of this forest lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. The squirrels darted among the branches, their bushy tails flicking like paintbrushes against the sky, while the deer moved gracefully through the underbrush, their hooves barely making a sound against the earth. Above them, birds sang sweet melodies that resonated through the leaves, a symphony that shifted with the seasons. In this enchanted realm, there was a special time of year known as the whispering season. It was a brief but magical period when the air shimmered with a silvery glow and the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. During this time, the trees would share their ancient wisdom with those who chose to listen, their voices a soft rustling that echoed like a gentle lullaby. One such creature who cherished the whispering season was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had lived in the forest for many years, and his shell bore the marks of countless seasons. He was known for his gentle nature and deep understanding of the forest's secrets. Thistle had a special spot beneath the grand oak, the oldest tree in the forest, where he would settle himself to listen to the tree's stories. As the whispering season began, the forest transformed. The air was crisp, carrying a hint of the coming winter, yet warmed by the golden hues of autumn leaves that clung to the branches. The forest floor was a tapestry of color, with fallen leaves crunching softly underfoot like whispers of the past. Thistle made his way to the grand oak, his journey slow but deliberate. As he ambled along, he noticed the changes that the season had brought. The squirrels were busy gathering acorns, their little hands working quickly, while the birds flitted about, their songs tinged with the excitement of the changing season. When Thistle reached the grand oak, he settled into a cozy hollow at its base, where the earth felt warm and welcoming. He closed his eyes and listened as the tree began to speak, its voice resonating with the wisdom of ages. Long ago, the grand oak began. The forest was young, and the creatures who lived here did not yet know the harmony of balance. Each sought only for themselves, and the forest grew weary from their greed. Thistle listened intently, his heart open to the lessons of the past. As the tree continued its tale, he could see the images forming in his mind, creatures quarreling over resources, the land scarred by their conflicts. But just as the forest seemed on the brink of despair, a gentle rain began to fall. This rain, the grand oak explained, was not an ordinary rain. It was a gift from the sky, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The rain washed away the discord, its droplets shimmering like diamonds in the sunlight. As it fell, the creatures felt a change within them, a softening of hearts and a yearning for peace. They began to understand that true prosperity lay in sharing and cooperation. Thistle felt a warmth spreading through his shell, a sense of calm and understanding. He knew that the whispering season was not just a time to listen, but a time to learn and to carry those lessons forward. As the days of the whispering season passed, Thistle shared the grand oak's story with other creatures of the forest. He spoke to the busy squirrels, reminding them of the joy in sharing their bounty, and to the birds, encouraging them to weave their songs into a harmonious chorus. Slowly, the forest came alive with a spirit of unity. The creatures began to work together, their actions guided by the wisdom that Thistle had shared. The squirrels would leave a few acorns for the deer, who in turn would clear paths for the tortoises. The birds sang songs of gratitude, their melodies lifting the spirits of all who heard them. As the whispering season drew to a close, the forest felt renewed. The trees stood a little taller, their leaves rustling with a contented sigh. The creatures went about their lives with a newfound sense of purpose, their hearts aligned with the rhythm of the earth. Thistle, too, felt a deep sense of peace. He knew that the wisdom of the forest was not just a story of the past, but a living truth that could guide them all into the future. As he settled into his hollow beneath the grand oak, he felt the warmth of the earth envelop him like a loving embrace. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as a spider's web, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the enduring power of wisdom and friendship. The whispering season would come again, and with it, new lessons and stories to cherish, ensuring that the balance of the forest would remain undisturbed for generations to come. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled between gentle hills and whispering woods, there was a little shop known simply as the Curious Corner. The shop was a haven for the village folk, filled with trinkets and treasures that seemed to carry the very essence of wonder. The shelves were lined with things that caught the eye and stirred the imagination. Old clocks that ticked with a melody, mirrors that shimmered with stories, and books that whispered secrets as their pages turned. In this shop worked a kind-hearted young woman named Lila. With her soft auburn hair and eyes like warm honey, Lila was beloved by everyone for her gentle spirit and the way she listened with genuine interest to anyone who came by. She had a knack for finding the perfect item for each visitor, as if she could sense what their hearts secretly yearned for. One rainy afternoon, as the patter of raindrops created a soothing rhythm against the shop's windows, a peculiar item caught Lila's attention. It was an antique compass, its brass surface worn with age, yet it glimmered with an inviting allure. What made it unusual was the way its needle spun erratically, never settling on a direction. Intrigued, Lila tucked the compass into her apron pocket, feeling a strange sense of connection to it. That evening, as the rain subsided and the sky cleared to reveal a blanket of twinkling stars, Lila sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The warmth of the flames painted flickering patterns on the walls, and the air was fragrant with the scent of lavender from the nearby fields. She took out the compass, pondering its mystery. To her surprise, as she held it, the needle began to glow softly, pointing not to north, but seemingly towards her heart. Lila felt a gentle pull, an invitation to follow wherever the compass might lead. With a mix of curiosity and courage, she decided to see where this journey would take her. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of tea, and her favorite book of tales, and set out as dawn broke. Her path led her into the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians. The air was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature that soothed her spirit. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a wise old owl perched on a low branch. Its eyes, deep and knowing, met hers with a gentle gaze. "Young traveler," the owl hooted softly, "the compass you hold is a guide not of places, but of hearts. It seeks what is lost within you." Lila listened intently, feeling the truth of the owl's words resonate within her. She had always felt a quiet longing, a sense that something important was missing from her life. With a nod of gratitude, she continued on, the compass now a trusted companion. Her journey led her through fields of flowers that danced in the breeze, their petals brushing against her like whispers of encouragement. She crossed a babbling brook, its waters cool and clear, and paused to rest by its banks. Here she met a pair of playful rabbits, their fur soft and eyes bright with mischief. "Where are you headed, Lila?" one of the rabbits asked, twitching its nose in curiosity. "I'm following the compass," Lila replied, smiling at their lively energy. The rabbits exchanged a knowing glance. "Remember, Lila," said the other rabbit, "sometimes the journey within is the greatest adventure of all." Emboldened by their words, Lila pressed on. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, she arrived at a serene meadow bathed in moonlight. It was here that the compass began to hum softly, its glow intensifying. In the center of the meadow stood a lone tree, its branches swaying gently as if in a dance with the night. Lila approached, feeling a sense of peace envelop her. She sat beneath the tree, closing her eyes and letting the calm wash over her. In that moment of stillness, she realized what had been missing, a sense of belonging, of knowing her place in the world. The compass had guided her not to a specific location, but to a realization that the home she sought was within herself all along. With a heart full of newfound wisdom, Lila returned to the village. She carried with her the lessons of the journey, the importance of listening to one's inner voice, the value of friendships formed along the way, and the understanding that sometimes the answers we seek are found not in distant lands, but within our own hearts. Back at the curious corner, Lila placed the compass on a prominent shelf, its needle now calm and steady. It became a symbol of her journey, a reminder to all who entered that the greatest adventures often begin with a simple step towards the unknown. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Lila's heart was at peace, surrounded by the warmth of friendship and the comforting knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 36. In the heart of a serene, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lived a gentle young woman named Mira. She had golden hair that cascaded like sunlight over her shoulders and eyes the color of a peaceful sky just before twilight. Mira dwelled in a quaint cottage at the edge of the woods, where the scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. Mira lived a quiet life, tending to her garden and the animals that visited her doorstep. Though she cherished her harmonious existence, a sense of restlessness had recently begun to stir within her. It was as if her heart yearned for something beyond the familiar rhythm of her days, something she couldn't quite name. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of amber and gold, Mira decided to take a walk deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the soft crunch underfoot was music to her ears. As she wandered, a gentle breeze played with her hair, and the sun filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the path. Her journey led her to a clearing she had never seen, where the light seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and weathered, branches stretching like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay an intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with delicate vines and leaves. Curiosity piqued, Mira knelt beside the box. As her fingers traced the carvings, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the tree itself were sharing its timeless wisdom. She opened the box carefully, revealing a collection of vibrant, iridescent feathers, each one a different color, yet together they formed a perfect spectrum. As she touched the feathers, a soft voice, like the whisper of the wind through the trees, filled the clearing. These feathers hold a magic of transformation, Mira. They reflect the journey of the heart and the courage to embrace change. Mira's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. She took the feathers home, placing them on her windowsill where they caught the light, casting rainbows across her cozy living room. Days turned into weeks, and Mira found herself drawn to the feathers, spending hours contemplating their beauty and the promise they held. Yet the thought of change filled her with apprehension. What if she lost all that she held dear? One evening, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth and the moon bathed her garden in silver light, Mira sought the counsel of her neighbor, an elderly woman named Elowen. With hair as white as the winter snow and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of many lifetimes, Elowen was known for her gentle guidance. "Ah, Mira," Elowen said with a kindly smile, "change is but a dance with the unknown, a chance to grow and discover hidden parts of oneself. It is only through stepping beyond the familiar that we truly find our wings." Her words settled in Mira's heart like seeds in fertile soil. Inspired, Mira decided to embrace the magic of the feathers. She chose one, a deep sapphire hue, and held it close. As the feather warmed in her hand, a soft glow enveloped her, and she felt a gentle tug, as if the very essence of the forest was guiding her. In that moment, Mira understood that the transformation was not about losing herself, but about becoming more of who she truly was. The days that followed were filled with quiet revelations. Mira found herself noticing the world with fresh eyes, appreciating the intricate patterns of frost on her window, the laughter of a brook as it danced over stones, and the warmth of the sun on her skin. She began to paint, capturing the beauty around her in vibrant strokes that mirrored the feathers' hues. Her newfound creativity drew the attention of the woodland creatures, who visited her more frequently, bringing their own gentle magic to her doorstep. A fox with fur as russet as autumn leaves became her constant companion, offering silent support and playful antics that never failed to make her smile. As Mira shared her paintings with the villagers, she discovered the power of connection and the joy of sharing her journey with others. Her art inspired those around her to embrace their own transformations, to find beauty and courage in their unique paths. Through this journey, Mira learned that change need not be feared, but welcomed with open arms. The magic of the forest had shown her that personal growth was a tapestry, woven with threads of courage, friendship, and discovery. And so, in the heart of that ancient forest, Mira found her place. A peaceful soul transformed not by a grand adventure, but by the gentle unfolding of her own heart. As the seasons turned, she thrived, spreading her wings and letting the wind carry her to new horizons, ever grateful for the magical transformation that had begun with a single feather. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering lake, life flowed with a gentle rhythm. The villagers would rise with the sun, their days filled with simple pleasures and quiet contentment. Among them lived a young girl named Clara, who had a heart as vast as the sky and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Clara was known for her curious spirit and her love for exploring the nooks and crannies of her world. She often wandered through the fields of wildflowers, where the breeze played a gentle symphony, or sat by the lakeside, listening to the water's soft lullaby. But her favorite place of all was the little attic in her grandmother's cottage, filled with all sorts of forgotten treasures. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the air, Clara climbed the creaky stairs to the attic, her lantern casting a warm glow on the dusty floorboards. She rummaged through old trunks and boxes, uncovering relics of the past, a faded photograph here, a tarnished locket there. Just as she was about to close the last box, something caught her eye. A small, unassuming teapot, its porcelain surface etched with delicate patterns of ivy and roses. Curiosity piqued. Clara lifted the teapot, feeling its weight in her hands. As she tilted it this way and that, she noticed something extraordinary. A soft, melodic hum emanated from within, as if the teapot held a secret song. Intrigued, Clara brought the teapot downstairs to her grandmother, who was knitting by the hearth. "Grandmother," Clara began, her voice laced with wonder, "I found this teapot in the attic. It seems different." Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul with a heart full of stories, peered over her spectacles. "Ah, the teapot of whimsy," she mused, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "It's been in our family for generations. They say it holds a touch of magic." "Magic?" Clara echoed, her heart skipping a beat. "Indeed," her grandmother replied with a knowing smile, "but its magic is subtle, meant for those who see with their hearts." Clara's imagination danced with possibilities. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Willowbrook, she placed the teapot on her bedside table, hoping to unravel its mystery. The following morning, Clara awoke to find a peculiar sight. The teapot spout was draped with a tiny scroll, tied with a ribbon as fine as spider silk. With nimble fingers, she unrolled it and found a message written in elegant script: "Seek the whispering willow where dreams take flight." Her heart fluttered with excitement. The whispering willow stood at the edge of the village, a grand old tree whose branches reached for the heavens. Clara had always felt a special connection to it, as if it were alive with secrets of its own. After breakfast, she set off towards the tree, the teapot nestled securely in her satchel. Along the way, she met two companions who would join her on this unexpected journey. The first was Finn, a mischievous squirrel with a penchant for storytelling, whose chittering laughter was infectious. The second was Lila, a gentle doe with eyes as soft as velvet, who seemed to glide silently through the forest, her presence a calming balm. Together, they reached the whispering willow, its boughs swaying like a dancer lost in her own melody. Clara placed the teapot at the base of the tree, the sun's rays filtering through the leaves to cast dappled patterns on the ground. As if sensing their arrival, the tree's branches rustled, and a voice as soft as a breeze spoke. "Welcome, seekers of truth. What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Clara stepped forward, her voice steady yet filled with wonder. "We seek to understand the magic of the teapot and the secrets it holds." The whispering willow chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "Magic is not always what it seems, dear ones. It lies in the eyes that see and the hearts that feel. The teapot's gift is to reveal what truly matters." The tree's words stirred something within Clara, a wisdom that resonated with her soul. She realized that the journey was not about unraveling the teapot's mystery, but about discovering the magic within herself and the world around her. Grateful for this revelation, Clara thanked the whispering willow, her heart light and full. As she and her companions made their way back to the village, she felt a warmth envelop her, a newfound sense of wonder and appreciation for life's simple, magical moments. That evening, as Clara sat by the crackling fire, she placed the teapot on the mantelpiece, a reminder of her journey and the lessons learned. She knew now that magic was not confined to the extraordinary, but woven into the very fabric of everyday life, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the surface. And so, with a heart brimming with gratitude and eyes that saw the world anew, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, the teapot's gentle hum, a lullaby that carried her into dreams as sweet as the whispering wind. Story 38. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small, unassuming cottage known to hold tales of wonder and magic. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Mirabelle, whose gentle presence and warm smile were a balm to all who ventured near. Mirabelle was known far and wide for her extraordinary talent in weaving tales that captivated the hearts of young and old alike, tales spun from a tapestry of dreams and whispered secrets of the past. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced joyfully in the golden light, Mirabelle sat by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly in the cozy silence. The scent of cinnamon and honey wafted through the air, mingling with the crackling of the fire. A gentle knock at the door broke the stillness, and with a knowing smile, Mirabelle rose to welcome her visitors. "Come in, dears," she called, her voice as soothing as a gentle lullaby. The door creaked open, revealing a group of eager children, their eyes wide with anticipation. Among them was a boy named Oliver, whose tousled hair and bright eyes were a testament to his boundless curiosity. His best friend, a girl named Lila, stood beside him, her cheeks flushed with the chill of the evening air. "Gather round the fire," Mirabelle invited, gesturing to the plush cushions strewn across the wooden floor. "Tonight, I have a tale that will whisk you away to a world of enchantment and mystery." As the children settled into their spots, Mirabelle took her place in the rocking chair by the hearth. She paused for a moment, her eyes twinkling with mischief and wonder, before beginning her story. Long ago, in a land not so different from our own, there was a hidden realm known as the Enchanted Grove, Mirabelle began, her voice weaving a spell of its own. This magical place was nestled deep within the heart of the ancient forest of Auburn, a forest that was said to be alive with secrets and dreams. The Enchanted Grove was a sanctuary of beauty and peace, where the trees sang with the voices of the wind and the flowers bloomed with colors never before seen by human eyes. The children listened intently, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of this mystical world. Oliver, in particular, found himself drawn into the story, his mind wandering through the forest paths as if he were truly there. In this magical grove, Mirabelle continued, there existed a most extraordinary object, a luminous crystal known as the Heart of Auburn. It was said that the crystal held the essence of the forest itself, a beacon of light and hope that kept the grove alive and flourishing. The Heart of Auburn was protected by the guardians of the grove, a group of wise and gentle creatures known as the luminae. These ethereal beings glowed with an inner light, their presence a comfort to all who dwelt in the grove. Lila leaned closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "What did the luminae do, Mirabelle?" she asked softly. "The luminae watched over the grove and the crystal," Mirabelle explained, her voice filled with warmth and reverence. "They ensured that the balance of nature was maintained and that the magic of the forest remained pure and strong. But one day, a shadow fell over the enchanted grove, threatening to plunge it into darkness." Mirabelle's words hung in the air, the tension palpable as the children waited to hear more. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the room. "It was a storm unlike any the grove had ever seen," Mirabelle continued, her voice low and suspenseful. "The winds howled like the cries of lost souls, and the rain fell in torrents, threatening to drown the very life from the forest. In the midst of this chaos, the Heart of Auburn was stolen, its light extinguished, leaving the grove vulnerable and afraid." The children's eyes widened in shock, their hearts racing with concern for the magical world Mirabelle had brought to life. But Mirabelle's smile was gentle and reassuring, a promise that all was not lost. "The forest was plunged into a deep slumber," she said, its vibrant colors fading to shades of gray. The luminae, weakened by the loss of the crystal, could only watch helplessly as their beloved grove withered. But hope remained, for the Heart of Auburn was not truly lost. It had been hidden away, waiting for a brave soul to find it and restore its light. Oliver's heart surged with determination, his mind already racing with ideas of how he might help save the enchanted grove. "It was then," Mirabelle continued, "that a young girl named Seraphina came to the forest. She was not like the other villagers, for she possessed a rare gift, the ability to understand the language of the trees." The children exchanged glances, intrigued by this new character in the tale. "Seraphina had always felt a connection to the forest," Mirabelle explained, drawn to its beauty and mystery like a moth to a flame. When she heard of the grove's plight, she knew she had to help. Guided by the whispers of the trees, she embarked on a journey to find the Heart of Auburn and restore the grove to its former glory. The fire crackled softly as Mirabelle paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle in the room. The children sat in rapt silence, their imaginations alight with the promise of adventure. Seraphina's journey was not an easy one, Mirabelle continued, her voice a gentle lullaby. The path was fraught with challenges and dangers, but she was not alone. She was joined by a most unlikely companion, a young fox named Finn, whose cunning and courage were matched only by his loyalty and heart. Oliver and Lila exchanged a smile, their own friendship mirrored in the bond between Seraphina and Finn. Together, Mirabelle said, they braved the treacherous paths of the forest, guided by the light of Seraphina's spirit and the wisdom of the trees. Along the way, they encountered creatures of both light and shadow, each with their own stories to tell. The children listened, their minds painting pictures of the magical beings that populated the forest, each one more wondrous than the last. Eventually, Mirabelle continued, Seraphina and Finn reached the heart of the forest, where the darkness was thickest and the air heavy with despair. It was there that they found the crystal, hidden away in a chamber of shadows, its light dimmed but not extinguished. The fire flickered softly, casting a warm glow over the children's faces as they leaned in, eager to hear how the story would unfold. With courage and determination, Mirabelle said, Seraphina reached for the crystal, her heart filled with the light of hope and love. As she touched it, the heart of Aaron began to glow once more, its light banishing the darkness and restoring life to the grove. A sense of relief washed over the room, the children's hearts swelling with joy and triumph. The forest awoke from its slumber, Mirabelle continued, its colors vibrant and alive once more. The luminae, their strength restored, sang a song of gratitude and joy, their voices a symphony of light and love. The children cheered softly, their spirits lifted by the tale of hope and redemption. Seraphina and Finn returned to the village, their hearts forever changed by their journey, Mirabelle concluded, her voice a gentle caress. And though the grove remained hidden, its magic was never forgotten, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of hope and love can guide us home. As the story came to an end, the fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm glow a comforting presence. The children sat in a contented silence, their minds filled with dreams of enchanted forests and brave souls. Mirabelle smiled gently, her heart full of love and gratitude for the gift of storytelling and the magic it brought to the world. She knew that the power of a story was not in the words themselves, but in the hearts of those who listened and believed. And so, as the night deepened and the stars twinkled in the sky, the children drifted off to sleep, their dreams filled with the magic of the enchanted grove and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a gentle winding river, there lived a young woman named Mara. The village, with its cobblestone paths and houses adorned with flowering vines, was a place where time seemed to linger, allowing each day to unfold in its own leisurely rhythm. Mara was known for her gentle spirit and inquisitive mind, traits she had inherited from her grandmother, a wise woman who had been the heart of the village. Mara often found herself in the attic of her grandmother's cottage, a place filled with the whispers of bygone days. The attic was a treasure trove of old books, faded photographs, and peculiar artifacts that held the stories of her ancestors. It was during one of these explorations that Mara discovered something extraordinary. Hidden beneath a stack of dusty journals was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box, with its swirling patterns and tiny inlaid stones, seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. As Mara lifted the lid, the soft scent of cedar and a hint of lavender wafted out, enveloping her in a sense of calm and curiosity. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay an ornate amulet. The amulet was made of silver, its center set with a deep blue stone that seemed to shimmer with the light of 1,000 stars. Attached was a piece of parchment, yellowed with age, inscribed with delicate, flowing script. Unfurling the parchment, Mara read the words aloud softly to the quiet attic. It was a letter from her grandmother, revealing the amulet's significance. It had been passed down through generations, each bearer a guardian of their family's legacy. The amulet was said to hold the wisdom of the past, offering guidance and insight to those who sought it with a pure heart. The letter spoke of a tradition long forgotten, a gathering of the family to celebrate the turning of the seasons and to honor the lessons of their ancestors. Mara's heart swelled with a sense of wonder and connection. She realized that this was not just a relic of the past, but a living reminder of who she was and where she came from. Determined to embrace this newfound heritage, Mara sought the counsel of the village elders. Under the shade of an ancient oak tree, they shared stories of the family that had become entwined with the village's own history. The elders spoke of kindness, resilience, and the importance of community, values that had sustained them through the ages. Their voices were like a gentle brook, flowing with warmth and wisdom, and Mara listened with a heart wide open. Inspired by the tales and the amulet's quiet strength, Mara decided to revive the ancient tradition. She sent word to her scattered relatives, inviting them to return to the village to celebrate the coming of spring. As the day approached, the village bustled with preparation. Homes were adorned with garlands of wildflowers, and the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp, earthy aroma of the season. On the morning of the gathering, the village square was transformed into a tapestry of color and light. Tables were laden with dishes that celebrated their heritage, and music filled the air, a soft melody carried by the gentle breeze. As Mara stood at the center, the amulet resting against her heart, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she were a thread woven into the rich tapestry of her family's history. Throughout the day, as family and friends shared stories and laughter, Mara understood the true magic of the amulet. It was not the object itself, but the connections it symbolized, the threads of love, wisdom, and strength that bound them all together. She learned that the past was not something to be left behind, but a foundation upon which to build a future filled with understanding and compassion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Mara gathered the villagers and her family around a crackling fire. The flames danced and flickered, casting a warm glow on the faces of those she loved. In that moment, Mara knew she was home, not just in the village, but in the hearts of her family and the legacy they shared. Under the starlit sky, Mara spoke words of gratitude and hope, her voice steady and clear. She thanked her grandmother for the gift of the amulet and the wisdom it had imparted. The lessons of the past, she realized, were not burdens to bear, but beacons to guide them forward. As the fire burned low and the night deepened, Mara felt a gentle peace settle over her. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with the strength of her ancestors and the love of her family. And in that quiet, starry night, with the amulet close to her heart, Mara found her place in the world, woven into the timeless tapestry of her heritage. And so in the heart of the village, with the amulet's soft glow lighting her path, Mara carried the legacy of her ancestors forward, a promise held within the gentle beat of her own heart, forever connected to those who came before and those who would follow. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where sunbeams danced through the canopy of towering oak trees, there lived a colony of woodland sprites. These diminutive beings were the guardians of the forest, tending to the delicate balance of nature with utmost care and reverence. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the sprites would gather around ancient mossy stones, their gossamer wings shimmering like dewdrops in the dappled light. It was here that the eldest amongst them, Old Oak, would share the wisdom of generations past, teachings woven from the very fabric of the forest itself. "Listen well, my little ones," Old Oak would begin, his voice as gentle as the breeze rustling through the leaves. "Each creature, be it the mighty stag or the humble honeybee, plays a vital role in this great tapestry we call home." The young sprites would lean in, their eyes wide with wonder, as Old Oak regaled them with tales of the hidden lives that thrived within the forest's embrace. He spoke of the busy ants, tirelessly building their intricate underground cities, and the clever foxes who outsmarted even the wiliest of prey. Each story was a reminder of the intricate harmonies that bound all living things together. As summer's warmth gave way to autumn's fiery hues, the sprites would witness a magical phenomenon unlike any other. The forest would come alive with a kaleidoscope of colors, each leaf a vibrant brushstroke painted by nature's unseen hand. It was during this time that the sprites would gather the fallen leaves, weaving them into intricate garlands and baskets, their laughter mingling with the crisp, earthy scents of the season. The cycle of life and death is as natural as the changing of the leaves, old oak would say, his ancient eyes twinkling with wisdom. For in the dying embers of autumn, new life is kindled, ready to bloom anew in the spring. When winter's icy embrace descended upon the forest, the sprites would huddle close, sharing stories and songs to ward off the chill. It was then that old oak would share the secrets of the snow sprites, ethereal beings who danced upon the frosted boughs, their laughter echoing like tinkling bells in the crisp, still air. "Watch closely, little ones," he would whisper, "for it is in the depths of winter that magic truly blossoms." And as the first snowflakes began to fall, the sprites would bear witness to a breathtaking spectacle. The snow sprites would twirl and swirl, their movements weaving intricate patterns upon the pristine white canvas. Each flurry was a masterpiece, a fleeting work of art that spoke of the beauty and fragility of life itself. As the seasons turned once more, and spring's gentle rains ushered in a verdant rebirth, the sprites would rejoice in the forest's renewal. Tiny buds would unfurl into vibrant blossoms, and the air would be thick with the sweet sense of new beginnings. "Remember, my dear ones," old oak would say, his wise eyes shining with pride, "we are but humble stewards of this wondrous realm. It is our sacred duty to nurture and protect, for in doing so, we ensure that the cycles of life continue forevermore." And so, the sprites would continue their guardianship, guided by the ancient wisdom that flowed through the very roots of the forest. They danced amidst the wildflowers, their laughter intertwining with the melodies of songbirds, and they tended to the needs of every creature, great and small. For in this enchanted realm, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the sprites understood that true harmony could only be achieved through a deep respect for the intricate web of life that bound them all together. And as long as the forest stood tall, its secrets would be passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring beauty and resilience of nature itself. In the heart of the whispering wood, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, there was a village known as Willoughby. The village was nestled amidst trees that sang with the wind, their leaves creating a symphony that lulled the villagers to sleep each night. The air was filled with the scent of blooming lavender and honey, a fragrance that wrapped around you like a warm hug. Willoughby was a place where magic was as natural as the morning dew. The village was home to kind-hearted folks and a variety of magical creatures who shared their days in harmony. There were gentle gnomes who tended to the gardens, fairies who lit the lanterns at dusk with their shimmering wings, and wise old owls who kept watch over the village from the treetops. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the great oak in the center of the village for their nightly storytelling, a peculiar thing happened. The great oak, usually illuminated by the soft glow of fairy lights, remained in shadow. The fairies flitted about, their lights dim and flickering like hesitant stars. An air of gentle curiosity and mild concern rippled through the crowd. "Whatever could be the matter?" murmured the villagers as they exchanged puzzled glances. Among them was young Finn, a bright-eyed boy with an insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the village hearth. Finn had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and he was particularly fond of puzzles. Seeing the fairies' dimming lights, he felt a gentle tug on his sense of wonder. "I think there's a mystery afoot," Finn declared softly to his friend, a sprightly squirrel named Nettle. Nettle's fur was as red as autumn leaves, and he was known for his quick wits and even quicker feet. "A mystery indeed," Nettle chattered, twitching his bushy tail. "But how do we solve it?" Finn pondered deeply, the fire of curiosity dancing in his eyes. "We need to find out what's causing the fairies' lights to flicker." Together, Finn and Nettle embarked on their gentle quest. They started by visiting the oldest and wisest creature in the Whispering Wood, Eldara, the ancient tortoise whose shell was etched with the patterns of 1,000 years. Eldara lived by the babbling brook, her home surrounded by wildflowers that swayed like a sea of colors in the breeze. As Finn and Nettle approached, the tortoise opened her wise eyes, which seemed to hold the secrets of the ages. "Eldara," Finn began respectfully, "the fairies' lights are flickering tonight. Do you know why this might be?" Eldara pondered for a moment, her eyes filled with the serenity of 100 sunsets. The fairies' lights are linked to the harmony of the wood, she explained in her slow, melodic voice. If their glow is dim, something in our world is out of balance. But what could it be? Nettle asked, his nose twitching with curiosity. Eldara smiled gently, a smile that spoke of patience and understanding. Balance is a delicate thing, my young friends. Sometimes it's the smallest things that can tip the scales. Finn and Nettle thanked Eldara and continued their exploration, their minds swirling with thoughts. They decided to pay a visit to the fairies themselves, who lived in a grove of shimmering willow trees. The fairies, though small, were radiant beings, each with wings like stained glass that caught the moonlight. As Finn and Nettle entered the grove, they were greeted by Marigold, a fairy whose wings glowed softly despite the dimness. Marigold was known for her kindness and wisdom, and she welcomed them with a gentle smile. "We're trying to solve the mystery of your flickering lights," Finn explained. Marigold nodded, her expression thoughtful. "We felt a strange energy in the wood," she said. "It's as if the air itself is holding its breath." Finn and Nettle exchanged a glance, their determination renewed. They decided to investigate the outskirts of the village, where the Whispering Wood met the edge of the world as they knew it. As they wandered deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the leaves whispered secrets to one another. Suddenly, Finn noticed something peculiar, a small, shimmering stone lying amidst the roots of an ancient tree. "What's this?" he wondered aloud, picking up the stone. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a gentle light, like the heartbeat of the earth. Nettle sniffed the stone, his whiskers quivering. "It feels alive." Realizing they might have stumbled upon something significant, Finn and Nettle hurried back to Eldara, the stone cradled in Finn's hands like a precious treasure. "This stone," Finn said, presenting it to Eldara. "Could it be related to the fairies' lights?" Eldara examined the stone with a knowing gaze. "Ah, this is a heart stone," she mused, her voice a gentle rumble. "It connects the heart of the forest to the magic of our world. Its light is the breath of the wood." "But why was it hidden?" Nettle asked, perplexed. "Sometimes the heartstone must rest," Eldar explained. "It absorbs the stories and emotions of the forest, and when it grows weary, it seeks a quiet place to renew its light." Understanding dawned on Finn and Nettle. The heartstone needed to recharge, and without its full light, the fairy's magic dimmed, Finn concluded. Eldara nodded, a twinkle of pride in her wise eyes. "You have solved the mystery, my young friends. By returning the stone to its rightful place, the balance will be restored." With great care, Finn and Nettle placed the heartstone back at the base of the great oak, where its light began to pulse steadily. Gradually, the fairies' lights brightened, their wings aglow once more. As the villagers gathered once again under the great oak, the air was filled with a sense of peace and harmony. The fairies danced joyfully, their lights weaving patterns of brilliance in the night sky. Finn and Nettle watched the celebration unfold, their hearts filled with warmth and contentment. They had solved the mystery not through force, but through observation, friendship, and understanding, a quiet reminder of the power of harmony and balance. As the stars twinkled above like diamonds scattered across velvet, the villagers of Willoughby knew that the Whispering Wood was once again at peace. And as Finn drifted off to sleep that night, nestled in his cozy bed with Nettle curled beside him, he dreamed of adventures yet to come, knowing that whatever mysteries awaited, they would always be solved with kindness and wisdom. Story 42. In a quaint, serene village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Each morning, as the golden sun bathed the village in its warm embrace, Lila would wander through the cobblestone streets, her heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves above. Her favorite place was the village's old bookshop, where the smell of ink and aged paper mingled with the earthy aroma of pinewood shelves. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves danced down from the trees in shades of amber and scarlet, Lila discovered a peculiar object in the bookshop's dusty corner. It was a small, unassuming pendant, nestled amidst a pile of forgotten tomes. The pendant was crafted from a silvery metal that seemed to shimmer with an inner light, its surface engraved with delicate patterns resembling intertwined vines and tiny stars. Intrigued, Lila lifted the pendant and felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, as if it were greeting an old friend. With the shopkeeper's blessing, she hung the pendant around her neck and felt a curious sensation, as though a soft whisper was echoing in her mind, inviting her on a journey beyond the ordinary. As Lila explored the village with the pendant resting against her heart, she began to notice subtle changes in the world around her. The whispers of the pendant grew clearer, revealing secrets hidden in plain sight. The rustle of leaves became a song, the babbling brook a gentle lullaby. Even the pebbles on the path seemed to hum with life, sharing stories of the earth beneath her feet. Lila's dearest friend, a wise and gentle cat named Whiskers, soon joined her on this newfound adventure. Whiskers, with his sleek coat and eyes like amber, had always been a keen observer of the world. Now, he seemed to communicate with Lila in a way that transcended words, guiding her to places where the pendant's magic whispered the loudest. One such place was the edge of the village, where the lake's waters kissed the shore. Here, the pendant's glow grew brighter, reflecting the moon's silver light. It was here that Lila met an enchanting character, a kind-hearted sprite named Aurelia, who danced across the water's surface with grace and laughter. Aurelia's voice was like the tinkling of tiny bells, and her presence filled the air with a sense of joy and curiosity. "Welcome, dear Lila," she sang, her eyes sparkling like stars. "You have found the Pendant of Whispers, a relic that holds the wisdom of our world. It is a gift and a guide, revealing the magic hidden in everyday life." With Aurelia's guidance, Lila embarked on a journey of discovery, exploring the wonders of her village and beyond. They ventured into the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered tales of old, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. They climbed the hills where wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their fragrance weaving a tapestry of delight. Throughout their journey, Lila learned that the pendant's magic was not one of grandiose spells or powers, but of seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary. She discovered that kindness and understanding could bridge the unseen gaps between worlds, and that true wisdom lay in listening to the whispers of the heart. Their adventures were not without challenges. One day, as they wandered through the forest, they encountered a towering oak tree that had fallen, blocking their path. The tree was ancient and wise, its bark etched with the passage of time. Lila paused, her hand resting on the fallen giant, and felt its sorrow at being uprooted. Drawing on the wisdom of the pendant and her own compassionate heart, Lila spoke to the tree with gentle reverence. "Dear oak, though your journey here has ended, your story shall continue. Your branches will shelter new life. Your leaves nourish the earth." In that moment, the pendant glowed warmly, and a gentle breeze carried her words through the forest. The other trees seemed to sway in agreement, and the path ahead cleared as if by magic, revealing a new way forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila returned to the village with Whiskers by her side. Her heart was full of gratitude for the magic she had discovered, not just in the pendant, but in the world around her. The village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and as Lila settled into her cozy bed, she felt the pendant's warmth, a gentle reminder of the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. She closed her eyes, comforted by the knowledge that magic was not something to be found, but something to be felt in every moment of kindness, every act of understanding. And so, with the gentle hum of the pendant and the soft purring of Whiskers, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the extraordinary magic of the ordinary world. Story 43. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and bordered by a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Her home was a cozy stone cottage, with windows framed by climbing roses and a garden filled with the fragrant promise of lavender and mint. Every morning, the sun peeked through the lace curtains, casting a warm golden hue over the wooden floors, and every evening the scent of honeysuckle drifted in through the open windows, inviting slumber to those within. Marin's days were spent tending to her beloved herb garden and crafting soothing teas and balms for the villagers. Her life was simple and filled with quiet joys, yet there was always a spark of curiosity that flickered in her heart, a yearning to uncover the mysteries hidden in the world around her. One breezy autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Marin decided to take a stroll through the forest that bordered her village. It was a path she knew well, where the earth was soft and the air was perfumed with pine and sweet earth. As she walked, she listened to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds, feeling the gentle embrace of nature. As Marin ventured deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, forgotten clearing she had never seen before. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and twisted with age. Nestled among its roots was a curious object, a small, dusty mirror with an intricately carved wooden frame. The mirror seemed ordinary at first glance, but as Marin brushed away the dirt and leaves, she noticed subtle patterns, a delicate dance of vines and stars that shimmered faintly in the fading light. Intrigued, she held the mirror up to her face, peering into its depths. To her astonishment, the reflection that gazed back was not her own. Instead, she saw the image of a wise old owl with eyes the color of moonlight perched atop a branch. The owl blinked slowly, as if sizing her up, then spoke in a voice soft as silk and deep as the night sky. "Greetings, dear Marin," the owl intoned. "I am Auburn, the guardian of this enchanted mirror. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery. Within this mirror lies the ability to see beyond appearances, to uncover truths hidden from the untrained eye." Marin's heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "What must I do, Auburn?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, carried away by the breeze. "Your journey begins with understanding," Auburn replied. "To wield the mirror's magic, you must first embrace the wisdom of the heart and the courage of kindness. Seek out those who will guide you on this path, and remember, true strength lies not in force, but in compassion and insight." With those words, Auburn's reflection faded, leaving Marin alone with her thoughts and the mirror cradled in her hands. She knew her journey had begun, though she could not yet see its path. The next morning, with the forest still cloaked in mist, Marin set out on her quest, the mirror safely tucked into her satchel. Her first stop was the village healer, an elderly woman named Ailsa, who was known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Ailsa welcomed Marin with a warm embrace and invited her to sit by the hearth, where the fire crackled and cast dancing shadows upon the walls. As Marin explained her encounter with the mirror, Ailsa listened intently, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The mirror has chosen you, dear one," she said, her voice as soothing as the herbal teas she brewed. "Your journey is one of the heart. You must learn to see with the eyes of the soul, to perceive the invisible threads that connect us all." Ailsa shared stories of the village, tales of kindness and empathy that had woven their way through generations. Marin listened, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding of the world. She realized that the mirror's magic was not about revealing hidden treasures or granting wishes, but about unveiling the beauty and truth that lay beneath the surface of everyday life. With Ailsa's guidance, Marin left the village and continued her journey, her steps guided by the whispers of the forest and the music of the wind. Along the way, she met others who taught her the language of the heart. A gentle deer who showed her the strength in vulnerability, a bubbling brook that sang of the joy in simplicity, and a wise tortoise who spoke of patience and resilience. Each encounter left Marin enriched with insights and a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. She learned to trust her intuition, to listen to the quiet wisdom that lay within, and to view the world with eyes unclouded by judgment. As her journey drew to a close, Marin returned to the ancient oak tree, the mirror in hand. Auburn's reflection reappeared, his eyes filled with the warmth of a proud mentor. "You have learned well, Marin," Auburn said, his voice echoing with the gentle rustle of leaves. "The mirror's magic is now yours to wield. Use it to illuminate the path for others, to spread light where there is shadow, and to inspire kindness and understanding in all who cross your path." Marin nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude and peace. She understood that her journey was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to weave the lessons she had learned into the tapestry of her life. With the mirror safely tucked away, Marin returned to her village, her spirit aglow with the light of newfound wisdom. She continued to tend to her garden, to brew her teas, and to share her stories, each one infused with the magic of the mirror and the gentle truths she had discovered. And so, in the quiet corners of her world, where the sun kissed the earth and the stars whispered secrets to the night, Marin lived a life of gentle wonder, her heart forever open to the extraordinary beauty that lay hidden in the ordinary. Story 44. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang lullabies with the rustling breeze and the streams gurgled with laughter, there lived a community of peculiar yet charming creatures known as the Nimbles. The Nimbles were no taller than a mushroom cap and glowed faintly in the moonlight like lanterns on a soft summer night. Each Nimble had a unique trait that made them delightfully special. There was Pippin, the Nimble with ears so large they flapped like butterfly wings, allowing him to leap and glide effortlessly from tree to tree. Then there was Willa, who had a nose so attuned to scents that she could tell a story from the aroma of a single raindrop. And let us not forget Tumble, whose feet were perpetually tangled in a dance, causing him to pirouette and twirl, spreading joy wherever he went. One sun-dappled morning, as the Nimbles gathered for their daily frolic, a peculiar thing occurred. The sky, usually a brilliant canvas of blues, greens, and oranges, began to lose its colors, turning a dull and dreary gray. The Nimbles paused in their merriment, their glow dimming with concern. "What is happening to the sky?" pondered Pippin, his ears twitching with worry. "Without its colors our world will feel so gloomy," sighed Willa, catching the scent of the fading hues. The Nimbles huddled together, their little hearts beating with a mix of curiosity and determination. They decided to seek advice from the oldest and wisest creature in the whispering woods, the great willow, whose roots were deep enough to touch the memories of the earth. The journey to the great willow was an adventure in itself. As the Nimbles hopped over babbling brooks and tiptoed past slumbering hedgehogs, Tumble's feet danced a merry jig, keeping spirits high. Along the way, they encountered a family of fireflies practicing their twinkling routine, who offered to light their path as a gesture of goodwill. Upon reaching the great willow, they found the ancient tree gently swaying in the breeze, its leaves whispering secrets of ages past. The Nimbles gathered round, their eyes wide with expectation. "Oh, wise willow," began Pippin, as his ears perked up with anticipation. "The sky has lost its colors. Without them, our world feels so much less magical. Can you help us understand why?" The great willow sighed a deep, rustling sigh that echoed through its branches. "Ah, dear Nimbles, the sky's colors have been borrowed by a mischievous little imp named Mirth, who lives in the winking meadow. He believes that with the colors he can paint the most beautiful masterpiece the world has ever seen." The Nimbles exchanged glances, their tiny faces lighting up with the spark of an idea. "Perhaps we can help Mirth find another way to create his masterpiece," suggested Willa, her nose twitching with inspiration. With renewed determination, the Nimbles set off for the winking meadow, a place known for its blossoms that giggled in the breeze and clouds that floated by in the shapes of dreams. As they approached, they spotted Mirth, a sprightly little imp with hair as wild as a thicket and eyes that twinkled like stars. Mirth was indeed attempting to paint a masterpiece, but the colors were not cooperating as he had hoped. They danced and swirled out of control, creating a chaotic whirlwind around him. Seeing his plight, the Nimbles approached with kindness. "Hello, Mirth," called out Tumble, twirling over a tuft of giggling daisies. "We see you're trying to create something beautiful. Perhaps we can help." Mirth paused, a splash of violet dripping from his brush. "Oh, how I wish I could bring my vision to life, but the colors are too lively for me to tame." The Nimbles huddled together, their minds buzzing with creative ideas. "Why not use the natural colors of the meadow?" suggested Willa, her keen nose picking up the scent of a solution. "The flowers here are vibrant, and the dew sparkles like diamonds." Mirth's eyes widened with delight at the prospect. "Oh, that could work! But how will I capture such beauty?" Pippin flapped his ears with excitement. "We can help gather the colors for you. I can glide over the flowers and gather petals, while Tumble can twirl the dew into shimmering inspirations, and Willa can guide us with her nose to the most fragrant blooms." And so, with Mirth's enthusiastic nod, the Nimbles set to work. Pippin soared through the meadow, collecting petals of every hue, while Tumble spun a dance that lifted droplets of dew into the air, creating a sparkling mist. Willa led them to the sweetest-smelling blossoms, ensuring that the palette was as vibrant as a sunrise. Together, they helped Mirth create a masterpiece that was not only beautiful, but also filled with the spirit of the meadow itself. As the imp put the finishing touches on his painting, the sky began to regain its colors, a brilliant spectrum of light cascading back into the world. Mirth beamed with gratitude, his eyes shining brighter than ever. Thank you, dear Nimbles. You've shown me that true beauty comes from working together and embracing the gifts of nature. With the sky restored to its former glory, the Nimbles and Mirth celebrated beneath its radiant hues, their laughter mingling with the gentle rustle of the whispering woods. As the day turned to night, the Nimbles returned to their home, the warmth of friendship glowing in their hearts. And from that day on, whenever the Nimbles looked up at the sky, they remembered that sometimes the most enchanting magic of all comes from lending a helping hand and sharing a little kindness. With the world at peace and their spirits high, the Nimbles drifted into dreams filled with color and joy, knowing that tomorrow would bring new adventures and more whimsical wonders to explore. Story 45. In the tranquil corner of the galaxy known as the Starry Vale, where nebulae shimmered like cosmic lanterns and the stars hummed their ancient lullabies, two worlds existed side by side, though vastly different in nature. One was the vibrant, verdant planet of Luminara, blanketed with bioluminescent forests and crystal-clear rivers that sang as they flowed. The other was the metallic, bustling world of Makara, a planet constructed from gleaming alloys and powered by the harmonious hum of perpetual machinery. On Luminara, where the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of glowing blossoms, lived a gentle creature named Seren. Seren was a Luminian, a being of light who glided softly through the illuminated foliage, her form gently shimmering with the hues of dawn. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness, and she had the unique ability to communicate with the flora and fauna of her world. Meanwhile, on Makara, there thrived a race of intelligent, sentient robots known as Mekarens. Among them was Pax, an inquisitive robot designed with intricate gears and polished chrome, his eyes like twin orbs of shimmering blue light. Pax was a tinkerer, forever fascinated by the mechanics of the universe, always seeking to understand the world beyond the metal and circuits of his home. Though their worlds were neighbors in the vastness of space, the Luminians and Mekarens had little contact. Each occupied with their own existence, they never imagined how their paths might one day entwine. The day that changed everything began like any other in the Starry Vale. Seren was wandering through the luminescent woods, her fingers brushing against the glowing leaves, when she noticed a peculiar glint among the trees. Curiosity piqued, she floated closer, only to find a small, strange object, unlike anything she had ever seen. It was a piece of machinery, intricately designed yet damaged, sparking faintly in its center. Simultaneously, on Makara, Pax was conducting an experiment with a miniature spacecraft, seeking to test its navigation systems for interstellar travel. A miscalculation in the coordinates sent the craft spiraling out of control, lost in the celestial sea between the two planets. Panic gripped Pax as he realized his creation had vanished. Determined to retrieve his lost spacecraft, Pax cobbled together a larger, sturdier vessel and embarked on a journey towards Luminara, guided by faint signals from the missing machine. When Pax landed on the luminous planet, Seren was waiting near the glowing rivers where she had found the damaged craft. At first, their meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Pax, in his mechanical precision, spoke in the clipped, efficient language of logic and calculations, while Seren communicated in the soft, melodic tones of nature. Their initial interactions were awkward, each struggling to comprehend the other's way of thinking. Pax saw the world in terms of functions and purpose, while Seren perceived it through emotions and connections. It seemed as though a vast gulf separated their modes of understanding. Despite these differences, they shared a common goal: to repair and safely return the lost spacecraft. As they worked together, Pax was amazed by Seren's ability to coax life and energy from the plants around them, using their natural luminescence to power the craft's failing systems. Seren, in turn, marveled at Pax's intricate knowledge of engineering, how he could make sense of metal and wires with a precision that was both foreign and fascinating to her. As days turned into weeks, a bond began to form between the unlikely pair. Saren taught Pax to listen to the heartbeat of the planet, to feel the rhythm of life that pulsed beneath its surface. In return, Pax demonstrated the art of crafting with metal, showing Saren how to weave technology into the natural world without disrupting its harmony. They faced challenges together, a sudden storm that threatened to wash away their progress, and a malfunction in the spacecraft systems that required both their skills to resolve. Through these trials, they learned to rely on each other's strengths, finding comfort and strength in their shared journey. One evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose above the glowing canopy, casting a silver light over the land, Saren and Pax sat beside the repaired spacecraft. The air was filled with the soft hum of insects and the distant melody of the rivers. In that serene moment, Pax turned to Saren, his voice softer than usual. "I have always believed that understanding comes from knowing," he said, his mechanical voice tinged with newfound warmth. "But you have shown me that sometimes understanding is about feeling and being present." Saren smiled, her eyes reflecting the gentle light of the moons. "And you have taught me that even the most complex puzzles can be solved with patience and an open mind." As they prepared for Pax's journey back to Makara, they realized that their encounter had forged a friendship that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. Saren promised to visit Makara, eager to learn more about the wonders of technology, while Pax looked forward to returning to Luminara to experience once more the tranquility and beauty of its landscapes. With a gentle farewell, Pax boarded his spacecraft, now gleaming with a blend of natural luminescence and mechanical brilliance, a testament to their collaboration. As the vessel ascended into the starry sky, Saren watched, her heart filled with a warmth that would linger long after the craft had disappeared among the stars. In the vastness of the universe, where planets spun in their cosmic dance and stars flickered like distant candles, an unbreakable bond had formed between two beings from different worlds. Through their journey, they discovered that true friendship was not bound by form or origin, but was instead a beautiful tapestry woven from trust, understanding, and shared experiences. And so, in the heart of the starry veil, the gentle glow of Luminara and the metallic hum of Makara continued to coexist, forever connected by the friendship of Saren and Pax, a friendship that shone brighter than the most radiant star. Story 46. In a quaint village nestled within the velvet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees wore crowns of emerald leaves that rustled like soft-spoken secrets, there lay a small cottage with a thatched roof. The walls of the cottage were adorned with vines that blossomed into sweet-scented flowers, painting a picture of tranquility and enchantment. This was the home of a gentle-hearted herbalist named Marigold. Marigold was known far and wide for her healing potions and soothing teas. Her days were filled with the gentle rustle of dried leaves and the comforting scent of lavender and chamomile. But lately, she had noticed something peculiar. Her precious ingredients were disappearing. Every morning, she would find her jars of herbs half empty, and mysterious footprints, neither human nor animal, dusted the floor like whispers of the night. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Marigold sat by the crackling fire in her cozy living room, sipping a cup of chamomile tea. The flames danced merrily, casting flickering shadows that played upon the walls. She pondered over the strange occurrences, her brow furrowed with gentle concern. She knew she needed help to solve this mystery, but who could assist her in such a curious case? Just then, a soft tap-tap-tapping came from the window. Marigold turned, her eyes meeting the bright gaze of a small feathered creature perched on the sill. It was Pippin, the village's wise old owl, known for his keen observations and vast knowledge. His feathers were a patchwork of soft browns and whites, and his eyes twinkled like stars against the deepening dusk. "Good evening, Marigold," hooted Pippin with a voice as smooth as the night breeze. "I couldn't help but notice your troubles. Perhaps I might offer my assistance?" Marigold smiled warmly, her heart feeling lighter. "Oh, Pippin, I would be ever so grateful for your help. There's a mystery afoot, and I can't quite make sense of it." With a wise nod, Pippin fluttered inside, settling himself on a wooden perch near the fire. "Tell me more," he invited, blinking his large, round eyes. Marigold explained the strange disappearances and the peculiar footprints, describing their odd shape and the almost magical way they seemed to appear and disappear without a trace. Mused Pippin, tapping his beak thoughtfully. "We must observe these happenings closely. Tonight, let us keep watch and see if we can uncover the mystery." As the evening deepened into night, Marigold and Pippin prepared an observation nook by the window, with a view of the moonlit garden where the herbs were kept. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of night-blooming jasmine, and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvety sky. They sat quietly, Marigold wrapped in a soft woolen shawl, her eyes scanning the garden with patient curiosity. Time slipped by like a gentle stream, and just as the clock struck midnight, a soft rustling sound broke the stillness. From the shadows emerged a small, delicate creature with fur as white as newly fallen snow and eyes as bright as the summer sun. It was a quibble, a rare and shy creature known for its love of herbs and its ability to move with silent grace. The quibble tiptoed across the garden, its tiny paws leaving the very footprints that had puzzled Marigold. Pippin hooted softly in recognition. "Ah, this explains much, Marigold. The quibble is drawn to your herbs, not to take them selfishly, but to cure a chill that has spread through their burrow." Understanding dawned on Marigold's face, her heart swelling with empathy for the little creature. "Oh, poor thing," she whispered. "I wish it had asked for help." Pippin nodded wisely. "Quibbles are shy and gentle. They mean no harm and often fear asking for aid." With newfound purpose, Marigold quietly opened the window, her voice a gentle lullaby on the night air. "Dear Quibble, there's no need to fear. I can help you with what you need." The quibble paused, its ears twitching at the kindness in Marigold's voice. Slowly it turned, its eyes meeting hers with a hesitant hopefulness. Marigold gathered a basket of her finest healing herbs, placing it by the garden's edge. "Take these, little friend, and know you are always welcome to ask for more." With a grateful chirp, the quibble approached, its movements tentative yet trusting. It gathered the herbs with careful paws, its eyes shining with gratitude. As it disappeared back into the shadows, Marigold felt a warm glow of satisfaction, knowing she had helped a creature in need. The mystery resolved, Marigold and Pippin returned to the warmth of the cottage. The fire had burned low, casting a soft, amber glow that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. "Thank you, Pippin," Marigold said, her voice soft with gratitude. "Without your wisdom, I might never have understood." Pippin preened his feathers modestly. "It was your kindness that solved the mystery, Marigold, not my wisdom. Remember, gentle hearts see the world more clearly." With those words, Pippin fluttered to the window, ready to take flight. Marigold watched him go, her heart full and content. The night settled peacefully over the whispering woods, the mystery of the disappearing herbs now a gentle tale of friendship and understanding. As Marigold drifted into a restful sleep, she felt the world around her hum with the soft, soothing magic of kindness and connection, knowing that even the smallest creatures can leave a warm imprint on the heart. Once upon a serene time, in a small, unassuming village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lay a secret known only to the trees and the wind. This village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, was a place where time seemed to linger, gently cradled by the echoes of rustling leaves and the sweet scent of wildflowers. The villagers, with their simple joys and daily routines, lived harmoniously, never suspecting the wonders that lay hidden beneath their feet. Beyond the village, beneath the roots of an ancient oak that stood sentinel at the forest's edge, there existed a hidden world, a realm of magic and mystery known as the Underwood. This enchanting domain, illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi and the twinkling lights of fireflies, was a place where the natural world intertwined seamlessly with the fantastical. Here, creatures of legend roamed free, and magic thrummed in the very air like a gentle lullaby. In the heart of the Underwood, where the streams sang their eternal songs and the trees whispered age-old secrets, lived a kind-hearted sprite named Linden. Linden was a creature of gentle spirit, with wings like delicate leaves and eyes that held the color of spring's first growth. His presence was as calming as the forest itself, and his laughter, like the tinkling of chimes, brought joy to all the inhabitants of the underwood. Linden's most treasured possession was a small, intricately carved wooden flute. This flute, imbued with ancient magic, held the power to soothe the fiercest of storms and bring peace to the most troubled of hearts. It was a gift from the forest, a testament to the deep bond Linden shared with the natural world around him. Whenever he played, the forest seemed to pause and listen, as if drawing comfort from the gentle melodies. One golden afternoon, as the sun cast dappled patterns through the canopy above, Linden decided to venture further into the underwood than ever before. He was driven by a gentle curiosity, a desire to explore and understand the hidden corners of his beloved realm. With his flute tucked securely in his satchel, he fluttered through the forest, the air cool against his cheeks, and the scent of pine filling his senses. As he journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted like the hands of wise old giants. The light dimmed, replaced by a soft, otherworldly glow that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Linden felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a hint of apprehension, for he knew he was entering a part of the underwood that few had seen. It was then that Linden heard a sound unlike any he had encountered before, a soft, mournful melody that drifted through the air like a whispered secret. Intrigued, he followed the sound, his heart guiding him through the labyrinth of trees and underbrush. As he drew closer, he realized the melody was coming from a small clearing, hidden away like a precious gem. In the center of the clearing stood a figure unlike any Linden had ever seen. It was a young human girl, her hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of autumn leaves. She sat upon a moss-covered rock, a harp resting gently in her lap. Her fingers danced across the strings, coaxing forth a melody that seemed to echo the very soul of the forest. Linden watched, entranced, as the girl played. Her music was both haunting and beautiful, filled with a longing that resonated deep within the heart of the underwood. Despite the beauty of her song, there was a sadness in her eyes, a shadow that clouded her brow like a storm threatening the horizon. Gathering his courage, Linden stepped into the clearing, his wings catching the light like tiny, shimmering sails. The girl looked up, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the sprite. For a moment, they simply regarded each other in silence, two souls meeting under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees. "Hello," Linden said softly, his voice barely a whisper above the rustle of leaves. "Your music is beautiful. I am Linden, a sprite of the underwood." The girl smiled, though the sadness lingered in her eyes. "I am Lyra," she replied, her voice as melodic as her harp. "I did not expect to find anyone in this hidden place." Linden fluttered closer, feeling a warmth spread through him at her gentle presence. "What brings you here, Lyra? This part of the underwood is known to few." Lyra hesitated, her fingers stilling upon the harp strings. "I came seeking solace," she admitted, her voice tinged with sorrow. "I am from the village at the forest's edge, but I have always felt a pull towards the forest. Here, I can play my music and feel at peace." Linden nodded, understanding her need for a sanctuary. "The forest listens to your music, Lyra. It is a gift, one that brings comfort to all who hear it." Lyra's smile warmed, a flicker of hope kindling in her eyes. "Thank you, Linden. Your presence is a balm to my soul. Tell me, what magic do you possess?" With a gentle flourish, Linden retrieved his flute from the satchel. "This flute holds the magic of the forest, a gift from the ancient trees. Would you like to hear it?" Lyra nodded eagerly, her eyes alight with curiosity. As Linden began to play, the music wove through the air like a gentle breeze, mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant song of birds. The melody was one of hope and renewal, a promise of brighter days to come. As the final notes faded into the air, Lyra sighed, her heart lighter than it had been in many moons. "Your music is a wondrous thing, Linden. Together, our songs could bring great joy to the forest and those who dwell within it." Linden felt a sense of kinship with Lyra, a bond forged through their shared love of music and the forest. "Yes," he agreed, "together we can weave a tapestry of harmony that will echo through the ages." And so Lyra and Linden began to meet in the hidden clearing each day, their music a symphony of joy and peace. As they played, the forest thrived, its beauty growing ever more vibrant under the influence of their melodies. The creatures of the underwood, drawn by the enchanting sounds, gathered to listen, their hearts uplifted by the magic of the music. As the days turned to weeks, a deep friendship blossomed between Lyra and Linden, their bond as unbreakable as the ancient trees that sheltered them. Through their music, they discovered the true magic that lay within their hearts, the power of friendship and the healing it could bring. One day, as they sat together in the clearing, Lyra turned to Linden, her eyes shining with newfound determination. "Linden, I have decided to share our music with the villagers. They, too, should know the peace and joy the forest can bring." Linden's wings fluttered with excitement at the thought. "Yes! Let us bring the magic of the underwood to the village. Together, we can show them the beauty that lies within the forest." And so, with hearts full of hope and music as their guide, Lyra and Linden set forth to the village. As they played their melodies beneath the open sky, the villagers gathered, drawn by the enchanting sounds. The music washed over them like a gentle rain, soothing their worries and filling their hearts with a sense of wonder. In the days that followed, the bond between the village and the forest grew stronger, each enriching the other in a harmonious dance of life. Lyra and Linden became beloved by all, their music a bridge that connected the world of the humans with the realm of the underwood. Through their journey, Lyra discovered the strength within herself, the courage to share her gifts with the world. And Linden, in turn, learned the true power of friendship, the ability to bring light to even the darkest of places. As the sun set on their journey, casting a warm glow over the village and the forest alike, Lyra and Linden knew they had found a home in each other and in the hearts of those they had touched with their music. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and gentle embrace, watched over them, a testament to the magic that lay within the bonds of friendship and the beauty of the natural world. And so, with the music of the forest as their guide, Lyra and Linden lived happily ever after, their story a melody that would echo through the ages, a reminder of the power of kindness, courage, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 48. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a quiet, observant child who loved nothing more than to spend her days exploring the winding paths and sun-dappled meadows that surrounded her home. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest, she stumbled upon an old, weathered hat lying forgotten on the ground. Most children might have simply passed it by, but Willow's inquisitive nature prompted her to pick it up and examine it more closely. As she turned the shabby hat over in her hands, she noticed something peculiar. A faint shimmer seemed to dance across its surface, like a whisper of magic waiting to be discovered. Intrigued, Willow slipped the hat onto her head, and that's when the true wonder began. Suddenly, the world around her transformed. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their leaves whispering secrets only she could hear. The babbling brook sang a soothing melody, and the very air itself felt alive with possibility. Willow gasped in delight, realizing that this humble hat held the extraordinary power to reveal the hidden language of nature. From that day forward, Willow's adventures took on a new dimension. Armed with her magical hat, she embarked on a journey of discovery, forging friendships with the creatures and spirits that dwelled in the forest. Her first companion was a wise old oak tree named Oakley, whose gnarled branches creaked with centuries of stories. Oakley became Willow's mentor, teaching her the ways of the woods and the importance of respecting all living things. Next, she met a mischievous stream spirit named Ripple, whose infectious laughter bubbled like the water she danced upon. Ripple's playful antics often led them on unexpected detours, but her cheerful presence reminded Willow to embrace the joy in each moment. As Willow's understanding of the natural world deepened, she encountered challenges that tested her newfound wisdom. One day, a dark cloud of despair settled over the forest, casting a pall of gloom that threatened to extinguish the very spark of life itself. Willow knew she had to act, but force and violence were not the answer. Instead, she turned to her friends for guidance. Oakley reminded her of the power of patience and resilience, while Ripple encouraged her to find the joy hidden beneath the sadness. With their help, Willow realized that the darkness was born from fear and misunderstanding. She began to sing the soothing melodies she had learned from the forest, her voice carrying messages of hope and unity. Slowly but surely, the shadows retreated, and the forest was bathed in warm, golden light once more. The creatures and spirits emerged from their hiding places, renewed by Willow's gentle wisdom and the bonds of friendship that had guided her journey. As the years passed, Willow grew into a kind and compassionate young woman, her magical hat a constant reminder of the wonders that surrounded her. She became a guardian of the forest, sharing its secrets with those who sought to walk in harmony with nature. And whenever a child would ask Willow to tell them a story, she would smile and reach for her trusty hat, ready to weave a new tale of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 49, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Dreams. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle folds of the misty mountains, lay a quaint village named Bramblebrook. The village was renowned for its lush emerald fields, warm-hearted inhabitants, and the enchanting woods that bordered its edge, known as the Whispering Woods. It was said that these woods held secrets, whispered only to those who dared to listen with an open heart. In this village lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was a curious lad, with eyes the color of stormy skies and a heart as warm as a summer's afternoon. He lived with his grandmother, Miriam, in a cozy cottage that was always filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and wildflowers from their garden. Miriam was known for her wisdom and often spoke of the magic that pulsed through the veins of the Whispering Woods. Finn loved the woods and spent many of his afternoons wandering its winding paths, listening to the soft rustle of leaves, the babbling brooks, and the occasional whisper that seemed to dance through the trees. His grandmother once told him tales of a magical object hidden deep within the woods, a lantern of dreams. This lantern, she said, had the power to illuminate one's deepest desires and guide them towards their truest path. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn set off on a journey. Today, he decided, he would venture further into the Whispering Woods than he ever had before. With a small satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet berry tea, he waved goodbye to his grandmother and stepped into the cool embrace of the forest. The air was filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the sound of birdsong accompanied his every step. As he wandered deeper, the whispers grew louder, as if urging him onward. The trees stood tall like ancient sentinels, their leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, creating a patchwork of light and shadow. After hours of walking, Finn found himself in a part of the woods he had never seen before. The trees here were taller, their bark a deep, rich brown, and the air seemed to hum with magic. As he explored this hidden world, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens. Beneath the oak, Finn saw something that took his breath away. There, nestled among the roots, was the Lantern of Dreams. Its surface gleamed with an otherworldly glow, and as Finn approached, he felt a warmth spread through him, as if the lantern recognized him. With trembling hands, he reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, a warm light enveloped him, and he felt as though he was floating in a sea of stars. Images began to swirl before his eyes, dreams and desires he had never dared to voice. He saw himself helping his village, bringing joy and laughter to those he loved. He saw peace and prosperity, a world where kindness reigned supreme. As the vision faded, Finn knew that the journey he had embarked upon was only the beginning. The lantern had shown him his path, but it was up to him to walk it. With newfound determination, he carefully picked up the lantern and started back towards the village, the whispers of the woods guiding him home. When Finn returned to Bramblebrook, he found his grandmother waiting for him at the gate, her eyes twinkling with understanding. He shared his adventure with her, and together they devised a plan to use the lantern's magic to help their village. Over the coming weeks, Finn and Miriam worked tirelessly. With the light of the Lantern of Dreams, they inspired the villagers to come together, fostering a sense of unity and purpose. They planted gardens, built shelters, and created spaces for laughter and storytelling. The village flourished, and the people of Bramblebrook found joy in the simplest of things. Through his journey, Finn learned that the true magic of the lantern lay not in its power to grant dreams, but in its ability to ignite the courage within one's heart to pursue those dreams. The Whispering Woods had taught him to listen, to trust, and to cherish the bonds of friendship and community. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn became a cherished leader in Bramblebrook. The village thrived, and the whisper of the woods continued to guide those who dared to listen. The Lantern of Dreams remained a symbol of hope and possibility, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies within the hearts of those who believe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the Whispering Woods, Finn, the boy with eyes like stormy skies and a heart full of warmth, lived a life rich with purpose and love. He had found his path, and in doing so, had illuminated the way for others to follow. In the gentle glow of twilight, as stars began to sprinkle the sky, Finn would often sit by the edge of the woods, listening to the whispers of the trees. He knew that the journey of life was an ever-unfolding adventure, and with the lantern's light to guide him, there was no dream too distant, no hope too far. And so, dear listener, as you drift into the embrace of sleep, remember the Whispering Woods and the lantern's gentle glow. For even in the darkest of nights, a light shines within us all, waiting to guide us home. Story 50. The Whispering Woods and the Timeless Pendant. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and fields of golden wheat, there was a tale as old as the forest that bordered it. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of the Whispering Woods, a magical forest said to harbor secrets unknown to the outside world. Its towering trees, with leaves that shimmered in hues of emerald and jade, seemed to breathe with a life of their own, their branches swaying softly even when the air was still. The forest was a place of mystery, where time behaved differently, and whispers of ancient knowledge floated on the breeze like the gentle rustle of a page turning in a forgotten book. In this village lived a young woman named Marianne. She was of gentle spirit and curious mind, with eyes the color of the sky just before dawn. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her garden, reading stories of distant lands, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. Yet she felt a pull towards the Whispering Woods, sensing an unspoken promise of discovery and transformation within its depths. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden grass, Marianne decided to venture into the forest. She donned her warmest cloak, its soft wool as comforting as a mother's embrace, and set off with a satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a small flask of spiced tea. As she approached the edge of the woods, she paused, taking in the symphony of colors, the deep russet of fallen leaves, the vibrant orange of clustered mushrooms, and the soft blues of wildflowers peeking through the underbrush. Marianne stepped into the forest, the air cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The path beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. As she walked deeper into the woods, she noticed the gentle whispering of the trees, their voices mingling like a chorus of old friends sharing secrets. She felt a strange comfort in their presence, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. The path led her to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where a crystal-clear brook babbled merrily. Here, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, Marianne spotted something glinting in the sunlight. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and unearthed a pendant, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. It was a simple yet elegant piece, a small circular stone encased in silver, with strange runes etched along its edge. Marianne held the pendant up to the light, its surface catching the sun's rays and casting a warm golden glow. As she did so, she felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her fingers, as if the pendant itself was alive. Intrigued, she slipped it around her neck, feeling its weight settle comfortably against her chest. As the day wore on, Marianne wandered deeper into the forest, the pendant resting against her heart. She soon came upon a hidden glen, where the trees formed a protective canopy overhead, their branches entwined like the arms of old friends. The ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the air was alive with the sound of birdsong and the gentle hum of bees flitting from flower to flower. In the center of the glen stood a stone circle, its weathered stones covered in a delicate lattice of ivy. Marianne felt drawn to the circle, as if it held the answers to questions she had not yet thought to ask. She stepped into its center, the pendant around her neck pulsing gently with warmth. As she stood within the circle, Marianne closed her eyes and listened to the whispers of the forest. She could almost hear the voices of those who had walked this path before her, their wisdom woven into the very fabric of the woods. The pendant seemed to hum in response, resonating with the ancient magic that permeated the air. Suddenly, the forest around her shifted. The trees swayed and shimmered, their forms blurring and dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors. Marianne felt a rush of wind, cool and invigorating, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a different place altogether. The world she beheld was one of breathtaking beauty, a hidden realm that existed beyond the boundaries of the mundane. The sky overhead was a deep shade of twilight blue, dotted with stars that glimmered like diamonds. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming nightshade and the soft trill of nocturnal creatures awakening from their slumber. Marianne marveled at this hidden world, her heart alight with wonder and awe. She wandered through the landscape, her footsteps guided by the gentle glow of the pendant. It was as if she had stepped into a dream, a place where the impossible became possible and the ordinary became extraordinary. As she explored, she encountered a multitude of creatures, each more wondrous than the last. There were fireflies that danced in intricate patterns, their lights weaving trails of luminescent magic through the air. A family of silver foxes played in the moonlight, their laughter like a melody that tugged at her heartstrings. Even the trees seemed to come alive, their branches swaying in time with an unseen rhythm, as if they were part of a grand celestial dance. Yet amidst the beauty, Marianne felt a stirring of something else, a sense of purpose, of destiny calling her to action. The pendant around her neck glowed softly, as if urging her to seek out a deeper truth hidden within this enchanted realm. As she wandered, she came upon a small, ancient cottage nestled at the foot of a hill. Its walls were covered in vines, and its windows glowed warmly with the light of a crackling hearth. Marianne approached the door, her heart beating with anticipation, and knocked gently. The door creaked open, revealing a figure standing in the doorway. It was an elder woman, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. Her hair was silver, cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. She wore a cloak of deep green, its edges embroidered with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. "Welcome, dear one," the woman said, her voice warm and inviting like a lullaby. "I have been expecting you." Marianne felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had known this woman her entire life. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman smiled, her eyes kind. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Woods, a guardian of its secrets and a guide to those who seek its wisdom. You have been chosen, Marianne, to embark on a journey that will change you forever." Marianne felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to learn more. The keeper gestured to a table laden with scrolls and maps, each one depicting a different part of the enchanted realm. "There is a mystery within these woods, a secret that has long been forgotten. You must find the heart of the forest, a place where the ancient magic of this world is strongest. Only there can you unlock the true power of the pendant you wear." Marianne nodded, determination flaring within her. She felt a sense of destiny, as if her entire life had been leading to this moment. With the keeper's guidance, she would uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods and fulfill the destiny that awaited her. As Marianne set out on her quest, she felt the pendant pulse warmly against her chest, its magic resonating with her own. She knew that the journey ahead would be filled with challenges, but she also knew that she was not alone. The forest itself seemed to guide her steps, its whispers weaving a tapestry of encouragement and hope. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, as Marianne traversed the enchanted realm. She encountered many trials along the way, each one testing her courage and resolve. Yet with each challenge, she grew stronger, her heart and spirit transformed by the wisdom she gained. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Marianne found herself standing before a great stone archway. Carved into the ancient rock were symbols that glowed with an otherworldly light, their patterns shifting and changing like the dance of shadows on a moonlit night. Beyond the archway lay a path, its stones worn smooth by the passage of countless travelers. Marianne felt a surge of anticipation, knowing that she was nearing the end of her journey. The pendant around her neck glowed brightly, its light illuminating the path ahead. With a deep breath, she stepped through the archway and into the heart of the forest. The air was alive with magic, the very essence of the woods surrounding her in a warm embrace. The trees here were ancient, their branches reaching up to the sky like the arms of giants. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, its surface etched with the same runes that adorned her pendant. Marianne approached the altar, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. As she placed her hand upon the stone, she felt a surge of energy, the magic of the forest flowing through her like a river of light. The pendant around her neck glowed brighter than ever, its light merging with the magic of the altar in a brilliant display of color and sound. In that moment, Marianne understood the true purpose of her journey. The pendant was a key, a conduit that allowed her to tap into the ancient magic of the forest. With its power, she could bring balance and harmony to the world, ensuring that the wisdom of the Whispering Woods would never be forgotten. As the magic enveloped her, Marianne felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that she had found her place in the world, a guardian of the forest and its secrets. With the knowledge she had gained, she would guide others on their own journeys, helping them to discover the beauty and wonder that lay hidden within the world. The magic slowly faded, leaving Marianne standing in the clearing, her heart filled with gratitude and joy. She knew that her journey was only just beginning, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With the Whispering Woods as her guide, she would continue to explore the mysteries of the world, sharing its magic with all who sought its wisdom. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the whispers of the forest accompanied her, a gentle reminder of the journey she had undertaken. She felt a sense of belonging, knowing that she was part of something greater than herself. The pendant around her neck was a symbol of her connection to the forest, a reminder of the magic she had discovered and the journey that had changed her life forever. With a heart full of hope and wonder, Marianne returned to her village, ready to share the stories of her adventures and the wisdom she had gained. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, waiting for those who dared to dream and seek its secrets. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Marianne began a new chapter of her life, her heart and spirit forever transformed by the magic of the Whispering Woods and the timeless pendant that had guided her journey. Story 51. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight wove gentle patterns through the emerald canopy, there lay a hidden village known only to the creatures of the wood. This village, nestled within a grove of towering oaks, was called Whispering Hollow. Here, the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the ground was soft with a quilt of moss and fallen leaves. The inhabitants of Whispering Hollow were not ordinary beings, but the quiet, kind-hearted creatures who made their homes beneath the roots, in the branches, and along the babbling brooks. There was Fennel, the wise old fox with fur the color of autumn leaves, who spent his days teaching the younger animals about the ways of the forest. His eyes, like pools of amber, held secrets passed down through generations. One day, as the forest began to stir with the first whispers of spring, a gentle rain began to fall, soaking the earth with its life-giving touch. The rain was no ordinary shower, but a magical phenomenon known as the rain of renewal. With each drop that kissed the ground, the world seemed to shimmer and sparkle, as if the forest itself was waking from a deep slumber. In Whispering Hollow, the Rain of Renewal was a cherished event, marking the beginning of a time when the forest would come alive with vibrant colors and sounds. But this year, something was amiss. The rain, though gentle, seemed to be losing its luster, and the creatures of Whispering Hollow felt a lingering unease. Fennel the fox, sensing the forest's disquiet, gathered the other animals to discuss this strange occurrence. There was Lila, the soft-spoken hare with a heart as big as the moon, and Bramble, the sturdy badger whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the oldest trees. Together they pondered the mystery of the fading rain of renewal. "The balance of our forest is delicate," Fennel began, his voice as soothing as the wind through the leaves. "Perhaps something has disturbed the harmony that allows the rain to work its magic." Lila's ears perked up, her pink nose twitching with curiosity. "Could it be that the great stone has lost its glow?" she asked, referring to the ancient rock said to be the heart of the forest's magic. Bramble nodded thoughtfully. "It's been many seasons since anyone has checked on the great stone. It might be wise to visit it and see if it holds the answer." And so the three friends embarked on a journey through the heart of the forest, their path winding through sun-dappled glades and under arches of flowering vines. Along the way, the air was filled with the symphony of birdsong, and the scent of earth and new growth was a comforting balm. As they traveled, the animals of Whispering Hollow joined them, offering guidance and companionship. The squirrels chattered cheerfully from the treetops, while the deer moved silently alongside, their hooves barely disturbing the forest floor. Together, they formed a tapestry of friendship and community, each one contributing to the journey in their own way. When they finally reached the great stone, nestled in a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, they found it covered in a thin layer of dust and leaves. The stone, usually vibrant with a gentle blue glow, seemed dull and lifeless. With gentle paws, Fennel began to clear away the debris, revealing the smooth, cool surface beneath. As the light of the sun touched the stone, a faint glow began to pulse from within, like the heartbeat of the forest itself. Lila, her eyes wide with wonder, whispered, "It's as if the forest is breathing again." Bramble placed a paw on the stone, feeling its warmth. "We must remind the forest of its song," he said, his voice a rumble of determination. "The balance lies in the harmony between us and the world around us." And so, beneath the canopy of ancient trees, the creatures of Whispering Hollow began to sing. Their song was a melody of life and renewal, a hymn of gratitude and love for the world they called home. The air shimmered with magic, and the great stone responded, its blue glow growing stronger, brighter, until it filled the clearing with a serene, steady light. As the song faded into the rustle of leaves, the rain of renewal returned, more vibrant than before. Each raindrop sparkled with the colors of the rainbow, and the forest drank deeply, its thirst quenched by the harmony restored. Fennel, Lila, and Bramble stood together, their hearts filled with the quiet joy of a challenge overcome. They knew that the wisdom of their actions would echo through the seasons, a lesson in the delicate balance that sustained their world. As night fell over Whispering Hollow, the creatures returned to their homes, their spirits light and their hearts full. The forest, cradled in the arms of the starlit sky, breathed a sigh of contentment, knowing that its secrets were safe with those who cherished it most. And so, in the gentle embrace of the ancient wood, the magic of the rain of renewal continued, a promise of life and harmony that would carry the forest through the coming seasons. The creatures of Whispering Hollow, bound by friendship and wisdom, slept soundly, their dreams as bright and hopeful as the stars above. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees stretched their gnarled limbs toward the heavens, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang songs of old, there existed a world unseen by hurried eyes. This was a realm where nature's creatures danced upon the edge of reality and magic, their lives intertwined with the whispers of the wind and the sigh of the earth. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and sounds, a symphony of life that welcomed those who paused to listen. The trunks of elder oaks bore patterns like the wrinkles of wise old men, while the delicate birch trees shimmered silver in the dappled sunlight, their leaves rustling like soft applause. Every step upon the cushioned mossy floor released the earthy scent of rich, fertile soil, mingled with the freshness of dew-kissed ferns. In this enchanted grove lived a community of creatures who had long understood the delicate balance that held their world together. There was Brindle, the wise old hedgehog, whose quills shone with a silver hue in the moonlight, and who knew the stories of every creature that had ever walked the forest floor. His eyes, the color of warm chestnuts, held a twinkle of mischief and wisdom, promising tales of adventure and lessons learned. Then there was Lyra, the gentle doe, whose coat was the color of autumn leaves kissed by the sun. Her movements were fluid and graceful, like the soft caress of a breeze. She had a heart that beat in rhythm with the forest itself, her ears always perked to hear the subtle changes in the whispers of the woods. Lastly, there was Pippin, the sprightly squirrel, whose energy was as boundless as the sky. His fur was a rich red-brown, and he moved through the trees with an agility that spoke of 1,000 adventures yet to come. Pippin was a seeker of treasures, and in his tiny paws he often clutched acorns and pine cones, gifts from the forest that he would share with his friends. The forest was governed by the rhythm of the seasons, each bringing its own kind of magic. As spring unfurled its green banners, the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees began their industrious dance. It was a time of renewal, when the earth awoke from its slumber and life burst forth in joyous celebration. Summer followed with its golden days and warm, languid nights. The sun painted the forest in hues of amber and emerald, and the air was filled with the song of cicadas and the laughter of babbling brooks. The creatures reveled in the abundance of food and play, their lives a testament to the harmony of the world. Autumn arrived in a blaze of color, the forest donning a robe of scarlet, gold, and russet. It was a time of preparation, as the creatures gathered the forest's bounties, storing them away against the chill of winter. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke, a promise of the colder days to come. Finally, winter descended with its quiet majesty, blanketing the forest in snow. The world was hushed and serene, a magical silence broken only by the soft crunch of footsteps upon the frozen ground. It was a time of rest and reflection, when stories were shared by the hearths of burrows and nests, and the warmth of friendship banished the cold. It was during one such winter that an unusual phenomenon began to manifest in the forest. The snow, which usually fell silently and gently, began to swirl in strange patterns, creating delicate whorls and spirals that danced upon the wind. The creatures watched in awe, their breath misting in the cold air as they tried to decipher this new mystery. Brindle, with his many years of wisdom, suggested that this magical snow dance might be the forest's way of communicating a message, one that they must strive to understand. The creatures gathered in a clearing, their eyes wide and bright as they watched the snowflakes pirouette in the air, each flake a tiny dancer in the grand ballet of winter. Lyra, with her gentle heart attuned to the subtleties of the natural world, closed her eyes and listened deeply to the whispers carried on the icy breeze. She could hear the soft sigh of the trees, the murmured secrets of the earth, and the distant call of the mountains. It was a message of harmony, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life, and the need to nurture and protect their world. Pippin, ever the curious adventurer, took it upon himself to explore the patterns in the snow, tracing their intricate designs with his tiny paws. As he did, he discovered that the snowflakes formed symbols, ancient runes that spoke of wisdom passed down through generations. These symbols told stories of balance and respect, of the need to live in harmony with the cycles of nature. The creatures realized that the forest was teaching them a valuable lesson about the fragility of their world and the importance of maintaining its delicate balance. They understood that their actions, however small, could have profound effects on the environment, and that they must tread lightly upon the earth, honoring its gifts and cherishing its beauty. As the winter days passed, the creatures shared this newfound wisdom with one another, weaving it into their stories and songs. They vowed to protect their home, to nurture the land, and care for all who dwelled within it. The forest, in turn, responded with a renewed sense of vitality and peace, its magic flowing like a gentle river through the hearts of all who lived there. When spring finally returned, the snow melted away, leaving behind a world refreshed and alive. The trees unfurled their new leaves, and the air was filled with the joyful chorus of birdsong. The creatures celebrated the return of warmth and light, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a living tapestry of life that stretched far beyond the boundaries of their enchanted forest. And so it was that the forest flourished, a haven of tranquility and wonder, where the boundaries between reality and magic remained ever blurred. The creatures continued to live in harmony, their lives a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of the natural world. Together they ensured that their beloved forest would endure for generations to come, a sanctuary of peace and beauty in a world that often forgot the lessons of the earth. As the sun set behind the ancient trees, casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor, the creatures gathered once more to share their stories. They spoke of the snow's dance and the lessons it had taught them, of the magic that flowed through their lives like a gentle stream. And in the soft glow of twilight, they knew that no matter the season, their home would always be a place of wonder and warmth, a place where harmony reigned and the spirit of the forest thrived. Story 53. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a serene, babbling brook, there lay a secret that not many knew of. The village was surrounded by a dense forest, known to the locals as the Whispering Woods. Within the heart of these woods, where the sunlight barely kissed the forest floor, a hidden world thrived, a world where the ordinary laws of nature gave way to enchantment and wonder. The story begins with a young girl named Leora. Leora was an inquisitive soul, with eyes the color of twilight and hair that danced like autumn leaves in the wind. She lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman named Mirabelle, whose gentle hands and kind smile had raised Leora with tales of magic and mystery. Mirabelle often spoke of a magical object hidden deep within the Whispering Woods, a pendant said to possess the power to reveal the unseen and unlock the true potential within whoever wore it. On a crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, Leora decided it was time to seek out the pendant. Her heart was filled with a longing to discover the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of, and perhaps to find her place within it. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a notebook for sketching her discoveries. As Leora stepped into the woods, the canopy of leaves above her whispered softly in the breeze, as if sharing secrets of old. The sun filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the path before her. Birds sang a gentle chorus, guiding her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air seemed to buzz with an unseen energy. As she walked, Leora felt a strange pull, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She followed this instinct, her feet treading softly on the carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a small pond. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and the vibrant foliage that surrounded it. At the edge of the pond, Leora noticed something glinting beneath the surface. With a sense of both trepidation and excitement, she knelt down and reached into the cold water. Her fingers closed around a small, intricately carved pendant, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light. As she held it in her palm, Leora felt a warmth radiating from the pendant, spreading through her hand and up her arm. It was as if the pendant recognized her, as if it had been waiting for her all along. She slipped it over her head, letting it rest against her chest, and in that moment, the world around her shifted. The trees seemed to hum with life, their leaves shimmering with an iridescent glow. Creatures of all shapes and sizes peeked out from the underbrush, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and mischief. It was as if she had stepped into a dream, a place where magic was not just a possibility, but a reality. As Leora gazed around in wonder, a soft voice spoke, "Welcome, seeker of truth." She turned to see a small, luminous creature perched on a nearby branch. It was a sprite, its wings shimmering like sunlight on water, its eyes bright with wisdom. "I am Zephyra," it said, "guardian of this hidden world." Leora's heart soared with joy and curiosity. "Is this the world my grandmother told me about?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Zephyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Yes, this is the world beyond the veil, a place where the magic of nature and the spirit of the earth are one. Few are chosen to see it, but you, Leora, have the heart and the spirit to walk among us." With Zephyra as her guide, Leora ventured deeper into the hidden world. She met creatures she had only dreamed of, talking animals with tales to tell, trees that sang ancient songs, and streams that danced across the rocks. Each encounter filled her heart with delight and wonder, and she found herself sketching furiously in her notebook, capturing the beauty and magic around her. But the hidden world was not without its challenges. As Leora explored, she learned of a shadow that threatened to consume the magic of the forest. The creatures spoke of a dark force, a blight that spread like a sickness, draining the life and color from everything it touched. The pendant, Zephyr explained, held the key to restoring balance and protecting the hidden world from this encroaching darkness. Determined to help, Leora set out on a journey to confront the shadow. With Zephyra by her side, she ventured to the heart of the forest, where the air grew thick and the light dimmed. The trees here were twisted and gnarled, their bark blackened and cracked. It was a place of despair, where hope seemed but a distant memory. As Leora approached, the shadow took form, a swirling mass of darkness that loomed above her, its presence cold and menacing. But Leora was not afraid. She felt the pendant warm against her chest, its light pushing back against the darkness. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her voice steady and clear. "You do not belong here," she said, her words echoing through the stillness. "This world is a place of light and life, and I will not let you take it." The shadow recoiled, its form flickering uncertainly. Leora could feel its fear, its uncertainty, and she knew that it was not truly evil, but lost and alone, seeking something it could not find. With compassion in her heart, she reached out, letting the light of the pendant shine through her. The shadow trembled, its darkness peeling away to reveal a small, frightened creature at its core. It was a wisp, a being of pure emotion, drawn to the forest's magic but unable to control its own power. Leora knelt down, her eyes soft and understanding. "You are not alone," she said gently. "Let us help you find your place in this world." With her words, the wisp began to change. Its darkness faded, replaced by a soft, glowing light that pulsed with warmth and life. The forest around them responded, the trees straightening, their leaves regaining their vibrant hues. The air filled with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves, as the magic of the hidden world was restored. Leora and Zephyra led the wisp back to the clearing by the pond, where the creatures of the forest gathered to welcome their new friend. The air was filled with laughter and joy, and Leora felt a deep sense of belonging and purpose. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with shades of gold and crimson, Leora knew it was time to return to her own world. She thanked Zephyra and the creatures for their friendship and promised to visit again. "You have brought light to our world, Leora," Zephyra said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Remember, the magic is always within you." With those words echoing in her heart, Leora made her way back through the forest, the pendant warm against her chest. As she stepped out of the woods and into the village, she felt a change within herself, a newfound strength and understanding that would guide her in the days to come. That night, as she lay in bed, Leora thought of the hidden world and the friends she had made. She knew that the magic of the forest was not just a dream, but a part of her own heart, waiting to be shared with the world. And so, with the crackling of the fireplace and the soft rustle of the wind outside her window, Leora drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 54. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced upon the evening breeze, there stood a cozy village nestled among rolling meadows and ancient trees. It was here that young Willow lived with her family, surrounded by the warmth and wonder that permeated every nook and cranny. One night, as Willow drifted off to sleep, she was awakened by a peculiar rustling sound coming from outside her window. Rubbing her eyes, she peered out into the moonlit garden and gasped. The colorful wildflowers that usually swayed gently were twisting and turning in the most peculiar way, as if performing an intricate dance. Willow knew better than to dismiss such strange occurrences in this magical world. She slipped on her slippers and tipped outside, her heart pounding with curiosity. As she approached the flower bed, the movement seemed to intensify, the petals unfurling and twirling in dizzying patterns. Just then, a soft voice whispered from behind a nearby bush. "Psst! Over here, child!" Willow turned to see a tiny figure emerging, a wizened old gnome with a long, wispy beard and mischievous eyes. "Ah, I see you've noticed the night blooms," he chuckled. "Night blooms?" Willow repeated, her brow furrowed in confusion. The gnome nodded sagely. "Indeed, young one, these are no ordinary flowers. They come alive each night, dancing to the music of the stars. A most enchanting sight, is it not? Willow watched in wonder as the vibrant petals twirled and dipped, almost as if they were performing an intricate ballet. She had lived in this magical village her whole life, but never before had she witnessed such a captivating spectacle. "But why have I never seen this before?" she asked the gnome. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Ah, well, the night blooms are quite shy, you see. They only reveal their dance on the clearest of nights, when the moon is at its fullest and brightest." As if on cue, a wispy cloud drifted across the moon, casting a gentle shadow over the garden. The flowers gradually stilled, their petals closing up once more, as if falling into a deep slumber. Willow watched in awe, her mind whirling with questions. How is this possible? How do the flowers know when to dance? The gnome chuckled softly. "All will be revealed in time, my dear. For now, let us simply bask in the magic that surrounds us." With a wink, he disappeared back into the bushes, leaving Willow to ponder the night's wondrous events. Over the next few nights, Willow found herself drawn to the garden, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the full moon. Each time, the night blooms would come alive, their graceful movements leaving her spellbound. Yet the burning question remained, what caused these flowers to dance so enchantingly? It was on one such night that Willow noticed a peculiar creature flitting among the blossoms. It was a tiny, luminous being, its gossamer wings trailing stardust as it fluttered from flower to flower. Willow gasped, realizing she was in the presence of a rare moonlight fairy. The fairy seemed to sense her presence and floated closer, its delicate features illuminated by the moonbeams. In a voice as soft as a whisper it spoke, "Do not be afraid, little one. We are the guardians of the night blooms, and it is our song that coaxes them to dance." Willow listened in rapt wonder as the fairy explained how each night the fairies would gather among the flowers, weaving melodies from the very essence of starlight and moonbeams. These celestial tunes would fill the night blooms with energy, causing them to sway and twirl in perfect harmony. As the moon reached its peak, the fairy sang a hauntingly beautiful verse, and Willow watched in amazement as the flowers began to dance once more, their movements perfectly synchronized with the fairy's enchanting melody. From that night on, Willow became the keeper of the night bloom's secret, sharing the magic with only her closest friends and family. And whenever the full moon graced the sky, she would steal away to the garden, basking in the ethereal beauty of the dancing flowers and the celestial melodies of the moonlight fairies. In this cozy, magical world, wonders never ceased to unfold, reminding Willow that even the simplest of things could hold the most extraordinary secrets, if only one took the time to observe and listen with an open heart. Story 55. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, a delicate balance held sway. Here, every rustling leaf, every trickling stream, and every gentle breeze played its part in an age-old symphony, a harmonious testament to the wonders of nature and magic intertwined. This forest, known as Elderglen, was a realm where the natural and the mystical danced together. The towering oaks and stately pines stretched their limbs toward the sky, their roots deeply anchored in the rich, dark earth. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and moss, underlined by the sweet aroma of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like scattered jewels. Among the inhabitants of Elderglen was a wise and gentle fox named Bramble. Her fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the ground. Bramble was known throughout the forest for her kindness and her deep understanding of the world's rhythms. Her eyes, a warm amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft, golden glow, Bramble set out from her cozy den nestled beneath an ancient willow. She moved with quiet grace, her paws making no sound on the leaf-strewn path. The evening air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the faint promise of winter. Bramble's journey this twilight was to visit her friend, a venerable owl named Auburn, who lived in the hollow of an ancient sycamore. Auburn was a creature of deep knowledge, his feathers a patchwork of earthy browns and creams, his eyes like twin moons reflecting the mysteries of the night. As Bramble approached, Auburn greeted her with a soft hoot, his voice echoing gently through the trees. "Good evening, Bramble," he cooed, ruffling his feathers against the evening chill. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine night?" Bramble settled down at the base of Orin's tree, her tail wrapping around her like a warm blanket. "I wanted to speak with you about the whispers I've heard on the wind," she began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The balance of Elderglen feels unsettled. The streams run low, and the trees seem weary." Orin nodded, his eyes closing briefly as he absorbed Bramble's words. "Yes," he replied, "I have felt it too. The seasons are shifting strangely, and I fear that the harmony we cherish is at risk. But there's wisdom in the old ways, and perhaps we can find guidance there." Together, Bramble and Orin pondered the teachings of their ancestors, wisdom passed down through generations like a cherished heirloom. They spoke of the cycle of the seasons, the ebb and flow of life that connected every creature, every plant, and even the elements themselves. "The answer lies in understanding," Orin mused, his voice a soft murmur. "We must listen to the forest, to the stories it tells, and perhaps then we can restore what is lost." Determined to preserve the balance of Elderglen, Bramble set out the next day on a quest to seek the counsel of the ancient spirits of the forest. As she trotted along the winding paths, the sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds singing, insects buzzing, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Bramble's first stop was the shimmering glade of seasons, a hidden grove where the spirit of spring resided. As she entered the glade, the air filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers and the soft hum of life awakening. There, amidst the blossoms and new growth, she found the spirit, a gentle presence that glowed with a soft green light. "Welcome, Bramble," the spirit whispered, its voice like the first warm breeze of the year. "What brings you to my realm?" Bramble explained her quest and the concerns of the forest. The spirit of spring listened intently, then offered its guidance. "The world is ever changing," it said, "and balance requires adaptability. Nurture the young, encourage growth, and let kindness be your guide." With this wisdom in mind, Bramble continued her journey, visiting the spirit of summer next. In the sun-drenched meadows she found this spirit, vibrant and warm, its presence a comforting embrace. "The heart of summer is warmth and light," the spirit advised. "Share your strength and joy with others, for together you are stronger." Next, Bramble traveled to the hills of harvest, where the spirit of autumn awaited. Here, the air was filled with the rich scent of ripe fruits and the soft whisper of falling leaves. The spirit, cloaked in hues of orange and gold, spoke of reflection and gratitude. "Remember the past and learn from it," it counseled, "for the wisdom of those who came before can guide you forward." Finally, as the day waned, Bramble ventured to the frozen falls, where the spirit of winter reigned. The air was crisp and still, the world silent beneath a blanket of snow. The spirit, a serene figure of frosty elegance, offered its insights. "Patience and endurance are your allies," it said, "for even the longest night gives way to dawn." With the spirit's words echoing in her heart, Bramble returned to Elderglen. She shared the wisdom she had gathered with Orin, and together they devised a plan to restore the forest's harmony. They encouraged the creatures of the forest to come together, each playing their part in nurturing the land and supporting one another. As the days passed, Bramble and Orin's efforts bore fruit. The streams began to flow more freely, the trees stood taller, and the forest buzzed with renewed vitality. Elderglen's balance, though delicate, was restored through the wisdom and friendship of its inhabitants. As the seasons continued their eternal dance, Bramble knew that the lessons of the spirits would remain in her heart, guiding her through every change. The forest, with its timeless beauty and gentle magic, would endure, a reminder of the harmony that could be found when all creatures shared the earth with kindness and understanding. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the creatures of Elderglen slept peacefully, cradled in the embrace of their beloved forest. Story 56. In the heart of the verdant whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the brook sang a lilting melody, there existed a world unseen by most. This hidden realm, nestled between the roots of ancient oaks and under the watchful eye of the moon, was home to creatures of gentle magic and profound wisdom. It was here that our story begins, where a most peculiar journey would unfold, changing not only the lives of those involved, but also the essence of the forest itself. The protagonist of our tale was a young squirrel named Finn. With fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as morning dew, Finn was known for his curiosity and heart full of dreams. Though small in stature, his spirit was as boundless as the sky, and his mind ever hungry for knowledge. He lived with his family in a cozy nest high above the forest floor, nestled in the sturdy branches of an old oak tree that had seen countless seasons pass. One crisp morning, as the sun cast golden rays through a canopy of emerald leaves, Finn awoke with a sense of anticipation. Today was a special day, for it marked the beginning of the annual gathering of the forest, an event where creatures from every corner of the woods came together to share stories, wisdom, and the bounty of the land. Finn had been looking forward to this day for weeks, eager to learn from the wise elders and perhaps uncover a mystery or two. As he scampered down the tree, the fresh scent of pine filled his senses, and the chorus of birdsong accompanied his descent. The forest was alive with activity. Rabbits were busily gathering herbs, deer gracefully moved between the trees, and foxes with their bushy tails darted playfully through the underbrush. There was a sense of warmth and camaraderie in the air, and Finn's heart thrummed with excitement. Reaching the forest floor, Finn paused to take in the scene around him. The gathering was held in a clearing bathed in sunlight, the grass soft and inviting. Creatures of all shapes and sizes mingled together, sharing in the joy of the occasion. In the center of the clearing stood Elder Thistle, a venerable tortoise whose shell bore the marks of countless years. It was said that Elder Thistle knew every secret the forest held, and Finn could hardly wait to hear the tales of old. As the festivities commenced, Finn found himself drawn to a small group of creatures gathered around a particular object that gleamed with an otherworldly light. It was a stone, unlike any he had ever seen before, translucent and shimmering with colors that shifted like the hues of the sky at dawn. Whispers spread among the crowd, tales of the stone's magical properties and the mysteries it held. Unable to resist, Finn edged closer, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. A gentle voice answered, belonging to a wise old owl perched nearby. "This is the Heartstone," the owl said, his eyes twinkling with knowledge. "It is a relic of ancient times, said to hold the power to reveal hidden truths and guide those who seek their true path." Finn's heart raced. A magical stone that could reveal truths. The possibilities were endless, and he knew he had to learn more. As the day wore on, Finn listened intently to the stories shared by the elders, each one more enchanting than the last. But his thoughts kept returning to the Heartstone and the mysteries it promised to unveil. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts full and spirits lifted. Yet Finn lingered, drawn once more to the Heartstone that lay quietly in the clearing, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight. He approached Elder Thistle, who had remained behind, and gathered his courage to speak. "Elder Thistle," Finn began hesitantly, May I hold the Heartstone?" The elder tortoise regarded him with a knowing smile. "Young Finn, your curiosity is commendable," he said warmly. "The Heartstone chooses those who are ready to seek its truths. If your heart and mind are open, it may indeed reveal something to you." With a nod of encouragement, Elder Thistle gestured for Finn to step forward. As he reached out, his small paws trembling with anticipation, he gently cradled the Heartstone. It was cool to the touch, and as he held it, a gentle warmth spread through him, like the comforting embrace of a summer breeze. In that moment, the world around Finn seemed to fade away, and he was enveloped in a serene light. Images danced before his eyes, glimpses of places unknown yet strangely familiar, a hidden grove bathed in moonlight, a waterfall cascading into a crystal pool, and a path winding through the forest, leading to a place of wonder. Then, as quickly as it began, the vision faded, leaving Finn breathless with awe. The Heartstone, now resting quietly once more, seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, as if it had shared a secret meant only for him. Elder Thistle watched Finn with a gaze full of understanding. "What did you see, young one?" he asked softly. Finn took a deep breath, his mind still reeling from the experience. I saw A hidden place, he said slowly, as if piecing together a puzzle. A place within the forest, where the trees are tall and the stars shine bright. I feel like I am meant to find it. The elder nodded, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. The Heartstone has shown you a path, Finn. It is a journey only you can undertake. Trust in your heart and let it guide you. With those words, Elder Thistle turned and slowly made his way back into the forest, leaving Finn alone with the weight of his newfound knowledge. The night was calm and still, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Finn felt a stirring within him, a sense of purpose and adventure that he had never known before. As the moon rose high, casting its silvery glow across the woods, Finn made a decision. He would embark on the journey the Heartstone had shown him, in search of the hidden place and the truths it held. With a heart full of hope and a mind alight with wonder, he set off into the night, the path before him illuminated by the gentle light of the stars. The forest was a world transformed under the moon's tender gaze. Shadows danced gracefully among the trees, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures filled the air, creating a symphony of life. Finn moved with quiet determination, guided by an inner compass he could not fully understand. The images from the Heartstone lingered in his mind, urging him onward. As he journeyed deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The path wound through thickets and across babbling brooks, each step taking him further from the familiar and closer to the unknown. But Finn was not afraid. Rather, he felt a sense of belonging, as if the forest itself was welcoming him into its embrace. Hours passed, and the moon began its descent, painting the world in shades of silver and shadow. Just as weariness threatened to claim him, Finn stumbled upon a hidden grove, just as the Heartstone had shown him. The trees here stood tall and proud, their branches entwined like the arms of ancient guardians. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. In the center of the grove stood a waterfall, its waters cascading into a crystal-clear pool that shimmered like liquid starlight. The sight took Finn's breath away, for it was more beautiful than he could have ever imagined. He felt a sense of peace settle over him, as if he had finally come home. But as he approached the pool, Finn noticed something extraordinary. A reflection in the water, not of himself, but of a creature unlike any he had seen before. It was an ethereal being, with wings that sparkled like diamonds and eyes that held the wisdom of the ages. Finn felt a gentle nudge in his heart, urging him to speak. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice a whisper in the stillness. The creature regarded him with a serene smile. "I am Aurelia," it replied, its voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I am a guardian of this hidden realm, and I have been waiting for you, Finn." Finn's heart skipped a beat. "Waiting for me? But why?" Aurelia's eyes twinkled with understanding. "You possess a spirit of curiosity and a heart full of kindness. The Heartstone revealed this place to you because it senses your potential. There is a balance within the forest that must be preserved, and you, young Finn, are destined to play a part in its protection." The words resonated deep within Finn, filling him with a sense of purpose he had never known. "What must I do?" he asked earnestly. Aurelia gestured to the pool, its surface as smooth as glass. "Within these waters lies the essence of the forest's magic. It is a gift to all who dwell here, but it is fragile and must be safeguarded against those who would seek to exploit it. Your journey will lead you to encounters and challenges, but through wisdom and friendship, you will find the strength to overcome them." Finn nodded, his determination unwavering. He knew in his heart that this was his path, and he was ready to embrace it. As the first light of dawn began to touch the sky, Aurelia bestowed upon him a blessing, a gentle touch of her wings that filled Finn with a warmth unlike any he had felt before. "Go forth with courage and compassion," Aurelia said, her voice echoing like a melody. "May the forest guide you, and may you find the strength to fulfill your destiny." With those words, the creature vanished, leaving Finn alone in the grove. The sun rose, casting its golden light across the land, and with it came a new day and a new beginning. Filled with hope and resolve, Finn set out from the hidden grove, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The forest was alive with possibilities, and his heart brimmed with the promise of adventure. As he journeyed through the woods, he encountered many creatures, some in need of help, others with tales to tell. With each encounter, Finn grew wiser and stronger, his spirit shining like a beacon in the heart of the forest. In time, Finn's journey led him to a place of great beauty and power, a clearing where the forest's magic converged in a brilliant display of light and energy. Here, he faced his greatest challenge, a force that sought to disrupt the harmony of the woods and claim its magic for its own. But with the wisdom he had gained and the friendships he had forged, Finn stood firm, his heart unwavering in its resolve. Through courage and compassion, he was able to restore the balance, ensuring that the magic of the forest would endure for generations to come. As the final echoes of conflict faded away, the forest came alive with celebration, its creatures rejoicing in the triumph of kindness and unity. And so, with the gentle light of the moon guiding him, Finn returned to the hidden grove, his heart full of gratitude for the journey he had undertaken. Aurelia appeared once more, her presence a comforting reminder of the bond they shared. "You have done well, Finn," she said, her voice a melody of praise. "The forest is at peace, and its magic shines brighter than ever." Finn smiled, his heart overflowing with joy. "Thank you, Aurelia," he replied softly. "I have learned so much, and I will cherish these lessons always." Aurelia nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Remember, young one, that true magic lies not in power, but in the kindness and wisdom we share with others. Your journey has just begun, and I am certain you will continue to bring light to the world around you." With those parting words, Aurelia vanished into the night, leaving Finn to reflect on the adventure that had changed him forever. As he gazed at the stars, Finn knew that the forest would always be his home, a place of wonder and magic where dreams could soar like the wind. And so, with a heart full of hope and a spirit unyielding, Finn lay down beneath the ancient trees, the gentle whispers of the forest lulling him into a peaceful sleep. The journey had transformed him, and as the first light of dawn kissed the land, Finn knew that the story of the forest would continue, woven with threads of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the heart. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, there lived a young girl named Arya. She was a curious soul, always seeking answers to the mysteries of the world around her. One evening, as she sat by the crackling fire, her grandmother's gentle voice filled the room with tales of their family's ancient legacy. "Long ago," her grandmother began, "our ancestors were guardians of a sacred tradition. They were entrusted with protecting the ancient scrolls, which held the wisdom of generations past." Arya's eyes widened with curiosity as her grandmother reached into a worn leather pouch and carefully unrolled a delicate parchment. On the scroll, intricate symbols danced across the page, each one a whisper from the past. "These markings," her grandmother explained, "hold the secrets of our heritage. They speak of a time when our people lived in harmony with nature, honoring the cycles of the earth and the rhythms of life." Arya traced the symbols with her fingertips, feeling a connection she had never experienced before. It was as if the ancient knowledge was flowing through her veins, awakening a part of her soul that had been dormant. Over the following days, Arya's grandmother shared more stories of their lineage, each one more captivating than the last. She spoke of the sacred rituals performed during the equinoxes and solstices, when their ancestors would gather under the stars to celebrate the changing seasons. Arya learned of the intricate weaving patterns that held symbolic meanings, passed down through generations of skilled artisans. With each lesson, Arya felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. The stories resonated within her, like echoes from a distant past calling out to be remembered. One crisp autumn morning, Arya's grandmother led her deep into the forest, where ancient trees stood as silent sentinels. They came upon a clearing where a crystal-clear stream danced over smooth stones. "This is a sacred place," her grandmother whispered, "where our ancestors would come to pray and seek guidance." Kneeling beside the stream, Arya's grandmother retrieved a small pouch from her cloak. Inside was a delicate pendant, its surface etched with the same symbols Arya had seen on the ancient scrolls. "This pendant has been passed down through generations," her grandmother explained. "It represents our connection to the earth and the wisdom of those who came before us." As Arya held the pendant in her hands, she felt a warmth spread through her body, as if the spirits of her ancestors were embracing her. In that moment, she understood the true meaning of her legacy, a connection to the natural world, a respect for the cycles of life, and a responsibility to carry the wisdom of the past into the future. From that day forward, Arya walked with a newfound sense of purpose. She studied the ancient texts, learned the sacred rituals, and embraced the traditions of her ancestors. And when the time came, she would pass on these teachings to the next generation, ensuring that the legacy lived on, a thread woven through the tapestry of time. As the embers of the fire danced in the hearth, Arya would often gaze at the pendant, grateful for the journey that had unveiled the richness of her heritage. In its intricate symbols, she saw the stories of her ancestors, their wisdom echoing through the ages, guiding her steps and filling her heart with a profound sense of belonging. Story 58, titled The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there was a place known only in hushed whispers as the Whispering Woods. The villagers spoke of it with a mixture of awe and respect, for it was said that the woods held secrets older than time itself. Legends told of a hidden world within, where magic flowed like the streams that wound through moss-carpeted glades. In this village lived a young girl named Mira, with chestnut hair that danced in the wind and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Mira was a curious soul. She found joy in the simple wonders of life, collecting colorful leaves, listening to the songs of birds, and tracing the patterns of stars in the night sky. But more than anything, Mira was drawn to the Whispering Woods. Though she had never ventured beyond its edge, she felt an inexplicable connection to it, as if the trees themselves were calling out to her. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and amber, Mira decided to follow the call of the woods. With a heart full of excitement and a hint of trepidation, she set off on her journey. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched softly underfoot. As she crossed the threshold into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it a melody that seemed to echo in her very soul. Mira wandered deeper into the forest, guided by the music that grew more enchanting with each step. The woods enveloped her in their embrace, and she marveled at the wonders around her. Glowing mushrooms that cast a soft luminescence, streams that sparkled like liquid crystal, and flowers that hummed a gentle tune. In this hidden world, time seemed to stand still. As she moved further in, Mira came across an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching up to the sky like a wise old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Mira's fingers trembled with anticipation as she reached for it. The moment her hands touched the box, it sprang open, revealing a delicate pendant shaped like a leaf, shimmering with an otherworldly light. The pendant was warm to the touch, and as if guided by an unseen force, Mira placed it around her neck. Instantly, the forest around her seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy. The whispers of the trees grew clearer, and Mira realized she could understand their ancient language. They spoke of times long past, of guardians who protected the balance of nature, and of a powerful gift bestowed upon those pure of heart, to communicate with the natural world. With this newfound ability, Mira felt a profound sense of purpose. She continued her journey, eager to learn more about the secrets of the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met creatures she had only dreamed of, playful sprites that danced in the sunbeams, wise owls that shared stories of the stars, and gentle deer that guided her along hidden paths. As days turned into weeks, Mira's heart grew fuller with each encounter. She learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, understanding the delicate balance of the world around her. The trees taught her of patience, the streams of persistence, and the stars of endless possibilities. In return, Mira shared her own stories, her dreams, and her laughter, bringing joy to the forest that had become her home. But the Whispering Woods held one more secret, one that would test Mira's courage and the strength of her newfound friendships. Deep within the heart of the forest lay a glade that was shrouded in perpetual twilight. It was here that the spirit of the forest, an ancient being known as the Keeper, resided. The Keeper had watched over the woods for centuries, ensuring that the magic remained undisturbed. One night, as the moon cast its silver light upon the glade, Mira was drawn to the keeper's dwelling. The spirit appeared before her, a luminous figure woven from the very essence of the forest. With a voice as soft as falling leaves, the keeper spoke of a great disturbance, a darkness that threatened to consume the magic of the whispering woods. "The balance has been disrupted," the keeper intoned. "A shadow has fallen over the land, and it seeks to extinguish the light that dwells within these woods. You, Mira, have been chosen to restore the harmony, for only one with a heart as pure as yours can mend what has been broken." Mira listened intently, her resolve strengthening with each word. She knew she could not face this challenge alone, and so she sought the counsel of her friends, the sprites, the owls, and the deer. Together, they devised a plan to confront the darkness and restore the balance to the whispering woods. With the pendant glowing brightly against her chest, Mira led her companions through the forest, guided by the whispers of the trees. They journeyed to the heart of the woods, where the shadow lurked, casting a pall over the land. As they drew near, the air grew cold, and the light seemed to dim, but Mira's spirit remained unyielding. In the heart of the darkness, they found the source of the shadow, a twisted, gnarled tree that pulsed with an ominous energy. The tree seemed to feed on the light of the forest, growing stronger with each passing moment. Mira knew that to defeat the darkness, she would need to awaken the light within her heart. Gathering her courage, Mira stepped forward, her voice steady as she spoke to the shadow. "You may be strong, but you do not belong here. The light of the Whispering Woods cannot be extinguished, for it resides in the hearts of all who call this place home." As she spoke, the pendant around her neck began to glow with an intense brilliance, illuminating the glade with a warmth that pushed back the darkness. Her friends joined her, their voices rising in harmony, creating a melody that resonated with the very essence of the forest. The shadow recoiled from the light, its power waning with each note of their song. The twisted tree shuddered, its dark tendrils retreating as the light of the whispering woods flooded the glade. Mira felt the warmth of the forest envelop her, and she knew that the balance had been restored. The darkness vanquished, the whispering woods flourished once more, vibrant and alive with magic. The keeper appeared before Mira, gratitude shining in its ethereal eyes. "You have saved us, Mira. Your courage and kindness have restored the balance, and the forest is forever in your debt." Mira smiled, her heart swelling with joy. "I did not do it alone," she replied. "It was the strength of our friendship and the wisdom of the forest that guided us." With the threat vanquished, Mira returned home, her heart forever changed by the journey. She carried the lessons of the Whispering Woods with her, sharing them with the villagers who marveled at the tales of her adventure. And though she returned to the world beyond the forest, Mira often visited the Whispering Woods, where her friends awaited her with open arms. Together, they would explore the hidden wonders of the forest, their laughter echoing through the trees like a gentle breeze. In time, the legend of Mira and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. It was a story of courage and friendship, of the magic that dwells within the heart of the world, and the light that shines brightest in the darkest of times. And so, as the fire crackled softly and the stars twinkled overhead, the story of Mira and the Whispering Woods came to a close, a tale of hope and wonder that would forever warm the hearts of those who listened. Story 59, title, The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and thick emerald forests, there was a tale that every child knew by heart. It was the story of the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village on its eastern edge. The villagers spoke of its enchanting beauty, where the leaves sang with the wind and the streams giggled with secrets. Yet they also warned of its mysteries, for the forest was said to hold a hidden world, a place where magic thrived just beneath the surface of the ordinary. On the edge of this village lived a young girl named Linnea. Her days were spent exploring the meadows, chasing butterflies, and listening to the stories told by the elders. Linnea was curious and kind-hearted, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a spirit as free as the breeze that swept through the fields. But what set her apart was her insatiable curiosity for the unknown, especially the tales of the whispering woods. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting golden hues across the landscape, Linnea set out on a journey. She had heard whispers of an old magical compass lost within the depths of the woods, a compass that could guide one to the heart of the forest's secrets. With a satchel packed with her favorite book, a small loaf of bread, and a flask of apple cider, she waved goodbye to the familiar world and stepped into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As Linnea walked, the path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the dappled sunlight danced on her skin. She hummed a tune her grandmother had taught her, feeling the forest around her come alive with every note. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs harmonizing with her own, while squirrels scurried about, chattering as if cheering her on. As the morning stretched into afternoon, Linnea found herself in a grove where the trees grew taller and the light seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. It was here she first heard it, a gentle whisper carried on the breeze. Intrigued, she followed the sound, her heart quickening with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The whispers led her to a small clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was the object of her quest, the magical compass. It was a curious thing, crafted from bronze with intricate engravings and a needle that seemed to pulse with its own light. Linnea knelt beside it, reaching out with reverence, and as her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the forest she had never known before. With the compass in hand, Linnea's journey truly began. Its needle pointed her deeper into the woods, guiding her through thickets and across babbling brooks. Along the way, she encountered creatures who became her companions. A wise old owl named Oliver, who perched on her shoulder offering counsel and warmth. A mischievous fox named Fen, who darted in and out of the shadows, always ready with a playful nudge. And a gentle deer named Celine, whose calming presence seemed to light the path ahead. Together, they traversed the whispering woods, each step bringing them closer to its heart and the secrets it held. They discovered hidden glens where the flowers glowed with an inner light, and waterfalls that sang with voices as pure as crystal. In these moments, Linnea felt a profound sense of belonging, as if the forest were welcoming her into its embrace, sharing its mysteries and its magic. But the journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight, they reached a dense thicket that blocked their path. The trees here were twisted and gnarled, their branches forming a barrier that seemed impenetrable. Linnea felt a pang of doubt, wondering if she had ventured too far, if the secrets she sought were meant to remain hidden. It was then that Oliver, with a gentle hoot, reminded her of the wisdom she carried within. "The forest speaks in whispers," he said, "but it is your heart that hears, Linnea. Trust in yourself, and you will find the way." Taking a deep breath, Linnea closed her eyes, focusing on the sounds around her, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of a nearby stream, the soft breathing of her companions. Slowly, she began to hum the tune her grandmother had taught her, letting the melody flow through her, guiding her thoughts, her heart, and her steps. As her song mingled with the forest's whispers, the thicket seemed to respond. The branches shifted, parting to reveal a hidden path, a trail that led them deeper into the woods. With renewed determination, Linnea and her friends pressed on, the compass steady in her hand, its needle pointing the way. The days turned to weeks, and as Linnea journeyed, she felt herself changing. Her senses sharpened, her understanding deepened, and a newfound wisdom blossomed within her. She realized that the forest was not just a place of mystery, but a reflection of her own journey, her growth, and her courage to face the unknown. Finally, one morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, they arrived at the heart of the whispering woods. It was a glade unlike any other, where the air shimmered with magic and the very ground seemed to hum with life. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches heavy with blossoms that glowed like stars. It was here that Linnea discovered the true secret of the whispering woods. For as she stepped into the glade, the compass in her hand transformed. its bronze surface dissolving into a myriad of lights that danced around her. She felt a warmth spread through her, an understanding that the magic of the forest was not something to be found, but something to be shared. In that moment, Linnea understood that she had become a part of the forest's story, its guardian and its friend. The creatures gathered around her, their eyes filled with the same light that surrounded her, and together they celebrated the bond that had formed between them, a bond of friendship, wisdom, and the courage to embrace the unknown. As the sun set, casting the glade in a golden glow, Linnea knew it was time to return to the village. She bid farewell to her companions, each promising to watch over the forest and its secrets. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit renewed, she retraced her steps, the path now as familiar as an old friend. When Linnea emerged from the woods, the village welcomed her with open arms. She shared her tale, weaving the wonders of the Whispering Woods into the fabric of Willowbrook's stories. And though the villagers listened with awe and wonder, Linnea knew that the true magic lay not in the telling, but in the journey itself. For in the Whispering Woods, she had discovered not just a hidden world, but the strength and wisdom within her own heart. And as she lay in her bed each night, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves outside her window, she knew that the forest's whispers would always be with her, guiding her dreams and her journey forevermore. Story 60. In a far-reaching corner of the celestial cluster, where starlight shimmered like a million diamonds scattered across an endless velvet sky, there was a small but bustling space station known as Haven's Reach. Here, travelers from diverse planets convened, mingling amidst the cosmic hum of engines and the fragrant aroma of alien spices swirling through the air. It was on one such vibrant evening, beneath the glow of distant nebulae, that two very different beings found themselves crossing paths. One was Lumo, a gentle, luminescent entity from the water-rich planet of Oceania, where his kind communicated through shimmering light patterns. His skin glowed with a soft bluish hue, and his eyes mirrored the tranquil depths of his oceanic home. The other was Thera, a spirited, earth-toned creature from the rocky terrains of Pyros, known for her kind's fiery temperament and resilience. Her scales glistened like burnished copper, and her eyes flickered with the warmth of a hearth fire, casting a comforting glow. Their meeting was anything but planned. Lumo had ventured to Haven's Reach to study the cosmic tides that danced around the station, while Thera was on her way to a distant asteroid belt, where her people mined precious ores. A minor malfunction in the docking bay caused their paths to intersect, quite literally, as they collided in a bustling corridor. "Oh, I'm so sorry," Lumo flashed, his light patterns swirling in a flurry of apologies. Thera blinked, her scales catching the light in a dazzling display. "It's all right," she replied, her voice warm and crackling like a cozy hearth. "I guess the station's as busy as ever." They exchanged awkward smiles and went their separate ways, but as fate would have it, their paths were destined to intertwine again. Later that evening, as the station's artificial dusk settled in, Lumo found himself tangled in a web of misunderstandings at a local eatery, his glowing skin attracting curious yet intrusive stares from creatures unfamiliar with his kind. Thyra, noticing his discomfort from a nearby table, decided to intervene. "Mind if I join you?" she asked, her presence a calming beacon in the bustling atmosphere. Lumo nodded gratefully, his light patterns shifting to a more relaxed rhythm. "Thank you. It's a bit overwhelming here." As they shared a meal, Thera explained the nuances of the various dishes, guiding Lumo through the culinary maze of Haven's Reach. In return, Lumo shared tales of the oceanic wonders of his home world, painting vivid pictures with his words that captivated Thera's imagination. Their conversation flowed like a gentle stream, and as the evening wore on, they found themselves laughing over shared misadventures and marveling at the similarities between their seemingly disparate worlds. It was a moment of genuine connection, a bridge formed over the chasm of their differences. The following day, Lumo and Thera faced an unexpected challenge. A sudden solar flare disrupted the station's power grid, plunging it into chaos. The corridors, once alive with the hum of energy, fell eerily silent, and the artificial gravity waned, causing objects to float lazily in the air. Amidst the confusion, Lumo's luminescence became a guiding light, while Thera's knowledge of the station's emergency systems proved invaluable. Together, they navigated the dimly lit corridors, helping others find safety and comfort. "Stay close," Thera instructed, her voice steady and reassuring. Lumo nodded, his light casting a serene glow that calmed the anxious travelers around them. "We'll get through this together." As they worked side by side, an unspoken bond grew between them, a testament to their newfound friendship. They encountered obstacles, but it was their complementary strengths that saw them through. Lumo's patience and gentle nature balanced Thera's fiery determination, creating a harmonious synergy. In the aftermath of the incident, as the station's systems flickered back to life, Lumo and Thera found themselves sitting together in a quiet observation dome. The stars outside twinkled serenely, as if applauding their efforts. "I never imagined I'd find a friend like you in a place like this," Thera mused, her voice softening with gratitude. Lumo smiled, his light patterns forming a gentle, radiant pulse. "Nor I. It's strange how the universe works, bringing us together when we least expect it." Their journey, though unexpected, had taught them the true meaning of friendship. It was not the absence of differences that made them strong, but the acceptance and celebration of those differences. Through misunderstandings and challenges, they had discovered a shared strength, one that was born from mutual respect and understanding. As they sat there, watching the stars slowly dance across the vast canvas of space, they knew that their friendship was a light that would never fade, shining brightly in the tapestry of the cosmos, a beacon of warmth and companionship in the boundless universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lumo and Thera began a new chapter of their journey, hand in hand, ready to face whatever the cosmos had in store for them, knowing that together they could overcome anything. Story 61. In a forest veiled in the mists of time, where the tall, whispering trees stood sentinel over a world few humans knew, there lay a hidden realm of harmony and ancient magic. This forest, known as Sylvan Hollow, was a place where the sun threaded its golden rays through emerald canopies, and the air was thick with the perfume of pine and moss. It was here that the natural world lived in a delicate balance, a symphony of life that danced in time with the seasons. Among the trees, a gentle brook wound its way through the underbrush, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal under the dappled sunlight. The brook sang a song of serenity, a melody that was understood by all the denizens of the forest. It was here by this brook that the creatures of Sylvan Hollow gathered to share their stories and wisdom, passed down through countless generations. One such creature was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was etched with the tales of the ages, each groove and ridge a testament to the seasons he had seen. His eyes, like deep pools of amber, held the knowledge of 1,000 suns rising and setting. Thistle had lived in Sylvan Hollow longer than most could remember, and he served as a guide and guardian to those who dwelled within its bounds. As the first hints of autumn began to paint the leaves in hues of gold and crimson, the creatures of the forest prepared for the change that the season would bring. The air grew crisp, carrying with it the scent of ripe apples and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. In this time of transition, Thistle called a gathering at the brook, knowing that the lessons of the past would need to be shared anew. The creatures came, as they always did, with the rustle of wings and the patter of paws. There were squirrels with glossy coats and bright, curious eyes, rabbits with ears like velvet and whiskers twitching with anticipation, and birds whose songs wove a tapestry of sound through the trees. Even the elusive foxes, with their fiery fur and sly smiles, came to hear Thistle's words. As the assembly settled, Thistle began to speak in a voice that was soft and deep, like the rumble of distant thunder. "Friends, as the leaves turn and the days grow shorter, we are reminded of the cycles that govern our lives. Each season brings its own magic, its own challenges, and its own beauty. It is through understanding these cycles that we find harmony with the world around us." The creatures listened, enraptured by the tortoise's wisdom. Thistle spoke of the way the forest prepared for the winter's sleep, how the trees shed their leaves to conserve energy, and how the animals stored food to sustain them through the cold months. He talked of the importance of balance, of taking only what was needed, and giving back to the earth in return. As he spoke, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, sending a cascade of golden confetti through the air. The creatures watched as the leaves danced and twirled, each one a small miracle of nature. Just as the leaves fall to the ground, they nourish the soil and make way for new growth in the spring. So too must we let go of what is no longer needed to make room for new beginnings. The creatures pondered Thistle's words, each reflecting on how they could apply this wisdom to their own lives. The squirrels thought of their acorn caches, ensuring they took only what they needed. The rabbits considered their burrows, making them warm and secure for the colder days ahead. The birds, who would soon take to the skies on their long migrations, listened intently to the stories of those who had traveled the winds before them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber glow across the forest, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts full of the wisdom shared by Thistle. The brook continued its song, a gentle lullaby that promised peace and renewal. In the days that followed, the creatures of Sylvan Hollow went about their tasks with a renewed sense of purpose. The balance of the forest was maintained, each creature playing its part in the grand design. And as the first snowflakes began to drift down, blanketing the earth in a soft white quilt, the forest settled into its winter slumber, cradled by the ancient magic that thrived in its depths. In the heart of Sylvan Hollow, beneath the snow-laden boughs, the spirit of the forest thrived. It was a place where time flowed like the brook, a gentle current that carried the wisdom of the ages. And though the seasons would continue to turn, bringing with them change and challenge, the creatures knew that they were part of something greater, a tapestry of life woven together by the threads of nature's enduring magic. As winter deepened, the forest became a quieter place. The brook, now a ribbon of ice, reflected the pale winter sun like a silver mirror. The air was crisp and cold, carrying the scent of pine and the whisper of the wind through bare branches. Snowflakes fell like tiny stars, covering the ground in a glistening blanket that muffled sound and softened the landscape. In this hushed world, Thistle the tortoise remained a steadfast presence. Though he moved more slowly in the chill, his heart was warmed by the knowledge that Sylvan Hollow was a place of balance and harmony. He knew that beneath the snow, the seeds of spring lay waiting, ready to burst forth when the time was right. On one particularly cold morning, Thistle received a visitor. A young hare named Willow approached him, her fur fluffed up against the cold. Willow's eyes were bright with curiosity, and her nose twitched as she spoke. "Thistle, may I ask you something?" Thistle nodded, his shell creaking gently as he shifted to face her. "Of course, dear Willow. What troubles you?" Willow hesitated, her breath misting in the frigid air. "I've heard stories of a magical phenomenon that happens in the forest during the deepest part of winter, a light that dances in the sky. Is it true? And if so, what does it mean?" Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, you speak of the northern lights, the aurora borealis. Yes, it is true, and it is a sight to behold. The lights are a gift from the sky, a reminder of the beauty and mystery that exists beyond our understanding." Willow's eyes widened with wonder. "Have you seen them?" "Many times," Thistle replied. "The lights dance across the sky like a painter's brush, sweeping hues of green and purple against the canvas of the night. They are a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest times there is magic to be found." Willow pondered this, her mind filled with images of the celestial dance. "I would like to see them," she said softly. Thistle chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Then you must be patient, dear Willow, for the lights appear when least expected. But remember this, the magic of the forest is not confined to the sky. It is in the air we breathe, the ground beneath our feet, and the hearts of those who dwell here." Willow nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her despite the cold. She thanked Thistle and bounded away, her heart light with the promise of wonders yet to come. As the days passed and winter's grip tightened, the creatures of Sylvan Hollow found solace in the stories shared around the brook. They spoke of the aurora, of the beauty that lay hidden in the darkness, and of the hope that each new day would bring. It was a time of reflection, a time to dream of the spring that would surely follow. One clear starlit night, as the forest lay in slumber, the sky came alive with ribbons of color. The northern lights danced and shimmered, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the snow-covered earth. Willow, nestled in her burrow, awoke to the gentle hum of the aurora's magic. She emerged into the night, her breath catching in her throat as she beheld the spectacle above. The sky was alive, a tapestry of color that wove through the stars. Green and purple lights undulated like waves, their beauty unmatched by anything Willow had ever seen. She stood in awe, her heart filled with a deep sense of peace and belonging. In that moment, Willow understood the lesson that Thistle had imparted. The magic of the forest was all around her, a constant presence that bound the creatures of Sylvan Hollow together. And though the winter was long and the nights cold, the light of the aurora reminded her that spring would come, bringing with it new life and new adventures. As the lights continued their dance, Willow felt a warmth in her heart that would carry her through the coldest nights. She was part of this ancient forest, part of its stories and its magic. And as she watched the sky, she knew that she, too, would have stories to tell, wisdom to share, and a place in the timeless tapestry of Sylvan Hollow. The dawn broke slowly, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose. The northern lights faded, their magic lingering in the hearts of those who had witnessed their beauty. As the first light of day touched the forest, the creatures stirred, ready to greet a new day filled with promise. Winter gradually loosened its hold on Sylvan Hollow, and the first signs of spring began to appear. The snow melted, revealing the rich, dark earth beneath. Tiny green shoots pushed their way through the soil, eager to embrace the sun's warmth. The air grew softer, carrying the scent of renewal and hope. Thistle watched these changes with a contented heart. He knew that each season had its purpose, its own magic and lessons to impart. As spring unfolded, the forest awakened, a symphony of life bursting forth in a jubilant chorus. The brook, once a frozen ribbon, flowed freely again, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. Flowers bloomed along its banks, their vibrant colors a feast for the eyes. Birds returned from their winter migrations, filling the air with song and laughter. The forest buzzed with activity, each creature eager to embrace the opportunities and adventures that spring offered. Willow, now a little older and a little wiser, took her place among her fellow creatures. She had learned much from Thistle in the forest, and she was eager to share her own stories and experiences. As she bounded through the forest, she marveled at the beauty around her, grateful for the cycle of life that connected all things. One sunny afternoon, as the creatures gathered once more by the brook, Thistle spoke to them about the importance of passing on their knowledge and stories. "We are all part of this great tapestry," he said, his voice carrying over the gentle murmur of the brook. "It is our duty to share what we have learned, to ensure that the wisdom of our ancestors is not forgotten." The creatures nodded in agreement, understanding the significance of Thistle's words. They took turns sharing their tales, each one a thread in the rich fabric of the forest's history. There were stories of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome and lessons learned. Each tale added to the collective wisdom of Sylvan Hollow, a treasure trove of knowledge that would be passed down through generations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the creatures of Sylvan Hollow felt a deep sense of connection and unity. They were part of something greater, a living, breathing world that thrived on balance, harmony, and the magic of nature. In the years that followed, the cycle of the seasons continued, each one bringing its own gifts and challenges. The creatures of Sylvan Hollow lived in harmony with their surroundings, guided by the wisdom of those who had come before them. They knew that they were part of a story that stretched back through the ages, a story that would continue long after they were gone. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, the magic of Sylvan Hollow endured, a testament to the beauty, wonder, and wisdom that lay hidden within the natural world. The creatures thrived, their lives entwined with the rhythms of the earth, and the spirit of the forest whispered its secrets to those who listened with open hearts. Story 62. In the gentle glow of distant stars, a small azure planet named Valoria circled its sun in serene rhythm. Valoria was a world of rolling lavender meadows and crystal-clear streams that wound through lush valleys, its skies often painted in hues of pink and gold by the twin moon's gentle embrace. This idyllic world was home to the Valorians, a peaceful species known for their deep connection to the natural beauty around them. Among these Valorians lived a young being named Lyra, who possessed an insatiable curiosity about the universe beyond their tranquil world. Lyra's heart was a tapestry of dreams, woven with stardust, her mind ever reaching beyond the horizon to touch the mysteries of the cosmos. Despite the contentment that blanketed Valoria, Lyra longed for the thrill of discovery and the warmth of companionship, something she felt could be found only beyond the confines of her familiar world. One serene evening, as the twin moons cast their soft luminescence over the land, Lyra stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place where the wind sang tales of distant galaxies. Her gaze fixed on the sky, she contemplated the endless possibilities that lay beyond. It was then that she noticed a peculiar sight, a shooting star that seemed to defy the usual path, spiraling and shimmering in unpredictable patterns. Drawn by an unexplainable force, Lyra followed the star's descent until it came to rest in a meadow not far from the woods. What she found there was not a star at all, but a small, spherical vessel, its surface aglow with an iridescent sheen. From it emerged a creature unlike any Lyra had ever imagined, a being clad in scales of shimmering silver, with eyes the color of deep ocean waters. This was Ziv, an explorer from a distant planet known as Okeanos. Ziv had embarked on a journey across the stars to study the flora and fauna of different worlds, seeking knowledge and understanding of the universe's endless diversity. However, a technical malfunction had sent his ship spiraling out of its intended course, leading him to crash land on Valoria. Confused and wary, Ziv warily regarded the Valorian who stood before him, their forms and languages foreign to one another. Despite their differences, Lyra's innate kindness shone through. She approached Ziv with open curiosity and an offering of a small, glowing fruit from the nearby trees. At first, Ziv hesitated, his mind filled with tales of hostile encounters and misunderstandings, but Lyra's gentle smile and the tranquil surroundings eased his apprehension, and he accepted the gift. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Ziv found themselves drawn together by their shared love for exploration and learning. Communication was a challenge, as their languages were as different as their worlds. Yet through gestures, drawings in the soil, and the universal language of laughter, they began to understand one another. One afternoon, while exploring the Whispering Woods, Lyra and Ziv stumbled upon an ancient Valorian artifact, a glowing orb that pulsed with a rhythm that resonated with the heartbeats of the planet. It was a relic said to hold the wisdom of the ancients, capable of bridging the gap between different worlds. Intrigued, they decided to study it together, hoping it might help Ziv repair his vessel or even guide him home. As they spent time deciphering the orb's secrets, a bond grew between them, a friendship forged in the fires of curiosity and the gentle warmth of mutual respect. They shared stories of their worlds, their dreams, and their fears. Ziv spoke of the vast oceans of Okeanos, where creatures of all shapes and sizes danced beneath the waves. Lyra, in turn, described the delicate beauty of Valoria's landscapes and the songs of its winds. Yet not all was serene. A misunderstanding arose when Ziv, eager to learn more about Valoria's flora, attempted to collect samples of the glowing fruit without realizing its cultural significance to the Valorians. To Lyra, the fruit was more than sustenance. It was a symbol of harmony and balance, a gift from their world to its inhabitants. Hurt by what seemed like disregard, Lyra withdrew into herself, creating a distance between them. Ziv, puzzled and saddened by the change, spent long hours reflecting by the stream, trying to comprehend the breach in their newfound friendship. It was during one such quiet moment that Lyra approached him, her heart heavy with the weight of the misunderstanding. She remembered the warmth of their connection and the joy of shared discoveries, realizing that Ziv's intentions had been pure, his actions driven by a desire to understand and appreciate Valoria's wonders. With a heart open to reconciliation, Lyra offered Ziv a newly picked piece of the glowing fruit, a gesture of forgiveness and a promise of renewed friendship. Ziv, in turn, expressed his regret for the oversight and his gratitude for Lyra's patience and kindness. Together, they devised a way to respectfully study the fruit, ensuring its preservation while satisfying Ziv's scientific curiosity. Through this challenge, they learned the value of communication and the importance of seeing the world through each other's eyes. As the weeks passed, the ancient orb revealed its secrets, guiding Ziv in repairing his vessel. Yet, the thought of parting weighed heavily on their hearts. They had become unlikely companions, each bringing light to the other's journey. On the eve of Ziv's departure, Lyra and Ziv stood by the meadow where they had first met. The sky was a canvas of twinkling stars, the air filled with the soft hum of the planet's heartbeat. Ziv looked at Lyra, his eyes reflecting the deep ocean hues of his home, and spoke words of gratitude in a language that needed no translation. "Though the stars may separate us," he said, "our friendship is a constellation that will shine brightly in my heart." Lyra smiled, her spirit aglow with the warmth of their bond. "The universe is vast," she replied, "but the ties of friendship are stronger than any distance." With a final embrace, Ziv boarded his vessel, the iridescent sheen once more encompassing him. As the ship ascended into the starlit sky, Lyra watched until it became a distant glimmer, a new star in the tapestry of the cosmos. And so, beneath the twin moons of Valoria, Lyra found not only the thrill of discovery she had longed for, but also the comfort of an enduring friendship. The gentle winds of the whispering woods carried the tale of Lyra and Ziv, a story of understanding and unity, whispered to all who sought solace in the stars. In the years that followed, Lyra continued to explore the wonders of her world, her heart forever touched by the friendship that had bridged the gap between two distant planets. And though Ziv was far away, their bond remained a guiding light, a reminder that true friendship transcends all boundaries. Thus, in the quiet corners of Valoria, where the wind still sang its cosmic tales, Lyra would often gaze at the night sky, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that somewhere among the stars, a friend was looking back. Their hearts forever connected by the universe's gentle embrace. Story 63. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there nestled a small village known as Willowbrook. The village was cradled by ancient trees whose leaves shimmered like emeralds under the sun and glowed silver under the moon. The villagers shared their home with a host of magical creatures who dwelled in the woods, from gentle fairies that danced upon the dew-laden ferns to wise old owls who hooted softly from the treetops. Willowbrook was as peaceful as it was beautiful, but one crisp autumn evening, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with a gentle breeze that carried the scent of cinnamon and cloves, mingling with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. The villagers noticed that their beloved lanterns, which lit up their paths with warm golden light, had started to flicker oddly, casting playful shadows that seemed to leap and twirl like dancers in the night. The villagers were puzzled but not frightened, for they knew that the forest was full of wonders. They decided to seek the wisdom of Cedric, the village's kindly elder, and a sage deeply acquainted with the mysteries of the woods. Cedric lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the roots of a grand oak tree embraced the stone walls. As the villagers gathered around Cedric's hearth, where a fire crackled and popped merrily, he listened to their concerns with a twinkle in his eye. "Ah, the flickering lights," he mused, stroking his long, snowy beard. "It seems the lantern sprites are up to their playful tricks again. But let us not fret. Instead, we shall discover why they dance so." With gentle encouragement, Cedric suggested that young Oliver, an observant lad with a curious mind, should lead the investigation. Oliver was known for his keen eyes and gentle heart, traits that endeared him to both villagers and forest creatures alike. Grateful for the chance to help, Oliver set out with his best friend Pippa, a bright and spirited girl who could always find the silver lining in any cloud. Together, Oliver and Pippa ventured into the forest, the soft carpet of fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. They followed the trail of flickering lights deeper into the woods, guided by the silvery glow of the moon. As they walked, they marveled at the beauty around them, the way the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the gentle songs of the night birds that accompanied their journey. Before long, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a small, shimmering group of lantern sprites flitted about, their tiny wings glimmering like iridescent gossamer. The sprites were giggling and swirling around a mysterious object that lay nestled in the grass. "Hello, little friends," Oliver called softly, careful not to startle them. "We've noticed your lights have been flickering in the village. Is there something amiss?" The sprites paused in their dance, their tiny faces alight with curiosity. One brave sprite, her wings a delicate shade of lavender, fluttered forward. "Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause any trouble," she chimed in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "We found this odd stone, and it seems to have a mind of its own. It keeps changing its colors and patterns, and we can't help but be enchanted by its magic." Oliver and Pippa exchanged a glance, intrigued by the sprite's words. They approached the stone, which lay nestled in a bed of moss. It was smooth and round, pulsating gently with hues that shifted from deep blue to fiery orange, then softened to a gentle pink. The stone seemed alive, as if it held a secret of the forest itself. "Perhaps it's trying to communicate," Pippa suggested thoughtfully. "But what could it be saying?" Oliver nodded, crouching down to examine the stone more closely. "Maybe it's reflecting something around us, or responding to something we're not seeing." Together, they observed the surroundings with careful attention, noting the way the wind rustled the leaves and the crickets sang in harmony. It was then that Pippa noticed something unusual, a peculiar pattern in the fallen leaves that looked like a spiral, leading away from the clearing. "Look there!" she exclaimed, pointing to the spiral. "Maybe the stone is guiding us somewhere." With the lantern sprites hovering close, their lights now steady and calm, Oliver and Pippa followed the spiral of leaves. It led them to a hidden nook where an ancient tree stood, its bark etched with mysterious symbols that glowed faintly in the moonlight. As they approached, the stone in Oliver's hand began to glow more brightly, its colors aligning with the symbols on the tree. A gentle hum filled the air, resonating deep within their chests, like the soothing melody of a lullaby. "It's an old forest magic," whispered the lavender-winged sprite with awe. "The stone and the tree are connected, part of a spell of harmony." Understanding dawned on Oliver and Pippa. The stone was a keeper of balance, a guardian of the forest's peace. Its flickering lights were a call for help, responding to a disturbance in the natural order, a forgotten spiral of energy that needed realignment. With gentle hands, they placed the stone into a hollow at the tree's base, fitting perfectly like a piece of a puzzle. As they did, a warm golden light enveloped them, and the tree's symbols glowed with renewed vigor. The forest seemed to sigh with relief, its harmony restored. The lantern sprites, now serene and radiant, danced joyfully around the tree, their lights steady and bright once more. They thanked Oliver and Pippa with tiny bows and joyful twirls before returning to their playful flights. The mystery solved, Oliver and Pippa made their way back to Willowbrook, the forest now peaceful, and the lanterns shining with a gentle, unwavering light. They shared their adventure with Cedric and the villagers, who listened with wonder and gratitude. Cedric nodded, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You've shown us the power of observation and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world around us. The forest is a friend to those who respect its secrets." As the villagers returned to their homes, the warmth of the story lingered in their hearts like the glow of a hearth on a winter's night. The mystery of the flickering lights had been solved through friendship and wisdom, leaving the village of Willowbrook even closer to the magical world they cherished. And so, under the watchful gaze of the starry sky, Oliver and Pippa drifted into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the gentle lullaby of the forest and the knowledge that harmony had been restored once more. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between the rolling emerald hills and beneath the watchful gaze of ancient oak trees, there lived a curious young lad named Milo. With hair as tousled as the clouds and eyes that sparkled like stardust, Milo spent his days wandering the village paths and dreaming of distant lands and untold adventures. One misty morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Milo set out on a new adventure. The air was crisp and filled with the sweet scent of blooming lavender as he followed a narrow, winding path that led away from the village and into the unknown. As he walked, the path twisted and turned, leading him through a forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind. The leaves formed a canopy overhead, dappling the ground with patches of sunlight that danced like fairies. The deeper Milo ventured, the more the forest transformed around him. The trees grew taller, their trunks clothed in thick, velvety moss, and the air hummed with a melody only nature could compose. Suddenly, Milo emerged into a clearing unlike any he had ever seen. It was a glen of shimmering light, where the grass was a lush carpet of emerald, and tiny flowers glowed like stars fallen from the sky. In the center of this magical place stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface so still it mirrored the heavens above. As Milo approached the pond, he noticed something extraordinary. Small, luminescent creatures flitted about, their wings casting rainbow hues in the air. These were the whimsy wispies, gentle beings of light and laughter, who danced with the joy of life itself. "Welcome, dear traveler," chimed a soft voice, as a wispy with wings like sapphire approached Milo. "I am Lyra, and you have found our haven of harmony." Milo, entranced by the beauty around him, smiled warmly. "It's a wonder to behold," he replied. "I've never seen anything quite like it." Lyra twirled in the air, her laughter tinkling like tiny bells. "Few have the courage to explore the unknown." "You are truly brave, Milo." Encouraged by her words, Milo felt a surge of courage. "I wish to learn and see more," he declared, his heart alight with a thirst for discovery. Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering. "Then come, let us show you the wonders of our world." Together they wandered through the glen, where Milo encountered other whimsical creatures. There were the lullaby larks, whose songs could soothe the fiercest storms, and the dreamweaver spiders, who spun gossamer webs that captured the dreams of the night and released them at dawn. Each creature shared a piece of their world with Milo, teaching him the value of kindness, patience, and the joy found in the simplest of things. The forest was not without its challenges, however. At one point they came across a tangled thicket, its thorny branches blocking their path. "How shall we pass?" Milo pondered aloud, feeling the anxiety of the unknown creeping in. Lyra fluttered close, her light warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Milo, that every challenge can be overcome with a gentle heart and thoughtful mind." Inspired by her words, Milo carefully examined the thicket. Noticing a pattern in the branches, he began to weave them aside, creating a passage wide enough for them to continue their journey. His gentle determination had turned a barrier into an opportunity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and orange, Milo and Lyra returned to the pond. The whimsy wispies gathered around, their lights twinkling like stars. "You have shown great courage and kindness, Milo," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth. "You remind us that exploration is not only about discovering new places, but also about discovering the depths of our own hearts." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Milo bid farewell to his enchanting friends. As he made his way home, the stars began to appear in the night sky, guiding him with their gentle glow. Back in the village, Milo's tales of the glen and its magical inhabitants inspired others to venture beyond their familiar paths, to explore the wonders that lay just beyond sight. And so, the spirit of adventure and the courage to explore lived on, carried in the hearts of all who dared to dream. And in the quiet of the night, as Milo drifted into sleep, he felt the warmth of the whimsy wispy's light within him, a gentle reminder that the magic of the unknown was always just a step away. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a peaceful mind, Milo slept soundly, cradled by dreams as enchanting as the glen itself. Story 65. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet canvas, lay a small, seemingly insignificant planet named Valoria. Here, the skies were a mesmerizing swirl of lilac and gold, and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. Valoria was a peaceful haven, a place where the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze whispered ancient secrets to those who would listen. It was on this serene planet that an unexpected friendship began, one that would bridge the gap between distant stars and disparate worlds. The tale unfolded in the quaint village of Lumas, nestled in a valley where the river sang its eternal song as it danced over smooth stones. One crisp morning, when the sun's rays painted the landscape in shades of amber and rose, a peculiar visitor arrived in Lumas. Her name was Mira, a traveler from the icy planet of Glazia, where the auroras lit the skies with ribbons of emerald and sapphire. Mira was a Glacian, a being of ethereal beauty, with skin like frosted glass and eyes that shimmered like ice reflecting the sun. She had journeyed far, seeking knowledge about the universe and its myriad wonders. As Mira wandered through Loomis, she marveled at the vibrant colors and warmth that were so foreign to her own chilly world. It was here that she chanced upon Finn, a native Valorian, who was as much a part of the land as the earth itself. Finn was a creature of the woods, with skin the color of warm honey and hair like the tendrils of vines kissed by sunlight. His eyes, a deep shade of forest green, were filled with curiosity and kindness. Their meeting was not without its challenges. At first, Mira found Finn's ways perplexing. The Valorians communicated through a language of touch and gesture, which to Mira seemed as elusive as the wind. Finn, on the other hand, was mystified by Mira's cool demeanor and her reliance on words that echoed like distant chimes. Their misunderstandings led to moments of frustration. Mira, accustomed to the solitude of her icy home, misinterpreted Finn's attempts at friendship as intrusion. Finn, eager to share the warmth of his world, struggled to understand Mira's need for space and silence. Yet, beneath these initial hurdles lay a spark of curiosity and a desire to understand one another. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with twilight hues, Finn invited Mira to a gathering by the riverbank. The villagers of Loomis had come together to celebrate the Festival of Stars, a night when the heavens seemed close enough to touch. Lanterns floated on the river's surface, their gentle glow mirrored in the water, while laughter and music filled the air. Mira hesitated, unsure of her place among these strangers, but Finn's gentle smile and outstretched hand offered reassurance. As they sat side by side, the warmth of the fire and the laughter of the villagers enveloped them like a comforting embrace. Finn showed Mira how to release a lantern onto the river, whispering a wish to the stars as it drifted away. Mira, touched by the simplicity and beauty of the gesture, felt a flicker of warmth unfurl within her. Their shared experiences grew with each passing day, like the intertwining branches of a tree reaching for the sky. Together, they explored the verdant forest, where the canopy danced with dappled light and shadows. Finn taught Mira the names of the creatures that called the woods home, and how to listen to the stories carried by the rustling leaves. In return, Mira shared tales of her icy realm, painting pictures with words of the crystalline caves that sang with the echoes of ages past, and the shimmering ice fields that stretched to infinity. Finn listened with rapt attention, his imagination soaring to places he'd never known existed. As they learned from one another, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. When a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds roiling like an angry sea, Finn and Mira faced the challenge together. The winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, threatening to flood the village. Finn, with his deep knowledge of the land, guided Mira through the forest to higher ground, while Mira used her understanding of the elements to predict the storm's path and duration. In those moments of adversity, they discovered the true depth of their bond. Mira, who had always relied on her solitary strength, found solace in Finn's unwavering support. Finn, who had never ventured beyond the safety of his village, drew courage from Mira's calm and calculated wisdom. Together, they weathered the storm, emerging with a newfound appreciation for the beauty of their differences. As the skies cleared and the sun returned, painting rainbows across the glistening landscape, Mira and Finn stood side by side, their friendship as bright and enduring as the stars themselves. They had learned that true friendship transcends words and worlds, thriving instead on understanding and shared experiences. Their story became a cherished legend in Loomis, a reminder of the power of connection in a universe vast and wondrous. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Mira and Finn continued their journey, hand in hand, discovering the endless possibilities that lay ahead. In the quiet hours of night, when the world was wrapped in the gentle embrace of dreams, the tale of Mira and Finn whispered through the leaves and danced on the breeze, a testament to the enduring magic of friendship. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled among rolling emerald hills and whispering brooks, there was a young girl named Marigold. Her hair was the color of the golden sun at dawn, and her spirit was as gentle as the summer breeze that rustled through the fields of lavender surrounding her home. Marigold lived in a cottage that seemed to have grown out of the earth itself, with ivy draping over its stone walls like a mother's embrace. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of herbs and wildflowers, and the songs of the crickets and nightingales were a comforting lullaby each night. Despite the beauty around her, Marigold often felt a shadow in her heart, a restlessness that she could not quite name. You see, Marigold was struggling with change. She was on the brink of a new chapter in her life, and found herself caught between the comfort of the familiar and the beckoning call of the unknown. The villagers often spoke of her as the girl who could never decide, the one who hesitated at the crossroads, unsure of which path to take. It was on one such day, under a sky painted with the soft hues of twilight, that Marigold wandered into the heart of the enchanted forest. The forest was a place of wonder and mystery, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind and the air shimmered with the promise of magic. As Marigold walked deeper into the woods, she felt the cool, mossy earth beneath her feet and the gentle rustle of leaves that whispered her name. In the heart of the forest, she stumbled upon a glade bathed in the silvery light of the moon. At its center stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches draping gracefully to the ground like a cascade of emerald waterfalls. This was no ordinary tree, for it was said to be the tree of transformation, a place where those seeking change could find guidance. As Marigold approached the willow, she noticed tiny, luminescent creatures flitting among its branches. They were the forest wisps, gentle spirits known for their wisdom and kindness. The wisps glowed with a soft, comforting light, and their laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Marigold," they chimed in unison, their voices as soothing as a lullaby. "We have been waiting for you." Marigold, feeling both anxious and hopeful, sat beneath the willow's embrace. "I've been feeling lost," she admitted softly. "Change is coming, yet I am afraid to let go of what I know." The wisps danced around her, their light casting gentle shadows on the forest floor. "Change is the heartbeat of life," one wisp whispered. "It is through change that we grow, just as the seasons turn and the flowers bloom anew." "But how do I know which path to take?" Marigold asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Another wisp floated closer, its glow warming Marigold's heart. "Trust in yourself, dear one. Within you lies the seed of intuition, waiting to guide you. Listen closely to its whispers, for it speaks the language of your true desires." The wisps then began to weave a spell of transformation with their light, a gentle magic that enveloped Marigold like a cocoon. As she closed her eyes, she felt a deep stillness settle within her, a quiet place where her fears began to melt away. In her mind's eye, Marigold saw herself as a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, its wings unfolding in a kaleidoscope of colors. She felt a sense of liberation, of becoming who she was meant to be. The vision filled her with a newfound courage, a readiness to embrace the journey ahead. When Marigold opened her eyes, the forest was alive with a new light. The wisps had vanished, but their message lingered in her heart like the sweetest of melodies. She rose to her feet, her steps now guided by a quiet confidence, and made her way back through the forest. Along the path she met two gentle creatures who would become her companions and guides. The first was a wise old owl named Osgood, whose eyes gleamed with the knowledge of ages. The second was a playful fox named Fennel, whose spirit was as bright and curious as the stars. "Marigold," Osgood hooted warmly, alighting on a branch nearby. "We have been waiting to journey with you." Fennel wagged his bushy tail in greeting. "Adventure awaits, and with it, the joy of discovery." With Osgood's wisdom and Fennel's zest for life, Marigold found herself navigating the changes ahead with grace and ease. Together they explored hidden paths and secret clearings, each step revealing new wonders and deeper truths. As the days turned into weeks, Marigold learned to embrace change as a dear friend, rather than a fearful foe. She realized that within every ending lay the seeds of a new beginning, and that her heart was like the willow tree, strong and resilient, yet flexible enough to sway with the winds of life. One golden morning, as the sun rose over the village, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Marigold stood at the edge of the forest, her spirit aglow with peace. She had come to understand that true transformation was not about becoming someone else, but about uncovering the beauty of who she already was. With Osgood and Fennel by her side, Marigold returned to her cottage, her heart full of gratitude and joy. She had discovered not only the magic within the forest, but the magic within herself. and in doing so, she had found her path. A journey of endless possibilities and gentle wonders. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the tender embrace of the night, Marigold settled into her cozy bed, the scent of lavender drifting through the air. She closed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips, for she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ever-unfolding story of her life. And thus the village slept, cradled by the soft lullaby of the forest, where dreams and reality danced together in a tapestry of light and shadow, whispering promises of new beginnings and the eternal beauty of transformation. Story 68. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, there was a quaint little village named Luminara. The village was known for its golden lanterns that glowed softly, casting a warm, honeyed light across cobblestone paths. Every night these lanterns would flicker to life, illuminating the thatched rooftops and the ivy-covered cottages that made Luminara feel like a place spun from dreams. In one such cottage, nestled at the edge of the forest, lived a curious young girl named Clara. Clara had hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. She loved to explore the village, collecting stories like others collected seashells. Her constant companions were a wise old owl named Brindle and a tiny mischievous pixie called Pippin. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Clara noticed something peculiar. The lanterns, usually so steadfast in their glow, were flickering erratically, casting strange shadows that danced along the village walls. It was as if the lanterns had little secrets of their own that they were whispering to the night. "Brindle, do you see that?" Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper as she pointed to the nearest lantern swaying gently in the breeze. Brindle, perched on Clara's shoulder with his feathers ruffling in the evening air, hooted softly. "Indeed, young Clara, there is magic afoot and perhaps a mystery to unravel." Pippin, who had been dozing in Clara's pocket, peeked out with a yawn, his wings shimmering with a soft luminescence. "Mystery? Oh, I do love a good mystery. Shall we investigate?" Clara nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Let's find out what's causing this strange light show." The trio set off down the cobblestone path, the cool night air filled with the scent of blooming night jasmine. As they wandered through the village, they noticed the lanterns growing dimmer and dimmer, their golden glow replaced by a silvery shimmer. Clara stopped in front of the largest lantern in the village square, its light now almost as pale as moonlight. Pippin hovered near the lantern, his tiny hands on his hips. "This is quite unusual. Lanterns don't change like this on their own." Brindle tilted his head thoughtfully, his amber eyes reflecting the silvery glow. "Perhaps it's the work of the moon moths," he suggested. "They are known to weave moonlight into their wings and sometimes play tricks on unsuspecting travelers." "The moon moths," Clara repeated, intrigued. She had heard tales of these mystical creatures but had never seen one. "How can we find them?" "Follow the trail of moonlight," Brindle advised, his voice as soft as the night. "It will lead us to their gathering place." With Brindle's guidance, Clara and her companions followed the shimmering trail that wound through the village and into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of owls, creating a symphony that lulled the world into a peaceful slumber. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Clara noticed a faint glow ahead, like a cluster of stars nestled among the trees. The light grew brighter with each step until they reached a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft moss and the air was filled with the delicate scent of honeysuckle. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of moon moths, their wings aglow with an ethereal silver light. They fluttered gracefully, weaving patterns in the air that seemed to shimmer with magic. Clara approached the moon moths cautiously, her heart filled with wonder. "Hello," she called softly, not wanting to startle the delicate creatures. "Are you the ones enchanting our village lanterns?" One of the moon moths, larger and more luminous than the rest, fluttered forward. "We meant no harm," it said in a voice like a gentle breeze. "We were drawn to the village by the beauty of its lights, and could not resist weaving our moonlight into them." Clara smiled, understanding their fascination. "The lanterns are beautiful, but we need their golden glow to guide us through the night. Could you return them to their original state? The leader of the moon moths considered Clara's request, its wings shimmering with understanding. Of course, it replied. We did not realize our playful weaving would cause trouble. We will restore the lanterns to their golden light. With a graceful dance, the moon moths flitted through the clearing, their wings shedding moonlight that dissolved into the night like morning mist. As their glow faded, the lanterns in Luminara began to regain their warm golden hue. Thank you, Clara said, her voice filled with gratitude. Your moonlight is beautiful, and perhaps there's a way we can share it without dimming our lanterns. Pippin clapped his tiny hands with delight. What if we create a festival of lights, where the moon moths can share their glow alongside our lanterns? The moon moth leader fluttered with joy. A festival? That would be wonderful. We would be honored to join you. And so, a new tradition was born in Luminara. Each year, when the nights grew long and the air turned crisp, the village celebrated the Festival of Silver and Gold. The moon moths would return, and the village would be filled with a dazzling display of golden lanterns mingling with the silvery glow of moonlight. As Clara, Brindle, and Pippin made their way back to their cozy cottage, the village was once again bathed in the comforting glow of its golden lights. Clara felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that harmony had been restored through understanding and kindness. Under the gentle watch of the stars, Clara slipped into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of moonlit dances and the soft whispers of the whispering woods. And as the lanterns flickered softly outside her window, the village of Luminara rested easy, cradled in the glow of friendship and light. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a most peculiar family, the Tittlebrinks. They were an eccentric bunch with a penchant for collecting oddities and a knack for finding themselves in the most delightfully unexpected situations. The Tittlebrink children, Benny and Lulu, were the quirkiest of the bunch. Benny had a nose that twitched uncontrollably whenever he told a fib, and Lulu's hair changed color to match her mood, a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues that danced atop her head. One crisp autumn morning, the Tittlebrinks awoke to find their humble abode had been turned upside down, quite literally. Their cozy cottage was flipped completely, with the roof touching the ground and the chimney pointing skyward. "Well, this is certainly a pickle," chuckled Mr. Tittlebrink, his mustache twitching with amusement. Benny's nose began to wiggle furiously, a sure sign that mischief was afoot. "I didn't do it," he exclaimed, though his fidgeting nose suggested otherwise. Lulu's hair shifted to a bright shade of perplexed purple. "But how did this happen?" she wondered aloud. Just then, a tiny voice piped up from the chimney. "I can explain." Out popped a diminutive figure, no taller than a thimble, with gossamer wings and a mischievous grin. "Nigel Nibbleknock, at your service," the little fellow announced with a deep bow. "I'm a pixie from the Enchanted Grove, and I'm afraid I've made a bit of a muddle." It seemed that Nigel, a well-meaning but rather clumsy pixie, had been practicing his magic tricks when one went awry, flipping the Tittlebrinks' home upside down. "I'll fix it right away," Nigel promised, raising his tiny wand. But as he began to recite the counterspell, a sudden sneeze from Benny caused the wand to slip from Nigel's grasp, clattering onto the upturned floor. Lulu's hair shifted to a frantic fuchsia as the pixie scurried about, searching for his misplaced wand. Mr. Tittlebrink joined the hunt, his belly jiggling with laughter at the absurdity of it all. Just when they thought all hope was lost, Mrs. Tittlebrink emerged from the topsy-turvy kitchen, a warm tray of freshly baked ginger snaps in her hands. "Why don't we all have a spot of tea and a nibble?" she suggested with a gentle smile. As they sipped their tea and nibbled on the delicious treats, the family and their new pixie friend began to hatch a plan. With a bit of ingenuity and a whole lot of teamwork, they concocted a contraption using odds and ends from the Tittlebrinks' collection of curiosities. With a mighty heave and a chorus of giggles, they pulled the lever, and suddenly, whoosh! The cottage flipped right side up, landing perfectly in place. Nigel Nibbleknock danced a jig of joy, his wings fluttering with delight. "You've done it. You've saved the day." From that day on, the Tittlebrinks and their pixie pal became the best of friends, embarking on countless whimsical adventures and filling their lives with laughter and enchantment. and whenever the cottage seemed a bit too tidy, one of them would let out a sneeze or wiggle their nose, ensuring that a sprinkle of chaos and magic would always find its way into their delightfully peculiar lives. Story 70. In the vast expanse of the celestial drift, where stars glimmered like scattered diamonds upon a velvet tapestry, there lay a small, unassuming planet named Lumeria. Its skies were painted with swirling hues of lavender and gold, and gentle zephyrs carried the scent of blooming starflowers across its rolling hills. It was here that the story of two unlikely companions began, a tale that would echo across galaxies as an ode to friendship. On Lumeria, there lived a gentle being named Aaron, whose people, the Lumens, had skin that shimmered softly under the light of their twin moons. The Lumens were known for their wisdom and their harmonious existence with nature, tending to the luminous flora that dotted their planet with an almost reverent care. Aaron, with his curious spirit and warm amber eyes, often wandered the woodland paths, dreaming of distant worlds and the mysteries they held. One day, as Aaron was gathering stardust berries beneath the shade of an ancient gleaming tree, a sudden, unfamiliar sound rumbled through the air, a sound that was not of Lumeria. The ground trembled slightly, and with a burst of light, a sleek, silver vessel descended from the sky, landing with a gentle thud in the meadow nearby. Emerging from the vessel was a creature unlike any Aaron had ever seen. Her name was Nyla, a traveler from the distant, water-clad planet of Aquarion. Nyla's skin glistened with a soft, cerulean sheen, and her eyes, deep and azure, spoke of oceans unexplored and secrets untold. Her people, the Aquari, were known for their navigational prowess and their affinity with the waters, yet Nyla's heart longed for the stars above. At first, their meeting was fraught with awkwardness and silence. Aaron, with his gentle nature, extended a hand of greeting, but Nyla, wary from her travels and the unfamiliarity of this new world, hesitated. Her misunderstanding of Aaron's gesture was evident in her cautious stance. "Greetings," Aaron spoke softly, his voice like the whisper of leaves. "Welcome to Lumeria. I am Aaron." Nyla, after a moment of uncertainty, replied, her voice like the gentle rush of a tide. "I am Nyla. I mean no harm. My vessel, it needed rest, as do I." Though their initial exchange was tentative, a shared challenge soon arose to dissolve their barriers. The sky above Lumeria began to darken with gathering storm clouds, a rare and unpredictable event. The winds howled, and the once tranquil landscape was threatened by a tempest unlike any Aaron had seen. Realizing they needed shelter, Aaron led Nyla to a nearby cave, its entrance adorned with hanging starvings that glowed softly in the dimming light. Inside, the air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and stone. As the storm raged outside, the two sat in silence, the crackling of a small fire offering warmth and comfort. In the flickering light, Nyla spoke, her voice tinged with vulnerability. "On Aquarion, storms are a part of life, yet here I feel unmoored, adrift without the familiar embrace of the sea." Aaron nodded, understanding that though their worlds were different, the fear of the unknown was universal. Even here, amidst the known, storms can unsettle, but together, perhaps we can find calm. As the storm continued, they shared stories of their worlds. Aaron spoke of the luminescent flora and the serene beauty of Lumeria's nights, while Nyla recounted tales of vast, shimmering seas and the melodic songs of the aquatic creatures that lived below the waves. Through their stories, they found common ground, their initial misunderstandings dissolving into a growing bond of mutual respect and understanding. As night fell, the storm began to wane, and a gentle quietude settled over the land. Aaron and Nyla stood at the cave's entrance, watching as the skies cleared, revealing a tapestry of stars that seemed to stretch into infinity. "Thank you, Aaron," Nyla said softly, her eyes reflecting the starlight, "for your kindness and your patience." Aaron smiled, his heart warmed by the friendship that had blossomed unexpectedly. "And thank you, Nyla, for sharing your stories and your strength. Together, we have weathered the storm." With the dawn came a new understanding between them. Nyla, feeling invigorated and inspired by her time on Lumeria, began preparations to continue her journey. Yet, she knew that the friendship forged with Aaron would remain with her, a guiding star as she traveled the cosmos. As she stood by her vessel, ready to depart, Aaron handed her a small vial filled with stardust berries, a token of Lumeria's light. "May this remind you of our time here and the friendship we have found." Nyla accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart full. And may the waters of Aquarion guide your dreams, Aaron, as they have guided me. With a gentle hum, Nyla's vessel lifted into the sky, and Aaron watched as it became a shimmering point of light, merging with the stars above. Though Nyla was gone, the bond they had formed would endure, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of friendship. And so, under the twin moons of Lumeria, Aaron returned to his woodland paths, his heart uplifted by the knowledge that across the vastness of space, a friend carried a piece of Lumeria with her, a reminder of a world where differences had become a bridge to deeper connection. In the quiet stillness of the night, as the gentle zephyrs once again whispered through the starlit trees, Aaron knew that this was only the beginning of many such tales. A story that would inspire others across the celestial drift to seek out and cherish the bonds that unite all beings, no matter how far apart their worlds might seem. Story 71. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young fawn named Willow. Like the tree her name embodied, Willow felt deeply rooted to the familiarity of the woods she called home. She loved the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy, the earthy scents of moss and fungi, and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Yet recently, Willow sensed an unfamiliar stirring within her heart. As she watched butterflies emerge from their chrysalises and fawns take their first steps, she couldn't shake the feeling that she too was meant for transformation and growth. One crisp autumn morning, a fluttering speck of light landed on Willow's nose. She blinked in surprise as the light resolved into a tiny winged fairy named Glow. "Greetings, Willow," Glow chirped. "I am a messenger of the forest sprites. They have observed your restlessness and wish to guide you on a journey of self-discovery." Willow's eyes widened. "But I've never ventured beyond these woods. What if I get lost or stumble into danger?" Glow giggled, her laughter like tinkling bells. "Have no fear, brave one. The forest will watch over you, and I shall be your constant companion." With a deep breath, Willow agreed, and Glow led her toward the forest's edge. As they crossed the boundary, Willow gasped. The trees, once so familiar, now seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly radiance. "Your eyes are opening to the magic around us," Glow explained. "This is but the first step." In the days that followed, Willow and Glow embarked on a wondrous odyssey. They swam in crystalline pools where merfolk sang haunting melodies. They rested beneath towering mushroom groves tended by wizened gnomes, and they flew amongst the clouds on the backs of noble Pegasi. Wherever they roamed, Willow felt herself changing. Her mind expanded to comprehend the forest's ancient wisdom. Her body grew nimble and sure-footed, no longer hindered by her rootedness, and her heart opened to embrace all the beauty and uncertainty that comes with growth. Yet the journey wasn't without its challenges. One misty morning, Willow awoke to find Glow's light flickering faintly. "Oh, Glow!" she cried. "What's wrong?" The fairy smiled wanly. "This is the way of my kind, Willow. When our task in this world is complete, we must return to the ether and be reborn." Tears stung Willow's eyes. "But I'll be all alone. You've been my dearest friend and guide." Glow mustered her remaining strength to alight on Willow's shoulder. "You'll never be alone, sweet fawn. The magic you've discovered lives within you now. And you've made so many friends along this path. They will keep you company and lend you courage." As if on cue, a badger, a dryad, and a wizened owl emerged from the forest. They had encountered Willow during her travels and seen her bravely face her fears. The badger spoke in a gruff but kind voice. "You've grown so much, lass. We'd be honored to join you for the adventures ahead." One by one, Willow's new friends voiced their support. With Glow's final words of reassurance, the fairy's body dispersed in a shower of stardust, her essence rejoining the great cycle of the forest. Though her heart ached at Glow's departure, Willow felt a newfound strength pulsing within her. She gazed at her companions, her dearest friends, and knew she would never be alone or lost so long as she stayed true to herself. From that day forward, Willow embraced the mysteries and wonders that lay beyond her lifelong boundaries. Her shape shifted and evolved, complemented by the unwavering light of her own courage and openness to change. And no matter where her journeys led, she never forgot the profound lessons of trust, resilience, and rebirth that the forest had bestowed upon her. Story 72. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills and thick woods of the countryside, there lived a young boy named Rowan. The village, with its cobblestone streets and stone cottages, seemed untouched by the passage of time. The air was always filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and a gentle brook wound its way through the village, singing a soft, gurgling tune that lulled the inhabitants into restful slumbers each night. Rowan, with his touzle of chestnut hair and bright, inquisitive eyes, was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity. He was always off exploring, whether it was the secret nooks of the old library or the hidden paths that threaded through the forest. But beyond this, Rowan harbored a quiet dream, a dream that often flitted about his thoughts like a shy bird. He longed to discover a world beyond the one he knew, a world filled with magic and wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled in hues of amber and gold, Rowan decided to venture deeper into the forest than he ever had before. The forest was alive with the whisper of ancient secrets, and Rowan felt the thrill of adventure tingling in his fingertips. The villagers spoke of hidden realms within the forest, where the ordinary world gave way to the extraordinary. Though most dismissed these tales as mere folklore, Rowan was inclined to believe them. After all, a world without magic seemed incomplete to him. As Rowan wandered, the forest thickened, and soon he found himself in a part he had never seen. Towering trees stretched high above, their leaves forming a dense canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and fragranced with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he walked, he noticed a peculiar path leading away from the main trail, overgrown with wild vines and bordered by mushrooms of every size and color. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Rowan followed the path, his heart pounding with anticipation. It led him to a secluded glade, where the sunlight fell in shimmering beams, as if the forest itself had opened its arms to embrace this secret spot. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent oak tree, its bark gnarled and twisted with age, and nestled among its roots was an object that caught Rowan's eye, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and stars, and it seemed to hum with a quiet energy. Rowan approached it with a mixture of awe and caution. As he touched the box, the carvings began to glow with a soft, golden light, and he felt a warmth spreading from his fingertips, as if the box recognized him and was welcoming him into its mystery. With a gentle click, the box opened to reveal a beautiful, ornate key. The key was unlike any Rowan had ever seen, crafted from silver that shone with an otherworldly light. It was clear that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic, the kind of magic that could unlock hidden worlds and untold secrets. Rowan felt a surge of excitement. Here at last was the beginning of the adventure he had always dreamed of. Holding the key tightly in his hand, he sat beneath the oak tree, his thoughts racing. He wondered what the key might open, what wonders it might reveal, and how it might change his life. As he pondered, a soft rustling sound broke the silence of the glade. From behind the tree emerged a small creature, no taller than Rowan's knee. Its fur was a rich, velvety brown, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and kindness. The creature had a long, bushy tail and ears that twitched with curiosity. "Hello," the creature said in a voice that was as gentle as the breeze. "I see you've found the keeper's key." Rowan blinked in surprise, but he quickly felt at ease. There was something undeniably comforting about the creature. "The keeper's key?" he asked. "What does it unlock?" The creature nodded, its eyes twinkling. "The keeper's key opens the door to the hidden grove, a place where magic breathes and dreams take shape. It is a realm where the ordinary world fades away, and the extraordinary comes to life." Rowan's heart leapt with joy. This was exactly what he had been seeking, a hidden world, a place of magic and wonder. "Can you show me the way?" he asked eagerly. The creature smiled, a warm, welcoming smile that made Rowan feel as if they had been friends all their lives. "I would be honored," it replied. "But first there is something you must understand. The grove is a place of transformation. Those who enter must be prepared to learn and to change, for it will reveal the truest parts of your heart." Rowan nodded, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He had always believed that true magic was not just about spells and enchantments, but about discovering who you truly were and finding your place in the world. With the creature leading the way, Rowan followed a path that seemed to materialize out of nowhere, winding deeper into the forest. The air grew thicker with enchantment, and Rowan felt a tingling sensation, as if the very essence of the forest was weaving its magic around him. At last, they reached a clearing where an ancient stone archway stood, entwined with ivy and flowers that glowed with a gentle luminescence. The creature gestured to the archway. "This is the entrance to the hidden grove. Use the key, and the way will open to you." Rowan stepped forward, the key in his hand. As he inserted it into the lock, a soft, melodious chime resonated through the air, and the archway shimmered with a radiant light. With a deep breath, Rowan stepped through, the creature following close behind. The world beyond the archway was unlike anything Rowan had ever imagined. The sky was a tapestry of colors, shifting from azure to violet with each passing moment. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their branches whispering secrets of the ages. Streams of liquid crystal flowed through the land, and flowers bloomed in vibrant, impossible hues. Everywhere Rowan looked, there was life and magic. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, each one unique and wondrous. It was a realm where dreams came to life, where imagination was the only limit. As Rowan took in the sights, he felt a profound sense of belonging. Here, in this magical place, he could be himself without fear or doubt. It was as if the hidden grove had awakened something within him, a part of himself that he had only glimpsed in fleeting moments. The creature turned to Rowan, its eyes full of understanding. "The grove responds to the heart," it said softly. "It reflects your hopes, your dreams, and your true self. What do you see, Rowan?" Rowan gazed around, his heart swelling with gratitude and wonder. "I see a world where anything is possible," he replied. "A world where I can be brave and kind, where I can learn and grow." The creature nodded approvingly. "Indeed, the grove is a place of growth and discovery, but it is also a place of challenges. Here you will face trials that will test your spirit and your resolve. Are you ready for what lies ahead?" Rowan took a deep breath, feeling the strength of the grove flowing through him. "I am ready," he said with conviction. "Whatever challenges come, I will face them with courage and an open heart." With a gentle smile, the creature led Rowan deeper into the grove. They walked along paths lined with glowing stones and under archways of entwined branches. The air was filled with the soft hum of magic, and Rowan felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. As they journeyed, Rowan encountered many wonders. A lake that reflected the stars even in daylight, a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, and a grove of ancient trees that sang with the voices of the wind. Each new sight filled him with awe, and he felt his heart expanding with joy and wonder. But soon Rowan faced his first trial. As they approached a clearing, he saw a beautiful, shimmering pool. Its waters were as clear as glass, and in its depths, Rowan saw reflections of his past, moments of joy, moments of sorrow, and moments of uncertainty. The creature paused, its gaze steady and reassuring. "This is the pool of reflection," it explained. "It shows the truths that lie within us, the parts of ourselves we must understand to move forward." Rowan knelt by the pool, his reflection gazing back at him. He saw himself as he was, with all his hopes and fears laid bare. It was a humbling experience, but also a liberating one. He realized that to embrace the magic of the grove, he had to embrace all parts of himself, the light and the shadows. With newfound clarity, Rowan rose from the pool, feeling lighter and more at peace. The creature nodded approvingly, and they continued their journey through the grove. As they traveled, Rowan learned the true magic of the hidden grove was not in its wonders, but in the lessons it taught. He discovered the power of friendship when he helped a lost bird find its way home, and he learned the value of perseverance when he climbed a steep hill to see the sunrise from its peak. Each trial, each lesson, brought Rowan closer to the person he was meant to be. He began to understand that magic was not just about spells and enchantments, but about the choices we make, the kindness we show, and the courage we find within ourselves. At last, after many days of adventure and discovery, Rowan and the creature arrived at the heart of the grove, a magnificent garden where the air shimmered with golden light. In the center of the garden stood a grand, ancient tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. The creature turned to Rowan, its eyes filled with warmth and pride. "You have come far, Rowan," it said softly. "The grove has revealed its magic to you, and you have embraced it with an open heart. Now, it is time for you to return to your world, but know that the magic of the grove will always be with you." Rowan felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving this wondrous place, but he also felt a deep sense of fulfillment. The hidden grove had changed him, and he knew he would carry its magic with him always. With a final, grateful look at the garden, Rowan followed the creature back along the path to the stone archway. As they reached it, he turned to his friend, feeling a deep bond that words could not express. "Thank you," Rowan said, his voice filled with emotion. "Thank you for showing me the way and for being my guide." The creature smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Remember, Rowan, the magic is within you. It always has been. Trust in yourself and you will find your way." With those words echoing in his heart, Rowan stepped through the archway, back into the forest he knew so well. The air was filled with the familiar scents of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced upon the leaves above. Rowan stood for a moment, feeling the weight of the keeper's key in his pocket, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the magic he had discovered. As he walked back towards the village, he knew that he had been changed in ways he could not yet fully understand. The hidden grove had shown him the power of dreams and the strength of the human spirit. It had taught him that magic was not just about the extraordinary, but about the beauty and wonder of the everyday world. As Rowan returned to his village, he carried with him the lessons of the grove, the importance of kindness, the courage to face challenges, and the belief in the magic that resides in every heart. And so Rowan lived his life with a newfound sense of wonder and purpose, sharing the magic of the grove with those around him, and inspiring others to discover the hidden worlds within themselves. The keeper's key remained a cherished treasure, a symbol of the journey he had taken, and the magic that would forever be a part of him. Story 73. Once upon a time, in a land where dreams floated on the breeze and laughter hung like stars in the sky, there was a tiny village called Whimsywood. Nestled between rolling hills painted with wild flowers and a forest that whispered secrets to the wind, Whimsywood was a place where the extraordinary was ordinary, and magic was as common as the dewdrops on morning grass. In this delightful village lived a group of friends, each with their own charming peculiarities. There was Pip, the pint-sized poet with hair like a dandelion puff, who could capture the essence of a moment in a single rhyme. Beside him was his best friend, Tilly, a nimble-fingered tinkerer whose spectacles were always slightly askew and who wore mismatched socks on purpose, believing it brought her good luck. Then came Finn, the gentle giant who loved nothing more than to bake towering cakes filled with unexpected flavors, like lavender and lemon or strawberry and basil. The heart of their little circle was the wise old tortoise named Tobias, who had been around since the first star was wished upon. Tobias had a shell polished to a gleaming emerald shine and eyes that twinkled with the universe's light. He was never without his trusty cane, which was said to be carved from the branch of a tree that had seen the dawn of time. One sunny morning, as the friends gathered under the great banyan tree in the village square, they noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant colors of Whimsywood seemed to have dimmed, as if someone had turned down the brightness of the world. The sunflowers drooped, their golden faces wan and weary, and the sky wore a muted shade of blue. "Something's amiss," Pip declared, scratching his head with his quill. "The world feels less alive." Tilly nodded, adjusting her spectacles. "It's as if the colors have caught a case of the doldrums." "I've never seen my cakes look so bland," Finn said with a sigh, holding up a cupcake that appeared almost gray. Tobias, ever thoughtful, closed his eyes and listened to the rustle of the leaves. "I believe," he began slowly, "that the magic of Whimsywood has lost its way. We must find it and guide it home." The friends agreed that this was indeed a magical problem, one that required their combined creativity and cleverness. With a sense of adventure bubbling within them, they set off to the enchanted forest, where it was said that the great prism, a legendary crystal that channeled the magic of colors across the land, was kept. The forest was a place of wonder, where trees danced with the breeze and streams sang gentle lullabies. As they walked, the path beneath their feet seemed to twinkle with every step, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and pine. After a time, they came upon a clearing where the great prism once stood, but to their surprise, it was nowhere to be found. In its place was a trail of shimmering sparkles leading deeper into the forest. "Perhaps the prism has wandered off," mused Tilly, adjusting her spectacles again. "We must follow the sparkles." And so they did, each step a new adventure. They crossed a bridge made of moonbeams, where fish with scales of pure silver leapt joyfully in the stream below. They passed fields of flowers that played symphonies when the wind danced through them, each petal a note in the grand orchestra of nature. Finally, they reached the heart of the enchanted forest, where they found the great prism, perched atop a throne of moss and mushrooms. It was surrounded by a host of woodland creatures, all gathered in a council of sorts. As the friends approached, a squirrel with a crown made of acorns chattered excitedly. "The prism has been upset," it explained in a voice like tinkling bells. "It feels unappreciated, taken for granted for its beauty and magic." Understanding dawned on Tobias. The prism needs to feel cherished and celebrated for its role in bringing color and life to our world. Pip stepped forward, his voice gentle and melodic. "Oh, great prism, without you, our days are dim, our nights are long. Let us honor you with song." Inspired by Pip, the friends and the creatures of the forest began to sing and dance, a joyful celebration of the prism's importance. Tilly, ever resourceful, fashioned a dazzling frame for the prism from twigs and wildflowers, while Finn baked a cake using the forest's wild berries, its frosting a brilliant rainbow. As the celebration reached its crescendo, the great prism glowed with a warm and radiant light, its colors swirling and dancing like a living kaleidoscope. The magic of Whimsywood was rekindled, and the colors returned to the village, more vibrant than ever before. With the prism now content and its magic restored, the friends returned to Whimsywood, their hearts full of the joy and wisdom they had gained. They learned that sometimes, even the most magical things need a little appreciation and love. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in hues of pink and gold, the friends gathered once more beneath the banyan tree. They enjoyed slices of Finn's rainbow cake, each bite a burst of flavor and happiness. Pip, ever the poet, recited a new rhyme under the evening stars. "In a world where magic lies in wait, it's love and joy that open the gate. For colors bright and dreams to weave, we must, with open hearts, believe." And so, with hearts warm and spirits high, the friends drifted into the sweetest of dreams, knowing that together they could overcome any challenge with creativity, kindness, and a touch of whimsy. Story 74, The Whispering Woods and the Moonlit Map. In the quaint village of Bramble Hollow, where cobblestone paths wove through clusters of thatched cottages and the scent of sweet honeysuckle lingered in the air, there lived a girl named Lila. She was known for her curiosity and the kindness that seemed to radiate from her, much like the warmth of the sun in early summer. Lila had an insatiable thirst for adventure, and her favorite pastime was exploring the vast whispering woods that bordered the village. The Whispering Woods were aptly named, for the trees seemed to hum secrets into the breeze, their leaves rustling with tales of old. It was said that the woods held mysteries and enchantments, unseen by those who merely passed through. Lila, however, was not just a passerby. She was an attentive listener of the wood's gentle murmurings. One serene afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting long golden shadows across the forest floor, Lila set off on her usual exploration. Her feet crunched softly on the path blanketed with pine needles, and the forest welcomed her with the familiar scent of earth and moss. It was a balmy evening, the kind that wrapped around you like a comforting shawl, and Lila felt at peace. As she ventured deeper into the woods, her attention was drawn to an unusual glimmer beneath a cluster of ferns. Kneeling down, she brushed aside the foliage to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with tiny, luminous stones that seemed to catch and hold the fading light. Intrigued, Lila gently opened the lid and discovered a piece of parchment inside. It was a map, unlike any she had seen before. The paths twisted and turned in impossible ways, and the locations were marked with symbols that seemed to shimmer and shift. At the map's center was a depiction of a grand, ancient tree, its branches sprawling like a protective canopy over the land. Beneath it, the words "Heart of the Woods" were inscribed in elegant script. Lila's fingers brushed over the map, and she felt a soft pulse, as if the map itself was alive, whispering secrets of the forest. Determined to uncover the mystery, Lila set out to find the heart of the woods. The map seemed to guide her, the paths illuminated in her mind even as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the woods cloaked in twilight. Her heart thrummed with excitement and a touch of apprehension, the thrill of adventure mingling with the unknown. As she walked, the forest transformed around her. The chirping of crickets created a gentle symphony, and fireflies danced through the air, their soft glow lighting her way. The woods, though vast and seemingly endless, felt welcoming, as if they were encouraging her onward. Soon, Lila arrived at a clearing where the ancient tree stood, its gnarled trunk towering majestically. Its branches stretched upwards, cradling the night sky, and its leaves shimmered with an ethereal light. The air was filled with a serene energy, and Lila knew she had found the heart of the woods. At the base of the tree, she noticed a small, intricately carved door. Hesitant but curious, she pushed it open and stepped inside. Instantly, she was transported into a hidden world, a realm where time seemed to pause and the air was thick with magic. The forest here was alive with vibrant colors, flowers blooming in radiant hues that Lila had never seen before. The sound of a gentle brook whispered through the trees, and the air was filled with a sweet floral fragrance. In this enchanted place, Lila encountered a group of woodland creatures, squirrels, foxes, and owls, who spoke in soft, melodic voices. They greeted her warmly, their eyes twinkling with wisdom and kindness. Among them was an elder fox named Finley, whose fur was streaked with silver and whose gaze held the depth of many years. "Welcome, kind traveler," Finley said, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You have found the heart of the woods, a place that exists in harmony with nature's magic." Lila marveled at the wonder of it all, her heart swelling with joy and gratitude. "I found a map that led me here," she explained, holding out the parchment. Finley examined the map, nodding sagely. "This map is a gift, a guide to those who seek wisdom and understanding. It has chosen you, for your heart is open and your spirit is kind." As they conversed, Lila learned that the heart of the woods was not merely a place but a source of balance and harmony for the entire forest. The creatures of the woods tended to it, ensuring that its magic flourished and spread throughout the land. But all was not well. The peaceful equilibrium of the heart was threatened by a shadow that loomed at the edge of the forest. A dark force, drawn by the forest's magic, sought to drain its energy and disrupt the harmony that had existed for centuries. "We have tried to protect the heart," Finley continued, his voice tinged with concern, "but the darkness grows stronger. We need your help, Lila." Lila listened, her resolve strengthening with each word. She had always believed in the power of friendship and kindness, and now she felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. "I will do whatever I can to help," she promised, her voice steady. Together with the woodland creatures, Lila devised a plan to protect the heart of the woods. They would use the map's magic to create a barrier, a protective veil that would shield the heart from the encroaching darkness. The creatures gathered around the ancient tree, their voices rising in a harmonious chant that resonated through the air. Lila stood at the center, the map unfurled before her. She focused on the symbols, willing them to come alive. As her fingers traced the lines, the map began to glow, its light spreading outward like ripples in a pond. The ground trembled gently, and a shimmering barrier formed, encircling the heart of the woods. The darkness, sensing its prey slipping away, surged forward, but the barrier held firm. It pulsed with a radiant energy, repelling the shadow and restoring peace to the forest. With the danger averted, the creatures of the forest rejoiced, their voices lifting in a song of gratitude and celebration. Lila felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had played a part in preserving the magic and harmony of the woods. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila knew it was time to return to Bramble Hollow. The woodland creatures bid her a fond farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and friendship. "Remember, Lila," Finley said, his voice a gentle murmur, The magic of the woods will always be with you. You have shown great courage and kindness, and the forest will remember you. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and love, Lila made her way back through the whispering woods. The map, now an eternal bond between her and the forest, guided her home, its paths etched in her memory. As she stepped out of the woods and into the familiar embrace of Bramble Hollow, Lila felt a sense of peace and contentment. She knew that the magic of the heart of the woods was not just hidden within the forest, but also within her own heart, a gentle reminder that wisdom and friendship could overcome any challenge. And so, as the village awoke to a new day, Lila carried with her the quiet strength of the woods, a protector of balance and harmony, forever a part of the enchanted world she had come to love. Story 75. In the far reaches of a galaxy adorned with swirling nebulae and shimmering stardust, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. This planet, with its skies painted in hues of lavender and gold, was known for its eternal twilight and gentle, rolling hills that seemed to hum with an ancient melody. Here, beneath an ever-glowing sky, lived a young Lumian named Cress. Cress, with her luminescent skin and eyes that mirrored the constellations, spent her days tending to the luminous flora that thrived across the hills. Her favorite spot was a secluded glade where the glowflowers bloomed brightest, casting a soft, ethereal light that danced in the gentle breeze. She was content in her world, yet her heart longed for a connection beyond the familiar whispers of the wind. One evening, as the sky shimmered in its perpetual twilight, a peculiar event disrupted the tranquil harmony of Luminara. A streak of light, unlike any Cress had ever seen, blazed across the heavens and landed with a gentle thud in the nearby glade. Curiosity tingled in the air, and Cress, with a mix of apprehension and excitement, made her way to the source of the disturbance. There, nestled among the glowflowers, was a small, spherical pod that pulsed with a soft, rhythmic hum. As Cress approached, the pod gently opened, revealing a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was covered in a soft, velvety fur, with eyes that glimmered like the deepest ocean and ears that twitched with curiosity. The creature introduced itself as Zephyr, hailing from the oceanic planet of Aquafae, where the seas stretched endlessly under the light of 3 moons. Despite their differences, a spark of recognition flickered between them, a shared longing for companionship that transcended the boundaries of their origins. At first, communication was a series of misunderstandings and comical gestures. Cress spoke in the melodic tones native to Luminara, while Zephyr responded with a series of clicks and whistles. Yet, through patient gestures and shared laughter, they began to understand one another, laying the foundation for a budding friendship. Their bond was tested when a rare, fierce storm rolled in, an anomaly on the usually serene Luminara. The winds howled and the skies darkened, threatening the delicate glowflowers that Cress so dearly loved. Without hesitation, Zephyr sprang into action, using its innate ability to manipulate water from the nearby streams to shield the plants from the storm's fury. Together, Cress and Zephyr worked tirelessly through the night, their efforts a dance of harmony and determination. As the storm subsided, the first light of dawn revealed a landscape untouched by the tempest, the glowflowers swaying gently in the morning breeze. In that moment of quiet triumph, as they sat together among the flowers, Cress realized that friendship was not bound by words or appearances, but by the shared strength and support that grew from mutual understanding and respect. Zephyr, too, felt a warmth in its heart, knowing it had found a kindred spirit in this luminous world. As time passed, Cress and Zephyr became inseparable companions, their friendship a beacon of light that shone across the twilight hills of Luminara. They explored the wonders of their world, each adventure a new chapter in their shared story, each challenge another thread woven into the tapestry of their bond. And so, under the ever-glowing skies, amidst the glowflowers that bloomed with an extra brilliance, Cress and Zephyr discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended the stars, born from kindness and nurtured by the tender moments shared between hearts that dared to reach across the cosmos. In the gentle embrace of twilight, their laughter mingled with the whispers of the wind, a testament to the enduring magic of companionship and the timeless dance of friendship that united even the most unlikely of companions. Story 76. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a young woman named Leora. Leora was gentle and kind-hearted, with hair that shimmered like spun gold and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Yet despite her outward grace, she felt a storm brewing within her heart, a restlessness that troubled her dreams and shadowed her waking moments. The forest in which Leora lived was a place of ancient magic, where the earth hummed with the songs of ages past, and the moonlit nights were perfumed with the scent of blooming nightshade. It was here, beneath the rustling canopy, that Leora often wandered, seeking solace among the towering oaks and whispering willows. She longed for change, yet feared it, clinging to the familiar as though it were a lifeline. One crisp autumn morning, as the air crackled with the first hint of frost, and the leaves turned to gold and crimson flames, Leora set out on a walk deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before. Her feet carried her along a path dappled with sunlight and shadow, where the ground was soft and spongy with moss, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she walked, she came upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. At its base sat an old hare with fur as white as snow and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of 1,000 stars. The hare watched her with a knowing gaze, and Leora, feeling a strange pull in her heart, approached with a cautious curiosity. "Greetings, young one," the hare spoke, its voice gentle and warm, like a soft blanket on a chilly night. "I am Bramble, keeper of this forest's magic. I sense a storm within you, a yearning for change that both draws you forward and holds you back." Leora nodded, her voice a whisper on the wind. "I feel lost, Bramble. I long for something more, yet I fear what I do not know." Bramble nodded sagely. "You seek transformation, but to change the world around you, you must first change yourself. Walk with me, and I shall show you the magic that lies within." With that, Bramble bounded off into the forest, and Leora followed, her heart a mix of trepidation and hope. They traveled through glades where the sun painted the ground with patterns of light and shadow, past streams that sang a lullaby of flowing water, and finally to a hidden grove where the air shimmered with enchantment. In the center of the grove stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the world above like a perfect mirror. "This is the pool of reflection," Bramble explained. "Gaze into its depths, and you will see the truth that lies within you." Leora knelt by the pool, her reflection staring back at her. At first, she saw only her own eyes, wide with wonder. But as she looked deeper, the image began to change, showing her not as she was, but as she could be. She saw herself standing tall, her eyes bright with confidence, her heart open and unafraid. As she watched, the pool rippled, and the image shifted again, showing her surrounded by friends, dear ones she had not yet met, but who were waiting for her beyond the boundaries of her current life. They laughed together, shared stories, and supported each other with gentle strength. A warmth spread through Leora's chest, and she understood. Change was not something to fear, but to embrace, for it was the path to becoming who she truly was meant to be. She turned to Bramble, her voice steady and sure. "Thank you, wise hare. I see now that to find my true self, I must step into the unknown." Bramble nodded, his eyes soft with approval. "Remember, dear Leora, you are never alone. The forest is with you, as am I, and as are the friends who await you on your journey. Trust in yourself, and the magic will guide you." With a heart full of newfound courage, Leora returned to her village, where she began to make small changes, embracing each new day with a spirit of adventure. She discovered talents she never knew she had, like the gift of storytelling that brought joy to others, and a knack for healing that comforted the sick and weary. As the seasons turned, Leora's life blossomed like the wildflowers in spring. She met others who shared her journey, forming bonds of friendship that were as strong as the roots of the ancient trees. Together they faced challenges and celebrated triumphs, each step bringing them closer to the people they were meant to be. And so in the heart of the forest, where the magic of the earth danced in every leaf and stone, Leora found her place. She learned that true transformation begins within, and that the journey of personal growth is a path best traveled with friends by your side and love in your heart. As the days turned to years, the forest whispered of Leora's tale, a story of courage, friendship, and the beauty of becoming. And under the watchful eye of the wise hare, the magic of the forest thrived, guiding all who sought its wisdom toward the light of their true selves. And so, with a heart content and a spirit free, Leora lived her days in peace, surrounded by the love of her chosen family, forever grateful for the journey that led her to herself. And as the sun set over the forest, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, the gentle song of the earth lulled the world to sleep, whispering promises of new beginnings to come. Story 77. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint village surrounded by whispering woods and gentle hills, lived a young girl named Lily. Lily had a curious mind and a heart full of wonder. She spent her days exploring the lush meadows and the old, winding paths that twisted through the forest. Her village was small, with cobblestone streets and cottages that seemed to have grown from the earth itself, their roofs covered in moss and wildflowers. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was bathed in the warm, golden glow of the rising sun, Lily set out to explore a part of the forest she hadn't ventured into before. The air was fresh with the scent of pine, and the forest floor was a quilt of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon an old, forgotten well, hidden beneath a canopy of intertwining branches and ivy. Curiosity piqued. Lily peered over the edge, expecting to find nothing more than a dark abyss. Instead, she saw a shimmering reflection that seemed to dance and swirl like liquid silver. As she leaned in closer, she noticed something extraordinary. Floating on the surface was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Gently, she reached down and retrieved it, feeling a strange warmth emanate from its polished surface. The box was engraved with delicate patterns of intertwined vines and tiny woodland creatures, so lifelike they seemed to shift under her fingers. Carefully, Lily opened it to reveal a single, delicate feather that glowed softly with an iridescent light, like the first hint of dawn after a long night. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, and she felt a quiet whisper in her heart, as if the feather was speaking directly to her soul. With the feather in hand, Lily embarked on a journey back through the forest, feeling a new sense of purpose. Along her path, she met a wise old owl named Oliver, perched majestically on a low branch. His golden eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge as he greeted her with a gentle hoot. "Ah, young one," Oliver said in a voice as smooth as honey, "you have found the feather of wishes. It holds great power, but it is not the feather itself that grants magic. It is the heart of the one who holds it." Lily listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You must use it wisely," Oliver advised, ruffling his feathers. "The feather will guide you, but remember, true magic lies in kindness, courage, and the power of your own heart." Thanking Oliver for his guidance, Lily continued her journey, the feather tucked safely in her pocket. As she walked, she came across a clearing where sunlight streamed through the trees like golden ribbons. There, she met a friendly squirrel named Hazel, who was busily gathering acorns for the coming winter. Hazel chattered excitedly, inviting Lily to join her. "Hello there. What brings you to this part of the woods?" Lily smiled and shared her discovery, showing Hazel the feather. Hazel's bushy tail twitched with excitement. "Ah, the feather of wishes. My grandmother once told tales of its magic. It is said to help those who seek to bring joy and peace." Together they continued on, Hazel darting ahead and scampering back, always full of energy and cheer. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, they arrived at the edge of the forest, where a small brook babbled merrily over smooth stones. There they met an elderly tortoise named Tabor, who was known throughout the forest for his wisdom and slow, deliberate nature. His shell was like a tapestry of time, each line a story, each notch a memory. "Greetings, young ones," Tabor said in a deep, rumbling voice. "What brings you to my tranquil waters on this fine evening?" Lily recounted her journey and the advice given by Oliver. Tabor nodded sagely, his eyes soft and understanding. "You stand at the beginning of a great adventure, dear child. The feather will guide you to where you are needed most. But remember, it is not the journey that changes you, but how you choose to walk it." With these words, Lily felt a newfound confidence blossoming within her. She thanked Tabor and promised to return with tales of her adventures. As she and Hazel continued their journey, they came upon a small village at the edge of the forest, nestled in a valley where the stars seemed to kiss the earth. In this village, they discovered a community in need. The river that once nourished the land had dried up, leaving the fields barren and the people in despair. Lily felt a tug at her heart, knowing this was where the feather had led her. Gathering the villagers together, she shared the story of her journey and the feather's magic. With their trust and hope, Lily held the feather aloft, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips. She closed her eyes, thinking of the river flowing once more, bringing life back to the village. As if responding to her wish, the feather glowed brightly, and a gentle rain began to fall, filling the riverbed and soaking into the thirsty earth. The villagers watched in awe as the river sprang back to life, its waters sparkling in the moonlight. Joyful cheers filled the air, and the village was once again alive with hope and promise. Lily realized then that the true magic of the feather was not in the wishes it granted, but in the compassion and connection it inspired within her. She had discovered the power of kindness and the strength of friendship, and in doing so, had changed not only the lives of the villagers, but her own heart as well. As the villagers celebrated, Lily, Hazel, and their new friends gathered under the starlit sky, sharing stories and laughter. The feather, now resting quietly in Lily's pocket, had fulfilled its purpose, guiding her to where she was needed most. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit brimming with love, Lily knew that she would continue to carry the magic of the feather within her always, bringing light and hope wherever she went. With a gentle breeze whispering through the trees and the soft glow of the moon casting a serene light over the village, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the endless possibilities that awaited her in the world beyond the forest. And as she slept, the feather glowed softly, a beacon of the magic that lived in every kind and courageous heart. And so, in the warmth of friendship and the quiet strength of a newfound purpose, Lily's journey had truly just begun, forever guided by the wisdom that had blossomed within her own heart. Story 78. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to sing with the breeze and the streams laughed softly as they danced over smooth stones, there lived a young woman named Leora. She was known for her gentle heart and kind nature, but Leora carried a quiet fear within her, a fear of change. Every day, Leora wandered the familiar paths of the village, tending to her small garden filled with lavender and chamomile, and helping her neighbors with their daily tasks. The village was a place where time seemed to move slowly, and Leora found comfort in its predictability. But one autumn afternoon, as the leaves began to don their fiery gowns of red and gold, something extraordinary happened. Leora was walking along the path that led to the heart of the whispering woods, her basket in hand, collecting fallen acorns and chestnuts for her autumn displays, when she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the thicket. Curiosity, a gentle nudge from her heart, led her to investigate. As she parted the branches, she discovered a small, shimmering pond, which she had never seen before. The water sparkled under the dappled sunlight, and at its center floated a single radiant lily. Its petals shimmered with hues of silver and lavender, and as Leora gazed upon it, she felt a strange stirring within her, a whisper of change. Leora reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing the surface of the water. Instantly, a ripple spread across the pond, and with it came a soft, melodious voice. "Fear not, dear Leora," the voice sang, "for within change lies the beauty of transformation." Startled, Leora stepped back, her heart fluttering like a bird caught in a sudden breeze. But the voice was gentle and reassuring, like the comfort of a familiar lullaby heard in the dark of night. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied, "and I am here to guide you through the journey you have long feared." Leora felt a warmth spread through her, like the embrace of a dear friend. The spirit continued, "Change is not to be feared, sweet Leora. It is a part of life, as natural as the seasons turning and the day giving way to night. Embrace it, and you shall find your true self." With these words, The glowing lily began to drift towards the shore, coming to rest at Leora's feet. As she bent down to pick it up, the petals transformed into a delicate necklace, shimmering with the same silvery hue. Leora slipped it around her neck, feeling its comforting weight against her skin. Over the following weeks, Leora carried the spirit's words in her heart. She found herself more open to the small changes in her life. She ventured to parts of the village she had never explored, met new friends, and discovered new joys in her daily routines. One day, she met an elderly woman named Mirabelle, who was known for her wisdom and her gentle laugh that could lift the heaviest of spirits. Mirabelle was weaving baskets from willow branches, her fingers moving with graceful ease. "Ah, Leora," Mirabelle greeted her warmly. "I see you wear the necklace of the Whispering Woods. It suits you." Leora smiled, feeling a sense of belonging. "The spirit of the woods spoke to me," she confessed. "It told me not to fear change." Mirabelle nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars peeking through a cloudy night. "The woods teach us many things, child. But remember, change is like the weaving of a basket. Each strand, each moment, is a part of the whole. We must weave with care, but also with trust." With Mirabelle's guidance and the spirit's gentle encouragement, Leora began to see change in a new light. She learned to appreciate the beauty of the unexpected, the wonder in the unknown. The village noticed the change in Leora, her newfound vibrancy, and they celebrated her courage. Winter came, wrapping the village in a soft blanket of snow, and Leora found herself at the pond once more. The water lay still, a mirror reflecting the sky's icy blues and grays. As she gazed into its depths, the voice of the spirit rose once more. "You have grown, dear Leora," it sang, the words wrapping around her like a warm shawl. "You have embraced the changes within and around you, and in doing so, you have discovered your strength." Leora smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, "for showing me the beauty of transformation." As she turned to leave, the necklace glowed warmly against her skin, a reminder of her journey and the lessons she had learned. Leora knew that life would continue to bring changes, but she was no longer afraid. She had learned to trust in the weaving of her own story, to embrace the magic of transformation. Returning to the village, she found Mirabelle waiting by her door, a new basket in hand. "For you, my dear," the old woman said with a wink, "to carry your dreams and the wonders of the world." Leora accepted the gift with a grateful heart, knowing that with each step she took, she was not alone. She had the spirit of the woods, the wisdom of Mirabelle, and the love of her village guiding her through the ever-changing tapestry of life. And so, in the gentle glow of twilight, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora sat by the fire, the warmth of the flames reflecting the warmth in her heart. She was at peace, ready to embrace whatever changes the future might bring, content in the knowledge that she had discovered the true magic within herself. Story 79. In the gentle, twinkling expanse of the Valorian star cluster, where stardust danced like a million tiny fireflies against the velvet of space, two planets orbited a radiant sun. One was known as Zalara, with its lush, emerald jungles and skies painted in shades of lavender at dusk. The other, Tanara, was a shimmering sphere of crystal and ice, its surface reflecting the light of distant stars in a kaleidoscope of colors. From Zalara came Ori, a kind-hearted botanist with skin that echoed the rich hues of her planet's flora. Her hair was a cascade of greenish tendrils shimmering like leaves in the breeze, and her eyes glimmered with the soft light of compassion. From Tanara came Colt, a gentle engineer with crystalline limbs that sparkled with the hues of the Tanaran auroras. His heart glowed warm beneath his icy exterior, a testament to the kindness within. Their adventure began unexpectedly, during a celestial convergence, a rare event when their planets drew close enough for travel between them to be possible. Ori had always dreamed of seeing the icy wonders of Tanara, while Colt was fascinated by the vibrant life of Zalara's jungles. It was under these circumstances that Ori and Colt found themselves on an expedition to explore the uncharted lands between their worlds. Their vessel, a marvel of bioengineering and crystalline technology, soared through the space between with a hum of energy and promise. At first, the two companions were cautious, their differences stark. Ori was accustomed to the warm, earthy scents of her home, while Colt was more familiar with the crisp, frosty air of his icy planet. Their initial interactions were filled with misunderstandings. Auri's vibrant expressiveness clashed with Cult's serene composure. There were moments when Auri's enthusiasm overwhelmed Cult, and times when Cult's quiet contemplation left Auri feeling restless. Yet, as they journeyed further from their homes and deeper into the mysteries of the cosmos, they encountered challenges that required each to lean on the other. When a cosmic storm battered their vessel, it was Cult's steady hand and knowledge of structural integrity that kept them safe. Auri, with her understanding of organic systems, repaired the living components of their ship, coaxing them back to health with her gentle touch. It was during these trials that they began to see beyond their differences. Auri found solace in Cult's calm demeanor, realizing that his silence was not indifference but a deep well of thoughtfulness. Cult, in turn, appreciated Auri's vibrant spirit, which brought warmth and color to his world of ice and crystal. One evening, as they hovered above the swirling clouds of a gas giant, Auri shared with Cult a Zilara lullaby, her voice weaving through the ship with a melody that spoke of home and hearth. Cult listened, mesmerized, and in return, he showed Auri how to create delicate ice sculptures that danced in the air, capturing the light like stars caught in a crystal web. As they continued their journey, they discovered an ancient space station adrift, its origins lost to time. Inside, they found relics of a civilization that had once thrived, now silent. Together, they pieced together the history of these starfaring people, each using their unique skills to uncover the story etched in the walls and corridors. Through this shared discovery, Auri and Cult forged a bond of deep understanding and respect. They learned to communicate in a language that transcended words, a language of shared glances, quiet smiles, and moments of unspoken connection. In the heart of the abandoned station, they found a message left by its last inhabitants, a simple truth inscribed in stone. In unity, we find strength. In diversity, we find wisdom. This revelation resonated with Auri and Cult, affirming the friendship that had blossomed between them. They realized that their differences were not barriers, but bridges that connected them, each bringing something unique and valuable to the partnership. As their journey drew to a close and the celestial convergence ended, allowing them to return to their respective homes, Auri and Cult parted with promises to meet again. Their hearts were full, having discovered not only the wonders of the universe, but also the profound beauty of friendship. Back on Zylara, Auri often thought of Cult while tending to her beloved plants, seeing his influence in the way the sunlight glittered on dewdrops. On Tanara, Cult would gaze at the auroras, remembering Auri's laughter that rang like music in his heart. And so, under the vast, starry sky, two unlikely companions learned that the true meaning of friendship lies in embracing differences, finding strength in unity, and cherishing the bonds that make us whole. As they looked up at the night sky, each knew that somewhere, across the expanse of space, a friend was looking back, sharing the same stars. Story 80. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of a lush emerald forest, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. This village was nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering stream that whispered secrets to the bending willows that framed its banks. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft rustle of leaves dancing in the breeze. In this peaceful haven lived a young girl named Lila, known for her curiosity and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Lila's world was one of exploration and wonder. Every morning she would slip out of her cozy cottage, her feet bare and her spirit light, and venture into the woods that bordered Willowbrook. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens, dappled with sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. Her favorite spot was a glade where a majestic old oak stood, its branches sprawling wide like open arms ready to embrace the sky. It was here that Lila felt most at home, surrounded by the chatter of the forest and the soft hum of life that pulsed through its veins. One day, as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila discovered something peculiar. Nestled among the roots of the ancient oak was a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with swirling patterns that glinted in the fading light, as if whispering tales of magic and mystery. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the box. She felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as though the box itself was alive with a subtle, inviting energy. Curiosity piqued, Lila carefully opened the box to reveal a delicate, shimmering pendant. It was shaped like a teardrop, crafted from a stone that seemed to capture the essence of 1,000 sunsets within its depths. As Lila held it, she felt a strange connection to the pendant, as if it were an old friend she had just remembered. With a sense of wonder and caution, she slipped the pendant around her neck, feeling its comforting weight settle against her chest. As dusk settled over the forest, Lila noticed something extraordinary. The pendant began to glow softly, casting a warm, golden light that enveloped her like a gentle embrace. It was then that she heard it, a faint, melodic whisper that seemed to rise from the depths of the forest itself. The voice was soothing and kind, filled with an ancient wisdom that resonated deep within her soul. "Lila," it called, "you have found the heart of the forest. With it, you hold the power to see the hidden world that lies within our own." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila followed the glowing path that the pendant cast before her. The forest, which she knew so well, began to transform. Shadows danced with a life of their own, and the trees seemed to breathe, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal light. As she wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in bedtime stories. Tiny fairies with wings like delicate lace, and wise old owls whose eyes glimmered with the light of ancient stars. In the heart of this hidden world, Lila met a small, timid creature named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul, a sprite with eyes the color of spring leaves and a tuft of mossy hair that seemed to have a life of its own. He was perched on a fallen log, looking lost and forlorn. Lila felt an immediate kinship with Finn, her heart reaching out to him in a way that transcended words. "Hello," Lila greeted softly, her voice a gentle melody in the serene silence of the forest. "I'm Lila. What brings you here, Finn?" Finn looked up, his eyes wide with surprise and relief. "Oh, hello," he replied, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I've been searching for a way to help my family. Our home is in danger, and I don't know how to save it." Lila's heart ached with empathy. She knew what it was like to feel powerless in the face of a challenge. "Perhaps I can help," she offered with a warm smile, her fingers gently touching the pendant that glowed softly against her skin. With newfound hope, Finn explained that his family lived in a hidden grove, where the forest's magic was slowly fading due to a mysterious darkness that had begun to creep in. The darkness was sapping the life from their home, and the creatures of the grove were growing weaker with each passing day. Lila listened intently, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew that together they could find a way to restore the magic and save Finn's home. With the pendant's light guiding them, they embarked on a journey deeper into the heart of the forest, where the shadows grew longer and the air was thick with anticipation. As they journeyed, Lila and Finn encountered a host of forest inhabitants, each offering their wisdom and strength. There was the wise old tortoise, who had seen many seasons pass and knew the secrets of the earth. There was a pair of playful foxes, whose laughter echoed like music in the trees, and a family of otters who swam through the stream, their sleek bodies cutting through the water like arrows. Together, they formed a bond of friendship that transcended their differences, united by a shared goal and the magic that pulsed through the forest. Lila learned from each of them, discovering strengths within herself she never knew she possessed. She found courage in the tortoise's patience, joy in the fox's laughter, and grace in the otter's fluid movements. The journey was not without its challenges. The darkness that threatened Finn's home was a formidable foe, creeping through the forest like a cold shadow. But Lila and her newfound friends faced each trial with determination and hope, drawing strength from one another and the bond they shared. Finally, after many days of travel and adventure, they reached the hidden grove. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. But the darkness had begun to seep in, casting a pall over the vibrant colors and sapping the life from the land. Lila knew they needed to act quickly. With the pendant's light glowing brighter than ever, she stood at the heart of the grove, feeling the magic of the forest flow through her veins. Drawing on the wisdom and strength she had gained on her journey, she closed her eyes and focused her energy on the pendant, willing it to shine with all the warmth and light of the sun. As the pendant glowed with a brilliant radiance, the darkness recoiled, retreating from the grove like a shadow banished by the dawn. The forest came alive with a chorus of joyful sounds as the creatures of the grove celebrated their renewed home. The trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves rustling in a gentle symphony. Lila opened her eyes to find Finn and her friends beaming at her, their faces alight with gratitude and joy. The pendant had done its work, restoring the magic of the forest and banishing the darkness that had threatened their home. In that moment, Lila realized something profound. The pendant's true power lay not in its magic alone, but in the strength of friendship and the courage to face challenges with an open heart. It was a lesson she would carry with her always, a reminder of the journey that had transformed her life and the lives of those she had come to love. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila bid farewell to Finn and her new friends, promising to visit often and to keep their memories close. As she returned to Willowbrook, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she had made a difference and that the forest would always be a part of her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Lila slipped back into her cozy cottage. The heart of the forest pendant lay warm against her chest, a symbol of the magic and friendship she had found. With a contented sigh, she settled into her bed, the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of the forest lulling her into a peaceful sleep. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village of Willowbrook slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest magic. It was a place of wonder and warmth, where the whispers of the trees and the laughter of friends painted a tapestry of dreams that would last a lifetime. Story 81. Once upon a starlit night, in a secluded forest glen, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. She was a curious little creature with a heart full of wonder and a thirst for adventure. The ancient trees whispered secrets to her, and she could sense the magic pulsing through the earth beneath her paws. One warm summer evening, as Willow was nibbling on clover beside the babbling brook, she noticed a faint glow emanating from the undergrowth. Drawn by its enchanting allure, she followed the flickering light, which led her to a clearing where a peculiar object lay half buried in the mossy ground. It was a tarnished brass lantern, intricately etched with symbols Willow had never seen before. Entranced, she nudged it with her nose, and the lantern sprang to life, emitting a brilliant golden radiance. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke billowed from the lantern's spout, taking the shape of a majestic owl with eyes that sparkled like amethysts. "Greetings, young Willow," the owl spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Athena, the guardian of this ancient lantern. For centuries I have waited for one with a pure heart and a courageous spirit to claim its power." Willow's eyes widened in disbelief. "Power? But I'm just a simple rabbit," she stammered. "Ah, but you are more than that, dear one," Athena said kindly. "Within you burns a flame of curiosity and a yearning for knowledge that few possess. This lantern is no ordinary object. It holds the key to a realm hidden from mortal eyes, the evergreen expanse, a world where nature's wonders know no bounds." Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. "How do I find this place?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Simply light the lantern's wick, and it shall guide you there," Athena replied. "But heed my warning, little one. The evergreen expanse is not without its perils, and you will face challenges that will test the very limits of your courage and wisdom." With a flick of her feathered wings, Athena vanished, leaving Willow alone with the glowing lantern. After a moment's hesitation, she struck a twig against the rough surface, igniting the wick. Immediately, the lantern's light grew brighter, enveloping Willow in a warm, comforting embrace. Suddenly, the forest around her began to blur and shift, the trees twisting and stretching until they formed an archway of intertwined branches. Without a second thought, Willow hopped through the archway, and the world as she knew it disappeared. She found herself in a verdant paradise, where towering trees reached towards a canopy of ever-changing hues, and crystal-clear streams meandered through fields of wildflowers that danced in a gentle breeze. The air was thick with the scents of honeysuckle and pine, and the melodic songs of birds filled the air. As Willow wandered through this wondrous realm, she encountered creatures she had never imagined. Butterflies the size of her paw, dragonflies with gossamer wings that shimmered like rainbows, and tiny, laughing pixies that flitted from flower to flower. Despite the beauty surrounding her, Willow soon realized that the evergreen expanse was not without its dangers. She narrowly escaped the clutches of a hungry fox, its jaws snapping mere inches from her tail. She navigated treacherous ravines and forded raging rivers, her determination fueled by an insatiable curiosity to unravel the secrets of this enchanted world. As the sun began to set, casting long, golden shadows across the forest floor, Willow stumbled upon a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood proud and tall. Nestled among its gnarled roots was a cozy burrow, and peeking out from within was a familiar face, her dear friend, Hazelnut the squirrel. "Willow!" Hazelnut exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "How did you find your way here?" Willow recounted her extraordinary journey, and Hazelnut listened with rapt attention, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "I knew there was something special about you," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "This realm is a place of profound magic, where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blur. But it is also a realm of great peril, guarded by ancient forces that few can comprehend." Willow's ears perked up. "What sort of forces?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Hazelnut leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They say that deep within the heart of the evergreen expanse there dwells a powerful spirit known as the Moss Keeper. She is the guardian of nature's most sacred secrets, and those who seek her knowledge must prove themselves worthy through a series of trials." Willow's heart fluttered with a newfound sense of purpose. "I must find this Moss Keeper," she declared, her eyes shining with determination. Hazelnut shook his head gravely. "The path is treacherous, my friend. Many have tried and failed, lost forever in the depths of the forest." But Willow was undeterred. With the lantern's warm glow to guide her and her steadfast friend by her side, she embarked on a journey that would challenge her in ways she never imagined. They traversed ancient ruins, their crumbling walls adorned with intricate carvings that hinted at long-forgotten civilizations. They braved dense thickets of thorns that tore at their fur and scales, their progress slowed by twisted vines that seemed to have a mind of their own. Through it all, Willow and Hazelnut forged an unbreakable bond, their friendship tested and tempered by the trials they faced. They learned to rely on each other's strengths, with Willow's keen senses and agility complementing Hazelnut's resourcefulness and problem-solving skills. At last, after what seemed like an eternity, they emerged into a secluded glade, where a towering tree stood at the center, its bark covered in a soft, verdant moss that seemed to pulse with life. Nestled among its roots was a figure cloaked in emerald robes, her face obscured by the shadows of the canopy above. "Welcome, young seekers," a voice like the rustling of ancient leaves whispered. "I am the Moss Keeper, guardian of nature's deepest mysteries. State your purpose, and I shall judge your worthiness." Willow stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. "Great Moss Keeper, we have journeyed far and faced countless perils to seek your wisdom. Please teach us the secrets of this enchanted realm, that we may better understand and protect its wonders." The Moss Keeper regarded them silently for a moment, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "Your quest has been arduous, and your determination unwavering, but true wisdom can only be attained through sacrifice and loss." With a wave of her hand, the ground beneath Hazelnut's feet began to shift and churn, ensnaring him in a tangle of grasping roots. "Willow, run!" Hazelnut cried out, his eyes wide with fear. But Willow refused to abandon her friend. She turned to the Moss Keeper, her eyes blazing with defiance. "I will not leave him behind," she stated firmly. "Our bond is stronger than any trial you can devise." The Moss Keeper's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. "So be it," she intoned, and with a flick of her wrist, the roots released their hold on Hazelnut, who scampered to Willow's side. "You have proven yourselves worthy, young ones," the Moss Keeper said, her voice filled with pride. "The secrets of the evergreen expanse shall be revealed to you, for you have demonstrated the true essence of wisdom, unwavering loyalty, and the courage to face any challenge together." Over the course of many moons, the moss keeper imparted her ancient knowledge to Willow and Hazelnut, teaching them the intricate workings of the natural world and the delicate balance that sustained all life within the evergreen expanse. They learned the languages of the trees and the songs of the birds, the intricate dances of the wildflowers, and the hidden paths that wove through the forest, guarded by ancient sentinels. They discovered the power of healing herbs and the secrets of the earth's currents, which flowed like lifeblood through the realm. As their knowledge grew, so too did their reverence for the evergreen expanse and their determination to protect its fragile beauty. They became guardians in their own right, walking the paths between the mortal world and the realm of magic, ensuring that the balance was never disrupted. And when the time came for them to return to the forest glen where their journey began, they carried with them the wisdom of the ages, their hearts forever transformed by the wonders they had witnessed and the unbreakable bond they had forged. For in the evergreen expanse, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a force more powerful than any magic, capable of conquering even the greatest of challenges. And as they shared their tales with the wide-eyed creatures of the forest, they knew that the magic would live on, preserved within the hearts of those who dared to dream and believe in the extraordinary. Story 82. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced through the dense canopy like golden ribbons, there was a hidden realm known only to those who listened to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the brook. This enchanted place was called Verdant Hollow, a sanctuary where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony and where magic was as common as the rustle of leaves. The air in Verdant Hollow was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and fresh pine, and the ground was a patchwork of mosses and ferns that cushioned the footsteps of the creatures that called this place home. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the markings of countless years and whose eyes reflected the forest's timeless wisdom. Thistle lived near the base of an ancient oak, its branches stretching skyward like the arms of a giant embracing the heavens. This oak was the heart of Verdant Hollow, its roots intertwining with those of all the other trees, sharing stories of the forest's past and dreams of its future. Thistle, with his slow, deliberate movements, was the guardian of these tales, entrusted with the knowledge passed down through generations. One morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Thistle awoke to a peculiar sight. The forest, usually vibrant with the colors of blooming flowers and emerald leaves, seemed to be losing its luster. The vivid greens were fading, and a gentle sadness hung in the air. Thistle knew that something was amiss, for the forest had always been a reflection of its harmony. With a soft sigh, Thistle set out to seek the counsel of his dear friend, Marlowe the sparrow. Marlowe was a sprightly bird with feathers that shimmered like the morning dew, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. He had flown over every inch of Verdant Hollow and beyond, collecting stories and wisdom from the skies. Thistle found Marlowe perched upon a low-hanging branch, singing a gentle melody to welcome the day. As Thistle approached, Marlowe paused his song and tilted his head in greeting. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Marlowe, flapping his wings in delight. "What brings you out so early on this fine day?" Thistle smiled warmly, though concern furrowed his brow. "Good morning, Marlowe. I've come to seek your wisdom. Have you noticed the change in the forest? It seems as though Verdant Hollow is losing its spirit." Marlowe nodded, his expression turning thoughtful. "Indeed, I have felt it too. The winds carry whispers of a shift, a disturbance in the balance that sustains our home." Together, the two friends pondered the cause of this change. They recalled the stories of their ancestors, tales of the forest's magic being tied to the rhythm of the seasons and the balance of nature. They knew they must discover the source of the imbalance and restore harmony to their beloved home. Their first stop was the shimmering crystal brook, a stream that wound through the heart of the forest, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. Thistle and Marlowe approached the brook, listening to the melody of the water as it tumbled over smooth stones. The brook sang of a time when the forest flourished, and its song was a lullaby that soothed the souls of all who heard it. As they listened, a gentle mist rose from the brook, swirling around them in a dance of light and water. Within the mist appeared the ethereal form of Luna, the spirit of the brook. Luna was a graceful figure, her body composed of shimmering water and moonlight, her presence a calming balm to the weary heart. "Greetings, dear friends," Luna spoke, her voice like the softest rain. "I sense your concern for our forest, and I share your worry. The balance of verdant hollow is indeed threatened." Thistle bowed his head respectfully. "Wise Luna, can you tell us what has caused this disturbance?" Luna's eyes, deep as the night sky, gazed upon them with compassion. "The magic of verdant hollow is woven into the fabric of the seasons, and it seems that the cycle has been disrupted. The spring rains have been less frequent, and the summer sun burns too brightly. The balance that sustains us is tipping." Understanding dawned upon Marlowe and Thistle. The forest's harmony was tied to the delicate dance of the elements, and an imbalance in the seasons was causing the forest to wither. "We must restore the balance," Marlowe declared, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we do so?" Luna's smile was gentle and reassuring. "The answer lies with the guardians of the seasons. Seek out the spirits of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They hold the power to mend what has been broken." With renewed purpose, Thistle and Marlowe set off on their journey, guided by Luna's wisdom. Their first destination was the Meadow of Blossoms, where spring resided. The meadow was a sea of color and fragrance, wildflowers blooming in profusion under a sky of endless blue. There they found Willow, the spirit of spring, a youthful figure clad in a gown of petals and sunlight. Her laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and her touch brought life to the earth. "Welcome, travelers," Willow greeted, twirling gracefully among the flowers. "What brings you to my meadow?" "We seek your help, Willow," Thistle explained. "The forest is losing its balance, and we must restore the harmony of the seasons." Willow's eyes softened with understanding. "I have felt the change as well. The rains have not nourished the land as they should. I shall lend you the breath of spring, the promise of renewal and growth." With a gentle wave of her hand, Willow bestowed upon them an essence of spring, a soft green light that danced upon the breeze. With gratitude, Thistle and Marlowe thanked Willow and continued on their quest. Their next stop was the sunlit glade, where summer made its home. The glade was a warm embrace, the air thick with the scent of ripe berries and the hum of bees. Here they met Saul, the spirit of summer, a figure wreathed in golden light and warmth. His presence was a comforting heat like a sunbeam on a cool morning. "Greetings, Saul," Marlowe chirped, fluttering from branch to branch. "We seek to restore the balance of the seasons." Saul nodded, his expression serious yet kind. "The sun's rays have been too fierce, drying the earth and wilting the leaves. I shall grant you the gentle warmth of summer, a light that nurtures rather than scorches." With Saul's blessing, a golden light enveloped Thistle and Marlowe, infusing them with the essence of summer. They thanked Saul and continued their journey, their spirits buoyed by the kindness of the spirits. Autumn awaited them in the grove of harvest, a place rich with the scent of fallen leaves and the sweet promise of plenty. The trees here wore cloaks of crimson and gold, and the air was crisp with the breath of change. In the grove they found Ember, the spirit of autumn, a figure draped in robes of russet and amber. Her eyes were the color of autumn skies, and her presence was a soothing balm to the weary. "Welcome, friends," Ember said, her voice a melodious whisper. "I have felt the forest's sorrow and the shift in the seasons. How may I help you?" Thistle spoke with earnest hope. "We seek to restore the balance of verdant hollow. Your wisdom and the blessing of autumn are needed." Ember smiled, her gaze warm and understanding. "I shall bestow upon you the essence of autumn, the promise of harvest and change." With a graceful motion, Ember gifted them a breath of autumn, a deep, rich light that settled around them like a comforting cloak. With thanks, they pressed on to their final destination. Winter's domain lay in the frosted glen, a place of stillness and quiet beauty, where snowflakes danced upon the wind and the world was wrapped in a blanket of white. In this serene landscape, they encountered Frost, the spirit of winter, a figure of crystalline beauty, her form wreathed in snow and ice. Her touch was a gentle chill, a reminder of rest and reflection. "Greetings, Frost," Marlowe called, his voice carrying over the crisp air. "We have come to seek your aid in restoring the balance of the forest." Frost's eyes, as clear as ice and as deep as the midnight sky, met theirs with quiet wisdom. The forest has been deprived of the peace of winter, the time when the earth rests and renews. I shall grant you the essence of winter, the promise of rest and reflection. With Frost's blessing, a soft, silvery light enveloped them, the essence of winter wrapping around them like a gentle snowfall. With gratitude, they thanked Frost and made their way back to the heart of verdant hollow. As they returned to the ancient oak, the spirits of the seasons joined them, their presence a symphony of light and color. Together, they wove their essences into a tapestry of balance, the lights of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, blending in harmony. The forest sighed with relief, its colors returning with a vibrant flourish. The leaves rustled with joy, the flowers bloomed anew, and the brook sang with renewed vigor. Verdant Hollow was alive once more, its magic restored. Thistle and Marlow watched as the forest thrived, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of the ages. They knew that the balance of nature was a delicate dance, one that required respect and understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of twilight, Thistle and Marlow settled beside the ancient oak. The forest was at peace, and the night was a gentle embrace, filled with the songs of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, Verdant Hollow continued to flourish, a testament to the power of harmony and the enduring bond of friendship. As Thistle and Marlow drifted into a serene slumber, they knew that the forest's tales would live on, whispered by the wind and carried by the brook, a legacy for generations to come. Story 83. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled beside an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. With her wild auburn locks and eyes that sparkled like emeralds, she was a curious soul who yearned for adventure beyond the boundaries of her humble home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered through the golden-hued trees, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Amidst the fallen leaves, a shimmering object caught her eye, a crystalline acorn, glowing with an otherworldly radiance. Mesmerized, she reached out and gently cradled it in her palm. As soon as her fingers brushed the acorn's surface, a tingling sensation coursed through her body. A shimmering portal materialized before her, revealing a hidden world within the forest itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow stepped through the portal, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation. She found herself transported to an enchanted realm where towering trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a canopy of verdant splendor. The air was alive with the gentle hum of unseen creatures, and the forest floor was carpeted with vibrant mosses and delicate wildflowers. As Willow ventured deeper into this mystical domain, she encountered a curious sight. A family of miniature beings called the Woodfolk, no taller than her thumb. They emerged from hollows and burrows, their faces etched with wonder and wariness. One of the Woodfolk, an elderly creature with a kindly face, approached Willow. "Welcome, child of the outer realm," he said, his voice like the whisper of leaves. "Few humans have ever set foot in our hidden sanctuary. What brings you to these enchanted woods?" Willow, her eyes wide with awe, explained how she had stumbled upon the magical acorn and found herself drawn into their world. The elderly woodfolk nodded sagely and introduced himself as Elder Oak. "That acorn is a relic of ancient power," he explained. "It has the ability to bridge the realms and open pathways between worlds. We woodfolk have guarded it for generations, but now it seems its destiny lies in your hands." Elder Oak then revealed a grave truth. A dark force had taken root in the heart of the forest, sapping its life and vitality. The trees were withering, and the once vibrant ecosystem was in peril. Only one with a pure heart and a connection to the acorn's magic could hope to vanquish this malevolent presence. Willow, though fearful, felt a stirring within her soul, a call to protect this wondrous realm and the woodfolk who called it home. She vowed to embark on a quest to confront the darkness and restore balance to the enchanted woods. With Elder Oak's guidance, Willow set forth on a journey through the forest, encountering a plethora of extraordinary creatures and facing numerous challenges along the way. She befriended a wise old owl named Gwendolyn, who served as her faithful companion and advisor, and forged an unlikely alliance with a mischievous forest sprite named Bramble. Together, they navigated treacherous paths, solved cryptic riddles, and braved perilous obstacles, all the while drawing closer to the heart of the darkness that threatened the very fabric of the enchanted realm. Throughout her quest, Willow discovered the true power of the acorn. It was a conduit for the forest's life force, capable of channeling the energy of nature itself. As she grew more attuned to its magic, she learned to tap into its ancient wisdom and harness its rejuvenating energies. At last, Willow and her newfound friends reached the source of the darkness, a twisted, gnarled entity that had taken root at the forest's core. It seethed with malice and corruption, its tendrils snaking through the earth, poisoning all they touched. In a climactic battle, Willow summoned the full force of the acorn's power, unleashing a torrent of pure, natural energy that clashed with the darkness. The ensuing conflict shook the very foundations of the enchanted realm, as light and shadow dueled for dominance. With the support of her friends and the unwavering belief in her own strength, Willow emerged victorious, banishing the darkness from the heart of the forest. The acorn's radiance pulsed with life, restoring the vibrant beauty of the enchanted woods and healing the scars left by the corrupting force. As the dust settled, the woodfolk emerged from their hiding places, their faces alight with joy and gratitude. They gathered around Willow, singing songs of praise and celebration, hailing her as the savior of their realm. Elder Oak approached her, his eyes shining with pride. "You have proven yourself worthy of the acorn's power, young Willow," he said. "Your courage, compassion, and determination have saved us all. The enchanted forest will forever be in your debt." Willow, humbled by the experience, realized that her journey had transformed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the strength within herself and forged unbreakable bonds with the most unlikely of friends. As she prepared to return to her own world, the acorn pulsed with a gentle warmth, and Elder Oak spoke once more. "The acorn's magic is now a part of you, Willow. Whenever you need guidance or solace, simply hold it close, and you will find a pathway back to our realm." With a grateful heart, Willow bid farewell to her friends in the enchanted forest, carrying with her the memories of her extraordinary adventure and the promise of future visits to this wondrous, hidden world. From that day forward, Willow cherished the acorn as a symbol of her bravery, her friendships, and the transformative power of embracing one's true potential. And whenever she felt lost or in need of solace, she would hold the acorn close, and its gentle glow would remind her of the enchanted realm, a place where magic, wonder, and the enduring strength of the human spirit forever intertwined. Story 84. In a forest older than time itself, where the tall whispering trees held the secrets of millennia, there existed a hidden world bustling with the lives of creatures both seen and unseen. These woods, cloaked in the emerald hues of eternal spring, were a sanctuary where the veil between the natural and the magical was thinner than a single strand of spider silk. In the heart of this forest, where the sunlight trickled through the dense canopy like liquid gold, there was a clearing. It was a place where the air hummed with a gentle melody, a tune that had been sung since the first leaf unfurled. Here, a small brook danced over smooth stones, giggling and babbling as it wound its way through the underbrush. The water was as clear as the morning sky, reflecting the vibrant greens and browns of the forest around it. Amongst the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak, a wise old turtle named Thistle had made his home. Thistle's shell was a tapestry of stories, each groove and marking a testament to the years he had spent wandering the forest. He was known far and wide as the keeper of tales, a gentle sage whose knowledge of the world was as deep as the roots of the trees he loved. One crisp morning, as the mist clung to the low-hanging branches and the scent of earth and pine filled the air, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered into Thistle's clearing. Pippin's eyes were wide with wonder and curiosity, his russet fur fluffed against the chill of the dawn. He had heard whispers among the forest creatures about the changing of the seasons and the magic that accompanied it, and he longed to understand the mysteries that lay within the turning of the wheel. "Good morning, wise Thistle," chirped Pippin, his voice bright and eager. "I have come to learn about the magic of the seasons. Can you tell me why the forest changes, and what secrets the winds of time bring with each turn?" Thistle, with a slow and deliberate movement, lifted his head, and blinked his ancient eyes. His voice, when he spoke, was like the soft rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Ah, young Pippin," he began, "the seasons are the breath of the world, a cycle of life and renewal. Each brings its own gifts and lessons, and the magic they hold is woven into the very fabric of our existence." As Thistle spoke, the forest seemed to listen. The leaves rustled in agreement, and the brook sang a quiet harmony to his words. "Spring," he continued, "is a time of awakening. It is when the world shakes off the slumber of winter, and life bursts forth anew. The magic of spring is in the promise of beginnings, in the tender shoots that reach for the sun, and the blossoms that paint the world with color." Pippin nodded, picturing the vibrant blooms and the soft green of new leaves. "And summer?" he asked, his tail twitching with anticipation. "Summer is the season of warmth and abundance," Thistle replied, his voice a warm embrace. "It is when the forest is alive with the hum of life, when the days are long and the sun fills the air with golden light. The magic of summer is in the growth and the fullness, in the way everything reaches its peak and thrives." "And what of autumn?" Pippin inquired, his mind dancing with images of falling leaves. "Ah, autumn," Thistle mused, "is a time of reflection. It is when the forest dons a cloak of fiery hues, and the air carries the scent of harvest. The magic of autumn is in the wisdom of letting go, in the way the trees release their leaves to prepare for the quiet of winter. It reminds us to cherish the bounty of life and to find beauty in change." Pippin sat in thoughtful silence for a moment, the sounds of the forest wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. "And winter?" he finally asked, his voice soft with awe. "Winter," Thistle said, his tone gentle and serene, "is a time of rest and stillness. It is when the world retreats into itself, covered by a blanket of snow and silence. The magic of winter is in the peace and the quiet, in the way it offers a moment to pause and reflect before the cycle begins anew." As Thistle's words settled into the air, Pippin felt a sense of calm wash over him. The forest, with its endless rhythms and gentle secrets, suddenly seemed like a living tapestry, each season a thread woven into its design. He realized that the magic he sought was not in grand gestures or mighty spells, but in the simple, steady heartbeat of nature itself. "Thank you, Thistle," Pippin said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I see now how the forest teaches us of balance and harmony, and how we are all a part of its magic." Thistle nodded, a slow smile spreading across his wise old face. "Remember, young one," he said softly, "that every season has its place and purpose. Just as the forest changes, so do we. Embrace each moment, learn from it, and carry its wisdom with you." With a heart full of newfound understanding, Pippin scampered back into the forest, eager to share his wisdom with his fellow creatures. As he darted through the trees, the world around him seemed to hum with approval, the song of the seasons carrying him forward. And so, in the ancient forest where reality and magic danced together, life continued its timeless dance. Each creature, each leaf, each breath was a note in the symphony of nature, a reminder that in the harmonious balance of the world there was a place for all, and in that place a magic that could never fade. Story 85. In the quaint village of Bramble Hollow, nestled amidst rolling hills and gentle streams, an air of mystery tinged the golden glow of the setting sun. This village was unlike any other, for it held a secret known only to a select few, a secret that lay hidden within the heart of the ancient whispering woods that bordered the village to the north. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila. Lila possessed a spirit as bright as the morning sun, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Her days were often spent exploring the meadows and forests, her imagination weaving tales of adventure and magic. But it wasn't just her vivid imagination that set her apart. Lila had a knack for noticing things others overlooked, like the way shadows danced in the moonlight, or how the wind whispered secrets through the leaves. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves fluttered down like golden rain, Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with a heart as warm as her hearth, summoned her to the cozy nook of their cottage. The flickering fire cast playful shadows on the walls, and the scent of spiced apple cider filled the air. "Lila, my dear," her grandmother began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "there is something I must share with you, something that has been passed down through our family for generations." Lila leaned in closer, her eyes wide with anticipation. From a small wooden chest, her grandmother retrieved a delicate silver locket, its surface engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light. "This," her grandmother continued, "is the Locket of Whispers. It holds a magic unlike any other, one that reveals the hidden world within our own. It is time for you to discover its secrets." With trembling fingers, Leela accepted the locket, feeling its cool weight in her palm. Her grandmother instructed her to wear it close to her heart and to listen carefully to the whispers of the world around her. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, Lila lay awake, the locket resting against her chest. She could feel a gentle warmth emanating from it, as if it were alive with its own quiet energy. Slowly, her eyes fluttered shut, and she drifted into a deep, peaceful slumber. In her dreams, Lila found herself standing at the edge of the whispering woods. The trees loomed tall and majestic, their branches swaying in a rhythmic dance. As she stepped forward, the locket began to glow softly, and the world around her shimmered as if coated in stardust. A path unfolded before her, lined with flowers that seemed to hum with a melody only she could hear. Lila followed the path, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and anticipation. The whispers of the forest grew clearer, speaking to her in a language she instinctively understood. "Welcome, Leela," the whispers sang. "You have been chosen to see the world within, a world of magic and friendship, of challenges and growth." As she ventured deeper into the woods, Leela encountered creatures she had only read about in fairy tales. There were luminous fireflies that painted the air with trails of light, and gentle fey folk who greeted her with nods and smiles. But it was the small, shy creature she met next that truly captured her heart. Perched on a moss-covered stone was a tiny winged fox with fur as soft as moonlight and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. The fox regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and caution, its wings fluttering gently at its sides. "Hello," Lila said softly, kneeling down to the fox's level. "I'm Leela. Have you been here long?" The fox tilted its head, and to Leela's amazement, it spoke in a voice as delicate as a breeze. "I am called Zephyr, and I have watched over these woods for many seasons. You are the first human to find your way here in quite some time." Lila smiled, feeling a connection to Zephyr that transcended words. "Would you join me on my journey? I feel there is much to learn and discover." With a graceful leap, Zephyr landed on Lila's shoulder, his presence light and comforting. Together, they continued along the path, the forest revealing its secrets with each step. As dawn approached, the world within the whispering woods began to fade, and Leela awoke to the soft light of morning filtering through her window. The locket lay warm against her skin, a reminder of the magical night she had experienced. Days turned into weeks, and Lila returned to the whispering woods each night in her dreams. With Zephyr by her side, they explored hidden glens and sparkling streams, unraveling the mysteries of the enchanted world. She learned that the woods were a haven for creatures seeking solace and friendship, and that the magic of the locket allowed her to see and understand the world in a way few could. But as with all magical journeys, challenges awaited. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Lila and Zephyr encountered a clearing shrouded in an eerie silence. The air was heavy, and the whispers of the forest were stilled. "What is this place?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Zephyr's eyes darkened with concern. "This is the Shadow Grove, a place where lost dreams and forgotten hopes linger. It is said that only those with the purest of hearts can bring light to this darkness." Determined to help, Lila stepped into the clearing, the locket glowing brightly against the encroaching shadows. She closed her eyes and listened, allowing the whispers of the woods to guide her. As she focused, she felt the warmth of the locket spread through her, filling her with a sense of calm and resolve. "Show me the way," she murmured, and the locket responded, its light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. The shadows began to recede, revealing the beauty that lay hidden beneath. Flowers bloomed, vibrant and full of life, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. Lila could feel the joy and gratitude of the forest, a chorus of whispers thanking her for her kindness and courage. As the clearing transformed, a figure emerged from the shadows, a young boy with eyes as bright as the morning sun. His presence was ethereal, like a memory brought to life. Thank you, he said, his voice a gentle echo. I am Alaric, a guardian of this world. I was trapped by my own doubts and fears, unable to see the light. You have freed me, Lila. Lila smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of fulfillment. I am glad I could help. We all have moments of darkness, but with friendship and hope, we can find our way. Alaric nodded, his form shimmering like stardust. Your journey is nearly complete, but there is one more lesson to learn. Remember, Lila, the greatest magic lies not in the locket, but within your own heart. With those words, Alaric vanished, leaving behind a warmth that filled the clearing. Lila knew that she had discovered something profound, a truth that would guide her not only in the magical world, but in her own life as well. As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, Lila awoke, the locket resting gently against her chest. The world around her seemed brighter, more vibrant, and she felt an unshakable sense of peace. From that day forward, Lila cherished the lessons she had learned in the Whispering Woods. She understood that true friendship and courage could illuminate even the darkest paths, and that the magic of the world was woven from the threads of kindness and love. And so, with Zephyr by her side, Lila continued to explore both the magical and the everyday, her heart forever open to the wonders and whispers of the world. As she gazed out at the horizon, she knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the locket, a symbol of her growth and transformation, would forever be a reminder of the light she carried within. Story 86. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon the emerald canopy and whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a myriad of creatures whose lives intertwined with the very soul of the earth. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic were as fluid as the gentle streams that meandered through the mossy undergrowth. As the first light of dawn spilled over the treetops, painting the world in hues of soft gold and green, the forest awoke with a symphony of life. Birds with plumage vibrant as jewels flitted between branches, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that spoke of joy and harmony. At the forest floor, a gentle deer named Lyra tread softly among the ferns, her coat dappled like sunlight through leaves, her eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. Lyra had long been a guardian of this natural haven, her lineage stretching back through generations of deer who had lived in harmony with the land. From her mother, she had learned the sacred rhythms of the forest, the pulse of the seasons, the whispers of the trees, and the songs of the streams. She knew the delicate balance that held this world together, a balance that was both fragile and resilient, like a spider's web glistening with morning dew. One day, as autumn began to paint the forest in shades of amber and crimson, a peculiar chill swept through the air. It was a chill that brought with it a sense of unease, for it was not the usual herald of winter's approach. The leaves, instead of falling gently to the ground, seemed to shiver and cling to their branches, as if afraid to let go. Concerned by this strange phenomenon, Lyra sought out the counsel of the forest's ancient sage, an owl named Auburn. Auburn was a venerable creature, with feathers as white as freshly fallen snow, and eyes that mirrored the depths of the night sky. He perched upon a gnarled oak, its branches twisted like time itself, and welcomed Lyra with a soft hoot. "Wise Auburn," Lyra began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "the forest feels unsettled. The autumn wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss. What could be troubling our home?" Auburn, with a thoughtful tilt of his head, closed his eyes and listened to the whispers carried on the wind. After a moment, he spoke, his voice a gentle breeze that rustled through the mind. "There is indeed a disruption in the balance, dear Lyra. The seasons are not flowing as they should. It is as if something or someone is holding on to the past, unwilling to let the cycle of life continue." Lyra pondered these words, her heart filled with both curiosity and concern. "How might we restore the natural order, Auburn? How can we help the forest breathe freely once more?" The owl blinked slowly, wisdom pooling in his gaze. "The answer lies with the Windkeeper, an ancient spirit who dwells at the edge of the forest, where the world meets the sky. It is she who guides the winds and ensures the seasons follow their course. Seek her out, and perhaps she will reveal what binds the autumn leaves." With Auburn's guidance, Lyra set out on her journey, her hooves padding quietly upon the soft earth. The forest seemed to hold its breath as she passed, and the creatures watched with eyes that glimmered like stars in the dusk. She traveled through sunlit glades and shadowed hollows, the air growing cooler with each step, until she reached the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the sky stretched wide. There, atop a grassy knoll that overlooked the vast expanse of the world, Lyra found the Wind Keeper. She was a luminous being, her form ever shifting like the clouds, her presence both calming and powerful. Her eyes, like twin moons, reflected the light of countless stars. Lyra approached with reverence, her heart steady with hope. "O Wind Keeper," she called, her voice carried on the breeze. "The forest is in need of your aid. The seasons are out of tune, and the leaves cling to their branches with fear. What binds them so, and how can we set them free?" The Wind Keeper turned her gaze upon Lyra, her expression one of gentle understanding. "Dear child of the forest, the leaves are caught in a web of memories. They are held by the echoes of a past summer, unwilling to embrace the change that autumn brings. It is the nostalgia of warmth that chains them." Lyra nodded, comprehension dawning like the morning sun. "Then we must remind them of the beauty and change, in the dance of the seasons that brings renewal." With the Wind Keeper's blessing, Lyra returned to the heart of the forest, her mind brimming with the wisdom of the ages. She gathered her fellow creatures, and together they wove a tapestry of sound and light, a celebration of the seasons. The birds sang of spring's promise, the squirrels danced to the rhythm of summer's warmth, and the trees swayed to the melody of autumn's grace. Even the stars seemed to join in, blinking softly in the twilight. As the music filled the air, the leaves began to tremble and sway, caught in the joyous embrace of the song. One by one they let go, twirling down to the earth in a cascade of gold and scarlet, each leaf a reminder of the beauty and transformation. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored, and the chill in the air transformed into a gentle breeze that carried the scent of pine and earth. Lyra, standing amidst the fallen leaves, felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The forest was whole once more, a testament to the power of wisdom and harmony. And so, as the moon rose high and bathed the world in its silver glow, the creatures of the forest settled into their nests and burrows, their hearts at ease. The ancient forest, with its secrets and magic, continued its timeless dance, watched over by the gentle eyes of the stars. In this place where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived in harmony, a tapestry of life woven from the threads of friendship, wisdom, and the eternal cycle of the seasons. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered a lullaby, a song of peace that carried through the air, wrapping the world in its tender embrace. Story 87. Once upon a time, nestled in the valley of the Whispering Pines, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. In this village, the air always carried the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the soft babbling of a brook could be heard wherever you went. It was a place where time seemed to drift gently by, buoyed on the wings of the gentle winds that whispered through the pines. In this serene village lived a young woman named Marin. Marin was known for her warm smile and the kindness that shone in her eyes. She worked at the village apothecary, where she spent her days crafting remedies and potions that brought comfort to her neighbors. Although she enjoyed her work and loved her village, Marin felt an inexplicable restlessness stirring within her. It was as if there was a part of her that longed for something more, something just beyond the horizon of her understanding. The people of Willowbrook loved Marin for her gentle heart, but they noticed her growing quiet and contemplative. One particularly warm evening, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Marin sat by the brook, her feet dangling in the cool, crystal-clear water. It was then that she noticed something curious, an iridescent dragonfly hovering just above the water's surface. Its wings shimmered with every color of the rainbow, and as it flitted about, it seemed to be dancing to a melody only it could hear. In that moment, the dragonfly landed lightly on Marin's hand, its delicate wings stilling. She felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and as she looked into its tiny, glistening eyes, a quiet voice whispered in her mind, "Change is the essence of life, dear Marin. Embrace it, and you shall find your wings." Startled, Marin blinked, and in that blink, the dragonfly took flight again, leaving her with a sense of wonder and a flutter of hope in her heart. The next day, Marin shared her experience with her dearest friend, Oliver, a kind-hearted storyteller who was known for enchanting the village children with his tales. Oliver listened intently, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Perhaps it's a sign," he suggested with a gentle smile. "Sometimes we need a little nudge to discover what lies within us." Encouraged by Oliver's words, Marin decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a wise woman named Seraphina, who was known to have an affinity with the unseen magic of the world. Seraphina lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom eternally. As Marin approached the cottage, she was greeted by the soothing scent of lavender and the sound of bees humming lazily among the flowers. Seraphina welcomed her warmly, her eyes as kind and deep as an ancient forest. "Ah, Marin," she said, motioning for her to sit by the hearth. "The winds of change are whispering to you, are they not?" Marin nodded, feeling comforted by Seraphina's presence. "I feel like there's something more inside me, waiting to be discovered," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Seraphina chuckled softly, her laughter like the soft rustle of leaves. "The magic within us often mirrors the magic of the world," she said, taking Marin's hands in hers. "Sometimes it takes a journey of the heart and spirit, to uncover it." With Seraphina's blessing and guidance, Marin embarked on a journey of self-discovery. She began to explore the woods surrounding Willowbrook, allowing herself to be guided by intuition and curiosity. With each step she took, she listened to the stories told by the wind, the songs sung by the birds, and the secrets whispered by the ancient trees. One afternoon, as Marin wandered deeper into the forest than ever before, she stumbled upon a hidden glade. The air was filled with a golden light that seemed to dance among the leaves, and in the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any she had seen. Its bark was silver, and its leaves shimmered with hues of gold and green. As Marin approached the tree, she felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if she were being embraced by the forest itself. She closed her eyes and leaned against the tree, letting its ancient energy flow through her. In that moment, she felt a shift within her, a release of the restless longing that had been stirring her heart. With newfound clarity, Marin realized that the change she had feared was not something to resist, but something to embrace. She understood that she was not losing herself, but rather discovering new facets of her being. The journey had opened her eyes to the beauty and magic of the world, and in turn, to the magic within herself. When Marin returned to Willowbrook, she was greeted by her friends and neighbors, who noticed the sparkle in her eyes and the serenity in her step. With Oliver by her side, she shared tales of her journey, inspiring others to embark on their own paths of discovery. In time, Marin's story became part of Willowbrook's tapestry, a reminder to all that change is not to be feared but welcomed. The village thrived in its newfound understanding, and Marin found fulfillment in helping others embrace their own transformations. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to flourish beneath the whispering pines, where the gentle breeze carried the promise of magic and the dragonflies danced to melodies of change. In this peaceful haven, Marin found her wings, soaring on the winds of wisdom and friendship, her heart forever open to the beauty of personal discovery. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow over the village, Marin would sit by the brook, watching the dragonflies flit about, a warm smile on her lips, knowing that she had found her place in the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 88. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between green rolling hills and a shimmering silvery lake, there resided a young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of twilight, and her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of golden autumn leaves. Lila was known throughout the village for her boundless curiosity and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Though her heart was as gentle as a lullaby, she carried within her an unyielding spirit, always eager to explore the world beyond the familiar embrace of her home. Lila's village, Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to slow down, allowing its inhabitants to savor the gentle rustle of the leaves and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. The village was surrounded by a dense forest, which the villagers affectionately called the Whispering Woods. It was said that the trees could talk and that the forest held secrets untold. Yet, most villagers kept their distance, preferring the safety of known paths and sunny meadows. One misty morning, as the sun shyly peeked over the horizon, Lila awoke with an unusual sense of anticipation. She had dreamt of a hidden world, a place where the colors were more vivid, where the air was imbued with a hint of magic. As she lay in her cozy bed, wrapped in a quilt her grandmother had sewn, she decided that today was meant for discovery. After a hearty breakfast of honeyed oats and fresh berries, Lila donned her favorite cloak, a deep green garment that seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest. She bid farewell to her parents, whose smiles were both warm and slightly anxious, for they knew their daughter's adventurous nature all too well. With a small pouch filled with essentials, a flask of water, a loaf of bread, and a handful of ripe apples, Lila set out towards the edge of the whispering woods. The morning air was crisp and invigorating, and the path before her was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above. As she walked deeper into the forest, the familiar sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle symphony of nature. Birds chirped melodiously, their songs intertwining with the soft rustle of leaves. The forest seemed alive, breathing in sync with Lila's every step. It wasn't long before Lila stumbled upon something peculiar. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with symbols Lila did not recognize, and its surface shimmered as though kissed by stardust. Her fingers trembled with excitement as she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingertips brushed the box, a warmth spread through her, filling her with an indescribable sense of peace. As if on cue, the lid of the box gently opened to reveal its contents. A delicate, silver key, glinting in the morning light. Lila picked it up, feeling its cool weight in her palm. What could this unlock? She wondered aloud, her voice barely a whisper in the vastness of the woods. Determined to uncover the key's purpose, Lila continued her journey, guided by an unseen force that tugged at her heart. The path before her twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest, until she found herself standing before an ancient, moss-covered door set into a hillside. It was a door unlike any she had ever seen, crafted from weathered wood and adorned with vines that seemed to pulse with life. Without hesitation, Lila inserted the silver key into the door's lock. To her astonishment, it turned effortlessly, and the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a hidden world beyond. The air on the other side was vibrant, filled with the scent of jasmine and the faint hum of music that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Lila stepped through the doorway, her eyes wide with wonder as she beheld a landscape painted with every hue imaginable. Flowers bloomed in colors she had no names for, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through lush meadows. It was as if she had stepped into the very dream that had visited her the night before. Yet, this was no mere dream. It was a realm of magic and possibility. As Lila wandered through this enchanting world, she encountered creatures both familiar and fantastical. There were rabbits with wings of gossamer, deer whose antlers glowed like moonbeams, and butterflies that shimmered like tiny rainbows. Each creature greeted her with kindness, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. Among them was a young fox, its fur a fiery red that gleamed in the sunlight. The fox approached Lila with a joyful yip, its eyes twinkling with mischief and intelligence. To her surprise, the fox began to speak. "Welcome, traveler," it said, its voice as smooth as velvet. "You have found the gateway to the hidden realm, a place where magic thrives and dreams take flight." Lila knelt down to meet the fox's gaze. "Thank you," she replied, her voice filled with awe. "I am Lila, and I seek to learn more about this wondrous world." The fox nodded, its ears perking up with excitement. "I am Finn, guardian of this realm. Come, let me show you its wonders." Together, Lila and Finn journeyed through the hidden realm, their laughter mingling with the melody of the wind. They discovered glistening pools where mermaids played, and fields where unicorns grazed beneath a sky painted with streaks of gold and pink. As they explored, Finn shared stories of the realm's history, tales of courage and friendship that had shaped its magic. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging she had never known before. Yet as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the land, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. a reminder of the world she had left behind. Though she longed to stay in this enchanted place, she knew that her journey was far from over. "Finn," she said, her voice tinged with reluctance, "I must return to my village, but I promise to carry the magic of this place with me always." The fox nodded, understanding and wisdom shining in its eyes. "Remember, Lila, the key you hold unlocks not just doors, but the potential within yourself. The magic of the hidden realm resides in your heart, wherever you go." With a grateful heart, Lila bid farewell to Finn and the wonders of the hidden realm. She retraced her steps, the silver key clutched tightly in her hand, until she stood once more before the ancient door. As she stepped back into the whispering woods, the door gently closed behind her, leaving no trace of the hidden world beyond. Yet, Lila felt no sadness, for she carried its magic within her, a magic that whispered of endless possibilities and the beauty of unseen worlds. Returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tale with the villagers, her eyes alight with the magic she had discovered. They listened, enthralled by her words, and though some were skeptical, others found inspiration in her story. In the days that followed, Lila's life was forever changed. She approached each day with newfound courage and kindness, her heart open to the magic that surrounded her. The silver key remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the strength and wisdom she had found within herself. And so, as the sun set over the village, casting a warm, golden glow across the land, Lila lay in her bed, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She closed her eyes, dreaming of the hidden realm, knowing that its magic would forever be a part of her. For she had learned that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to discover the magic within ourselves, and that the key to unlocking the wonders of the world lies in the love and friendship we share. And with that thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams woven with the colors of a world where anything was possible. Story 89. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled on the edge of a vast, mysterious forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had always been enchanted by the world beyond her small village, her heart fluttering with curiosity about the wonders that lay hidden beneath the ancient canopy of trees. The villagers often spoke of the enchanted glade, a magical place deep within the woods where light seemed to dance and the air hummed with a melody of its own. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves crunching underfoot and a gentle breeze whispering secrets, Lila decided it was time to venture beyond the familiar paths and discover the mysteries of the enchanted glade for herself. With her faithful cat, Whisker, perched on her shoulder, she set off into the forest, her heart filled with excitement and a touch of trepidation. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, the light shifted through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the distant sound of a bubbling brook provided a soothing melody to her steps. She soon came across a path lined with glistening mushrooms that seemed to glow with an ethereal light. Each step along this path felt like a note in a song, guiding her closer to the heart of the forest. It wasn't long before Lila encountered her first whimsical creature, a small, mischievous sprite with wings that shimmered like morning dew. The sprite giggled as it flitted around her, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, brave traveler," it chimed. "The forest welcomes those with hearts full of wonder." Lila smiled warmly at the sprite, her courage bolstered by its friendly demeanor. "Thank you," she replied. "I'm seeking the enchanted glade. Can you guide me there?" The sprite twirled in the air, pointing a tiny finger down the path. "Follow the song of the brook and you'll find your way," it said before disappearing into a swirl of sparkles. With Whisker purring reassuringly in her ear, Lila continued her journey, her senses keenly attuned to the wonders around her. She marveled at the rustling leaves, the soft whispers of the wind, and the way the sunlight flickered like golden fireflies through the branches. Every so often she caught glimpses of other forest dwellers, gentle deer with wide, curious eyes, and rabbits that darted playfully in the underbrush. As the afternoon sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows, Lila reached a clearing where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its bark was a deep, shimmering silver, and its branches were adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. Here, she met a wise old owl perched on one of the lower branches. Its eyes were as deep as the night sky, filled with ancient knowledge. "You seek the enchanted glade, young one?" the owl asked in a voice that was both soothing and profound. "Yes," Lila replied, feeling a sense of calm wash over her in the owl's presence. "But I'm not sure if I'm on the right path." The owl nodded, its feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. "The path is not always visible, but it is always there," it said. "Remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Trust your heart, and it will guide you." With renewed determination, Lila thanked the owl and continued on her way, her spirit lifted by the wisdom of her new friend. As she walked, she began to hear the distant sound of music, a soft, lilting tune that seemed to float on the breeze. It was the song of the brook, just as the sprite had promised. Guided by the melody, Lila soon found herself standing at the edge of the enchanted glade. The sight before her took her breath away. The glade was a tapestry of color and light, with flowers that seemed to dance in harmony with the music, and a gentle waterfall that cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, sending rainbows scattering in every direction. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, each one carved with intricate symbols that glowed faintly in the twilight. Lila felt a deep sense of peace as she stepped into the circle, the warmth of the stones seeping through her shoes and into her very soul. As she sat quietly, absorbing the beauty around her, she realized that her journey was more than just a search for a magical place. It had been a journey of courage and discovery, teaching her to trust in herself and the kindness of others. She had faced the unknown and found friendship and wisdom along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. As she left the glade, she felt a gentle tug on her heart, a promise that she could return whenever she wished, and that the magic of the forest would always be with her. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila and Whisker made their way back home, the path now familiar and welcoming. The village was quiet, the houses aglow with the warm light of hearth fires. Lila knew she would carry the memory of her journey forever, a reminder that with courage and an open heart, the world was full of wonder and enchantment. And so, she fell asleep that night with Whisker curled beside her, the melody of the forest still dancing in her dreams, and the gentle wisdom of the owl whispering softly in her ear. And in the quiet of the night, the enchanted glade waited patiently, its magic eternal, ready to welcome another dreamer. Story 90. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were spent tending to the vibrant garden surrounding her cozy cottage, where the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming jasmine and lavender. Though her garden flourished with life, Leora felt a lingering sense of restlessness within herself, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. The village people often spoke of the enchanted glade, a magical place deep within the forest where dreams were said to come alive. However, the path to the glade was veiled in mystery, and those who sought it rarely returned unchanged. Leora found herself drawn to the tales, her heart whispering of possibilities yet unexplored. One twilight, as the sky blushed with hues of pink and gold, Leora resolved to seek out the glade, hoping it might hold the answers her heart desired. She wrapped herself in a shawl the color of twilight, its warmth a gentle comfort against the evening chill, and set out along the forest path. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the soft babbling of a hidden brook. As Leora ventured deeper, the path seemed to shimmer, illuminated by the glow of tiny, luminescent mushrooms lining the way. Their soft light cast a serene glow, guiding her steps as shadows danced around her. After what felt like hours, Leora reached the edge of a clearing bathed in moonlight, a clearing unlike any other. The enchanted glade lay before her, a place where the air shimmered with magic and possibility. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath it, a gentle brook wove through the grass, its waters singing a melody as old as time. Tentatively, Leora approached the tree, her fingers brushing its gnarled bark. She felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the tree itself was sharing its ancient wisdom. It was then that she noticed a small, iridescent butterfly resting on a nearby flower. Its wings shimmered with colors that seemed to shift and dance with every movement, a living tapestry of light and color. In that moment, Leora understood that the butterfly was a symbol, a reflection of her own journey. She watched as it took flight, its path weaving through the air with grace and purpose. Inspired, Leora closed her eyes and let herself breathe deeply, the crisp, cool air filling her lungs. As she stood there, a gentle voice spoke, carried on the breeze like a soft lullaby. Change, dear one, is the essence of life. Embrace it as the butterfly embraces the wind, and you shall find your wings. Leora opened her eyes to find a gentle, wise-faced creature standing beside her, a guardian of the glade. His eyes were like pools of starlight filled with kindness and understanding. I am Mirius, he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. You seek transformation, yet fear holds you back. Leora nodded, her heart open to his words. I feel the need for change, but I fear losing who I am. Mirius smiled softly. You do not lose yourself in transformation, Leora. You become more of who you truly are. The butterfly is still itself, even as it flies. With Mirius as her guide, Leora spent days in the glade, each moment a gentle unfolding of self-discovery. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to find joy in the simple dance of sunlight on leaves, and to embrace the quiet strength within her heart. Mirius taught her the art of stillness, of finding peace within the chaos of change. As the moon waxed and waned, Leora felt herself growing stronger, her spirit unfurling like the petals of a flower in the morning sun. She learned that change was not something to be feared, but rather a natural rhythm of life, an opportunity to grow and bloom anew. One evening, as the sky painted itself in dusky shades of purple and blue, Leora realized it was time to return to her village. She stood beneath the ancient oak, feeling the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Her heart, once restless, now beat with a steady, confident rhythm. Thank you, Mirius, she said, her voice filled with gratitude. You have shown me the way to embrace change. Mirius nodded, his eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 stars. Remember, Leora, the magic within you is boundless. Let it guide your steps and light your path. With a final, lingering glance at the glade, Leora turned and began her journey home. The forest seemed to sing around her, each rustle of leaves and chirp of crickets, a celebration of her newfound understanding. Upon her return, Leora found the village just as she had left it, yet she herself was transformed. Her garden, once a reflection of beauty, now seemed a living tapestry of her own growth and discovery. She tended to it with renewed vigor, her hands moving with the grace and certainty of someone who had learned to trust the journey of life. And so, Leora's days were filled with quiet joy and the gentle understanding that change, like the seasons, was a gift to be cherished. She shared her story with the villagers, her words a soothing balm for those who also feared the unknown. In time, the village itself blossomed, inspired by the courage and wisdom of the young woman who had learned to dance with the winds of change. And in the heart of the forest, the enchanted glade remained, a place of magic and transformation, ever waiting for those who dared to dream. Story 91. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering evergreens and the babbling brook that sang its way through the valley, there lived a young girl named Amara. Willowbrook was a place where magic lingered like the scent of lilacs in spring, infusing everyday life with a gentle glow. The cobblestone paths sparkled faintly under the moonlight, and the air was always filled with the soft hum of enchantment. Amara lived in a charming cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of herbs and magical remedies. The cottage was surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom all year round, thanks to the tender care of the little garden sprites who danced among the flowers. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the hills, the sprites would light tiny lanterns, casting a warm golden light that flickered like stars fallen to earth. One late autumn evening, as the first chill of winter began to creep into the air, Amara noticed something peculiar. The usual twinkle of the garden sprite's lanterns was missing, and the garden was shrouded in an unusual darkness. She stepped outside, the crisp leaves crunching underfoot, and called softly into the night. Her voice echoed gently back, but only silence answered. The next morning, Amara went to visit her friend, Bramble, a wise old hedgehog who lived in the roots of the oldest oak tree in the forest. Bramble was known for his sage advice and his love of storytelling. Amara found him nestled in his cozy burrow, surrounded by the comforting scent of dried leaves and the soft glow of firefly lamps. "Bramble," Amara began, her voice a soft whisper among the rustling leaves. "Something strange is happening in our garden. The sprites' lights have gone out, and they seem to have vanished." Bramble nodded, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, young Amara, the world is full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Let us take a walk and see what clues the forest might offer." Together, they wandered through the forest, the ground cushioned with a thick carpet of moss. As they walked, Amara noticed the subtle signs of magic, the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patterns that danced like living creatures, and the way the air seemed to hum with an unseen energy. They soon came across a small clearing where a gentle breeze whispered secrets to the trees. In the center of the clearing stood a curious sight, a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening with dew in the morning light. Amara and Bramble paused to examine them closely. Bramble stroked his whiskers thoughtfully. "This, my dear, is a fairy ring. It is said that such rings are portals to the hidden realms where magical creatures dwell." Amara leaned closer, her breath a faint mist in the cool air. "Do you think the sprites went through the ring? Could they be trapped on the other side?" "Perhaps," Bramble mused, "but to enter their realm, one must be invited. The sprites are shy creatures and would not leave without good reason." As they pondered this, a soft fluttering caught Amara's eye. A delicate butterfly with wings like stained glass hovered above the ring. Its presence seemed to vibrate with a gentle magic. "Follow me," the butterfly seemed to say with its graceful dance. Intrigued, Amara and Bramble followed the butterfly through the forest. It led them to a hidden grove where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches sweeping the ground like a curtain. Beneath the tree sat an old woman, her hair silvered with age and her eyes bright with wisdom. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Seraphina, guardian of this grove. I sense you seek answers." Amara nodded eagerly. "The garden sprites have disappeared and their lights have gone out. We followed a fairy ring here, hoping to find them." Seraphina smiled gently. "The sprites are indeed safe, but they have been called away to help restore balance to the forest. With the change of seasons, the forest's magic must be nurtured, and the sprites are lending their light to this cause." Amara's heart lightened with relief. "Will they return?" "Yes, dear child," Seraphina assured her. "Once their task is complete, they will return, bringing with them a renewed magic to your garden." With a wave of her hand, Seraphina conjured a small vial filled with shimmering stardust. "Take this, for it will help you during their absence. Sprinkle it lightly on your garden, and it will glow with a gentle light until the sprites come back." Amara thanked Seraphina, her heart brimming with gratitude. As they made their way back home, she and Bramble marveled at the magic that wove through their world, connecting every living thing in a tapestry of wonder. That evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Amara sprinkled the stardust over the garden. It shimmered like 1,000 tiny stars, casting a soft, comforting glow. As she stood there, she felt the presence of the sprites, knowing they were working to keep the magic alive, even from afar. In time, the sprites did return, their lanterns brighter than ever, and the garden buzzed once more with their joyful presence. Amara learned that even when things seem uncertain, there is always magic at work, ensuring that balance is restored and that every mystery has a gentle resolution. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle rustle of the trees, life continued in its peaceful, magical rhythm. Amara, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, drifted off to sleep each night, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of a world where kindness and magic always prevailed. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences began to unfold. The residents, a community of gentle forest folk, found their mornings greeted by misplaced items and unexplained mischief. Little Willow, a curious young fawn, was among the first to notice the peculiarities. Her mornings usually began with a warm cup of chamomile tea, but on this particular day, her teacup had mysteriously vanished. How odd, she mused, her brow furrowing in puzzlement. As the days passed, the peculiarities grew more frequent. Mushroom caps were found scattered across pathways, flower petals rained down from the canopy, and the occasional toadstool seemed to sprout overnight in the most unexpected places. Perplexed, the villagers sought guidance from their wise mentor, Old Oak, an ancient trank whose roots ran deep into the heart of the forest. With a gentle creak, he welcomed their concerns. "My dear friends," Old Oak began, his voice as weathered as his bark, "it seems we have a mischievous spirit among us, one who delights in playful pranks and harmless fun." Willow's eyes widened with curiosity. "A spirit, but who could it be?" Old Oak chuckled, his leaves rustling softly. "Fear not, little one. This spirit means no harm. It is simply seeking companionship and joy in its own whimsical way." Intrigued, Willow set out to unravel the mystery, her keen eyes scanning the forest for clues. She observed the patterns, noticing that the mischief seemed to occur during the twilight hours when the fireflies danced among the trees. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Willow settled beneath a towering oak, her patience unwavering. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye, a tiny glowing figure darting through the foliage, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in its wake. Willow gasped in delight, for she had discovered the culprit, a playful sprite, no larger than her palm, with gossamer wings and a mischievous grin. The sprite paused, regarding Willow with a curious tilt of its head. With a melodious giggle, it flitted closer, sprinkling her with a shower of stardust. Willow giggled in return, her laughter as melodic as a babbling brook. "So you're the one behind all the mischief," she said, her tone gentle and inviting. The sprite nodded, its eyes twinkling like the stars above. "Why don't you join us in the village?" Willow offered. "We could use a little more joy and laughter in our lives." The sprite seemed to consider her words, its wings fluttering with excitement. With a final burst of radiant light, it darted off into the night, leaving a trail of glittering stardust in its wake. From that day forward, the village was graced with the sprite's whimsical presence. Mornings were filled with delightful surprises, flowers blooming in unexpected places, rainbows arcing across the sky, and the melodious laughter of the sprite echoing through the trees. The villagers embraced their newfound companion, reveling in the joy and wonder it brought to their cozy world. And Willow, with her unwavering curiosity and kind heart, had once again reminded them that even the smallest of mysteries can lead to the greatest of delights. Story 93 title, The Whispering Lantern. In the quaint little village of Meadowbrook, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her heart was as gentle as the breeze that danced through the golden fields, and her spirit shone with the warmth of a late summer sun. Lila had an exceptional ability. She could communicate with the forest's whispers, the rustling leaves, and the babbling brooks. To her, these sounds were a symphony of secrets and stories. Every evening, the village would light its lanterns, casting a soft golden glow across the cobblestone streets. Lila's favorite was the old lantern that hung outside her grandmother's cottage. It was said to possess a magical light, a whispering lantern that guided lost souls and curious hearts. One breezy autumn night, as the crickets sang their lullabies and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, Lila sat by the lantern, listening intently. She could hear it whispering tales of a hidden world deep within the forest, a place where the trees were alive with ancient magic and creatures of legend roamed freely. "Tell me more," Lila murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. The lantern flickered as if nodding in response. It spoke of a mystical realm called Elder Grove, concealed behind a shimmering veil of mist. The forest elders had once thrived there, protectors of nature's balance, but a shadow had fallen over Elder Grove, dimming its light. Lila's heart ached with longing, a desire to see this hidden world, to understand its mysteries, and perhaps, in some way, help restore its light. She knew the journey would be perilous, fraught with unknowns, yet the thought of adventure filled her with an unyielding determination. The following morning, Lila packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's compass, which she hoped would guide her true through the forest's winding paths. As she stepped beyond the village's edge, the forest welcomed her with open arms. Tall, ancient trees rose majestically, their leaves whispering encouragement. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Lila walked for hours, her steps synchronized with the heartbeat of the forest. She listened closely to the whispers, following their guidance as they led her deeper into the woods. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and rose, she reached a clearing. Here the air shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and the forest felt alive with magic. Lila took a deep breath, her heart fluttering with anticipation, and stepped through the veil. The world on the other side was unlike anything she had imagined. Elder Grove was a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the trees glowed with an inner light and flowers bloomed in colors she had never seen. Streams of sparkling water wove through the landscape, singing sweet melodies as they flowed. Yet despite its beauty, Lila could feel the shadow that lingered. It was a subtle darkness, a heaviness that dimmed the vibrant colors and stifled the joyful songs of the forest. Determined to uncover the source of this shadow, Lila ventured further into Elder Grove. As she walked, she encountered creatures of legend, a doe with silver eyes, a fox with a tail that shimmered like starlight, and a wise old owl whose feathers were dusted with moonlight. Each creature greeted her with kindness, offering guidance and companionship. Lila felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a family among these gentle beings. Together, they journeyed to the heart of Elder Grove, where the shadow was said to be strongest. The path was challenging, with thorny vines and tangled roots, but Lila's new friends helped her navigate the obstacles with ease. At last, they arrived at the heart of the forest, a grand clearing bathed in the glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and twisted, its branches reaching toward the sky like beseeching hands. The tree was the source of the shadow, its once vibrant leaves now withered and gray. Lila approached it cautiously, sensing the sadness that emanated from its core. "What happened here?" she whispered, her voice barely louder than the breeze. The tree groaned softly, its voice deep and resonant. It spoke of a time when Elder Grove thrived in harmony, the magic of nature flowing freely. But greed and neglect had allowed darkness to seep in, weakening the bonds between the forest and its guardians. Tears welled in Lila's eyes as she listened. She realized that the lantern's whispers had led her here not just to witness, but to help. Her heart swelled with compassion, and she vowed to restore the balance. With a deep breath, Lila reached out and placed her hand on the tree's bark. She closed her eyes, focusing on the warmth and light within her heart. She thought of the whispering lantern, its gentle glow guiding her through the night, and poured that light into the tree. The effect was immediate. The tree shuddered, its branches trembling as a pulse of energy radiated outward. Slowly, the withered leaves began to regain their color, vibrant green spreading like a healing touch. The creatures gathered around Lila, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. The forest began to hum with new life, the air alive with the sound of birdsong and the rustle of leaves. As the darkness lifted, Lila felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. She had helped restore Elder Grove, rekindling the connection between the forest and its guardians. The hidden world had been saved, its magic preserved for future generations. With her mission complete, Lila knew it was time to return home. Her heart was full of love and wisdom, the experiences of Elder Grove forever etched into her soul. As she stepped back through the veil, the forest's whispers accompanied her, a gentle chorus of gratitude and farewell. The journey had changed her, deepening her understanding of the world and her place within it. When Lila returned to Meadowbrook, she found the village just as she had left it, the lantern outside her grandmother's cottage glowing softly in the twilight. She sat beneath it, the familiar warmth wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispering lantern flickered, its light dancing in harmony with the stars. It spoke of adventures yet to come, of friendships forged in the light of understanding and kindness. Lila smiled, content in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, a tapestry of life woven with threads of hope and magic. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the lantern's whispers lulled her, a lullaby of dreams and possibilities. And so, in the heart of Meadowbrook, where the village met the forest, the whispering lantern continued to shine, a beacon of light and love for all who sought its glow. Story 94. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the velvet night, lay the planet of Lumera. Known for its towering crystal forests and shimmering skies, Lumera was home to the Lumerians, gentle beings with luminous skin that glowed softly in the dark. They were known for their wisdom and a deep connection with the natural world around them. One evening, as the twin moons of Lumera hung low in the sky, casting their silver light upon the land, the Lumerians gathered in the Great Glade for the annual Festival of Unity. It was a time when beings from all corners of the universe came together to celebrate harmony and understanding. Among the visitors was a curious traveler from the planet Draxos, known as Kale. His species, the Draxi, were covered in tough armored scales, with eyes like liquid amber and voices like a gentle rumble of thunder. Kale had heard tales of Lumera's beauty and the mysteries of its people, and he longed to learn more. However, his arrival was met with cautious glances and whispered conversations, for the Lumerians had rarely seen someone so different from themselves. Their gentle, flowing movements contrasted with Kale's sturdy form, and their soft, melodic voices seemed to clash with his deeper tones. Among the Lumerians was a young one named Saren, whose curiosity often led her to explore beyond the crystal forests. She watched Kale with wide, fascinated eyes, her own luminescence pulsing with excitement. As the festival unfolded, Saren approached Kale, her heart full of questions. "Welcome to Lumera," she said, her voice a gentle melody amidst the murmurs of the crowd. "I am Saren. Would you like to see our crystal gardens?" Kale nodded, grateful for the kindness in her voice. "I would like that very much," he replied, his words rumbling softly in the still air. Together they wandered through the gardens, where the crystals caught the moonlight and shimmered in 1,000 colors. As they talked, Saren's curiosity about Kale's world grew, while Kale marveled at the beauty of Lumera and the grace of its people. Yet, despite their growing friendship, misunderstandings were inevitable. One such misunderstanding arose when Saren offered Kale a delicacy from Lumera, a fruit that glowed with a soft, internal light. Kale hesitated, unsure of its safety for a Draxi. Saren, misinterpreting his hesitation as rejection, felt a sting of sadness. "Do you not like our food?" she asked, her glow dimming slightly. Kale quickly realized the misunderstanding. "It is not that, Saren," he explained gently. "It is only that our bodies are different. I must be careful with new foods." Understanding blossomed in Saren's eyes, and she smiled, her glow brightening once more. "I see. Thank you for explaining, Kale." From that moment, they grew more attuned to each other's differences, and their friendship deepened. They shared stories of their homes, Kale describing the rugged landscapes of Draxos and its fiery skies, while Saren spoke of Lumera's tranquil beauty and its serene moonlit nights. As the festival continued, an unexpected challenge brought them even closer. A sudden storm, rare but fierce, swept across Lumera, threatening the delicate balance of the crystal forests. The winds howled, and the skies darkened, casting the land in shadow. In the midst of the storm, a young Lumerian became lost, separated from the safety of the glade. Panic rippled through the gathering, for the crystal forest could be treacherous in the storm. Saren, feeling the urgency, turned to Kale. "We must find him. The storm is too dangerous." Kale nodded, his resolve firm. "Together, we can find him." They ventured into the storm, their differing forms complementing each other, Saren's glowing presence guiding the way through the darkness, while Kale's strength helped them navigate the rough terrain. Through howling winds and driving rain, they called out, their voices a beacon of hope. Finally, they found the young Lumerian, huddled beneath a fallen crystal tree, frightened but unharmed. With gentle words and reassuring gestures, Saren comforted him, while Kale carefully lifted the fallen tree, clearing their path back to safety. As they returned to the glade, the storm began to abate, the skies clearing to reveal the gentle light of the moons once more. The Lumerians gathered around, their gratitude shining brightly in their luminescent eyes. In the days that followed, the bond between Saren and Kale became a symbol of unity and understanding. Their friendship, born of curiosity and tempered by challenges, showed that differences could be a source of strength rather than division. As the festival drew to a close, Saren and Kale stood side by side, gazing up at the twin moons. Thank you, Kale, Saren said softly, for showing me that friendship knows no bounds. Kale smiled, his eyes warm with affection. And thank you, Saren, for teaching me that true strength lies in understanding and kindness. And so, under the gentle glow of Lumera's celestial lights, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds, woven from the threads of shared challenges, mutual respect, and the simple, profound joy of being together. Story 95. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced through the canopy in a kaleidoscope of greens and golds, there existed a world both hidden and wondrous. This forest was no ordinary tapestry of trees and foliage. It was a living symphony of life, harmony, and magic. The whispering leaves spoke of the ancient times when the forest was young, and the creatures who dwelled within it lived in perfect harmony, each with their role to play in the grand scheme of nature. The forest floor, soft and spongy beneath a carpet of moss and leaves, cradled the footsteps of creatures both large and small. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted wood was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a mosaic of earthy browns and greens, worn smooth by the passage of time. Thistle had seen many seasons come and go, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. He knew the secrets of the forest, the hidden paths, the whispering winds, and the sacred places where the magic of the earth was strongest. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist curled lazily around the roots of the towering oaks, Thistle set out on a journey to visit his dear friend Hazel, a gentle deer with eyes that mirrored the deep, quiet pools found within the forest. Hazel lived in a sun-dappled glen where the grass grew lush and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. As Thistle ambled along the winding path, he could hear the soft rustle of leaves beneath his feet and the distant call of a wood thrush echoing through the trees. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the promise of change, the kind of change that painted the forest in hues of amber and gold. When Thistle finally reached Hazel's glen, he found her grazing peacefully, her coat a rich tapestry of browns and whites. She lifted her head as he approached, her eyes alight with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Thistle," Hazel greeted him, her voice as melodious as the wind chimes that hung from the branches above. "What brings you to my part of the forest on this fine day?" "Ah, Hazel," Thistle replied with a slow, knowing smile, "I have come to speak with you about the change in the air. The forest is preparing for its long sleep, and there are matters of balance that must be tended to before the first snow falls." Hazel tilted her head, listening intently as Thistle spoke. She knew well the importance of maintaining harmony in their world. The forest was a delicate tapestry, where each thread was woven with care, and a single disturbance could ripple through the whole. Thistle continued, "There is a place deep within the forest, where the seasons meet and the magic of the earth is strongest. It is there we must go, to ensure that the balance of nature is preserved as the wheel of the year turns." Together, Thistle and Hazel set off through the forest, their journey taking them deeper into the heart of the woods than either had ventured in many a year. The path was lined with towering pines and ancient oaks, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceilings of a great cathedral. As they traveled, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and the ground beneath their feet thrummed with an ancient energy. It was as though the forest itself recognized their mission and lent its strength to their cause. Finally, they reached a clearing where the light seemed to dance and shimmer, as though the very air was alive with magic. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled trunk twisted with age and wisdom. This was the sacred place where the seasons met, the heart of the forest's magic. As Thistle and Hazel approached the ancient oak, they could feel the power of the earth pulsing beneath their feet. It was a gentle, rhythmic heartbeat, a reminder of the eternal cycle of life and change. Here, in this sacred space, they would perform the ritual that would ensure the forest remained in harmony through the coming winter. With great reverence, Thistle and Hazel began their work. Thistle, with his deep connection to the earth, whispered ancient words of power, passed down through generations of forest dwellers. Hazel, with her innate grace and gentleness, moved gracefully around the oak, her movements a dance of balance and beauty. As they worked, The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if in anticipation. The leaves ceased their rustling, the birds paused their song, and even the breeze stilled, waiting for the spell to be completed. And then, with a final, triumphant flourish, the magic was released. It flowed through the clearing like a gentle wave, washing over the trees, the earth, and every living creature within the forest. The balance was restored, and the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. As Thistle and Hazel stood together beneath the ancient oak, they could feel the warmth of the sun on their backs and the cool breeze on their faces. The forest was alive with gratitude, its song rising once more to fill the air with the sweet, harmonious notes of life. With their task complete, Thistle and Hazel began their journey back through the forest. The path that had seemed so daunting now felt light and welcoming, each step a testament to the strength of their friendship and the power of harmony. As they walked, Thistle turned to Hazel with a gentle smile. "You see, my dear friend, the forest is a reflection of ourselves. When we live in harmony with the world around us, we find peace within." Hazel nodded, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom Thistle had shared. "And when we work together, we can overcome any challenge, no matter how great," she replied, her voice filled with quiet determination. Together they continued on their way, their hearts light and their spirits high. The forest around them sang with life, a symphony of sound and color, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and harmony. And so the seasons turned and the forest thrived, a living tapestry of beauty and magic. The creatures who dwelled within its bounds learned from Thistle and Hazel, carrying their wisdom and their lessons forward, ensuring that the balance of nature would be preserved for generations to come. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the story of Thistle and Hazel would be told for many years, a gentle reminder of the power of friendship, the wisdom of the earth, and the beauty of living in harmony with the world around us. Story 96. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived an adventurous young Venusian named Zara and a shy, quiet Martian called Elo. Though their home worlds were light years apart, fate would soon bring their paths together in the most unexpected of ways. Zara came from a vibrant, verdant world where towering crystal forests danced in kaleidoscopic light. She was a free spirit who dreamed of exploring the vast cosmos beyond her lush home. Elo, on the other hand, hailed from the rusty red deserts of Mars, a place of stillness and solitude. His people valued patience and introspection above all else. One fateful day, as Zara's scout ship was traversing a distant nebula, a freak ion storm struck, damaging her navigation systems. Adrift in uncharted space, her only hope was to seek refuge on the nearest inhabitable planet, Mars. Little did she know, this chance encounter would change the course of her life forever. As Zara's craft hurtled through the thin Martian atmosphere, Elo watched in awe from his remote sand-carved dwelling. When the alien ship crash-landed in a nearby dune sea, the curious Martian ventured out to investigate. There, he found Zara, shaken but unharmed, and invited her into his humble home. At first, the two companions could scarcely understand one another. Zara was brash and outgoing, while Ilo was soft-spoken and reserved. Her exuberant gestures and booming laughter unsettled the introverted Martian, just as his quiet contemplation perplexed the outgoing Venusian. Yet, as the days turned to weeks, a tentative bond began to form. Together, they faced the challenges of survival on the desolate red planet. Elo taught Zara the ways of harvesting water from the arid soil and finding shelter from the biting windstorms. In turn, Zara helped Elo embrace his sense of wonder, showing him the majesty of distant stars and spinning tales of her world's vibrant jungles. Slowly, their misunderstandings melted away, revealing a profound kinship that transcended their differences. Elo's calm presence soothed Zara's restless spirit, while her infectious optimism coaxed him out of his shell. In quiet moments, they would share dreams of their homes, bound by a yearning to understand one another's worlds. Then, one momentous day, a messenger ship arrived, offering Zara rescue and safe passage back to Venus. Though overjoyed at the prospect of returning home, her heart ached at the thought of leaving her newfound friend behind. Elo, too, felt a pang of sadness, having grown accustomed to Zara's vibrant company. As the time came to part ways, they embraced, sharing an unspoken understanding that defied language or culture. Zara vowed to find a way to reunite, for their bond was one of true friendship, a precious force that could span the vast gulfs between planets and peoples. Though their reunion would not come easily, the tale of Zara and Elo would be remembered across the galaxies as a shining example of how friendship can blossom in the most unlikely of places, a warm light that guides even the most dissimilar souls through the cosmic darkness. For in that moment, they had discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that celebrates diversity while uniting all living beings under one vast, twinkling sky. Story 97. In a quiet corner of the ancient verdantwood forest, where the towering trees seemed to whisper secrets of old, there was a small, tranquil glade that few humans had ever seen. This glade was a symphony of nature's wonders, a place where the sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, casting playful patterns on the soft, moss-covered earth. The air was fragrant with the scent of wild jasmine and the gentle hum of bees weaving through the blossoms. In the heart of this glade stood a grand old oak, its bark rough yet comforting, like a beloved elder's embrace. Its branches stretched to the sky, a network of stories them passed down through countless seasons. Beneath its protective boughs lived a community of creatures, each playing a vital role in the dance of life that unfolded in this enchanted haven. There was Thistle, the wise old tortoise, who carried the weight of many summers on his sturdy back. His shell was etched with the marks of time, each groove a chapter of his long life. Thistle was the keeper of stories, tales whispered to him by the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. His deep-set eyes, like pools of amber, held the secrets of the forest, and he spoke in a voice as gentle as the breeze. Living among the roots of the oak was Willow, a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as downy feathers. Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she moved with the grace of a leaf dancing in the wind. Willow was the messenger, darting through the branches, carrying news of the forest from one creature to another. Her laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells, bringing joy and warmth wherever she went. The forest was their home, a delicate balance of life and magic, where the seasons spun their own tales. Each autumn, a golden mist would weave through the glade, a gentle reminder of the changing world. This was the time of the harvest moon, when the creatures would gather to celebrate the bounty of the forest and the harmony they shared with their surroundings. One year, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, a strange stillness settled over the forest. The winds, usually filled with the vibrant chatter of birds and the rustle of leaves, were quiet. The creatures sensed a change, a disruption in the rhythm they had known for generations. The streams ran slower, and the air felt heavy, as if holding its breath. Thistle, with his deep wisdom, called a gathering beneath the great oak. Creatures of all shapes and sizes came, their eyes filled with concern. "The balance," Thistle began, his voice a soft rumble, "has been disturbed. We must discover the cause and restore harmony to our home." Willow, already perched on a high branch, peered into the distance, her keen eyes scanning the horizon. "I have seen strange clouds gathering near the mountains," she chirped. "They are not like the clouds of rain or snow, but of a different kind of magic." The elders, knowing the importance of every creature's role, decided to send a small group to investigate. Alongside Thistle and Willow was Bramble, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as the night sky, and Lark, the melodic thrush whose songs could soothe even the fiercest storm. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, carrying the scent of frost and distant echoes of the wind. They traveled through groves of silver birch and fields of wild lavender, guided by the unwavering light of the harvest moon. Each step was a whisper, a promise to protect and preserve the world they loved. At last they reached the foot of the mountains, where the strange clouds hovered like guardians of an ancient secret. As they approached, a soft voice echoed through the air, gentle as the first snowfall. "Welcome, keepers of the forest," it said. "I am Cirrus, the spirit of the sky. The winds have told me of your journey." The clouds parted to reveal a shimmering figure, woven from threads of mist and light. Cirrus's presence was calming, like a lullaby sung by the night. "The balance you seek is not lost, but hidden," the spirit continued. "A storm of magic has been brewing, seeking to disrupt the harmony of your home. But fear not, for the wisdom of your ancestors is your guide. Thistle nodded, the weight of understanding settling upon him. We must remember the lessons of those who came before us, he said, to listen to the land, to heed its whispers, and to act with kindness and care. With Cirrus's guidance, they learned to weave their own magic, a symphony of unity and peace. They sang ancient songs, their voices mingling with the wind, and called upon the spirits of earth and sky to restore the balance. Slowly, the clouds began to disperse, their magic blending with the natural world, a tapestry of harmony once more. As dawn broke over the mountains, the forest awoke to a renewed sense of peace. The streams bubbled with laughter, and the trees swayed in a gentle dance. Thistle, willow, bramble, and lark returned to the glade, bringing with them a story of hope and the promise of many more seasons to come. And so, beneath the grand old oak, the creatures gathered once more, celebrating the wisdom and friendship that had restored their world. The forest, now and always, was their sanctuary, a place where the magic of nature and the harmony of life would forever flourish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gentle breeze carried the soft lullaby of the forest, lulling all into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the warmth of the earth and the enduring embrace of the ancient trees.